Chapter 2062, Insanity. 2062 Insanity. In order to break Heavenly Court's encirclement, Longevity Heaven and Demon Immortal Qiju collaborated. They made use of the Earth Vein to find a way out of Qin Ding Ling's arrangement. After Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qiju left the Earth Vein, they quickly split up as they ascended to the upper layers. Heavenly Court's Immortal Jiyu houses also appeared after them. Qin Ding Ling transmitted her voice to Fang Zheng, "Stop them." Even before her order, Fang Zheng was already prepared to do so. Demon Judgment Board shook intensely. A huge blood-red beam of light shot towards Demon Immortal Qiju and Calamity Luck Altar. The terrifying power of the attack made Miao Yin and Black Tigress shake internally. In order to capture the three of them alive, Fang Zheng had been quite restricted. Its current attack displayed the true power of Demon Judgment Board. The intense blood-red light assaulted. Calamity Luck Altar and Demon Immortal Qi were obstructed for a moment. They swiftly blocked it. Qin Ding Ling quickly arrived and tangled with them. "Good job, Fang Zheng. After you're done with those three immortals, come here and work together to deal with these people," Qin Ding Ling ordered again. At this moment, Demon Immortal Qiju's battle strength had fallen greatly after the fight against Spectral Soul, but as long as he worked with Calamity Luck Altar, they were evenly matched with Heavenly Court. Where was Qin Ding Ling getting her confidence from? Yes, Fang Zheng had a serious expression. The moment he received his orders, Bai Ningbing attacked abruptly. In fact, Bai Ningbing's Ice Path Killer move had been prepared for some time, but Fang Zheng did not pay any attention to it. He had once controlled Demon Judgment Board to fight against Rank 8 Ice Path GU Immortal Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. He was attacked by the Snowman race's Immortal Suppression Coffin Killer move. Fang Zheng still had a deep memory of that battle even now. Compared to Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, Bai Ningbing was just rank 7, she was far inferior to him. However, after Bai Ningbing activated her killer move, Fang Zheng's expression changed. Bai Ningbing did not attack Demon Judgment Board. Instead, she targeted Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress. Gu Fang Zheng could only change his tactic in a fluster. Blood-red fog enveloped Miao Yin and Black Tigress at the crucial moment, blocking Bai Ningbing's attack. "Bai Ningbing, are you crazy? You actually attacked us." Fairy Miao Yin broke out in cold sweat as she screamed. "No, this might be the best way." Black Tigress' expression was shaken, but she quickly understood it. Fairy Miao Yin was dazed. Soon, she also got it. Fairy Ziwei was once the leader of Heavenly Court. She knew everything about Heavenly Court. She had informed Ying Wuxia and the rest about the details of the Immortal Jiyu houses. Miao Yin, Bai Ningbing, and White Rabbit were naturally not kept in the dark. Because earlier, even though Spectral Soul led them, Fairy Ziwei and the rest did not have an Immortal Jiyu house, they were weaker compared to Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court. Thus, Fairy Ziwei used information to make up for this gap. Gu Fang Zheng understood Bai Ningbing and the rest quite well, but similarly, Bai Ningbing and the rest also had a good understanding of Fang Zheng and Demon Judgment Board. Especially the Immortal Jiyu house, its methods were difficult to change after creation. The more exceptional the Immortal Jiyu house, the more likely this was the case. Taking Demon Judgment Board for an example, it was a top-tier rank 8 Immortal Jiyu house. Its abilities had reached the limit of a certain aspect. It was extremely hard to modify. Even if there were any good ideas, they might not be experimented on regarding this Immortal Jiyu house. Demon Judgment Board was extremely complex and was made of countless Jiyu worms. A single modification would change the entire structure. It would mean a complete makeover. That was as good as creating a new Immortal Jiyu house from scratch. Fairy Miao Yin was not stupid. She had just failed to react at the first moment. Now, she started to understand. Southern Borders Tai clan has Demon Suppression Tower. It most excels at imprisonment, but Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board does not use such methods. Heavenly Court must have ordered Fang Zheng to capture us all alive. Thus, when fighting, Fang Zheng is very restricted. Only against Demon Immortal Qiju and Calamity Luck Altar earlier, he used his full strength. As for why he wanted to capture them, the answer was obvious: to find Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei had constructed the Wisdom Path formation in front of all these Heavenly Court Jiyu immortals, finally managing to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Why would Qin Ding Ling not know about their value? Using this as the starting point, Fairy Miao Yin soon guessed. It seems that Fang Yuan escaped successfully. Heavenly Court wants to capture us and use us to find Fang Yuan in the future. Even though they lack a Wisdom Path great expert now, Central Continent's 10 great sects did not suffer losses, they have many wisdom path candidates. Furthermore, Fairy Z Wei's true inheritance has already been contributed to Heavenly Court, the wisdom path formation is likely part of the inheritance. Thinking of this, Fairy Miao Yin thought of Bai Ningbing and gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing, you lunatic. But at the next moment, Fairy Miao Yin stared with her eyes wide open. Bai Ningbing's insanity was beyond what she had expected, she actually dispelled the killer move by Shang, she returned to a body of flesh and blood. Come, Fang Zheng, attack me. Bai Ningbing shouted as she moved like a white light, circling around Demon Judgment Board as she shot out countless icicles. The icicles landed on Demon Judgment Board but could not penetrate it, only leaving behind some icy marks. Ha ha ha, Black Tigress laughed loudly, she did the same thing as Bai Ningbing, dispelling her defense and joining the battle. She went insane too. Miao Yin sighed. Black Tigress was ruthless and vicious, her nature was the opposite of White Rabbit. When she resolved herself, she even disregarded her own life. The three immortals attacked Demon Judgment Board, especially Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress who gave up on defense, they invested all of their energy into attacking. Fang Zheng was actually feeling quite troubled. He wanted to capture these three female immortals alive, he did not want to kill them. Qin Ding Ling had already informed him, it would be best to get more clues to deduce Fang Yuan's location. If one of them was killed, it could lead to a failure in the deduction next time. Fang Zheng knew the heavy responsibility on him, but the Immortal GU House Demon Judgment Board's weakest aspect was the lack of methods to capture others. When Demon Judgment Board was created, which person in Heavenly Court would consider this aspect? Demon Judgment Board, naturally by looking at its name, it meant killing demonic path GU cultivators. What was the point of capturing them? In this aspect, Qin Ding Ling seemed to have made a mistake in asking Demon Judgment Board to capture them, but she had no other choices at the moment. Among Heavenly Court's immortal GU houses, Demon Judgment Board had the strongest investigative ability. Even though Fang Zheng's cultivation level was low, Demon Judgment Board had an abundance of Rank 8 immortal essence and the wills of the past Demon Judgment Board lords, it could display its full battle strength. However, all immortal GU houses had a fatal weakness, they were not flexible enough in terms of methods. Demon Judgment Board was no exception, it was a final product that could not be altered. After it was created, its methods had always been the same until now, there had been no changes. Fang Zheng fell into an awkward spot. Using Demon Judgment Board, he had the upper hand, Bai Ningbing and the rest were not his match. But just Demon Judgment Board alone could not capture them alive. In terms of flexibility of methods, GU Immortals far surpassed immortal GU houses. In the past, when facing this situation, the Demon Judgment Board lords would take action personally. But Fang Zheng only had rank 7 cultivation level, if he left Demon Judgment Board, Bai Ningbing and the rest would be able to turn this around. Right now, if Fang Zheng had a rank 8 GU Immortal helping him, it would be sufficient. But why would he be given an assistant? In the eyes of Qin Ding Ling and the rest, wasn't Demon Judgment Board enough? He still needed more help. Heavenly Court's manpower was extremely lacking now, they could not deal with the situation easily. No, Lady Qin Ding Ling's arrangement was logical, but I actually encountered two lunatics. It made the logical deployment completely illogical. Fang Zheng thought, who would be so crazy as to give up on defense against a strong enemy and only choose to attack? Wasn't that courting death? But Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress did that. And amazingly, the results were quite favorable for them. During the intense battle, Bai Ningbing laughed loudly, "Gu Fang Zheng, don't you want revenge? Kill me, don't you want to kill me? Come take action." Gu Fang Zheng was silent. Bai Ningbing continued to provoke him, "This is why you are just a dog that Heavenly Court adopted. Your enemy is right in front of you but you do not even have the courage to try killing me. You are far inferior to your brother Fang Yuan." Hearing her provocative speech, not just Fairy Miao Yin, even Black Tigress was stunned. She thought, HMPH, I thought I was crazy enough to give up my defense. But looking at Bai Ningbing, I pale in comparison. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress were very worried while Gu Fang Zheng fell into silence. Hearing Gu Fang Yuan's name again, he could not help but raise his head, looking at the blood text above his head. The blood text formed into a giant name list. The rankings and names on it changed constantly. Not long ago, Spectral Soul, who stood at the top of the list, vanished, replacing him was the person at the second position. Defeated Heavenly Court, destroyed Fate, killed Spectral Soul, the number 1 demon of the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Fang Zheng smiled bitterly. Regardless of time and place, even though he was the great Demon Judgment Board Lord, Fang Yuan's name was still hanging above his head. Fang Yuan was still casting a shadow down on his life. Killing everyone on the Demon Judgment Board list is the grand ambition of the past generations of owners. But I know that I am not Fang Yuan's match. For all my life, I could only look at his shadow and hear about his legends. But, Bai Ningbing, you are merely ranked 27th on this list. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Where does your confidence come from? Fang Zheng shouted loudly as Demon Judgment Board charged ahead. As he spoke, in a breath of time, he arrived in front of Bai Ningbing. Intense winds blew towards her. Bai Ningbing had no time to dodge. At the next moment, Demon Judgment Board would crush her entire body to a pulp. She would die undoubtedly. No, Fairy Miao Yin shouted in her head as her 7 hands moved, shooting out profound sounds. The profound sounds were multi-layered and attacked rapidly, but they could not stop Demon Judgment Board. Black Tigress spat out a mouthful of blood. She activated a method to block it, but Demon Judgment Board still rampaged unhindered. The 2 immortals could only watch in despair as Demon Judgment Board crashed into Bai Ningbing and pressed down on her harshly. Chapter 2063, Number 1 Immortal GU House in the World. 2063 Number 1 Immortal GU House in the World Earth Abyss Battlefield. Hit by Heavenly Court's attack, Calamity Luck Altar shook intensely. Bing Sai Chuan had a cold expression inside it. Legendary immemorial beast Mao Li Chu exploded and shouted, "Let this Grandpa Mao go out and kill them all." 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, "Grandpa Mao, this place has a huge hole, we need to repair it together." Mao Li Chu snorted as it helped to repair Calamity Luck Altar. It mumbled, "Taking hits like this feels really terrible." Bing Sai Chuan, Calamity Luck Altar was given to you to control, don't ruin Master's reputation and prestige. Bing Sai Chuan frowned as he answered, "Mao Li Chu, take a look outside, there is someone who is even worse than us." Demon Immortal Qi Ju was the one that Bing Sai Chuan referred to. He was indeed in a sorry state. Spectral Soul's self-detonation caused his Shi Land to suffer huge damage, but it was his greatest reliance since reviving. Even though he had many exceptional true inheritances, he did not have time to modify killer moves. Thus, his Chi Path methods were all old-fashioned. Only killer moves that used Shi Land as the core were strong enough to be used in the battlefield. But now, Shi Land was heavily damaged. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's battle strength fell sharply. This cannot go on. Heavenly Court likely has strong reinforcements. Longevity Heaven, we need to work together again. Demon Immortal Qi Ju transmitted with great difficulty. Right now, Heavenly Court is at its weakest throughout history. Why would they have reinforcements? Mao Li Chu mumbled, "Don't be careless, nobody can truly assess Heavenly Court's foundation." After replying to Mao Li Chu, Bing Sai Chuan agreed to Demon Immortal Qi Ju's request for cooperation. He had also sensed something amiss. Thus, Calamity Luck Altar first exploded with a strong attack and shielded Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Next, Demon Immortal Qi Ju gritted his teeth and summoned Shi Land, drawing upon the endless Earth Qi. Calamity Luck Altar took over again, pulling upon the gradually declining Earth vein. HMPH, trying the same trick again, you all are simply looking down on me. Qin Ding Ling suddenly left the Immortal GU house. She came to the outside world and used a Luck Path killer move. The killer move's golden light shined everywhere. Bing Sai Chuan's expression changed. He quickly withdrew his hand like it was bitten by a snake. So close. This killer move vaguely counters Calamity Luck Altar. If I was slow, Calamity Luck Altar would have to resist the pressure of the Earth vein. It would be suppressed and unable to escape, becoming an easy target. Bing Sai Chuan sighed to himself. Qin Ding Ling's method was out of his expectations. Without Calamity Luck Altar's guidance, the newly rising Earth vein started to fall again. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju's and Calamity Luck Altar's efforts were not in vain. Giant pillars of Earth vein tributaries spewed out randomly in all directions, towards the sky and ground. An Earth vein tributary that was like a yellow-brown river flowed across the battlefield of Demon Judgment Board and Bai Ningbing's group. The 3 immortals were sustaining the battle with difficulty, resisting Demon Judgment Board. Bai Ningbing was still alive. Even though she was crushed by Demon Judgment Board earlier, at the crucial moment, she used Bai Shang once again. Demon Judgment Board dodged, unwilling to fall into the earth vein tributary. Even heaven is helping me. Seeing this scene, Bai Ningbing's eyes shined with bright light. She felt surprised and joyful. Her body suddenly expanded from 15 feet to over 20 feet instantly. The time to escape is now. Bai Ningbing stretched out her hands to Miao Yin and Black Tigress. The two hesitated for a moment before allowing Bai Ningbing to grab onto their hands. Bai Ningbing did not hesitate, she jumped into the earth vein tributary immediately. Don't think of leaving. Fang Zheng gritted his teeth as he drove Demon Judgment Board into the tributary as well. The earth vein was extremely large, even the tributary was huge. After Demon Judgment Board entered it, it was like a small fish had entered the river. No, we can't escape. Demon Judgment Board is a rank 8 immortal GU house. Fairy Miao Yin's expression was pale. After a short while, Bai Ningbing was already unable to hold on. A vast amount of earth path Dao marks corroded her body. Bai Shang was on the verge of collapsing, even though Miao Yin and Black Tigress were doing their best in terms of defense. Bai Ningbing smiled coldly. She was not flustered. Of course we cannot match Demon Judgment Board, but now, it will depend on how resolute Gu Fang Zheng is. Hee. At the moment of life and death, Bai Ningbing actually laughed. She turned around and dispelled Bai Shang, exposing her true body. Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress had already resolved themselves. They charged towards Demon Judgment Board alongside Bai Ningbing. You people. Gu Fang Zheng was shocked to see that Bai Ningbing and the rest dispelled their defenses. He had to use a rainbow of blood-red light to envelop the three immortals. After receiving Demon Judgment Board's help, the three immortals were saved from the outcome of getting crushed by the earth vein. Gu Fang Zheng felt a huge rock weighing on him internally. What was this? He actually became the one who helped Bai Ningbing and the rest. But Gu Fang Zheng had to do this. He had to complete the mission given by Qin Ding Ling and capture them alive. Gu Fang Zheng, do you have any method to capture us? If Demon Judgment Board had it, you would have used it already. In this situation, you will need to leave the immortal GU house and use your own methods. Come, let us take a chance. Bai Ningbing could not speak, she could only think internally. If they lost, they would be captured and left helpless. Once their value was extracted, they would be killed, becoming the sacrifices to raise Heavenly Court's reputation. Gu Fang Zheng stared with wide eyes, gritting his teeth tightly. Bai Ningbing had won this bet. Fang Zheng did not have any special method to capture them, unless he took a chance and brought all three immortals into the immortal GU house. But if Fang Zheng did that, he would be too stupid. Because that was simply letting the enemies into his territory. Just Fang Zheng alone could not deal with the three immortals. You are very crafty, but so what? Fang Zheng said through the gaps between his teeth. If I capture you, you will still live for some time. But now, you will die. Congratulations, your efforts in battle have reaped you such great rewards. Fang Zheng spoke sarcastically before abandoning Bai Ningbing and the rest, leaving the earth vein using Demon Judgment Board. The strong Demon Judgment Board could not stay in the earth vein for long. This short period destroyed most of Demon Judgment Board's mortal GU. Without Demon Judgment Board's protection, Bai Ningbing felt an immense pressure. Their lives were at stake, they struggled at death's door. Maybe Fang Zheng was right after all. Fairy Miao Yin smiled bitterly. What's that? Black Tigress suddenly shouted. The three immortals were like tiny bugs flowing along the earth vein tributary. From the boundless brown color surrounding them, a dark hole suddenly appeared. Go! The three immortals had no choice. At the crucial final moment, they went into the dark hole precariously. In a dense and lush forest on the surface, Fairy Ziwei, Ying Wuxia, and Old Man Zheng Yuan were traveling. This distance is not safe enough, we will continue moving. Fairy Ziwei saw that Ying Wuxia was moving slowly, she quickly reminded. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth but his expression was dazed. He said dejectedly, my main body has died, what do we? Fairy Ziwei looked at Ying Wuxia solemnly. Even if the main body is dead, we still have you. Ying Wuxia, you are his split soul, from today onwards, you are our master. But, Ying Wuxia was not feeling happy at all, he was in low spirits. Even my main body died in battle, this entire world is no longer in Spectral Soul's era. Fairy Ziwei frowned slightly, she was about to console him when Old Man Zheng Yuan suddenly spoke, something is up, don't move, let me deal with it. At the next moment, he activated his killer move, his body shot out white light that enveloped the three immortals. After a few breaths of time, heaven and earth shook, birds flew out of the forest, a loud collision could be heard from afar, resounding throughout the place. The three immortals raised their heads, they saw that the sky was dyed green, a grand and majestic immortal Gu house descended from the sky, it shrouded even the sun itself, moving rapidly even though it seemed slow. This immortal Gu house was so big, it was definitely the number one in the world in terms of size. Its rank 8 aura was vast as the sea, intimidating all living beings. Within the immortal Gu house, clamor could be heard, it was filled with human vitality, seemingly comprising all kinds of people. This is Divine Emperor City. Ying Wuxia was shocked. Divine Emperor City was created by combining Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Isn't it stationary at the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human vein? It could actually move. Old man Zheng Yuan was shocked as well. Fairy Ziwei pondered. This immortal Gu house was made by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, there must be a reason for its movement. Strange, why didn't Qin Ding Ling relocate this house into Heavenly Court during the battle earlier? So that's it. Old man Zheng Yuan used his human path methods to investigate, he found something. Too strong, this immortal Gu house is too strong. Old man Zheng Yuan's body shook, he was greatly shocked by his discovery. This immortal Gu house contains countless people, it is filled with the profundity of human path. It can actually relocate the human vein gathering point with ease. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is too amazing, his goals were too farsighted, he only exposed it now. Divine Emperor City gathers the strength of all the people inside, be they Gu Immortal, Gu Master, or Mortal, they are gathered together and used in unison. Currently, this is likely the number one immortal Gu house in the world. Old man Zheng Yuan praised, he sighed deeply. So that's it was a pity that Genesis Lotus miscalculated, this Divine Emperor City did not make it to the Fate War in time. Ying Wuxia said. Fairy Ziwei shook her head lightly, how can a venerable fail his scheme so easily? There are extremely deep secrets behind all these, don't come up with a conclusion so casually. The three immortals stopped in their tracks and hid in the forest, concealing their auras. As Divine Emperor City went past them and entered Earth Abyss, they finally let out sighs of relief. Let's go. Fairy Ziwei was ready to move. But old man Zheng Yuan stopped on the spot, smiling bitterly, I cannot follow after the two of you anymore. Ying Wuxia was surprised. Why? Old man Zheng Yuan sighed. That Divine Emperor City has already become the gathering point of human path in the world. Since I cultivate human path, I am restricted by it. Earlier, it probably sensed me, but because there was something more important, it chose to ignore me. To play safe, I should part with Master and Ziwei. Ying Wuxia's expression was grim, they suffered a setback again. Before this battle, Shadow Sect was full of people and prospered for some time. Now, only him and Fairy Ziwei were left. It was truly pitiful. Maybe trying to kill Fang Yuan was a terrible mistake. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth, he felt extremely bitter internally. Chapter 2064, Captured Alive. 2064 Captured Alive. Divine Emperor City was filled with noise and commotion. The hundreds of thousands of people living in the city were looking towards the sky. Profound green light had covered the sky of Divine Emperor City. Not only this, the city gates were also closed and guarded heavily. You don't know, there were notices posted at the city gates, announcing the city will be closed for a period of time. During this time period, there will be abnormal phenomena and there is no need to panic. I also heard of this notice, but I did not expect such a huge and grand phenomenon. The city residents discussed with relative calmness, no large-scale chaos emerged. Northern city area, where did that fellow Hong Yi go? Cao Yu sighed as he walked out of a dark alley. Accompanying him was Xie Lan. The two were Universal Life Academy's disciples, who were ordered to search for Hong Yi after he disappeared. Regretfully, they had been at Divine Emperor City for 2 to 3 months now and had yet to make any progress. Xie Lan frowned. We have almost finished combing through Divine Emperor City by now and have contacted a dozen or so information path GU masters, but have not gotten any news regarding Hong Yi. This is probably the worst case scenario. Cao Yu's eyes opened wide. Are you saying Hong Yi entered a painting world? How can that be? Xie Lan looked around in a hurry and lowered his voice. Keep your voice down, such secret news have been circulating in the city recently. Painting worlds were arranged by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, they can take in the city residents and return them safely after a period of time. Especially these days, how many GU masters have come to Divine Emperor City because they heard this rumor and wanted to find an immortal opportunity. Cao Yu was at a loss. If Hongyi really is inside a painting world, how are we going to find him? Xie Lan was silent for a while before saying with a sigh, if that is the case, then we can only wait. Eastern City Area. Master, please take care. A female GU master sent her master off. Most of the surrounding pedestrians were staring at the phenomenon in the sky, only a few were astonished at this sight. The female GU master was a renowned refinement path master who was ranked among the top 100 in the refinement path convention, and she was actually being so courteous to an unknown GU master. This unknown GU master was wearing a long robe and a straw hat which hid his appearance under the shadows. The unknown GU master moved cautiously and maintained his silence as he disappeared into the corner of the street. What exactly is going on? Such a phenomenon is definitely a GU immortal's doing. The unknown GU master moved along the empty alley and raised his head slightly to glance at the strange scene in the sky. Sigh, I did not expect to encounter such trouble in this trip to exchange GU materials in the city. I just hope my identity won't be exposed. Just in case, I will choose a remote tavern to stay in until the city gates open again. The unknown GU master was worried. This person was Ben Duoyi, who was taught the nature GU refinement technique by GU immortal Yu Mu Chun. He cultivated day and night, making huge progress. However, the cost of cultivating refinement path was high, and with no one else to depend upon, he had to frequently sell the refined GU to purchase cultivation resources. He was a hairy man and was hiding his appearance by using GU worms. He had to move with caution in this gathering area of humans. All kinds of people lived in Divine Emperor City, there were even ranked 6 GU immortals. But no one could imagine that under the cover of the profound green light, Divine Emperor City had not only left its original spot, it even flew towards Ancient Soul Sect and entered Earth Abyss to fight Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Great Chi Cloud Explosion. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer move struck Divine Emperor City, but it only raised slight ripples on the surface of the profound green light. This is probably the number 1 Immortal GU house in the present age. Even a person like Demon Immortal Chi Ju felt demoralized. His current strength was simply unable to shake Divine Emperor City. So Qin Ding Ling's trump card was this Divine Emperor City. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan looked extremely serious. Calamity Luck Altar was left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, while Divine Emperor City was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. In this confrontation between the two, Divine Emperor City firmly won against Calamity Luck Altar and by a huge margin. Calamity Luck Altar was not huge, and when compared to Divine Emperor City now, it looked even smaller. The number 1 large-size immortal GU house in history, Divine Emperor City, was like a colossal jade cloud that seemed to cover heaven and earth as it obstructed Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Calamity Luck Altar's escape route. And in the rear, Qin Ding Ling led the Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Among the several immortal GU houses, Demon Judgment Board was at the front, taking the position of the vanguard. As the intense battle started, Divine Emperor City suddenly let out loud human voices, following which, the profound green light bubbled and formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool blew out spiraling green wind that covered Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Demon Immortal Chi Ju's expression changed greatly, he could only take out the damaged Xi Land. But Xi Land was also unable to block this move, and at the next moment, Demon Immortal Chi Ju was absorbed into Divine Emperor City. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Chi Ju. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Bing Sai Chuan and the rest were horrified. Even if Demon Immortal Chi Ju only had the damaged Xi Land, he had pseudo-venerable battle strength. They did not expect there to be no disturbance in Divine Emperor City after he was absorbed. Divine Emperor City's might shook the minds of Longevity Heaven's immortals. It was no wonder Qin Ding Ling confronted them resolutely and had such a huge ambition as well. This is an emergency, Bing Sai Chuan exclaimed in fright and activated the strongest method of Calamity Luck Altar without hesitating any more. Golden lights shot out from Calamity Luck Altar and covered the surroundings. The lights formed a broken path. The path extended far away, passing through the surface layer without damaging a single rock. Longevity Heaven, where are you trying to go? Qin Ding Ling was aware that it was the crucial moment. She resolutely attacked and disturbed Calamity Luck Altar. She cultivated Luck Path and opposed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable her whole life, and being an immortal concubine of Giant Sun before, she had a deep understanding regarding Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Alter's method was disturbed by Qin Ding Ling. The golden path started shaking immediately, unable to maintain stability. At this moment, the profound green light around Divine Emperor City formed another whirlpool. Are we also going to be captured by Heavenly Court? He Lu Lan's heart sank as she sensed the worsening situation. At this crucial moment, Five Elements Grandmaster hesitated for a bit before coming forward. Let me hold them back, you should all leave. No, little fellow, you cultivate formation path which will be very useful in the future. I, Grandpa Mao, am most suitable for this. Mao Li Chu pushed Five Elements Grandmaster aside. Grandpa Mao, Five Elements Grandmaster was stunned. Mao Li Chu's status in longevity heaven was much higher than his. He had thought that sacrificing himself was the most sensible arrangement in this situation, but did not expect Mao Li Chu to stop him. Under this situation, Heavenly Court would never go easy on them. Mao Li Chu would probably lose its life if it went. Bing Sai Chuan took a deep look at Mao Li Chu. Mao Li Chu, however, said casually, Bing Sai Chuan, I will leave longevity heaven to you. Don't bring shame to Grandpa Mao, you must escape. Don't disappoint Master, otherwise I will haunt you even if I turned into a ghost. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. HMPH, so much nonsense. Even if you die, make sure you die in the most brilliant way. He had fought alongside Mao Li Chu many times before and had deep friendship, although they were quite rude towards each other. It was the way of these northern plainsmen, they only knew to express themselves with rough language. Mao Li Chu laughed heartily. Then you can rest assured, I am most proficient in this. Bing Sai Chuan quickly opened the Immortal GU house and closed it immediately. In that single moment, Mao Li Chu had charged out. Come fight me, little ones of Heavenly Court. Mao Li Chu charged forward bravely. In an instant, Demon Judgment Board was sent flying by Mao Li Chu. Mao Li Chu fought madly and was soon soaked in blood with many bone fractures. Its laughter, however, became more resonant and its aura kept on rising. Divine Emperor City activated the spiraling green wind towards Calamity Luck Altar again. Mao Li Chu clicked its tongue as it flew forward and blocked the spiraling green wind with its body. At the next moment, like Demon Immortal Chi Ju, it was locked onto by the green wind and absorbed into the profound green light. Using this crucial time, Calamity Luck Altar turned into a lump of light that escaped through the golden path. Within short intervals of time, two enormous explosions reverberated throughout the whole painting world. What's going on? Fairy Bai Sha and the rest were shocked and bewildered. They were cultivating with all their efforts inside the painting world and were completely unaware of what was going on outside Divine Emperor City. Something big has happened. Fang Dichong. Shen Sheng went up to Fang Dichong with an excited expression. Fang Dichong was curled up in the corner of the alley. He was dirty and messy and his clothes were ragged. There was a bamboo cane beside him and a broken bowl in front of him. He raised his head to look at Shen Sheng and begged, Lord, please give me something to eat, I have not eaten for 3 days and 3 nights now. While secretly, he transmitted his voice, Brother Shen, what happened? Shen Sheng transmitted his reply, I am not sure about the exact details. But 2 large paintings have been added at the edges of the painting world. Qi currents are gathered in one painting with wind howling all the time. The other painting is mysterious with beastly roars resounding again and again. Fang Dichang's eyes shined with bright light, he felt deep interest. He was schemed against by Genesis Lotus's will, and his will had to escape secretly. With Shen Sheng's help, the situation was showing improvement. Fang Dichang did not know what happened outside the painting world. But this situation had appeared for the first time in the painting world. Maybe they could probe the deeper secrets of the painting world through this. At some part of southern border, the fog in the valley dissipated and 2 people walked out. One had a handsome face with dragon horns on his head and imposing dragon pupils. He was rank 8 enslavement path GU Immortal Wushuai. The other was wearing white clothes, had black hair, deep pupils and fair skin. He was GU Fang Yuan. Over 3,000 heaven path Dao marks have been refined. What should we do next? Wu Shuai asked, should we go meet up with Lu Wei Yin first? Fang Yuan, however, was staring at his palm with a complex expression. There was slight loss, some curiously, and some excitement on his face. His lips curled up into a captivating smile as he gave an irrelevant answer. These 3,000 heaven path Dao marks are really amazing. Chapter 2065 Compound Killer Moves. 3 yellow leopards charged out of the dense shrubs that resembled a huge forest. There were 2 female leopards and 1 male. They were growling at Yi Fan. while showing their sharp fangs that still had some bloody flesh hanging from them. Yi Fan was surrounded, his heart shook slightly. The concealment ability of these 3 leopards is so strong, I only sensed them when they moved. As for their battle strength, I will know after fighting them. Thinking of this, Yi Fan immediately threw out several GU worms. White smoke burst and spread, 3 valiant warriors appeared around Yi Fan. Human Path GU Worm, Vagrant Warrior GU. Go. With Yi Fan's command, the 3 vagrant warriors immediately split up to deal with 1 leopard each. Humans and beasts fought. After 10 or so rounds, 2 of the vagrant warriors won while 1 lost. Yi Fan slightly nodded his head as he appraised inwardly. Vagrant Warrior GU is rank 3 and is specialized in fighting enemies on the move. These 3 leopards are also very nimble and have around rank 3 battle strength. Ever since the Refinement Path convention, Yi Fan had been cultivating inside the painting world. He not only had rank 5 Hero GU and rank 3 Vagrant Warrior GU, he also had corresponding killer moves as well as relevant cultivation methods, so his progress was great. Even so, he was frowning slightly at this moment. I have just entered the outside periphery of this growling beast painting world and there are already rank 3 strength enemies. It seems the level of this painting is rather high. I wonder what progress Hong Yi is making over there. It is time, I should return and join with him. Yi Fan only came to probe some information. He was in charge of the growling beast painting world while Hong Yi went to inspect the Qi howling painting world. Yi Fan turned around and met Hong Yi along the way. The 2 were like heroes who admired each other and had already become sworn brothers. While cultivating in the painting world, the 2 relied on each other as well as competed. The feeling of brotherhood deepened even more. After learning of the situation on the other side, the 2 brothers walked while pondering over it. There is more to this than meets the eye. Why would 2 paintings appear all of a sudden? Could it be, the painting world can continue to grow? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods are indeed unfathomable. We cannot completely explore these 2 new worlds with just us 2. The best thing is to borrow the strength of the residents of the painting world. Yes, that makes sense. Soldiers guarded the city gates. People continued to move out of the city while a small portion entered from outside the city. The 2 newly added paintings brought a huge impact to the painting world. The painting world had limited space, while these 2 new paintings had vast space which attracted attention from everyone in the city, thus giving rise to a large wave of crazed exploration. Yi Fan and Hong Yi blended into the crowd and returned inconspicuously to the city. But the 2 were unaware that the moment they appeared in the city gate, they were noticed by some people. Xianxia was sitting on the 2nd floor of a tea house near the city gate and was watching Yi Fan and Hong Yi, while talking with Fang Dichong through voice transmission. Look at these 2, they have made a lot of progress again. Their bodies are emitting dense human qi, extraordinary, they will definitely have outstanding achievements in the future. Brother Fang Dichong, if you return to your main body one day, you can inquire about these 2. You might be able to make great use of them. Fang Dichong was sitting near the entrance of the street in a beggar's appearance. He replied secretly, there is not much gap between immortal and mortal in the painting world. They have cultivated for so many days in here and are like fish in water. Their strength can be said to be at the top level in here. Their exploration this time was quite short. If I had to deduce their journey, they probably only explored the periphery of the 2 paintings. From this, it can be deduced that these 2 painting worlds are very large. Even Yi Fan and Hong Yi don't want to enter the inner parts rashly. Shen Shang chuckled. As expected of Brother Fang, the former wisdom immortal of Fang clan, you are able to see the overall situation from just a few clues. Yi Fan and Hong Yi want to borrow external force, we might as well save our energy for now. Look, the 10 children of human path are here. In fact, even without Shen Shang's reminder, there was already commotion at the other side of the street. With Xiao Qi Xing at the front, Fairy Bai Sha, Sun Yuan Hua, Sun Yao, Ying Shengji, Chen Dazhong, and the rest appeared together, immediately causing a disturbance. The passers-by glanced at them and praised these 10 people. Fang Di Chang's gaze concentrated slightly. Xiao Qi Xing's group was the one that Shen Shang called the 10 Children of Human Path. Shen Shang had already explained this, saying these 10 had abundant human qi. Although it was inferior to Hong Yi and Yi Fan, it far exceeded ordinary people and they would have their own unique splendor in the future. These 10 were selected from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They were Gu Immortal seeds Heavenly Court was cultivating. They were the ones who were specially supported to develop human path Gu Immortals. Even a pig which obtained the full support of Heavenly Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects would have great accomplishments in the future. The 10 children of human path showed their brilliance during the expedition against Fang Dichong. Their talents were showcased even more over this period of time, and their progress was astonishing. They had become famous people in the painting world and were recognized by the city's higher-ups. Almost all the important tasks were entrusted to them. The painting world was currently in an uproar with the addition of the 2 large paintings. The 10 children of human path received the command to become the main force in exploring them. Besides the main culprit, Genesis Lotus's will, these 10 were the ones who forced me to escape with my will, my soul being destroyed. Don't let me get any opportunity, otherwise I won't mind cutting down your numbers. Fang Dichong snorted coldly. Although only a will remained of him, his strength had recovered by a lot. This was all thanks to the mysterious and mystical human path. When Fang Dichong was cultivating silently, he gained a much deeper understanding of human path. The most striking characteristic of human path was having a Gu worm transform into a human. For example, Hong Yi's scholar Gu could transform into a scholar. Yi Fan's hero Gu could transform into a hero. After transforming into humans, these scholar and hero Gu worms would have a common man's wisdom. Their disposition, thoughts, and way of doing things would become different depending on their types as well. The most important thing was, when these Gu worms transformed into humans, they could use other Gu worms. Moreover, their proficiency in using them originated from the Gu cultivator. This was a terrifying thing. Transforming the Gu worm into a human and giving them a group of Gu worms could instantly produce a Gu cultivator. Mortal-level Gu worms that transformed into humans and could use other Gu worms were essentially regarded as Gu masters. Immortal Gu transformed into humans were considered Gu immortals. Fang Dichong could not help but think of his main body's sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Sovereign immortal fetus Gu's effect and abilities were naturally not on the same level as these human path Gu worms, but they had a lot of similarities. People crowded around the 10 children of human path and moved out of the city gate. This was the largest exploration scale. After quietly looking at this scene, Fang Dichong returned to the deserted alley and silently waved his hand. Men. Immediately, several beggars hurried towards him from their respective corners and greeted him with incomparable respect. Sect leader, what instructions do you have for us? Send some brothers to follow the crowd. They only have to probe for information. Fang Dichong instructed. Although the current him was formed from a beggar Gu, he was already a rank 5 bags beggar 1. This was not all. He borrowed Shen Sheng's help to purchase large amounts of beggar Gu, and used a sect token Gu to form a killer move, establishing this beggar sect. At present, most of the beggars in the whole city were already under his command. With a loud sound, a grand waterfall appeared. The silver waterfall was majestic and vast, it fell from the sky onto a hill. Within a few breaths of time, the hill was flattened. Fang Yuan stopped the killer move. The hill was completely gone and a shallow pool appeared in its place. The gurgling water was made of flowing sword thoughts. Indeed, the killer move's power has been increased by several times and it activates even more smoothly. Fang Yuan meticulously observed the effects of the Heaven Path Dao marks. After resolving the myriad tribulation, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to meet Lu Wei Yin and instead searched for a place to rest and reorganize. The reason he used Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall was because this was not an ordinary killer move. Most killer moves were based on a single path and Gu worms of other paths could only be supplementary even if they were mixed in. For example, Rule Path's 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi and Time Path's Time Cutting Edge. And there were some exceptional killer moves. They were compound killer moves which used 2 or more paths primarily. For instance, this Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall which was formed from the combination of Wisdom Path and Sword Path. Fang Yuan had a lot of such killer moves: Myriad Dragon, Yama, Great Thief Ghost Hand, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Jade Flow Pearl, and so on. To go into details, Myriad Dragon was a compound killer move formed from Enslavement Path and Transformation Path, Great Thief Ghost Hand was formed from Soul Path and Theft Path, Jade Flow Pearl was formed from Refinement Path and Space Path. Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was even more complex, it was formed from the merging of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation, Myriad Self, Yama Child, Emperor Yama, and Familiar Face. Every usage of Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon expended 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks from Fang Yuan's body. These compound killer moves were much more powerful than single path-based killer moves. Enemies had to consider 2 or more paths to think of a countermeasure, so they were much more difficult to resist as well. These compound killer moves were normally used by GU immortals who cultivated multiple paths. For instance, Qin Bai Sheng cultivated Soul Path and Metal Path. He had a killer move called Burning Soul Supreme Gold, which was a compound killer move formed from Soul Path and Metal Path. Every GU immortal who cultivated 2 paths had such killer moves. Heavenly Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch had them because she cultivated Lightning Path and Soul Path. Duke Long naturally had them as well. Because of conflicting Dao marks, GU immortals who successfully cultivated multiple paths were very rare, so compound killer moves were also very rare in GU immortal world. Fang Yuan was able to cultivate many paths because of the sovereign immortal body, so he accumulated many compound killer moves. But even so, these compound killer moves could hardly be used at the top level. This was because although Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body did not have conflicting Dao marks, the compound killer moves themselves would have a large internal friction because of their own conflicting Dao marks, resulting in wastage of power. But Heaven Path Dao marks have greatly improved this situation. Fang Yuan was able to sense this acutely and even verified his guess. Right now, when he used compound killer moves like Myriad Thought Sword Waterfall, because of the reduced internal friction, the power had increased by several times. According to my deduction, if I use Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon now, the previous consumption of 4,000 Soul Path Dao marks would be reduced by a lot. Because of the reduced internal friction, I don't need to expend so many Soul Path Dao marks to balance the strength of various paths. Over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks still cannot remove this kind of internal friction completely, but what if the number increased even further? In the future, can I use the help of Heaven Path Dao marks to create a killer move that contains every path? At this point, besides the exception of certain unique methods, Fang Yuan no longer had interest in single path killer moves. He had discovered a new and vast world ahead of him. The beggar sect in Jinyang novels uses the setting where each member carries at least one pouch-like bag, and the number of bags she carries indicates her rank in the sect. Chapter 2066. Never give up until my road ends. Fang Yuan was holding an information path GU worm in his hand. The GU worm had records of the previous battle of pursuit. Its contents were roughly: Heavenly Court had a huge victory, Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan escaped, Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Chu were suppressed, Old Man Zheng Yuan was taken captive, Shadow Sect's Fairy Zi Wei and Ying Wu Xie were still on the run, Qi Si Ancestor, Bai Ning Bing, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin were missing. The probability of them being dead was high. In this current age, even if there is no ranking chart of immortal GU houses, Divine Emperor City is worthy of being the number 1 immortal GU house. Fang Yuan sighed. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, information path great experts had jointly let out many ranking charts. There was fierce competition on every ranking chart. Immortal GU house ranking was also the same. But Divine Emperor City had not appeared back then. Fang Yuan's rebirth had led to all kinds of huge changes. Now, even before the Immortal GU house ranking was published, Divine Emperor City firmly held the position of number 1. If this continues, even if there is an Immortal GU house ranking in the future, Divine Emperor City's number 1 position will be immovable. Fang Yuan estimated. Divine Emperor City could suppress Mao Li Chu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Fang Yuan was not astonished by this. Divine Emperor City was created by merging Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City. Although it did not have a rank 9 Immortal GU and was not a rank 9 Immortal GU house, it contained painting worlds. This was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's contented lifestyle killer move. It was a human path killer move with painting path effect that formed paintings of the lives of people. It was a rank 9 level Venerable killer move. Against Venerable methods, Duke Long was defeated and Di Zhangsheng was brought to its knees. Even if Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Shi Land was not damaged, he would still only be at pseudo-venerable level, and Mao Li Chu was some distance away from being at pseudo-venerable level. My myriad year flying warship and Dragon Palace are destroyed. Even if they were still here, they would only be at peak rank 8 level. Divine Emperor City can be considered to be half a rank 9 Immortal GU house. If 88 True Yong building had not been destroyed back then, it could contest for the number 1 position. 88 True Yong building was refined by Long Hair Ancestor and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable together. It was divided into countless small towers that gathered wild GU worms. After combining into one, they would form the main building and could even dispel calamities and tribulations. When Giant Sun Immortal Venerable passed away, he had left behind 88 Truyong building, which could control the whole of Northern Plains' political situation even though Giant Sun had already died. Northern Plains held countless imperial court contests, and the Huang Jin bloodline was able to hold supreme status in Northern Plains' immortal world mainly due to 88 Truyong building. At present, Divine Emperor City was the largest gathering point of Central Continent's human veins. It was the largest storage and cultivation ground of Central Continent's geniuses, a sacred land of human path. Looking at the setup, it was similar to 88 Truyong building. Even Fang Yuan felt wariness towards such an immortal GU house. As for why Heavenly Court publicized this battle information, Fang Yuan understood it fully. Heavenly Court was in dire need of a surge in morale. Ever since their defeat in the Fate War when Fang Yuan destroyed Fate GU in front of the whole world, Heavenly Court was simply stripped of its backbone. They lost their spiritual banner and it was even trampled on by Fang Yuan. This outcome had enormous influence. The whole of Central Continent was covered in looming shadow. Heavenly Court's GU immortals were furious and filled with hatred but were already fearful. The morale of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects fell much more and most were dispirited. Central Continent was facing 4 regions and its situation was truly dangerous. If they were thought to be weak and easily bullied, when the 5 regions' chaotic war starts, they would be besieged by the other 4 regions. At that time, even if Central Continent was strong like a tiger, they would still be torn to pieces by the hyenas. Releasing this information would stabilize the internal forces and also frighten external forces, and Qin Ding Ling had to do this. Hiding the battle results might have some tactical advantages, but Qin Ding Ling was the leader of Heavenly Court and had to consider the whole world. So, she chose to give up the tactical advantage to recover the declining situation. Heavenly Court is filled with talents, even without a great expert like Fairy Ziwei, they have Qin Ding Ling to stabilize the overall situation. Heavenly Court's foundation is extremely deep, it is not just a front. Fang Yuan sighed, he approved of Qin Ding Ling's decisiveness. He would do the same if it were him. At their level, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were a chessboard. Fighting each other without any plans or vision might let them show off their strength for some time but it would lead them to a disastrous defeat. Looking back at the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, there was no doubt that the biggest loser was Shadow Sect. Spectral Soul with pseudo-venerable battle strength died, while the members were dead, missing, fleeing, or captured. Currently, the whole sovereign immortal aperture was in a miserable state. The vibrant mini-southern border was turned into ruins with only a few resource points remaining. The other 4 mini-regions and the mini-9 heavens were also not much better. Many variant humans and humans died despite receiving Fang Yuan's protection. The previous combat beast king had fallen into a coma after blocking the myriad tribulation and had yet to wake up. The loss in Immortal GU was also the largest that Fang Yuan had ever experienced in his life. First, 2 rank 8 Immortal GU houses were destroyed. Dragon Palace's core Immortal GU, Dream Token, was preserved, along with myriad year-flying warships. Years flow like water, but they were injured and needed to recuperate. Many other Immortal GU were destroyed in the battle, including Precaution, Fight, and so on. There were many losses to Earth Path GU worms as well. Although Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress still remained, Spectral Soul's self-detonation was terrifying. By blocking this attack, Fang Yuan had lost 7 Earth Path Immortal GU and countless Mortal GU. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress was heavily weakened as a result. Over this period of time, Fang Yuan had experienced the Fate War, defended against myriad tribulations and the pursuit of others. His rank 8 immortal essence was already close to drying up. He had almost finished all the immortal essence he had painstakingly accumulated before the Fate War. He had just made some progress in the 12 Zodiac battle formation, but after the battle with Spectral Soul, he had to gather them again. There was only a little of Reverse Flow River left, it could not be used. Unlimited Chi C's strength had fallen to rock bottom and could no longer be considered a trump card. Fang Yuan did not obtain any battle spoils from Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul's self-detonation had destroyed everything completely. Undoubtedly, Spectral Soul was extremely hard to deal with. Even in death, he did not leave behind any benefits to Fang Yuan. After the chase, Fang Yuan's greatest gain was preserving his life, as well as over 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks in the Chi Si clone. He did not possess them originally, they were his gains from the Fate War and from scheming against Heavenly Court. They had no association with Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan also suffered in the aftermath. Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan were losers, so was Longevity Heaven. They lost Mao Li Chu, a legendary immemorial beast, and did not have any battle gains. It was just that when compared to Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, their losses were much fewer. After this was Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who lost a lot but also made a few gains. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had extorted many inheritances from Spectral Soul and Fang Yuan with no lack of venerable true inheritances. But his Xi land was heavily damaged and he lost his freedom as well, imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. So, this battle's biggest winner was Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul died and Fang Yuan escaped with heavy losses. Heavenly Court then defeated Longevity Heaven. Calamity Luck Altar escaped Central Continent in a panic. Divine Emperor City suppressed Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Mao Li Chu. Qin Ding Ling's group captured Old Man Zheng Yuan and put up a bounty for Fairy Zi Wei and Ying Wuxia. Qi Si Ancestor, Bai Ning Bing, White Rabbit, and Miao Yin were speculated to have died in battle. Such a battle result was truly impressive. It was a huge surge of morale to everyone in Central Continent. Heavenly Court's battle result was spread all over the world. It was not just Fang Yuan who analyzed wins and losses, all the GU immortals were analyzing the overall situation too. Among them, one person was the happiest. Brilliant, brilliant. On the main seat in the hall, this GU immortal was holding the information GU while praising repeatedly with joy in his eyes. He was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and sharp eyebrows. His expression revealed tyranny and some hints of ruthlessness. He was Wu Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Wind Path GU Immortal, a formidable expert of the present age, Wu Yong. Sitting on the first seat to the left was Wu Clan's second Supreme Elder, Wu Ba Chong. His battle strength was not outstanding in Wu Clan, but he had the highest seniority, was steady, and dared to take on responsibilities. Previously, when every large force was creating difficulties for Wu Clan, he came forward to stabilize the situation. He was a core member of Wu Clan. Wu Ba Chong asked Wu Yong respectfully, "I am not sure what good there is in this. Please enlighten me, my lord." Wu Yong put down the information path GU worm and explained with a burning gaze, "In the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the strong are respected. The so-called general trend is nothing more than the fight between those peak experts. Only when the strong ones are in a stalemate, will the weaker ones and super forces have space to grow. If a venerable is born, they would be invincible and rule as the sole leader, and all the heroes would have to lower their heads. Currently, with no venerable, the general trend flows with 4 people, Spectral Soul, GUU Fang Yuan, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and Qi Si Ancestor. Besides them, there are super forces like Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven who can take part in the fight, with immortal GU houses like Calamity Luck Altar and Divine Emperor City to influence the overall situation." Wu Ba Chong felt puzzled and asked, "Divine Emperor City is publicly recognized to be the #1 immortal GU house as it could suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Calamity Luck Altar is slightly inferior but is also a very strong immortal GU house that showed its splendor in the Fate War. Why put Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven below those 4 people?" Wu Yong replied with a smile, "These 2 immortal GU houses are indeed strong, but they can only be strong for some time. The greatest flaw of immortal GU houses is that their methods are fixed. Once those methods are known, they can be targeted and countered. Immortal GU houses are difficult to modify, they are far inferior to individuals with pseudo-venerable battle strength who can adjust themselves depending on the situation. Divine Emperor City is very strong since it could suppress pseudo-venerable Demon Immortal Qi Ju. But when its methods are known clearly, its threat will fall by a level. Heavenly Court lacks a pseudo-venerable, it is their greatest weakness. If Qi Si Ancestor had not stood by Heavenly Court's side in this battle, Qin Ding Ling would not have had such success. So it is like that." Wu Ba Chong realized, "I now understand Lord's happiness. In this pursuit battle, Spectral Soul died, Fang Yuan fled in distress, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was suppressed, Qi Si Ancestor is missing with a high probability of being dead. This means the 4 pseudo-venerables are mostly gone, and it is the perfect opportunity for us to develop." Wu Yong nodded. "Naturally, it is better if such experts are dead. The most regrettable thing is Fang Yuan managed to escape. Sigh, this demon is unfathomable, he cannot be evaluated by common sense. Maybe, when he appears again, he would be even stronger than before. Wu Yong's expression turned heavy when he mentioned Fang Yuan. Wu Ba Chong was also filled with worries. Fang Yuan had deep conflicts with Wu clan, and now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. If he recuperated and came to attack Wu clan, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. Wu Yong continued, "We can do nothing about pseudo-venerables. So we should take this chance to develop and strengthen ourselves. When Fang Yuan comes to trouble us in the future, we can at least have strength to fight back. If this situation doesn't happen in the future, it will be preparation for the 5 regions' chaotic war. Central Continent and Northern Plains are guarded by Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. They have been operating for countless years and are like iron fortresses. Let's not talk about them for the moment. As for the remaining 3 regions, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea are all disunited. The wave of the Great Era has already risen. Wu clan needs to ride this wave and rise up. Western Desert is filled with sand and countless oases. It is easy to defend but hard to attack. Eastern Sea has plenty of resources but has never produced a venerable. Their nature is the most gentle. We should first integrate the whole of Southern Border's GU Immortal world, then capture Eastern Sea and Western Desert. With resources of 3 regions to help me, I will pass my tribulation and become a pseudo-venerable, then cultivate rank 8 GU Immortals and construct a peak-level Immortal GU house. Finally, we will attack Central Continent and Northern Plains. Lord, Wu Ba Chong was hearing this for the first time. His eyes opened wide in excitement but he felt nervous at the same time. This was an aspiration to take over the world. Can Wu Yong bring Wu clan to the peak? Or will they be turned into dregs by the tides of the era? There has never been a venerable in Wind Path. If there is a possibility, maybe I can fill this gap. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Wu Yong only thought this inwardly and did not say it out loud. He was sitting on the main seat but his gaze seemed to pierce through the hall and into the sky. At the next moment, Wu Ba Chong heard Wu Yong's recital. The mirage of eternal life is not my pursuit. Longevity without accomplishments is no less than shameful. Regional walls vanish as chaos ensues. The destruction of fate brings freedom to all. Eagle rules the sky and whale dominates the sea. Without trying, who knows if I am a dragon or worm? How can plain commoners ever understand why? I will never give up until my road ends. Wu Ba Chong was deeply moved as he stood up and knelt on the ground, swearing with a trembling voice, "This subordinate is willing to follow by Lord's side. For the grand ambition of Wu clan, I will use every ounce of my strength and lay down my life." Chapter 206777 Profound Soul Bird, Wu Ba Chong, get up quickly. Wu Yong's laughter resounded in the hall. Wu Ba Chong immediately felt a formless wind lifting him up firmly and gently. "With your help, I will have nothing to worry about." Wu Yong was satisfied. "I am ashamed." Wu Ba Chong bowed his head and cupped his fists. "My cultivation level is not enough to bear Lord's expectation. But from now on, as long as Lord gives a command, I will stake my life to accomplish it." Wu Ba Chong was not acting, he had wholeheartedly pledged his allegiance. Wu Yong was truly a formidable leader. The moment he took his position, he got rid of the spies inside Wu clan. Although there was the matter of Fang Yuan disguising as Wu Yihai to make use of Wu clan as well as secretly stealing Dream Realms, Wu Yong put in vigorous effort and had taken back all the lost territories of Wu clan. In the Southern Border Giant Dream Realm event, Wu Yong and Heavenly Court had reached an agreement. They returned the super clans, Immortal GU, allowing him to gain incomparable prestige. Later, he led the Southern Border Immortals to hunt down Fang Yuan, forcing Fang Yuan to flee from Southern Border to Western Desert in a miserable state. During the 5 regional mountain range battle, he suffered a slight setback due to the schemes of Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin. But after the event, Lu Weiyin could not defeat him and Wu Yong became the Southern Alliance's leader in the end. During the Fate War, Wu Yong took the initiative to lead the Southern Alliance's champions in the battle, disregarding Fairy Z Wei's threats. In this battle, Wu Yong led the Immortals and attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He unhesitatingly used the killer move Unlimited Wind which expended his Wind Path Dao marks permanently. Be it his heroic bravery in the battle or the contributions he made, they were all deeply engraved in the minds of Southern Border's Immortals. After the Fate War, Wu Yong returned to the clan to rest and recuperate. He modified and improved his killer moves as well as Immortal GU House Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building. At the same time, he handled Wu clan's affairs, ensuring there was order and stability in Wu clan, which was growing day by day. Whether it was in terms of cultivation, talent, battle strength, or leadership, Wu Yong was a rare genius from Wu Ba-chong's perspective. Even his mother, Wu Dushu, was below Wu Yong in the current opinion of Wu Ba-chong and many other southern border GU immortals. I am getting old, this is all my life will amount to. It is my honor to be able to follow a person like Wu Yong. I am really looking forward to seeing how far Wu clan can grow under his leadership. These were the inner thoughts of Wu Ba-chong. With a soft whistle, an information path immortal GU flew into the hall from the outside and landed on Wu Yong's hand. Wu Yong probed with his divine sense and immediately learned of the content. Wu Ba-chong guessed, it is definitely a huge matter if an information path immortal GU is sent to deliver the message. I wonder if it is good or bad news. Shortly after, he saw Wu Yong smile. Good news keeps coming, take a look. Wu Yong handed the information path immortal GU to Wu Ba-chong. Wu Ba-chong received the GU and inspected it carefully. He then understood Wu Yong had made a big accomplishment from his scheme. He had successfully lured the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts into the formation. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, they really are the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. Wu Ba-chong was excited. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were a famous demonic path group in Southern Borders GU Immortal world comprising 7 members. Every generation of the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts brought a huge disturbance and many losses to Southern Borders' righteous path. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were arrogant and even infringed upon Wu clan's benefits many times. As the leader of Southern Borders' righteous path, Wu clan naturally had to come forward to deal with this issue. Thereupon, Wu clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts could be said to be at odds. Every generation's first supreme elder of Wu clan dedicated themselves to exterminating the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. And every generation's Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts provoked Wu clan. As long as the colossal force Wu clan showed any weakness, they would attack like dogs hiding in the darkness, biting off a piece of flesh of Wu clan and run away immediately. Wu clan was a super force and stably held the throne in Southern Border. But the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were not ordinary. There was much evidence that suggested their inheritance was very likely to be from spectral soul demon Venerable. As long as there was one person living in every generation's Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, the inheritance would continue. And with time, there would be another 6 demonic immortals besides the survivor. The life and death battles in every generation made it so that Wu clan and the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts had a reconcilable conflict. Wu clan became the biggest enemy of the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, while the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts became a sore point of Wu clan that could not be gotten rid of. Every new member of the 7 ghosts was committed to taking revenge against Wu clan. Wu Dushu had mentioned 3 regrets in her last words. One of them was regarding the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts. In her life, Wu Dushu had commanded from behind the scenes and even personally attacked and killed over 10 members of the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, but had not been able to get rid of all of them at once. As long as there was one survivor of the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, they would bide their time patiently and fill the vacancies. But now, according to the information in the Immortal GU, all of the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts had ended up in Wu Yong's trap. It was no wonder Wu Ba-chong was so excited. Wu Yong took back the information path Immortal GU and walked towards the outside while instructing, the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts are a disaster that Wu clan must get rid of. If we ignore them, they will definitely cause trouble for us and drag us down in the future. To be on the safe side, I will personally make a move this time. Wu Ba-chong followed closely behind and asked for permission to take part in the battle. If they could kill the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts completely, it would be extremely significant to Wu clan. But Wu Yong refused him. I will take clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building with me. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit. You need to guard the headquarters while I am gone. Yes. Wu Ba-chong could only helplessly accept the command. Under his anticipating and respectful gaze, Wu Yong flew to the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Wu clan's headquarters was located on Wuyi Mountain and Wuyi Mountain was located at the extreme southwest of Southern Border. If you looked at the whole Southern Border from high above, you could roughly see, the intersection of Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River formed a X, and Wu clan's territory was at the lower part of this X. Shang clan was on the right side. Among all the Southern Border super forces, Wu clan was at the extreme south. Wu Yong was very satisfied with this location, as Wu clan would not be surrounded by enemies from all sides like Central Continent. The surroundings of Wu clan's territories were isolated by Yellow Dragon River and Red Dragon River. The geography was highly beneficial to the clan's rise. The biggest weakness of Wu Clan currently is insufficient GU Immortals. Even if we annex the surrounding lands in the future, we won't have enough GU Immortals to guard them. As Wu Yong pondered over this, he thought of Fang Yuan. It was Fang Yuan who created problems and havoc in Southern Border, making Southern Border go through many large battles. Not only Wu Clan, the whole of Southern Border's GU Immortal world lost many people. Wu Yong was flying towards the northeast extremely quickly. After some time, a corpse mountain was already in his sight. This corpse mountain that was beside the river was thousands of feet tall and there were large numbers of zombies living in it. It was close to the whirlpool at the intersection of Red Dragon River and Yellow Dragon River. More accurately speaking, this corpse mountain was called Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian. In the past, a rank 8 Southern Border GU Immortal turned into an immortal zombie, and fought against allied attacks of super forces in this peak, finally dying here. As time passed, on the mangled corpse of this rank 8 immortal zombie, due to the nourishment of the natural essence from the river, along with the aquatic plants in the river that rooted themselves, this place turned into a corpse mountain. The corpse mountain produced transformation path zombie GU, as well as chi path zombie chi GU. Later, Yao clan seized it from Wu clan. Wu Yong brought out clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and took back the corpse mountain. Because this resource point had high productivity and was also located at a strategic position, Wu Yong had stationed rank 7 GU Immortal Wu Zhen here. After the Fate War, Qi tides emerged in the 5 regions. Qi tides swept the whole world, not only forcing the 5 regions' GU Immortals to recuperate, they even exposed many true inheritance secret areas and grotto heavens of the 2 heavens. Blood Qi Immortal GU, which Demon Immortal Qi Ju had seized in Western Desert, was one of the Blood Sea true inheritances. Its traces were exposed because of Qi tides. A true inheritance had appeared on Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian as well. All the traces revealed this true inheritance was left behind by that rank 8 immortal zombie back then. A true inheritance of this level might not catch the interest of Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Fang Yuan, but it was a rank 8 great expert's inheritance after all. It was enough for any super force to give it attention. It was reasonable for the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts to be tempted. Wu Yong thus arranged traps, and now, the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were all drawn into the trap and were just waiting for him to catch them. An intense battle had already continued for some time at the peak of the Corpse Mountain. Cardinal Directional Wind Formation. Such a pity that we, the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, have a deep understanding of your Wu clan. This large formation cannot trap us. The moment the formation breaks will be the moment your life ends. Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen, the Corpse Emperor true inheritance appeared on Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian, but you intentionally concealed the information. Even if Wu clan's reinforcements arrive, you won't face a good outcome. How about you betray Wu clan and join us? The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts started to attack the Wind Path formation in 4 directions. They had a lot of understanding of this formation because the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts had tackled the Cardinal Directional Wind formation many times over the generations. The formation was already on the verge of collapse. Wu Zhen, who was controlling the formation from the outside, was riddled with wounds. Suddenly, he received Wu Yong's voice transmission. His face immediately brightened as he activated some methods. The Cardinal Directional Wind formation changed immediately. A gentle wind blew in and turned into Wu Yong. What? This formation actually changed. Wu Yong came. Wu clan's reinforcements came so fast. Damn it, this was a trap. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were shaken, but after the shock, their ferocity was stimulated. Even if we die, we will make Wu clan suffer disastrous losses. If we kill Wu Yong, Wu clan will only be a joke. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts charged towards Wu Yong, but they were secretly discussing on how to break through. Since it was a trap by Wu clan, the longer they stayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Moreover, Wu Yong was a powerful expert in the present age. He was a person at a level that was just under pseudo-venerable. The present GU Immortal world publicly recognized Wu Yong, Qin Ding Ling, Bing Sai Chuan, Thousand Transformations ancestor, and other experts to be on the same level. They were all experts merely below pseudo-venerable level. The Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts knew they were not Wu Yong's match, but they still had hope. Wu Yong used this Cardinal Directional Wind formation to lure these GU Immortals. Although there were some changes to it, it was still the original Cardinal Directional Wind formation. It was because this large formation was not a battlefield killer move that the Fierce Gorge 7 ghosts let down their guard and attacked rashly. Seeing the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts charging towards him, Wu Yong sneered, "Cowards putting up a strong front, you are nothing much." At the next moment, strong winds appeared and frosty air blew. Winds roared and snow started pouring down like a blizzard. 3 ghosts of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were frozen solid, and after 2 breaths of time, 2 of them died from the coldness. "It is so cold." This was the killer move that Wu Yong had created during his recent closed cultivation session, Snowy Wind of No Return. The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts formation was in chaos. Wu Yong's eyes shone with sinister light. "Cowards, you are not qualified to be my enemies." Green leaves emerged from the bodies of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, branches grew rapidly. The remaining 5 ghosts screamed miserably as their life force was completely seized. Lush willow branches grew on the corpses. It was another creation of Wu Yong, Willow Wind. The 7 ghosts died, but their souls flew out of the corpses and merged into one, becoming an immemorial soul beast. The soul beast had the appearance of a bird, its whole body was completely black and it had 7 heads. Wu Yong's expression was uplifted. So it was the 7 ghosts' true inheritance. It is the incomplete product of spectral soul when he attempted to create the immemorial soul beast, 7 profound soul bird. "Jade building, come to me." Wu Yong waved his hand, clear jade. Dripping wind tiny bamboo building crashed towards the 7 profound soul bird like a green meteor. The 7 profound soul bird struggled with all its strength, using all kinds of killer moves. Unfortunately, its consciousness alternated between clear and chaotic, and was finally suppressed by clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building in the end. "Lu Wei Yin, I should not have trusted you." The 7 profound soul bird let out an indignant cry at the last moment before falling unconscious. Chapter 2068, 2 Choices. 2068 2 Choices, Lord. Wu Zhen put away the cardinal directional wind formation in excitement. He personally witnessed Wu Yong sweeping away the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts with methods that were never heard of before and were also extremely powerful. Everyone knew of the price Wu Yong paid to use unlimited wind in the Fate War. Wu Zhen had not expected Wu Yong's strength to increase so much in this period of time. In the whole battle, the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts were unable to counterattack at all. Sensing the reverential gaze of Wu Zhen, Wu Yong smiled. "The fierce Gorge 7 ghosts are rank 7 at most, we could not deal with them properly because they rarely moved together. If they were not dealt with at once, our efforts would only be in vain." Wu Yong's expression turned slightly heavy. "You heard what the 7 profound soul bird said just now, what do you think?" Wu Zhen immediately revealed a serious expression as he analyzed. From their dying words, all of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts attacked Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian not only because of our scheme. Lu Wei Yin had been urging them from behind the scenes as well. Lu Wei Yin, he could actually influence the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, maybe we can make use of this. Wu Yong laughed heartily. "Not bad, Wu Zhen, well said." Wu Zhen had already guessed Wu Yong's next plan. In Wu Yong's plan, the first step was to unite southern border. And the greatest obstacle to do this was Lu Wei Yin. Lu Wei Yin was the current inheritor of Paradise Earth in southern border. Because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's influence and his contributions to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong could not easily make a move against him. But who could have expected that during the pursuit against Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin actually helped Fang Yuan? This gave Wu Yong the perfect reason to make a move, and this time, Lu Wei Yin was secretly involved with the 7 profound soul bird. This gave Wu Yong the perfect excuse to lead the Southern Alliance and destroy the Mushroom in Paradise in the name of justice. Take care of your injuries. Next, we will make a move against Lu Wei Yin and destroy Mushroom in Paradise. Wu Yong's eyes shone with cold light and imposing battle intent. Wu Zhen hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Lord, isn't it too early now?" When Qi tides appeared, many inheritances emerged in southern border. The Corpse Emperor True Inheritance is only one of them. Currently, the Southern Alliance's super forces are all actively exploring and gathering these true inheritances. If we hastily summon them, wouldn't only a few show up and the other super forces conceal their strength? Wu Yong smiled and nodded. "You are right. The things you mentioned are one of the difficulties in attacking Lu Wei Yin and the Mushroom in Paradise. Besides this, there are several other difficulties. Firstly, Lu Wei Yin is extremely shrewd, he has all kinds of plans and unique methods, he is definitely not an ordinary opponent. Secondly, Mushroom in Paradise obtained Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help, its foundation is deep and is not any inferior to the super forces. Thirdly, Lu Wei Yin helped Fang Yuan escape. If we Attack him, we might have to fight Fang Yuan as well. Fight Fang Yuan? Wu Zhen's face immediately turned pale. The current Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world. Just the possibility of having to fight him was enough to make a ranked 7 GU immortal like Wu Zhen feel uneasy. Wu Yong laughed, his tone rising slightly, but these difficulties are only difficulties. If we are afraid to take action because of difficulties, nothing can be accomplished. Farmers need to farm, but if they don't cultivate the land because they are afraid of drought, there would not even be a single grain of harvest. When fishermen fish, if they don't spread the net because they are afraid of drowning, their baskets will definitely be empty. Will our Wu clan retreat because of these difficulties? Wu Zhen's expression became solemn and he quickly cupped his hands. Thank you for the guidance. Wu Yong's gaze was deep as he continued to explain. This is the best time to attack Lu Weiyin. A person like Lu Weiyin will only make more preparations if he has more time, and Mushroom in Paradise will be increasingly hard to attack. It is obvious that Fang Yuan escaped because he did not have strength to fight. If we miss this chance and he recovers, there will be no hope of destroying Mushroom in Paradise. As for those righteous path super forces concealing their strength, HMPH, do they think the Southern Alliance is so easy to join? As the Alliance leader, I will gain the chance to reorganize the Southern Alliance once and for all. Wu Zhen no longer had any worries and was completely persuaded by Wu Yong's plan. I am willing to follow you, Lord, and go on the expedition against the Mushroomen. Wu Yong nodded, saying a sentence before leaving. Tend to your injuries first, the path of Wu clan's domination will require your contribution as well. At the same time, Eastern Sea. The atmosphere was tense in the discussion hall. Over 10 variant human GU immortals were divided into 2 groups and were in a standoff. On the left side, Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord, Rotten Egg Grotto Lord, and Hair Monster Grotto Lord were clustered around Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. On the right, Xiaohe led Green Forest Great Sage and Great Wisdom Immortal Mother. There was also a third group formed from human GU immortals, having Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine in it. During the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, these variant human GU immortals were abandoned by Fang Yuan. After they escaped Heavenly Court, they returned to Eastern Sea. Without Wu Shuai controlling the situation, these Grotto Heaven Lords of the 2 heavens were feeling panicky. Over these days, they were still pondering over how to resolve the Qi harvest fruit disaster in their Grotto Heavens, but made no progress. Xiaohe, are you prepared for when Lord Wu Shuai returns? I want to see how you will explain to Lord Alliance leader why you promoted Lady Cold Ash repeatedly before. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch took the lead to reprimand his political rival. Xiaohe's expression was dark. Back then, he had promoted Lady Cold Ash to gather GU immortals and grow his force in contesting with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. He had never expected Lady Cold Ash to be Spectral Soul's disguise. Not only this, at the crucial moment, Spectral Soul made his move and chased Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan, eventually destroying Dragon Palace. Spectral Soul created such huge losses to the 2 Heavens Alliance and Xiaohe naturally had to be held responsible. Xiaohe's expression was ashen in face of the accusation. He stared at Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. It is not up to you to decide how much responsibility I bear. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, don't forget, we are both Vice Alliance leaders, we have equal positions. I am aware of how big a mistake I made, I am willing to accept any punishments from Lord Wu Shuai. But this is not only my responsibility. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, could it be that you didn't make any mistake? Think about it. Who invited Lady Cold Ash into our alliance? Was it not you? You not only invited Spectral Soul, you even took in Heavenly Court's spy, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord. Your responsibility is bigger than mine. You, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was furious. After the defeat in the battle, Xiaohe had already realized his predicament. He had already made sufficient preparations for this meeting. Speaking of which, isn't it all caused by humans? Be they Lady Cold Ash or Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, they are both humans. Human GU immortals cannot be trusted. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother added sinisterly. She was an Inkman GU immortal. Her Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven had been invaded by Heavenly Court and suffered heavy losses. Later, the 2 Heavens Alliance organized a rescue, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch had been worried about his own Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven back then and disregarded Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. Thus, there was a crack in the relationship between Great Wisdom Immortal Mother and Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Xiaohe had sensed it and recruited her. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother, whose strength had greatly fallen, became a member supporting Xiao Hejian. Green Forest Great Sage was also a miniman like Xiao Hejian, so he had a natural closeness to the latter. With these two supporting Xiao Hejian with all their strength, Xiao Hejian was barely able to contend with Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's group. But it was only barely. This time, Spectral Soul's attack created a huge trouble for Xiao Hejian. Thus, Great Wisdom Immortal Mother saw that the situation was bad and diverted the attention to the humans. Her words immediately resonated with other variant human GU immortals. That's right, humans are crafty, they cannot be believed easily. In my opinion, our Two Heavens alliance should be a pure variant human alliance. The performance of these human GU immortals in the battle was truly bad. Variant human GU immortals resonated with the words and looked at the human GU immortals in the hall with unfriendly gazes. Crossing Heaven Immortal Monarch, Black Locust, and Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine were pale, and were standing close to each other. The Two Heavens alliance had been established not long ago, they had formed for an extremely short period of time. Now that they lost their powerful leader, they immediately showed signs of collapsing. Right at this time, a majestic sound reverberated throughout the Blessed Land headquarters. All right, stop fighting, following which, a golden light shot down like a heavenly pillar. The golden pillar of light dissipated, revealing two immortals. One was wearing a white robe, with dark hair and deep pupils, while the other was tall and handsome, resembling a heroic champion. They were Gu Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai. All the immortals in the hall were shaken. With Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian taking the lead, everyone knelt down on one knee and greeted, "Greetings to Lord Alliance Leader." After hesitating for a moment, they greeted again, "Greetings to Lord Fang Yuan." Wu Shuai raised his hand, "Get up." He was standing beside Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan was grandly sitting on the Alliance Leader's seat. The immortals had different expressions seeing Wu Shuai's subordinate-like attitude towards Fang Yuan. Wu Shuai directly said, "You don't need to guess, I am a dragon man, but it is a fact that I am Fang Yuan's clone." The immortals were stunned for a bit before reacting, their expressions were even more complicated. They were not overly shocked by this relationship. After Heavenly Court spread the battle results, the relationship of Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan was widely speculated. After all, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan's cooperation was extremely close in the battle, they were too trustful of each other, this was not common among demonic immortals. The Two Heavens Alliance's GU immortals had already heard of these rumors, they appeared loyal and devoted on the surface but had many guesses inwardly. So when Wu Shuai admitted it, the immortals did not find it hard to accept. Wu Shuai continued, "The reason I gathered everyone is to rally our forces and vie for supremacy, while also to get rid of the Qi harvest fruit disaster in your grotto heavens." The immortals' eyes shone. One of them asked, "Could it be that Lord Alliance Leader has a way to resolve it?" Wu Shuai smiled, "I naturally don't have a way to deal with it, but my main body has." The immortals cautiously looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan wore no expression and his gaze was indifferent as he spoke for the first time, "Right now, you have two choices. One is to let me annex your grotto heavens, only through this way can the Qi harvest fruit calamity be resolved." The immortals turned pale, some were furious but dared not to say anything. Rainbow Rock Immortal Concubine broke the silence and asked respectfully, "I wonder what the other choice is?" Fang Yuan leaned back on the wide chair and narrowed his eyes. "The second choice is that you will all be killed by me, thereafter, I will annex your grotto heavens." All the immortals were deathly pale and it was a scene of complete silence. Chapter 2069, Eastern Sea's Alliance Army. 2069 Eastern Sea's Alliance Army facing the extremely forceful Fang Yuan. The variant human GU immortals gritted their teeth and their gaze flickered with dark light. Many glanced around, hoping someone would speak up. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was currently the #1 demon in the world, even Spectral Soul had died in his trap. His demonic prestige was increasing rapidly and the variant human GU immortals dared not to touch his nerve. No one dared to resist Fang Yuan but no one surrendered and offered their headquarters either. Anyone could see these GU immortals were not willing to. Their Grotto Heaven headquarters was the place where they lived day and night, it was their home and their sacred land. If they really offered their home to Fang Yuan, their friends and family would definitely blame them for the betrayal, and their own conscience did not allow it. Back then, when Heavenly Court invaded Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch directly staked his life and did not hesitate to expend his lifespan to activate the killer move Extreme Ice Crystal Light Immortal Suppression Coffin. Great Wisdom Immortal Mother directly sold the racial inheritance regarding the Qian Kun Crystal Wall to Wu Shuai to save her Great Wisdom Grotto Heaven. All these showed that the Grotto Heavens of the two heavens had great significance to the variant human alliance's members and they held an important position in their hearts. But what could they do? Fang Yuan's power was known to the whole world. He was currently the #1 demon, Heavenly Court was defeated by him, Fate Gu was destroyed by him, and now, even Spectral Soul was killed by him. After the pursuit battle, although Fang Yuan had only rested for a little over 10 days, which was a brief time, the variant human Gu immortals in the hall had no doubt that Fang Yuan could exterminate all of them. Their only hope might be external reinforcements. But where would these variant human Gu immortals find external reinforcements? Should they approach Heavenly Court or Longevity Heaven? An even more crucial point was that almost all the two heavens Grotto Heavens were facing the Qi Harvest Fruit disaster. If they did not surrender to Fang Yuan and let these Qi Harvest Fruits grow, their Grotto Heavens would be destroyed. But if they surrendered to Fang Yuan, they would be giving their lives to Fang Yuan. After they joined his side, it would be easier said than done for them to leave him again. Fang Yuan's ruthlessness was already known to all. Previously, he had dispatched many of his subordinates to attack Central Continent, but after the Fate War, Fang Yuan only escaped by himself. These subordinates were still wandering around the 5 regions. And just recently in the pursuit battle, Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai had left Heavenly Court using Dragon Palace, leaving the variant human Gu immortals behind in Heavenly Court. Who could feel safe following such a leader? Have you all thought it through? My patience is limited. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he gave an ultimatum. The immortals' minds shook, many were pale and broke out in cold sweat. Among them, the human Gu immortals felt the most regret. If they had known this, they would have directly surrendered to Heavenly Court. In the present age, humanity was the ruler and they would not accept the surrender of variant human forces. But it was a different concept if humans were to surrender. In fact, during the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, when they were escaping Heavenly Court, it was not that they did not think of imitating Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and surrendering to Heavenly Court. But they simply did not have the chance with the variant human Gu immortals watching them like hawks. So, it was not without reason that these variant human Gu immortals showed doubt and suspicion towards the human Gu immortals. The hall was still deathly silent. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, but the variant human alliance members felt increasing pressure. Fang Yuan had not used any killer moves, but most of the Gu immortals felt like they were suffocating and their thoughts were being suppressed. Unable to endure such pressure, one of the alliance members, Golden Fur Immortal Monarch, clenched his teeth and agreed, offering his immortal aperture to Fang Yuan. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was a rank 8 hairy man Gu immortal. He had his own reasons for doing this. He knew Fang Yuan had annexed Lang Ya blessed land and had rarely sent Lang Ya sects hairy man Gu immortals into battle. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch surrendered to Fang Yuan, thinking he would receive similar treatment. Hairy men were proficient in Gu refinement. This had an enormous value which might preserve the lives of the people of Golden Fur Grotto Heaven and even give them high statuses. It was far better than being slaughtered by Fang Yuan and forcefully annexed. With Golden Fur Immortal Monarch agreeing, the remaining people felt even more pressure and urged to follow suit. It was like a gap appearing on a large dam and causing the flood to gush out of it. But right at this time, alarms rang. A large group of Eastern Sea Gu immortals were approaching this place with several immortal Gu houses. Wu Shuai glanced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded lightly. Wu Shuai turned around to look at the immortals. The enemies have arrived, we will talk after repelling them. The immortals finally let out sighs of relief. If it were normal times and Eastern Sea's righteous path had organized a joint attack on them, these people would be extremely worried and fearful. But right now, they felt the pressure on them going away and were actually grateful instead. Immediately, Wu Shuai and Fang Yuan stayed behind the scenes, while Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian led the variant human alliance to meet the Eastern Sea Alliance army. The Eastern Sea Alliance army had many people. Shen Clan's first Supreme Elder Shen Kong Sheng, along with Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder and Xie Clan's first Supreme Elder, were personally taking part in the battle. There were many immortal Gu houses as well, over 10 at least. Eastern Sea was rich and populous, and was the #1 region in terms of resources, so it was also the number 1 in terms of the number of immortal GU houses possessed, surpassing even Central Continent. Naturally, they had very few peak rank 8 immortal GU houses like Dragon Palace or Myriad Year Flying Warship. Among the immortal GU houses present, there was only one rank 8 immortal GU house, Green Cloud Spark Warship, which belonged to Eastern Sea's Wa clan. Rank 6 immortal GU houses were most numerous, after which was rank 7. The two armies confronted each other in the sky. Sha clan's first Supreme Elder walked out of the Eastern Sea Alliance army. It was rank 7 GU immortal Sha Ruiji. Despicable variant humans, you disturbed Eastern Sea and invaded my home, your sin is too heinous. Today is the day you will all die. Sha Ruiji shouted with a righteous aura. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sneered. Cowardly rat, you actually dared to come and court death. Xiao Hejian also ridiculed. Homeless dog, what gives you the confidence to challenge us? Sha Ruiji's face reddened with anger. He said through clenched teeth, variant humans, you deserve to die. I will fight first. Who among you dares to face me alone? Sha clan's territory was seized by the variant human alliance. As the victim, Sha Ruiji naturally wanted to start the fight. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch immediately said, a mere rank 7 dares to start the fight. Never mind, my variant human alliance has no need to bully the weak. We will send someone with similar cultivation level to fight you. Under Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's instruction, a rank 7 Snowman GU Immortal flew out and fought Sha Ruiji. Both sides had just fought 3 rounds when Shen Kongsheng stood up. Who wants to fight me? Shen Kongsheng was rank 8, his battle strength was also publicly recognized to be at the peak of Eastern Sea's GU Immortal world. This time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and Xiao Hejian did not dare to be overconfident. Under Fang Yuan's secret command, Xiao Hejian personally came out to fight. Shen Kongsheng and Xiao Hejian fought for a while, when another rank 8 GU Immortal from the Eastern Sea Alliance army challenged, but he was not at Shen Kongsheng's level. The variant human alliance had many rank 8 GU Immortals. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch thought for a while before sending a rank 8 Rockman GU Immortal to meet the challenge. Chapter 2070. Huge Victory in Battle. The two armies confronted each other, and the intense battles in the 3 battle circles attracted countless gazes. Xiao Hejian was a rank 8 expert and in terms of strength, he was at the same level as a Heavenly Court member. And after returning from the Blue Dragon Whale, Shen Kongsheng also had a great improvement in his strength. The two were evenly matched. But in the other 2 battle circles, the variant humans were at a disadvantage. Chaotic Rock Grotto Lord was defending more than attacking, while the rank 7 Snowman GU Immortal was already showing signs of defeat. His opponent was Sha Ruiji, who might be only at rank 7 but was Sha clan's first Supreme Elder after all. He had abundant resources and many methods. After several more rounds, Sha Ruiji suddenly shouted and used a fatal killer move to strike the Snowman GU Immortal. The Snowman GU Immortal could not dodge it, his expression turned to despair. Right at this time, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch suddenly attacked Sha Ruiji with an Ice Path killer move. Eastern Sea's Alliance army was furious. They took actions to protect Sha Ruiji while blocking Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's sudden attack. Taking this chance, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch pulled back that ranked 7 Snowman to his side. Variant human GU Immortals, you don't have any sense of honor indeed, losing the battle as well as disgracing yourselves. It was a one-on-one fight and you actually interfered to save your people. Alright, since you don't respect rules, then we shall attack together. Kill, slaughter these variant human GU Immortals. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was furious. The whole army charged towards the variant human alliance like a rushing tidal wave. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest had a change of expression. Eastern Sea Alliance army's offense was fierce. Over 10 immortal GU houses took the lead and wreaked havoc. Comparatively, the variant human alliance had more rank 8 GU Immortals, but they lacked an immortal GU house and could only use their own bodies to fight. Right at this crucial moment, an ant army suddenly appeared, forming a dazzling torrent that charged at the Eastern Sea Alliance army. The Eastern Sea Alliance army was immediately obstructed by millions of ants. Many of the immortal GU houses were infiltrated by the ants and could only use all their strength in defending. At once, the formation was in chaos. Wu Shuai slowly showed himself. Even without Dragon Palace, he was still a rank 8 expert. Lord Alliance leader. The variant human alliance's morale soared immediately. On the contrary, the Eastern Sea GU Immortals were pale in shock. Why is Wu Shuai here? Wasn't he together with that demon Fang Yuan? If he is here, what about Fang Yuan? As if answering the questions of the Eastern Sea immortals, Fang Yuan's figure also appeared. You guys have a lot of guts. Fang Yuan waved his hand with a slight smile. A 5-colored ray of light shot out. A rank 7 immortal GU house was struck by the 5-colored light. It started shaking violently for a few breaths of time before it was no longer able to resist and exploded violently. The GU immortals inside were horrified as they exclaimed, "This is a compound killer move. It actually contains metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, a total of 5 paths." Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. Countless butterflies made of light flew out. The butterflies of light flew in the sky and charged upon all the immortal GU houses like a rainstorm. Immortal GU houses used their abilities and resisted with all their strength. The light butterflies changed their colors and ingeniously dodged most of the attacks as they infiltrated the immortal GU houses. This is also a compound killer move. It contains the profundities of transformation path and refinement path. Don't let these butterflies near the immortal GU houses, they can forcefully refine GU worms. The Eastern Sea Alliance army shouted in chaos. The variant human alliance's immortals were dumbfounded. With just his strength, Fang Yuan disrupted the whole Eastern Sea Alliance army. This was pseudo-venerable battle strength. This was the strength of the number 1 demon of the present age. Fang Yuan, how have you been? At the crucial moment, Qi currents surged like the roars of tidal waves. Qi Sea Ancestor appeared. The Eastern Sea Alliance army's morale finally stabilized. Qi Sea Ancestor is making a move. He also has pseudo-venerable battle strength, only he can fight. Fang Yuan, Qi Sea Ancestor also returned. Wasn't he missing? The variant human GU immortals were astonished, their expressions turning heavy. The reason that the Eastern Sea immortals organized this army to attack the variant human alliance, aside from Sha clan actively contacting other forces and taking the initiative to offer many resources, was because Qi Sea Ancestor had secretly returned and gathered these immortals. Fang Yuan, let's go. Qi Sea Ancestor broke the heavenly wind Qi wall and entered immemorial white heaven. Fang Yuan laughed. Since you are in such a mood, then I shall accompany you. Saying so, he also charged into immemorial white heaven. No one dared to follow them. The sky over the Eastern Sea was already in chaos at this moment. The fight between Fang Yuan and Qi Sea Ancestor in immemorial white heaven shattered the sky and caused darkness to loom over Eastern Sea. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's cold laughter could be heard. Qi Sea, I am no longer the same as before. This is the killer move sword feather blading. Let me see if you can block it. When his words ended, the immortals saw countless sword feathers in the sky that pierced the heavenly wind Qi wall and floated down, shrouding the whole battlefield. Shortly afterwards, countless sword feathers formed into bright blade wings which rapidly cut everything in their path. The immortal GU houses appeared extremely fragile in front of these blade wings. Only the rank 8 immortal GU house Green Cloud Spark warship was able to resist them. Sha clan's immortal GU house, whale fishing boat, had its final layer of defense penetrated. Over 10 blade wings flew in and started a rampage. Ah! Sha Rui Ji let out a mournful howl. He was actually killed inside the immortal GU house. The immortals were horrified. Look at another move of mine, heartache crying blood. After a while, Fang Yuan's voice appeared again. The Eastern Sea GU immortals immediately felt extreme heartache, and large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouth, eyes, and nose. This was a compound killer move formed from blood path and wisdom path. There is also thunder note stream. After another while, Fang Yuan's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Countless formless Qi currents slashed the sky. Qi currents weaved into a net that covered all the GU immortals and immortal GU houses, engraving lightning and Qi path Dao marks on their bodies. Too horrifying. This is a compound killer move of refinement path, lightning path, and Qi path. As long as we are trapped inside, we will constantly receive injuries. Retreat. Retreat. Both sides could not continue to fight. They started retreating madly without daring to stay even a second longer in the battlefield. Fang Yuan, you have actually progressed so much in just over 10 days. Qi Sea Ancestor's voice finally spread. His voice vaguely contained shocked emotions. The Eastern Sea GU immortal's heart turned cold when they sensed his tone. Qi Sea, you are still injured. How can you be my match? Today will be the day your life ends. Fang Yuan said. His voice was sonorous and resounded through the heavens, further horrifying the GU immortals. Loud explosions resounded like countless firecrackers were set off near the ears. Both sides' immortals looked up at the sky and saw chi waves fiercely moving around. The sky changed colors as if signifying the end of the world. The enclosed heavenly wind chi wall fluctuated intensely. Right now, the thick chi wall gave people a feeling of fragile paper that was being torn by countless beasts. Large amounts of powder scattered down. This was the powder from splitting the heavens. Qi ancestor and Fang Yuan had shattered the sky. Shortly after, the immortals heard Qi ancestor's exhausted voice. Fang Yuan, it is easy for you to defeat me, but you are dreaming if you think you can kill me. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Qi, where are you going? The terrifying explosions in the sky seemed to be showing signs of slowing down. Both sides let out sighs of relief. The aftermath of these two pseudo-venerables' fight were too terrifying. They shattered the heavenly wind chi wall. These immortals could not imagine what the consequences would be if they were in the range of this fight. What are you in a daze for? Attack! Wu Shuai suddenly shouted, waking up the stupefied immortals. Qi is defeated, we must trap these remaining people here. Our victory is secured when Fang Yuan returns. Attack! The variant human alliance was roused, their morale rose to the peak from these words. The immortals charged towards the immortal GU houses. They were attacking immortal GU houses with their physical bodies. This battle tactic was obviously not sensible. But all the eastern CGU immortals inside the immortal GU houses were ashen and their hearts were cold. If they said they were not afraid, they would be lying. Even the immortal GU houses were unable to give them any sense of safety. Retreat! Retreat! Shen Kong Sheng shouted. The Eastern Sea immortals fled without any hesitation. The variant human GU immortals were most proficient in fighting these kinds of advantageous battles. They chased without resting and with imposing momentum. After chasing for 100 li, Fang Yuan returned and attacked. The Eastern Sea Alliance army looked extremely fragile in front of him. Most of the immortal GU houses were directly shattered. Obediently surrender now, offer up your immortal GU and you can still live. Fang Yuan called out, all members of the variant human alliance, listen to my command, no one is to attack those who surrender. The variant human alliance won a huge victory in this battle. The Eastern Sea Alliance army suffered many casualties and even more were taken captive by Fang Yuan. Many Eastern Sea GU immortals chose to believe in Fang Yuan. Seeing that this was a certain loss, they surrendered and gave up resisting. Although Fang Yuan was the #1 demon in the world and was extremely vicious, he had once captured southern border immortals, and as long as the ransom was received he released them alive. Chapter 2071, Eating Fruits, Devouring Heavens. 2071 Eating Fruits, Devouring Heavens. No doubt, this is a very rewarding victory. Eastern Sea's righteous path is no big deal. I wonder if Qi ancestor died in battle. If he is dead, the whole of Eastern Sea will be ours. The variant human alliance GU immortals were extremely excited. Fang Yuan detained the captives while commanding the variant human GU immortals to clean up the battlefield. Lord Fang Yuan, I am willing to follow you and offer my golden fur grotto heaven. Golden fur immortal monarch suddenly knelt before Fang Yuan and proclaimed loudly. The immortals were silent for a while before cries of pledging allegiance came from everyone. The entire variant human alliance submitted to him without exception. Wu Shuai was inwardly happy upon seeing this, while Fang Yuan was still indifferent. This scene was within the expectations of these two. If Fang Yuan forced these alliance members earlier, he naturally could suppress them even then, but it would not be like now when these people were willingly following him. This arrangement that Fang Yuan and his two clones planned gave them a lot of gains. One was the huge external pressure brought by the Eastern Sea Alliance army's attack. The members of the variant human alliance was forced to unite. They observed the dangerous external environment and the deep malice held towards the variant humans by the entire human GU immortal world. The other was that Fang Yuan displayed his peak-level battle strength, leading the variant human alliance to a massive victory. This gave a deep impression to the variant human alliance immortals that they could not oppose Fang Yuan, and also made them feel some sort of anticipation towards their future after submitting to Fang Yuan. From the perspective of these variant human immortals, 1. All their grotto heavens were facing the Qi harvest fruit disaster. If they did not surrender to Fang Yuan, they would not be able to deal with it by themselves. 2. The outcome of going against Fang Yuan was displayed in front of them. They could not do this if they wanted to live. 3. Although Fang Yuan was ruthless, he was strong. Following such an expert would give them a much brighter future than fighting alone. Humanity had dominated the 5 regions for a long time. these variant human GU immortals of the two heavens swallowed their anger and bore with it, and were already habituated to their lowered statuses. They lacked the spirit and state of mind that were possessed by the members of Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. This was already shown in many of the past battles. The variant human alliance's GU immortals had low fighting spirit and prioritized their own safety. All these reasons made it almost certain that everyone in the variant human alliance would surrender to Fang Yuan. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to count his gains. He sent a command: "We will invade Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven." The immortals were shaken, once again feeling Fang Yuan's forcefulness and tyrannical character. Even this large battle could not satisfy Fang Yuan's appetite. He still wanted to continue fighting and take down Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path grotto heaven secretly controlled by Spectral Soul when he was alive. Now that Spectral Soul was dead, Fang Yuan was going to exploit the weakness and wipe them out. As for Night Wolf Grotto Heaven, its previous owner, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, had surrendered to Heavenly Court, which was known by Fang Yuan and used to his advantage. Wu Shuai had killed Night Heavenly Wolf Lord in Dragon Palace, but to conceal the information, they had immediately invaded Heavenly Court and could not care about Night Wolf Grotto Heaven at that time. Now that Fang Yuan was free, he was going to take revenge and annex them. Thereupon, the variant human alliance charged towards Immemorial Black Heaven majestically. The army drew closer, but before the battle even started, Night Wolf Grotto Heaven opened its entrance. With Yi Ji leading them, the Grotto Heaven GU immortals moved out of their home and bowed to Fang Yuan, asking him to accept their surrender. Fang Yuan did not start a slaughter. He took in all of them, then led the army towards Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. However, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven was a scene of desolation. After Spectral Soul had possessed Lady Cold Ash's body, he had placed Anshuan behind in Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven to take care of the logistics. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, only Fairy Ziwei and Ying Wuxia escaped among the Shadow Sect members. After Fairy Ziwei escaped, she immediately contacted Anshuan and ordered him to flee. Anshuan fled, but naturally not with empty hands. Besides emptying out almost all the storage, he even detonated the Chi Harvest fruit before leaving, causing Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven to suffer severe damage. The remaining GU immortals of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had just patched up the holes and not even rested for a few days when they were faced with Fang Yuan's army. Against Fang Yuan's army, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven did not have any strength to fight back and was conquered almost instantly. The remaining GU immortals of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven were led by Anchong. These people's souls were not tampered by Spectral Soul and they had fought Anshuan before he left. They were all injured to some degree. Fang Yuan did not reject anyone and took them in as well. Now, it was time to create a new agreement. Fang Yuan learned from his previous lesson. He did not establish a connection with other subordinates and let his clone Wu Shuai take his place. This way, even if a powerful enemy captured these subordinates in the future, they could only deduce Wu Shuai's position through the clue from the agreement. Fang Yuan's main body would be secure. Now, Fang Yuan had completely taken over the variant human alliance. But this was not enough. The Chi Harvest fruits in many Two Heavens Grotto Heavens had already become extremely large and were at the point of self-detonating. Fang Yuan first went to Grand Swine Grotto Heaven. Under all the immortals' gazes, Fang Yuan raised his hand and released white light. The white light lingered around the huge Chi Harvest fruit and turned into vast fog. The fog blocked investigative methods. Fang Yuan was still not assured. He ordered the immortals, "Get back, don't use any GU worms or you might disturb my method." The immortals obeyed. White fog spread and shrouded Fang Yuan's main body. Outsiders were unable to tell what was going on inside. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign immortal aperture, from which the Chi Si clone flew out. The Chi Si clone went up to the Chi Harvest fruit. His eyes glowed like he had seen the most exquisite delicacy. The Chi Si clone stabbed his hand deep into the Chi Harvest fruit and used his Chi Path method. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Ju Revival. Fang Yuan had learned Demon Immortal Chi Ju's Chi Harvest Fruit Revival method and modified it to create this method. He had used this move to create the Chi Si clone previously. Under the killer move Chi Ju Revival, the Chi Harvest Fruit started to shrink, turning into large amounts of Chi Path Dao marks that were directly added to the Chi Si clone's body. After devouring this fruit, I will gain about 60,000 Chi Path Dao marks. Qi ancestor estimated with a joyous tone. This amount was very impressive. On average, an ordinary Grand Tribulation gave about 7,000 Dao marks, while an ordinary Myriad Tribulation gave about 80,000. If it were just Grand Tribulations, a Qi Path Gu Immortal needed to undergo 8 or 9 Grand Tribulations approximately to accumulate 60,000 Qi Path Dao marks. The new Dao marks from the Grand Tribulation included Dao marks of the Gu Immortal's main path as well as some Dao marks of other paths. From another perspective, as long as Qi ancestor absorbed this Qi harvest fruit, it was like passing half a Qi Path Myriad Tribulation without any risk. So, Qi ancestor could make enormous gains by absorbing the Qi harvest fruits. Fang Yuan inwardly estimated, the Qi clone was made from heavenly quartz Qi harvest fruit. He possessed over 800,000 Qi Path Dao marks the moment he was born. After absorbing 3 Qi harvest fruits like this one, the amount will cross 1 million. My own Qi Path Dao marks is also at this level. When the Qi clone absorbs all the Qi harvest fruits in the 2 heavens grotto heavens, his Qi Path Dao marks will surpass mine and accumulate to an unprecedented level. Fang Yuan's 1 million Qi Path Dao marks were obtained from annexing Qi grotto heaven. The Qi clone was starting anew and accumulating by himself. But by relying on the killer move Qi Ju revival and the Qi harvest fruits, his accumulation speed became truly terrifying. Clearly, for a long time from now on, the Qi clone would become Fang Yuan's #1 clone. Based on just battle strength, he would not be lower than the main body, and might even be stronger. There were many factors that influenced a Gu Immortal's battle strength, for instance the Gu Immortal's individual battle attainment, the battle environment, the level of the Gu Immortal's Gu worms, killer moves, Gu formations, immortal Gu houses, and whether the Gu Immortal had an excellent combat system or not. But the top of these factors would always be the Gu Immortal's cultivation level. 1,000 Dao marks could grant 100% amplification. Besides freaks and monsters like Fang Yuan, Feng Juzhe, and the past venerables, on average, ranked 6 Gu Immortals had 0 to 9,000 Dao marks. Rank 7 Gu Immortals had 10,000 to 30,000. Rank 8s had 100,000 to 300,000. So, the gap between the battle strength of Rank 7 and Rank 8 far surpassed the gap between Rank 6 and Rank 7. The gap between the latter stages of Gu cultivation would become increasingly bigger. Until they reached Rank 9 Gu venerable level where an individual could become invincible in the world, dominating everyone and everything. Why was Northern Plains' old ancestor Shui, who was the #1 Rank 8 in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world? He was from the demonic path and lacked suitable immortal Gu. The main reason was his ice and snow path Dao marks far surpassed ordinary numbers. According to your estimation, how many Dao marks does Demon Immortal Qi Ju have? Inside the endless white fog, Fang Yuan asked the Qi clone. Qi clone absorbed the Qi harvest fruit while replying, maybe over 500,000. From the various traces in battles, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's Dao marks were slightly lower than Duke Long's. It was very likely because of Fang Yuan and the Southern Alliance disturbing the revival process and causing Demon Immortal Qi Ju to hasten it. But Demon Immortal Qi Ju had Shi Land. Shi Land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. A complete secluded domain of heaven and earth was a rank 9 level immortal material. So, as long as the Qi Path killer moves used Shi Land as the core, they would gain terrifying strength, even Spectral Soul could not face them easily. This was similar to how Fang Yuan had once used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to leave a group of enemies without options. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's killer moves were outdated and he lacked Immortal Gu. The two pillars that allowed him to have pseudo-venerable battle strength were Dao marks and Shi Land. After Shi Land was damaged, his battle strength fell sharply and he was finally imprisoned by Divine Emperor City. The Qi clone fully absorbed the Qi harvest fruit and returned to the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan withdrew the endless fog. The alliance members rejoiced when they saw the Qi harvest fruit was completely gone. We are saved, our homes are saved. As expected of Lord Fang Yuan, he is truly unfathomable and all-powerful. Lord Fang Yuan, my home is in imminent danger, please save it first. All kinds of flatteries were thrown at Fang Yuan. Although not even a few of these Gu immortals were good at fighting, their boot-licking skills were deep and improving day by day. Fang Yuan then smoothly annexed this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and merged it into Sovereign Grotto Heaven. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven was a rank 8 transformation path Grotto Heaven. It produced boar-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was at Great Grand Master, he naturally could annex it. Why did he not annex it before? It was naturally because this Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had fused with a Nine Heavens fragment and had taken in Heaven Path Dao marks, which invaded the heavenly spirit and caused it to become powerless and dull. Fang Yuan could now refine Heaven Path Dao marks, expanding the food option of Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU. From now, all Grotto Heavens could be annexed by Fang Yuan, even if they had fused with a Nine Heavens fragment, as long as the corresponding attainment level was sufficient. Chapter 2072, Easily Creating Killer Moves. 2072 Easily Creating Killer Moves. Fang Yuan began to create compound killer moves once again. His divine sense was inside the Sovereign Immortal aperture, observing all sorts of mortal GU. He casually took out 2 Wind Path GU worms from them. Rank 1 Clear Wind Wheel GU and Rank 2 Jade Wind Wheel GU. When the former was activated, it would create a light green cyclone below each of the GU Master's feet and increase their movement speed. The latter was one of the possible advancements of Clear Wind Wheel GU. It could form a pair of jade green cyclones which circulated around the GU Master's arms like armbands, and could increase the GU Master's punching speed. I currently lack movement abilities in a large fight, why not use this as a base to create one? Fang Yuan had an inspiration and fell into contemplation. Ever since he fought the Qi Si clone in Immemorial Two Heavens, he had been thinking of this aspect. Although it was a show to trick Eastern Sea's Righteous Path and the variant Human Alliance, Fang Yuan had truly fought with the Qi Si clone. If it were not real, how could there have been such terrifying phenomena? That fight had even cracked the sky and caused the powder of the heavens to scatter down. In this friendly spar, Fang Yuan had used all kinds of killer moves, most of them put up an excellent performance. Even the worst ones were at ordinary level, at least their performance was up to par, there was neither surprise nor disappointment. This spar made Fang Yuan understand his deficiency. Although he had already created many compound killer moves, they were mostly offensive or defensive methods, he lacked movement killer moves. The 2 Wind Path GU worms gave Fang Yuan an inspiration. In his conceptualization, when he activated the Wind Path GU worm, 2 cyclones would condense below his 2 feet and they would continuously rotate like 2 wheels. As long as some time passes, the wheels would rotate increasingly faster and thus increase Fang Yuan's speed continuously. Let me see how many Wind Path Immortal GU I have. Fang Yuan had very few Wind Path Immortal GU on him, but the large battle earlier provided him many Wind Path Immortal GU. The variant Human Alliance members also had some. If it was still not enough, Fang Yuan could also extort the whole of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path and demand Wind Path Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had too many options. Soon, Fang Yuan obtained several Wind Path Immortal GU from his subordinates and they were all of rank 7 level. After pondering over it and trying out many Wind Path Immortal GU as well as referencing Wind Path killer moves, the initial form of Fang Yuan's Wind Path killer move was created. After the first activation, 2 cyclone wheels formed under both feet which could move the GU Immortal's body. Fang Yuan frowned slightly after testing the killer move, he felt its greatest flaw. Although this killer move would become increasingly faster, its initial speed was too slow and it would need some time for it to show even a slight improvement. How to improve it? This was actually a common issue with Wind Path killer moves. Be they a gentle wind or fierce gale, they both needed some time to reach their strongest state. But there were naturally many methods to push their strength to the maximum at the very start. If one's Wind Path attainment level was high enough, the killer moves could be modified to be extremely exquisite. They could also sacrifice a lot of time to prepare the killer move in advance and let it erupt at once. It was also possible to expend much more immortal essence to increase the strength. However, Fang Yuan threw these methods to the back of his mind. Because those were all ordinary solutions, Fang Yuan targeted Fire Path instead. Fire Path's explosive strength was far beyond Wind Path. Based on just burst potential, Fire Path was at the top 1 or 2 among all paths. After choosing several suitable Fire Path Immortal GU, this compound killer move's modification was completed. Let's name it Fire Wind Wheel. Fang Yuan casually chose a name. The killer move Fire Wind Wheel had burst speed and could also become increasingly faster. The crucial points were that it consumed little immortal essence and also did not need much mental control. Fang Yuan tried it once again and was rather satisfied with it. Fire Wind Wheel was a rank 7 killer move, but was at an extraordinary level that trampled upon at least 70% of all existing killer moves. However, it would be a different situation if this killer move were in the hands of other GU Immortals. Almost no GU Immortal with a clear mind would use it. Based on just the internal friction between Wind Path and Fire Path, this killer move's practical results were lowered to ranked 6 level. Expending Immortal Essence for a ranked 7 killer move but getting ranked 6 effect. This killer move would be lower than low grade in other GU Immortals' evaluation. This was the advantage of over 3000 Heaven Path Dao marks. It greatly reduced the internal friction between different Dao marks, giving hope to many killer moves in Fang Yuan's hands. Most importantly, the difficulty of deducing compound killer moves had fallen greatly for Fang Yuan. If they were ordinary GU Immortals who primarily cultivated Wind Path and were to conceptualize a killer move like Fire Wind Wheel, they definitely would not foolishly choose to use Fire Path Immortal GU as another core. At most, they would use some other paths, low-rank Immortal GU as supplementary, and the quantity would be few as well. The most common result would be to use countless Fire Path Mortal GU to reduce the internal friction as much as possible. But with this, the killer move would include too many GU worms, the difficulty of its activation would soar, the concentration required would increase, and the overall value of the killer move would also fall. For a killer move to be practical, there could not be too many GU worms, the Immortal Essence burden could not be too heavy, the effect had to be good, and there could not be an obvious flaw. So, creating a killer move was an extremely difficult project. But for Fang Yuan, he could conceptualize compound killer moves with not only dual cores, but 3 cores, 4 cores, and more. Wind Path did not have burst potential, so he casually chose Fire Path. Single path killer moves had limited space for modification. Compound killer moves were even more so, because they had to consider internal friction, which caused the number of compound killer moves in history to be far fewer than single path killer moves. Single path killer moves had always been orthodox, they were the most mainstream. But Fang Yuan's current situation was completely different. Because of the great reduction in internal friction, he had much more room than ordinary GU Immortals when creating and modifying killer moves. In his situation, the more paths there were in this world, the lower the difficulty of conceptualizing killer moves. Because of this, Fang Yuan could rapidly create a large amount of compound killer moves in a short period of time. He had countless GU recipes and killer moves, so even if his Wind Path and Fire Path attainment levels were not high, he could find references and easily conceive a killer move like Fire Wind Wheel. When he sparred with the Qi-Si clone before, Fang Yuan used killer moves like Sword Feather Bladeing, Heartache Crying Blood, Thunder Note Stream, and Refinement Butterfly. They were only a small portion of the outstanding ones in his collection. 3000 Heaven Path Dao marks might be few, but they truly opened up a brand new world for Fang Yuan. Since ancient times, countless heroes and experts had only lightly dabbled in this new world. They could only explore a few steps before they were forced to halt helplessly. But with the help of Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan made over 10 steps, or even 100 steps, easily obtaining an unprecedented achievement. Heaven Path is all-encompassing and emphasizes balance of all beings, it is truly wondrous beyond words. Over the next few days, Fang Yuan secretly created and modified compound killer moves, while leading Qi-Si Ancestor and Wu Shuai to clean up every grotto heaven. Most of the Qi harvest fruits of the variant Human Alliance members were devoured by Qi-Si Ancestor, while some were left behind to grow in the grotto heavens. Fang Yuan annexed 3 rank 8 grotto heavens, Transformation Path Grand Swine Grotto Heaven, Time Path Time Difference Grotto Heaven, and Rule Path Novelty Grotto Heaven. The 3 grotto heavens were rich in resources and had deep foundations. They were located on the nodes of heaven veins and had been taken care of by Heaven's Will for many years. Fang Yuan made ample arrangements. He split up these 3 grotto heavens and placed them all over the sovereign immortal aperture. For instance, Grand Swine Grotto Heaven's 2 super resource points were Rolling Fall Cliff and Pin Tree Snowfield. Rolling Fall Cliff was home to a large number of desolate beast jumping pigs. These desolate beasts did not know how to walk and could only jump. When they grew to a certain size and their bodies were fattened enough, they would move to the tallest cliff and jump down. A majestic waterfall flowed down the cliff. The water of the waterfall was boiling, containing endless fire path and water path Dao marks, creating hot steam all year round. When jumping pigs jump into the boiling waterfall, 10% of them would die from the corrosion of fire and water path Dao marks, while the remaining 90% would receive severe burns as well as bone fractures from the fall, barely surviving. But as long as these jumping pigs survive, they would break through to become deadly fat pigs. Deadly fat pigs were not desolate beasts, their life essence had broken through to another level, becoming ancient desolate beasts. Rolling Fall Cliff had an impressive number of deadly fat pigs and jumping pigs. The scale of the deadly fat pigs produced every year was number 1 in 5 regions and 2 heavens. And Pin Tree Snowfield was home to Grand Swines. The Grand Swine was an immemorial black pig, even its bones were black. Its body was as large as a mountain and its movement was slow. Pin Tree Snowfield was extremely vast. Fang Yuan put it in many northern plains, increasing the area of many northern plains by 20%. There were over 500 Grand Swines of all sizes and ages. Fang Yuan had all of a sudden become the largest pig farm owner in the world. As for Time Difference Grotto Heaven and Novelty Grotto Heaven, they each had 1 super resource point. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had suffered severe losses due to the myriad tribulation. But annexing these 3 Grotto Heavens immediately showed an improvement, the development of the Grotto Heaven even increasing to 25%. This development was slightly higher than before the myriad tribulation. Previously, the sovereign immortal aperture only had 1 super resource point, it was Danghun Mountain which produced Guts Gu. Next was the Dragonfish resource point, which Fang Yuan had invested a lot into and grown to a giant resource point. On one hand, Fang Yuan's management of the sovereign immortal aperture involved seizing Grotto Heavens like He Fan Grotto Heaven and Chi Si Grotto Heaven, but how could these 2 Grotto Heavens have the security of the variant human alliance's Grotto Heavens? Heaven's will was even taking care of the latter. On the other hand, Fang Yuan's management also included creating Eerie Fire Dragon Python, Sand Gull Soil, and 5 Light Mountain. They were all at the initial phase and the investment in them was also little, their growth could not compare to the resources in the variant humans Grotto Heavens. Finally, Fang Yuan also focused on raising humans and variant humans but did not put his energy in investing resources on them. After annexing, the follow-up arrangements were extremely diverse and numerous. Fang Yuan handed these to the humans and variant humans in the immortal aperture to deal with. He started on refining the heaven path Dao marks contained in these Grotto Heavens. As for Chi Si Ancestor, he returned to Chi Si. Sha Clan's surviving GU immortals were all in Chi Si and cried tears of joy when they saw Chi Si Ancestor. Chi Si Ancestor was still alive, this was the greatest news. Eastern Sea's large and super forces had sent representatives to station in Chi Si. The moment they received this news, they also let out sighs of relief. Without Chi Si Ancestor, they simply had no way to deal with Fang Yuan. This defeat is my fault. Chi Si Ancestor took the responsibility. Cough cough cough. Don't say that, Ancestor. It was my Sha clan who conceived the plan to attack the variant human alliance. Sigh, I am too ashamed to face those comrades who died in combat. Chi Si Ancestor looked up and sighed, his eyes were slightly red. Chi Si Ancestor, please heal your injuries for now. Tell us whatever resources you need, the whole of Eastern Sea will support you with all our strength. Eastern Sea's Shen Clan GU Immortal spoke. Other Super Foss's representatives also nodded with no objection. Under everyone's gaze, Chi Si Ancestor coughed a mouthful of blood and sighed, the important thing now is not my injury. Many of those in the 2 heavens who sided with me still have the Chi Harvest Fruit problem in their Grotto Heavens. I need to get rid of these Chi Harvest Fruits first. The immortals were immediately moved, the eyes of many GU immortals of the 2 heavens turned wet with tears. Chi Si Ancestor, you are truly worthy of being the role model of Eastern Sea's righteous path. Lord Ancestor, we, the 2 heavens GU immortals, will follow your lead without question. Chapter 2073, Enthusiastic Cultivation. 2073 Enthusiastic Cultivation Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. A new time path immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial point. Go, Fang Yuan willed, a large lump of cactus honey shot into the formation. This was a rank 8 time path immortal material. At the next moment, profound light erupted and turned into countless light specks, which then spread rapidly like silver-white fireworks. The light specks dissipated rapidly without any indication, as if the formation that Fang Yuan had constructed with great effort had completely failed. However, when Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move, he saw the phantom image of a pool in midair. This pool was similar to a year essence pool, but it was not big, only about 10% of the size of a year essence pool. Fang Yuan observed for a while before nodding in satisfaction. This formation arrangement was a success. With a thought, he opened the rank 8 year essence pool in the mini 9 heavens. A tributary of the river of time flowed down and gathered into the newly constructed sub-pool. When the water of the river of time in the sub-pool had accumulated to a certain level, it started to operate on its own. The river water passed through the bottom and poured onto the ground below. At the bottom of the year essence sub-pool was an area of white fog. The fog covered a marsh which had a large number of desolate plants, extreme marsh flowers. Some of these flowers were in the shape of an erect bud that was the size of a house. Some were blossomed and looked like a trumpet with their petals connected, and strands of white mist constantly spread towards the outside from the pistil of the flowers. This was the flower mist extreme marsh that Fang Yuan had constructed meticulously. Rank 8 Immortal Gu regrets food was the fresh extreme marsh flower mist. Under the irrigation of the tributary of the river of time, the whole flower mist extreme marsh's time was sped up. The water of the river of time continued to spread over the surroundings, but walls of blue translucent light appeared around the flower mist extreme marsh. As such, the time acceleration was only limited to the range within the walls. Success, it can even be said to be perfect. Fang Yuan inspected several times and was greatly satisfied when he found no issues. Fang Yuan had obtained the method of the light blue translucent walls from Time Difference Grotto Heaven. Time Difference Grotto Heaven's large resource points were all like this, encapsulated by walls of light. The rate of time inside was many times faster than other areas. Thus, Time Difference Grotto Heaven had an outstanding production of time path resources. Fang Yuan added the year essence pool on top of the original foundation. Every sub-pool was in charge of regulating the time of a time path zone. The rank 8 year essence pool was the main dam and these year essence sub-pools were secondary dams. The tributary of the river of time drawn from the river of time was first gathered into year essence pool and its largest distributary was spread over the whole immortal aperture, while many sub-distributaries gathered into secondary dams and sped up the production of the resources. Like this, Fang Yuan's resource production was accelerated by over 10 times. Naturally, this method was not just used to speed up the resource production, it could also be used on GU worms. When the GU worms were placed in a slowed time path zone, their food requirement would fall sharply. This method showed minimal effect in other GU immortals' hands. The reason was simple: Dao mark conflict. The time path zones were a time path method in essence. If they were used on GU worms of other paths, the higher their rank, the lower the effect they would have on them. Fang Yuan possessed heaven path Dao marks which could reduce internal friction. After he attempted this method, he found the effects were quite wonderful. On one hand, it could reduce the food requirement of the GU worms. On the other hand, it could increase resource production. The issue of food for GU worms was resolved before it even became a problem. Qi ancestor left, but Fang Yuan was not idle during these few days. The blessed lands left behind by the dead Eastern Sea GU immortals were almost all annexed by him. In regarding the two heavens Grotto Heavens, Fang Yuan intended to leave them alone for the moment. First, the sovereign immortal aperture needed food and had to annex a Grotto Heaven once in a while. It could also reset the countdown of calamities and tribulations, which allowed Fang Yuan to make arrangements flexibly. Secondly, Grotto Heavens were like flower pots that were growing the Qi harvest fruits. Although there was not a big hope, if the Qi harvest fruits could continue to grow, it would not only be a suppression towards the variant human alliance members, it could also nourish the Qi Si clone. As for the 3 Grotto Heavens that Fang Yuan annexed before, they were necessary. Fang Yuan urgently needed to replenish his immortal essence. The efficiency of using immortal essence stones was too low in replenishing rank 8 immortal essence. The main source was self-production. But the immortal aperture's immortal essence production depended on the immortal aperture origin core. And whether the immortal aperture origin core was strengthened or not, it depended on the immortal aperture's development. To increase the development, Fang Yuan had to annex those 3 Grotto Heavens. The Fate War had consumed a large amount of Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. Afterwards, Fang Yuan did not have any time to rest. He ran around many places during the Qi tides, searching for a way to deal with Heaven Path Dao marks. After finding the method, Fang Yuan entered Heavenly Court, which immediately started the pursuit battle. Over this period of time, Fang Yuan had fought too many battles and almost all the battles were against strong enemies who were at the peak of the GU immortal world. By now, Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves had already fallen below the warning line. he needed to rest and recuperate and could not fight anymore within a short period of time. Fortunately, I seized the year essence pool and have plenty of time path methods that are able to speed up my immortal aperture's time flow to the limits. Otherwise, my immortal essence would have already been exhausted. Such a pity that I don't have rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, otherwise I would not have to be worried about this. Heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus could produce rank 8 immortal essence. Its owner, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, had been the Venerable with the largest immortal essence reserves. Since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable began his cultivation, he seemed to have never had to worry about primeval essence or immortal essence. On the contrary, his enemies would often fall into the awkward situation of using up all their primeval essence and immortal essence when fighting Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan lacked immortal essence currently and it was delaying his recovery. To explore dream realms, he needed immortal essence. To cultivate soul path, he needed immortal essence. He had lost many of his immortal GU and they needed to be refined. He had many low-ranked immortal GU which needed to be upgraded. The injured immortal GU needed to be repaired using refinement path methods, which also required immortal essence. Because of the lacking immortal essence, he had to reserve the final bit of it for any unexpected situations, so Fang Yuan could only put these tasks aside for the moment. Only because the difficulty of creating compound killer moves was very small, he was able to barely manage it. Testing new killer moves no doubt required immortal essence, but it was within an acceptable range. Besides accumulating immortal essence and deducing compound killer moves, Fang Yuan was relocating resource points as well as sorting out the immortal materials. The resource points of the 2 heavens grotto heavens that could be moved were all relocated by Fang Yuan. After all, these grotto heavens were in the immemorial 2 heavens, they had to defend a vast area and would not be able to defend against enemy attacks in time. The countless immortal materials were sorted out and stored in several storages within the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan imitated Heavenly Court and constructed several large disclosed storages as well as several highly valuable hidden storages. The variant human GU immortals enjoyed the favor of Heaven's will and were truly rich. Among the resources, wood path immortal materials were most abundant. Because Shao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage were minimum, besides them, there were also 2 wood path grotto heavens. There were naturally many immortal materials of other paths as well, but what gave Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise was he was able to get luck path immortal materials, and at an astonishing scale at that. For example, luck path ancient desolate beast rolling cat. After collecting all of them, Fang Yuan discovered he had gathered dozens. This small cat was extremely exquisite and could roll around on an adult's stretched palm. The rolling cat looked extremely endearing with its snow-white fur, tender claws, and large shiny black eyes. Its purring sound was also extremely delicate, meow meow meow, the listener's heart would go wild. There was also Lucky Jade. This was a rank 8 luck path immortal material. It let out dazzling light from time to time and contained a dense number of luck path Dao marks. Tooth Gap Water was another luck path material. It looked no different from ordinary spring water, but if one drank it, it would get stuck in the gaps between teeth. It was not only extremely unpleasant, it even reduced the GU immortal's luck sharply. The variant human alliance does not have anyone cultivating luck path. But these people were able to develop a utopia away from the rule of humanity. They secluded themselves from the world and propagated, their luck naturally would be high. Let alone when they have the favor of Heaven's will. Fang Yuan carefully pondered, it made sense to gain these luck path immortal materials. These luck path immortal materials were highly valuable to Fang Yuan and they came at the right time. Because he needed to advance many luck path immortal GU but had only raised the rank of cooking luck pot. Cooking luck pot's rank was somewhat too low for the current Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan estimated he would earn a large amount of immortal materials and even immortal GU in the future. Because those Eastern Sea GU immortal captives were still locked in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan's extortion letters were already sent to every large force of Eastern Sea. After the heads of Eastern Sea's righteous path received the extortion letters, they sent them to Qi Si Ancestor, hoping to listen to his opinion and ask him to decide. Qi Si Ancestor had just finished running around all the 2 heavens grotto heavens that had allied with him and absorbed all of the Qi harvest fruits. Currently, his Qi path Dao marks had broken through 2 million. In less than half a month, the Qi Si clone's strength rose explosively at a shocking rate. The Qi Si clone did not publicize and hid it for the moment. He would hide it however long he could. If those remaining Qi harvest fruits could grow up again, it would be better. Qi ancestor secretly hoped, but he knew there was not much chance of this happening. The Qi harvest fruits were produced because of Qi tides. Almost all the grotto heavens were sitting on heaven veins, so they had major issues with this. In the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, the 5 regions Qi tides showed no movements, which signified the merging of the 5 regions Qi was near completion. Qi ancestor was also pondering about his own cultivation. He did not lack Dao marks nor immortal essence, but killer moves. Qi ancestor only had few presentable killer moves. Although he obtained primordial origins true inheritance, Heavenly Court was too familiar with the killer moves in it and they needed to be modified. Qi ancestor's ambition naturally was not limited to just this. He wanted to create his own combat system. His killer moves alone could bully some rank 8 experts or the weaker pseudo-venerables. But when facing people like Spectral Soul and Duke Long, he needed an excellent combat system. The main factor that influenced a GU Immortal's strength was cultivation level. But killer moves, Immortal GU, Immortal Essence, favorable conditions, and so on also were influencing factors. For instance, special killer moves like Reverse Flow Protection Seal could allow the GU Immortal to bypass ranks in battle. A combat system was also one of the factors. To most GU Immortals, a combat system was not necessary. Because the mentioned factors were enough to create a difference in battle strength and decide victory or defeat. But to Fang Yuan and Qi, a combat system was a must. Because when cultivation level, killer moves, immortal GU and other common factors could not decide victory or defeat, it would depend on who had a mature and more outstanding combat system. Fang Yuan's extortion letters made a round before finally arriving at Qi ancestor's desk. Qi ancestor did not even take a glance at them, because he was aware of the content. My injuries are not light, I need to recuperate in closed cultivation. Qi ancestor's one sentence made Eastern Sea's righteous path lose the will to resist Fang Yuan. Even Qi ancestor did not stand up, who else could resist Fang Yuan? Pay the immortal materials obediently to get back their clans, GU Immortals. Qi ancestor spoke once again, I have already contacted Heavenly Court, maybe they will send their troops to reinforce us. The Eastern Sea Righteous Path GU Immortals felt complicated emotions and could not say anything. After all, Qi ancestor was heavily injured, and he even contacted Heavenly Court for them. He did not act indifferent towards them. As a lone cultivator who sided with the righteous path, Qi ancestor had already done what he could. As for those Sha clan GU Immortals, they rested and recuperated inside the Qi formation. Their first supreme elder was already killed by Fang Yuan, the remaining few GU Immortals became much more obedient. They had been anything but obedient before, especially when the variant human GU Immortals escaped from Central Continent. These Sha clan GU Immortals had been extremely happy and thought the chance to regain their home had come. The result was, the Qi clone went along with and made use of their plan. Their last immortal GU house was dismantled, their first supreme elder was killed. Chapter 2074, Contribution Board. 2074 Contribution Board Eastern Sea, Hot Springs Blessed Land. Ever since Fang Yuan subdued the variant human alliance, he had been in closed cultivation within Sha clan's headquarters. And the Dragonman clone Wu Shuai was representing him in handling the alliance's daily affairs. I have taken note of your contributions, you may leave now. Wu Shuai's voice rang in the hall. At the next moment, the palace door opened and 2 Miniman GU Immortals flew out. They were Xiao Hejian and Green Forest Great Sage. After leaving the palace, the respectful expressions on their faces disappeared and were replaced by grief and helplessness. The reason the 2 Immortals were summoned was because Fang Yuan had taken a fancy to their Wood Path Immortal GU. Under Wu Shuai's persuasion, the 2 Immortals could only offer their Wood Path Immortal GU. Green Forest Great Sage transmitted his voice that was filled with anger. Lord Xiao, what do we do now? My Forest GU is the core for many of my killer moves, I have lost almost all my battle strength without it. Xiao Hejian's expression was unsightly as well. HMPH, you only lost rank 7 Forest GU, I had to offer rank 8 GU myself. The 2 naturally were not willing to contribute, but the situation was beyond their control, what could they do about it? In fact, this situation had been happening often recently. Alliance members were all furious but did not dare to revolt. The list has been published. Suddenly, an excited voice reached the 2 Miniman GU Immortals' ears. The two immortals changed direction and arrived in front of an information path mortal GU house. There was a list pasted on this mortal GU house, and there were two large words written at the top, contribution board. Looking below that, Xiao Hejian was listed at the top, his contribution points as high as 4 digits. As for Green Forest Great Sage, although he was not among the top 3, he was top 10 as well. Green Forest Great Sage became slightly happier. Lord Xiao, look, you are in first place. Alliance leader did not deceive us, he really remembered our contribution to the alliance. He was depressed earlier, but now his mood had gotten much better. Xiao Hejian snorted while commenting in his head, this is just an exploitation method of the higher-ups. I did not expect this demon Fang Yuan to have such political skills as well. Sigh, I don't have such indomitable strength like his and my headquarters still have the Qi harvest fruit. In the current situation, what else can I do other than follow Fang Yuan? Xiao Hejian had outstanding strength and was not any weaker than a heavenly court expert. Unfortunately, even with his strength, he could only lower his head in front of Fang Yuan. He was not willing to do so, but what could he do? Circumstances often gave people no choice. Contribution board. Soon, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest also learned of this significant news. Over this period of time, Alliance members were frequently summoned and pressured to offer Immortal GU. Even Xiao Hejian was not exempted. What should I do? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was worried. My name has not appeared on the contribution board, this is not a good thing as a Vice Alliance leader. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch was feeling somewhat anxious. But he was reluctant to part with his Ice and Snow Path Immortal GU. If so, I need to gather a batch of immortal materials and offer them. I have to be among the top on the contribution board. Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch soon made up his mind. Naturally, Fang Yuan could force all of his subordinates to hand over their immortal GU. But this action would be too unsightly. The tiny bit of unity gathered would dissipate. If this happened, Fang Yuan's previous efforts would have somewhat been in vain. Although Fang Yuan was a demonic overlord, he was also deeply aware of the righteous path's tricks. Putting up a contribution board could ease many conflicts and could also stimulate the enthusiasm of others. Naturally, it was still the same in essence, the strong were exploiting the weak. On the very day Fang Yuan put up the contribution board, a major event happened on Qi Si's end as well. The GU Immortals of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had gathered in the hall and appointed Qi Si Ancestor as the alliance leader of Eastern Sea's Righteous Qi Alliance. Fang Yuan led the Variant Human Alliance, which became a huge threat to Eastern Sea's super forces. Especially the miserable defeat not long ago, it had increased the wariness and worry of Eastern Sea's large forces regarding Fang Yuan's force. Facing the bullying of the strong, the weak naturally had to work together. Forced by Fang Yuan, every super force's intention to unite had never been so strong. As for the alliance leader's position, there was no space for competition. All the clans jointly appointed Qi Si Ancestor. Only Qi Si Ancestor, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, could openly face Fang Yuan. The Qi Si clone did not pretend to be modest, this situation was within his expectations. Since I am the Righteous Qi Alliance's alliance leader, I will give commands for the overall situation. I hope everyone will not merely pretend to obey the orders. Qi Si Ancestor said solemnly. We don't dare to. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Immortals responded. There are 3 major tasks presently. Qi Si Ancestor went into details. First is the creation of an alliance storage. Every clan has to offer a certain amount of resources, including not only immortal materials, but immortal GU recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. The second task is to immediately create a contribution board and mission board. It will be fair and impartial. Anyone who contributes to the alliance from now on will have their merits known to everyone. The Righteous Qi Alliance's affairs should be handled by people who are qualified to take on the tasks. The third task is that alliance members should help and protect each other. If there is a traitor, other members must ally to get rid of the traitor. There must be no conniving. Reasonable, very reasonable. The Immortals agreed. They all knew that they could only create the foundation of the alliance by doing this. Otherwise, the Righteous Qi Alliance would only exist in name and would be better off not established. Qi Si Ancestor held the first group discussion. The first topic was regarding the exchange of true inheritances and the communication of geniuses across various clans. Some clans had many refinement path GU Immortals, while some were strong in wisdom path. Such collaboration could truly strengthen the whole righteous Qi alliance's strength. The second topic was a discussion on how to negotiate with Fang Yuan and get back the captured GU Immortals. All the clans hoped Fang Yuan could return the intact GU Immortals with their immortal apertures. For this, they were willing to make a concession in terms of ransom. The third topic was to contact Heavenly Court openly with the righteous Qi alliance's name, hoping to ally with Heavenly Court and establish an even stronger alliance army to exterminate Fang Yuan and the variant human alliance. After receiving this information, Wu Yong pondered quietly in the study room for an entire afternoon. Recently, Wu Yong got rid of the fierce Gorge 7 ghosts, increasing his reputation even more. However, soon afterwards, news of the fight between Fang Yuan and Qi Si as well as the defeat of Eastern Sea's righteous path was spread all over the world. The following developments made Wu Yong feel like they were too much to take in. Eastern Sea had split into two large alliances which entered the stage of confrontation. Lord Wu Ba Chong sought an audience. Looking at Wu Yong's solemn expression, Wu Ba Chong knew of the situation and his tone became much more gentle. The changes in Eastern Sea's situation were a heavy strike to Wu Yong's ambition. Wu Yong had intended to invade Eastern Sea after uniting southern border. But now, Eastern Sea underwent a complete change, let alone the matter of two large alliances. Fang Yuan was openly occupying an area of Eastern Sea. Wu Yong's great plan that was just about to start was showing signs of failure already. Lord, do we still attack Mushroom in Paradise? Wu Ba Chong asked. Wu Yong's gaze flashed. He was too familiar with Wu Ba Chong and asked directly, what happened this time? Wu Ba Chong handed an information path Mortal GU. Wu Yong received and browsed it. He crushed the information path Mortal GU and slammed his fist on the desk. Bang! The brushes and papers were scattered everywhere. These cowards, scoundrels! Wu Yong clenched his teeth, his gaze carrying a trace of malevolent light. The information stated that a large number of southern border clans had secretly contacted Lu Weiyin. Their reason for doing this was clear. Fang Yuan displayed the might of the number one demon in the world, which struck fear in these super forces. They might not want to be directly affiliated with Fang Yuan, but not long ago, Lu Weiyin had collaborated with Fang Yuan and ambushed Spectral Soul. So these super forces secretly contacted Lu Weiyin to ally with him. This was the way of survival for these super forces. On the surface, they could not tolerate the existence of demon Fang Yuan, but secretly, there was communication between them. In case something happens in the future, there would be a trace of friendship and an opportunity to survive. Lord, demonic forces are rampant currently. Since Lord has the great ambition of uniting the world, why not endure for some time and wait for a good opportunity? Wu Ba Chong persuaded. Wu Yong fell into silence. He was aware of his plan and knew its pros and cons very well. In the GU world, strength ruled above all. In ancient times, primordial origin Immortal Venerable led humanity in overthrowing the rule of the variant humans. And at present, pseudo-venerables like Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor were leading the whole world. The result of their confrontation would influence the politics of all 5 regions. An alliance of weaklings to fight the strong. History proved that this would always end up badly. The conflict of Dao marks made numbers lose their advantage. Since ancient times, it was not that no predecessors thought of putting effort in this aspect. Ancient battle formations and immortal GU houses emerged at opportune timings, but what of it? Look at the Fate War. The main characters were Duke Long, Fang Yuan, Feng Zhuzhe and others. They were all GU immortals. Even Demon Judgment Board, Dragon Palace, Di Zhangsheng and others only served as support. Naturally, Wu Yong's plan was not making an alliance of weaklings to fight the strong. He wanted to plunder enough resources through the alliance to increase his cultivation and battle strength to pseudo-venerable and even venerable level. Developing a force was only a method to grow stronger. It could gather resources and pressure enemies. In the end, everything depended on oneself. Looking at the history of the 5 regions, super forces were no more than vassals of the strong. A super force's prosperity and decline was determined by the condition of their top experts. After a long while, Wu Yong broke the silence and spoke. Wu Ba Chong, your suggestion is reasonable. All right, we will put off the attack on Mushroom in Paradise for the moment. We need to do several things now. Wu Yong said while tapping the desk with his finger. 1. Actively search and plunder all kinds of inheritances, strive to find venerable methods so that we can openly resist existences like Fang Yuan. 2. Spread rumors boasting about Fang Yuan's strength, emphasize on the conflict between Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court, and try to make them fight each other. 3. Secretly take part in internal affairs of other southern border clans. Assassination, instigation, temptation, no matter what methods are used, I want them to be more obedient. Chapter 2075, Venerable Revival. 2075 Venerable Revival Central Continent. Flowing silver blessed land. Retreat. She is demonic immortal Z-Wei. She is not someone we can fight. Such bad luck, we just invaded and demonic immortal Z-Wei arrives. The central continent GU immortals sighed as they escaped everywhere in a hurry. Did I let you leave? Fairy Z-Wei sneered, purple radiance spreading from her whole body. The radiance shone upon half the sky. Most of the central continent GU immortals died miserably, and only one escaped alive. Fairy Z-Wei was a rank 8 GU immortal and a wisdom path great expert. Against these ranked 6 and ranked 7 GU immortals, she displayed absolutely despair-inducing battle strength. After easily killing the GU immortals, Fairy Z-Wei waved her finger. The GU immortals' souls were pulled to Ying Wuxia. Master's soul foundation will greatly increase once again after devouring them, Fairy Z-Wei said with a smile. Ying Wuxia, however, did not feel joy and was low-spirited. Sigh, even if my foundation is stronger, so what? The main body is dead, I am merely a lingering split soul that is barely living. Master, don't lose spirit. Enshuan quickly persuaded, I have brought almost all the soul path resources of soul pacifying grotto heaven, they are food for your cultivation. During this period of time, Enshuan had already joined with Fairy Z-Wei and Ying Wuxia. After urging Ying Wuxia, Enshuan said to Fairy Z-Wei, Lady Z-Wei, did you intentionally let that transformation path GU immortal leave? Why did you do that? Are you hoping for him to bring in even more GU immortals? Enshuan's soul was tampered by spectral soul and had extreme loyalty towards Ying Wuxia. He would object to anything that went against Ying Wuxia's benefits. Right now, he was staring fixedly at Fairy Z-Wei with a questioning look. Fairy Z-Wei sneered and did not respond. Ying Wuxia quickly lightened the mood. If I am not wrong, that transformation path GU immortal should be Steel Rush Warrior. He is Fang Yuan's subordinate, a GU immortal of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. After the Fate War, he has been drifting about in the outside world. Enshuan frowned and felt indignant. It was Fang Yuan who killed our master's main body, he is our sworn enemy. There is even more reason not to let him leave. Ying Wuxia sighed. At present, Fang Yuan's demonic might is overwhelming, he has completely subdued the variant human alliance and is occupying a region of Eastern Sea. When he fought Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Alliance, he displayed pseudo-venerable battle strength and should have already broken free from the shackles of the Heaven Path Dao marks. He is now calling his subordinates to return. Do you think any super force will dare to block them? Even Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are turning a blind eye to it. Fairy Z-Wei added, Fang Yuan is crafty, despicable, sinister, and vicious. In his youth, he slaughtered his whole clan and relatives to increase his aptitude. He is cold and heartless, be it the Fate War or the recent battle against Heavenly Court, he threw those subordinates away without any hesitation. Even if we killed this Steel Rush Warrior, can we inflict any loss to Fang Yuan? Damn it! Enshuan clenched his fists as he realized, this demon's dominance has been established, we cannot destabilize him indeed. Not only this, even killing his subordinates poses a huge threat should Fang Yuan decide to investigate it. Since this demon has already recovered his battle strength, why has he not gone to fight Heavenly Court? Fairy Z-Wei analyzed while looting flowing silver blessed land. I have a suspicion, that is Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves. It is very likely he lacks immortal essence currently. He may only have been putting up a front when fighting Qi Si Ancestor. Currently, he should be completely focused on recuperating. Are you sure? Enshuan's eyes shone. Maybe we can make use of this. Fairy Z-Wei fell into silence once again. Ying Wuxia gave a bitter smile. Do you know what our greatest gain in fighting with Fang Yuan is? It is that this person, Fang Yuan, can never be estimated with common sense. According to the previous battle's intensity and frequency, it is common sense for him to be lacking immortal essence now. But no one knows how many methods he has, how many venerables have provided resources for him, what miraculous methods he has brought back from his rebirth. Even my main body fell to his trap, it was not easy for us to escape, it is better if we don't try to provoke him. Ying Wuxia explained. Fairy Z-Wei frowned. Ying Wuxia's words did not upset her, instead she felt somewhat worried about Ying Wuxia's morale. Fang Yuan showed astonishing performances so frequently that Ying Wuxia was now filled with fear. This was not the disposition of the grand spectral soul. Ying Wuxia was not just a split soul of spectral soul, he was the master whom Fairy Ziwei and Anshuan had devoted their loyalty to. They were looking forward to his rise. To lift Ying Wuxia's spirit, Fairy Ziwei pondered for a while and said slowly, Fang Yuan is terrifying indeed. He has always been pressured by all forces. Be it the forceful push by great venerables or the pursuit of heavenly court when I led it, he had to keep on wandering around from place to place for a long time in a precarious state. According to my guess, Fang Yuan was only a chess piece, and the moment he destroyed Fate Jiyu, the venerables who supported him abandoned him. Not only abandoned, they even want to get rid of him. Be it the shackles from heaven path Dao marks or spectral soul's pursuit, they are both evidence of this. But now, Fang Yuan has escaped the shackles and killed spectral soul. He is free from the venerable's arrangements and obtained freedom. He never had the time to develop himself properly, but now he has. Currently, he is growing stronger with every moment of time at an unknowable speed. Even though I am a wisdom path great expert and have fought Fang Yuan many times, I am unable to estimate how strong he will be the next time he makes a move. But, no matter how strong he becomes, as long as he does not become venerable, he is not invincible. Fairy Ziwei changed the subject. Ying Wuxia gave a bitter smile. Who can say for sure, Fang Yuan might have already become a venerable the next time he makes a move. No, Fairy Ziwei smiled, the realm of venerable is not that easy to reach. Since ancient times, there have only been 10 of them. Venerable ascension holds an enormous secret. All the clues point out that the venerables who helped Fang Yuan will not inform him of this secret. So that's it. Anshuan clapped and said excitedly, this is too good. As long as Fang Yuan does not become a venerable, he will only be a pseudo-venerable. No matter how strong he is, there will be limits. Be they Qi Si Ancestor or Divine Emperor City, they both can fight him. Ying Wuxia let out a breath of air. That means, as long as Fang Yuan does not become venerable, we still have hope. Fairy Z. Wei nodded. Although Fang Yuan is strong, there are many restrictions on him. Fate Jiyu is destroyed, the order of the world has turned chaotic. Since Demon Immortal Qi Ju revived, could venerables not revive as well? That would not make sense. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was only a pseudo-venerable. Anshuan's heart shook. Lady Ziwei, you once led Heavenly Court, can it be that you have some clues on venerable revival? Fairy Ziwei shook her head slightly. This is only my guess, I have no evidence. But one thing is obvious, the stronger the Jiyu Immortal, the more difficult it is for them to revive. Demon Immortal Qi Ju consumed a grotto heaven and also borrowed the help of the Qi harvest fruit. Even so, because of the severe interference during the revival process, Demon Immortal Qi Ju's strength was not consistent with Heavenly Court's records, it fell after the revival. A venerable's revival will be countless times more difficult than Qi Ju's. As she said this, Fairy Ziwei could not help but think of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. She already had many suspicions. These last days, although she and Ying Wuxia were pursued, Heavenly Court did not chase them intensely. After carefully thinking of it, although Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's arrangements showed up during the Fate War, they clearly were not focused on guarding Heavenly Court. Under the control of Genesis Lotus, Will, Divine Bean Palace and Emperor City combined, forming Divine Emperor City. But during the Fate War, it only stayed in Central Continent and did not move. And the battle not long ago proved Divine Emperor City could move. And after the bamboo tree painting that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable arranged at the topmost floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower absorbed many of Northern Plains GU Immortal experts, it flew out of Heavenly Court and left without a trace. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had left behind various methods, but Fairy Ziwei all along felt Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's focus was on other things, and not on defending Heavenly Court and protecting Fate GU. Fang Yuan might have also sensed this, so he did not attack Divine Emperor City, I assume. Fairy Ziwei gazed towards Eastern Sea. It was unknown who released the rumor in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but rumors that were luring Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court into fighting were spreading wildly. There was only one discussion in the whole of the world of the 5 regions immortals. The fight between Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court's Divine Emperor City would decide who was the ruler of the world. Wu Yong only started it. Western Deserts GU Immortals, Eastern Seas GU Immortal World, Northern Plains GU Immortal World, and even the two Heavens GU Immortals had strong motives to secretly give momentum to this rumor. This plan is quite good, but what kind of person is Fang Yuan, will he fall for it? Fairy Zi Wei sneered. The world's game of chess that involved all living beings was decided by the fight between several people. Although Fairy Zi Wei did not have the strength to participate, as a wisdom path great expert, she had the ability to observe this game. Flowing Silver blessed land was looted completely and Fairy Zi Wei successfully obtained the Flowing Silver inheritance as well. This was a metal path inheritance created by Silver Horn, a ranked 7 GU Immortal of Central Continent. It did not have much value to Fairy Zi Wei. Ying Wu Xian and Shuan also cultivated Soul Path, so the true inheritance's value was not big. The useful part of it were the immortal materials in the Blessed Land. After making sure they did not miss out on anything, Fairy Zi Wei and the group immediately left this place. Immemorial Black Heaven. Under Bing Sai Chuan's lead, He Lu Lan arrived in front of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven actually hid such a trump card. He Lu Lan was inwardly shaken. The rank 8 Immortal GU house in front of her was much larger than Calamity Luck Altar. Its grand dark golden body revealed signs of vicissitudes that spanned across countless years, but had a disposition of being firm and unshakable. I brought you here to seek an audience with a person. Bing Sai Chuan led He Lu Lan inside the depths of Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. You are. He Lu Lan's eyes widened as she saw Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on a cushion mat. The intense reaction from her bloodline in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's appearance made He Lu Lan quickly confirm the identity of this person. She immediately knelt on the ground and bowed. This unfilial descendant greets ancestor Giant Sun. Good child, get up. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled kindly. A formless and gentle force lifted the agitated He Lu Lan. She had just stood up when she heard Immortal Zombie Giant Sun continue. You are my outstanding descendant. If we talk about who was unfilial, those GU Immortals of He tribe were the unfilial ones. They are cowards who actually surrendered to an outsider, that junior Bai Zhu. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun paused before continuing. He Lu Lan, from today onwards, you will cultivate in Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. In the future, you will go to Northern Plains and rebuild He tribe. Chapter 2076, Earth Treasury. 2076 Earth Treasury. Bai Ning Bing opened her eyes and the first thing she saw was warm yellow light. You are awake. A seemingly familiar voice resounded in her ears, but she could not be certain. A few breaths of time later, Bai Ning Bing's vision became clearer. She saw Fairy Miao Yin and Black Tigress beside her. Bai Ning Bing barely had any strength left. She used her hands to push her upper body up. Where is this? She looked around and saw she was in a cave. The cave was extremely peculiar. Its form was like a sphere, and Bai Ning Bing's group was at the bottom of the sphere. The spherical cave's inner walls had large patches of scattered yellow soil. From time to time, red lights flashed, like they were flowing on the yellow soil which seemed to condense into blood veins. Wait a moment, these are... Bai Ning Bing was bewildered. She saw immortal materials embedded in the inner walls at set intervals of distance. The first material she saw was a piece of copper near her. The copper was firm and dominant, it was inlaid in the soil and glittered with cold metallic light. Isn't this ranked 7 immortal material domination copper? Bai Ning Bing recognized it. She then saw a pure white iron lump not far from the domination copper. The iron lump's aura was even stronger than the domination copper. It was the rank 8 immortal material white snow iron. What's going on here? In the production area of domination copper, there would not be other rank 7 metallic materials. But just a brief look and I can see more than 5 types of rank 7 metallic materials. And white snow iron only appears in rooster iron mines. How could there be lone white snow iron here? Looks like even you don't recognize this place, Bai Ning Bing. Black Tigress said with disappointment. Fairy Miao Yin said with a smile. We only woke up a while earlier than you and are also greatly puzzled about this place. This place is too fantastic, it seems to be a storage for immortal materials. Not only metal path immortal materials, there are also materials of other paths. Take a look over there. Fairy Miao Yin pointed towards the left of Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing looked towards the direction and saw a small patch of soil where a dozen or so large round turnips were growing. I know, this is white wine turnip, white wine is produced inside it. Although it is only rank 6, it is a rare food path immortal material, said Bai Ning Bing. Now look here, Fairy Miao Yin pointed again. Bai Ning Bing discovered a lump of wind. This wind had condensed into a lump, the size of a woolen ball. It was dark green and its sounds were low and deep. Bai Ningbing had obtained Bai Shang Grotto Heaven and followed Fang Yuan for a long time. She could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. After seeing this lump of wind, she narrowed her eyes as she thought of its relevant records. This is Profound Eerie Wind, a rank 8 wind path immortal material. It only appears deep in the underground. Even heavenly quartz GU immortals have a huge desire for it. Metal path immortal materials like domination copper, white snow iron, and others, food path immortal material white wine turnip, wind path immortal material profound eerie wind. Besides these, Bai Ningbing and the rest also discovered red snake iron, orchid vitality chi, dream soil and so on. What is this? Bai Ningbing and the group saw a small fox above them. Its hairy tail and limbs were all trapped in the soil. When it saw Bai Ningbing's group had discovered it, it curled into a ball from fear and let out soft whimpers. The three female immortals' eyes widened. They were dazed for a while before they said in unison, "Blue smoke fox child." This was a rank 8 transformation path immortal material. Even U003CU003C the Legends of Ren Zhu 003E U003E had records of it. What place is this? Blue smoke fox child is already extinct, but this place has it. The three immortals then discovered purple manor soil. This was a rank 8 immortal material which looked like a patch of soil with purple grains. Purple smoke rose above from the ground. The purple smoke could only rise half an inch before it condensed back to even smaller grains that fell on the purple manor soil. This purple manor soil had long been completely extinct. Because its effect was too powerful, it only appeared for a brief moment in history. Fairy Miao Yin said with certainty. Purple manor soil's effect was extraordinary. A strand of purple smoke, when put inside an aperture, could raise a mortal GU master's cultivation level. And when enough purple manor soil was put inside an immortal aperture, it could similarly raise a GU immortal's cultivation level. The three immortals searched roughly for a while and found that there was many kinds of immortal materials here. Although the quantity of each material was slightly little, their overall value was enormous. Crystal essence is the highest in quantity here. Earth path crystal essence, water path crystal essence, lightning path crystal essence, and so on. Could this be the legendary secluded domain of heaven and earth, Huland? Black Tigress guessed. Fairy Miao Yin shook her head. Although U003CU003C the Legends of Ren Zhu 003E did not record it in details, since Huland is mentioned together with Xiland, it should be similar to Demon Immortal Chi Ju's Xiland. Bai Ningbing smiled. It is really amazing and mysterious. There are even heavenly crystals here. Aren't heavenly crystals a product of the 9 heavens? We should be deep underground right now. The three immortals continued to discuss and soon rejected the previous assumption. So crystal essence is not the highest in quantity here, it is the blood veins buried in the soil. At every set interval of time, the earth blood veins would shine and flow like blood capillaries had grown in the ground. Because of them, Bai Ningbing had discovered the flowing red light before. Following the blood veins, the three immortals discovered its source, which was also their most important discovery. A delicate little black-yellow heart. With it as the source, the net-like blood veins spread out widely. The three immortals looked at each other before shaking their heads. None of them recognized the history of this black-yellow heart. But this is clearly a luck path immortal material. It is rank 9, the most valuable immortal material here. There are no signs of humans here. The work of nature really leaves one dumbstruck. The world is vast, it is truly mysterious and interesting, spectacular and exquisite. If SGU immortals don't live a brilliant life, then we truly would have lived in vain. What meaning is there in such a life? Bai Ningbing was full of praise. Fairy Miao Yin looked at Bai Ningbing's expression and sighed helplessly. Bai Ningbing was such a person, she concentrated on herself and pursued excitement. She did not care about life or death, let alone talk of any morals or ethics. Fairy Miao Yin disliked Bai Ningbing before, but if not for Bai Ningbing risking her life to fight in the previous battle, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit would have been Heavenly Court's prisoners. Black Tigress said, "This is great, these immortal materials will definitely be of huge help to master." The master she was talking of was naturally Fang Yuan. Fairy Miao Yin glanced at her, sighing helplessly in her mind once again. She knew, Lady White Rabbit was not much different from Bai Ningbing, she was also an abnormality. Lady White Rabbit's true inheritance was extremely strange and was a top-tier dual-path cultivation technique. Lady White Rabbit cultivated light and dark path, following the idea that light cannot exist without darkness and darkness cannot exist without light. When Lady White Rabbit's cultivation was rank 6, her transformation, Black Tigress, would be rank 7. When Lady White Rabbit possessed rank 7 cultivation, Black Tigress would possess rank 8 cultivation. But this inheritance had a huge influence on the cultivator's mental state. Lady White Rabbit was pure and kind while Black Tigress was fierce and ruthless, both had extreme characters. Not only this, once the feelings of acknowledgement and reverence were accumulated in the depths of White Rabbit and Black Tigress, they were unable to be changed. After the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Black Tigress was even more in admiration regarding Fang Yuan. Because even Spectral Soul was killed by Fang Yuan, hearing that Black Tigress wanted to offer these immortal materials to Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing's face immediately turned dark. Her eyes let out a dangerous light as she took a step forward. You actually have such a stupid thought. Are you calling me stupid? Black Tigress raised her brows and said furiously, you really think I am afraid of you? You too. Fairy Miao Yin immediately stood between the two. It was not easy for us to escape here. Our lives and freedom that we obtained by using all our efforts should not be used on strife between ourselves. What we need to consider is what we should do next. Bai Ningbing and Black Tigress were persuaded as they stopped with a snort. The three immortals continued to explore. They dug a small hole and saw the raging earth chi outside the cave. We are still in the earth vein. With just our strength, even if we collaborate, the risk is too high. This discovery worried the immortals. Fortunately, this place did not restrict communication with the outside world. The three immortals easily connected with Treasure Yellow Heaven and quickly understood the situation after the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, as well as the rising storm. In Eastern Sea during this period of time, Black Tigress was exalted. Master finally broke free from his predicament and became the #1 demon lord. Fairy Miao Yin was somewhat worried. I did not expect Heavenly Court to still have a trump card like Divine Emperor City. Even the powerful demon Immortal Chi Ju was captured. Sigh. Heavenly Court's foundation is truly too deep. Black Tigress snorted. What is a mere immortal GU house? Its methods are fixed and hard to change. As long as Master probes all the methods of Divine Emperor City, it will be easy for him to crack this immortal GU house. Black Tigress' eyes were shining as she said in a firm tone, I am going to return. Master has already sent the word and summoned his subordinates. I will immediately return and continue to follow Master. Fairy Miao Yin nodded, approving of Black Tigress's thoughts. She knew the 5 regions' regional walls were gone, Fate GU was destroyed, and it would be a chaotic world in the future. To survive in this chaotic world, it was best to rely on the strong. Naturally, Fairy Miao Yin knew of Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and coldness, but she had nowhere else to go now. Compared to Black Tigress, Fairy Miao Yin had limited loyalty towards Fang Yuan. What she cared about was mainly herself. So, when Fairy Ziwei captured Fairy Miao Yin had cooperated. But the current situation was different. Fang Yuan was now recognized as the #1 demonic immortal in the world. Even Heavenly Court was vaguely suppressed by him. Even if Fairy Miao Yin wanted to side with other forces, who would dare to accept her? Would they not be afraid of Fang Yuan knowing about it and coming to settle the score? Bai Ningbing sneered at the other two. Looks like you still want to follow Fang Yuan. Hehe, do you have a brain or not? Who do you think is the cause of our situation? Wasn't it Fang Yuan who abandoned you? He could abandon you once, he can naturally abandon you a second time, or even a third time. Why do you always want to rely on others? This is the best opportunity to gain freedom. Although our alliance agreement with Fang Yuan is still there, it has already been suppressed by Fairy Ziwei. The world thinks we died in battle, even Heavenly Court is in the dark. You still want to return? Fairy Miao Yin sighed. Bai Ningbing, don't forget our status. We are wanted demonic immortals, listed on the Demon Judgment Board and hunted by the righteous paths of the 5 regions. What else can we do if we don't go to Fang Yuan? If we fight by ourselves, we will be discovered one day and be hunted for bounty by waves after waves of GU immortal experts. Bai Ningbing laughed loudly. Running for our lives will definitely be exciting. Don't you have any anticipation towards it? Fairy Miao Yin rolled her eyes. Black Tigress snorted. Even if Lord Fang Yuan abandons me again, I am still willing to follow him. Bai Ningbing and Fairy Miao Yin were speechless. Chapter 2077. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. Fang Yuan's months of arrangements in the Immortal Aperture's time had reached the crucial moment. Within a square-shaped pool, there was a small pavilion situated at the center. Following Fang Yuan's will, a GU worm slowly flew towards the pavilion. It was Blood Acid Immortal GU. This was a unique GU created by Langya Land Spirit by combining some Blood Path GU recipes he bought in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Blood Acid Immortal GU was originally only at rank 6, but not long ago, Fang Yuan had used the Long Hair Refinement Path formation to refine it to rank 7. Blood Acid Immortal GU house slowly flew to the top of the pavilion where a golden seat was constructed. Inside Fang Yuan's mind, thoughts surged like tidal waves. This step looked simple from outside, but in actuality, Fang Yuan spent 100,000 thoughts every second to complete this final step. With a soft sound, Blood Acid Immortal GU finally landed on the golden seat. Shortly after, as Fang Yuan transferred his immortal essence, the golden seat produced an attraction force that fixed Blood Acid Immortal GU in place. Blood Acid Immortal GU burst out with dense blood light. The blood light was like water as it flowed down from the roof of the pavilion, dyeing everything in its path. The white jade-like pavilion was dyed crimson red. After it dyed the pavilion, the blood light continued to spread and covered the calm pool. The pool water became red like blood. Slight waves appeared on the surface of the pool. Burble burble, waves struck the squarish rock walls surrounding it, but the waves immediately disappeared, as the pool became calm once again. 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool's construction was finally completed. Fang Yuan wiped off the sweat on his forehead. After maintaining the tense state for over a month, he could finally relax. He immediately felt an extremely intense exhaustion spread from his bones to his entire body. I consumed too much mental energy, a lot of immortal essence was also expended. Fang Yuan was aware of it, his mind was exhausted and he wanted nothing more than to fall asleep without caring for anything else. He did just that. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Thereafter, he finally recovered his spirit. Shortly after, Fang Yuan used his divine sense to inspect this 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool. After inspecting once and finding there were no mistakes, he nodded in satisfaction. To construct this refinement pool, he had racked his brains and spent an enormous effort. And after paying such a price, the constructed 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was without any doubt the peak creation of refinement path in the present world. Fang Yuan's 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pools was conceptualized by merging immortal GU houses and immortal formations together, such as Regret Pool, Refinement Cauldron, and Long Hair Refinement Path Formation. Regret Pool was one of the 3 legendary pools of the world along with Heavenly Pool and Wine Pool. They were all famous in history. When GU Immortals refined Immortal GU successfully in it, they could leave an insignia behind. When the Immortal GU was destroyed, Regret Pool could be activated, using the power of the tributary of the River of Time and the preserved insignia to refine the Immortal GU again. The success rate was about 50 to 60%. Sun Ming Lu, one of the 7 extremities of Longevity Heaven, imitated Regret Pool and constructed a Super GU formation, Fate-reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation, to refine rank 8 fortune-rivaling Heaven for Old Ancestor Shuihu. Refinement Cauldron was the most proud masterpiece of Long Hair Ancestor. It possessed the ability to forcefully refine Immortal GU. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Langya Blessed Land relied on it to defend against 7 waves of enemy attacks. The Immortal GU of the GU Immortals who invaded the Blessed Land were forcefully refined, and countless GU Immortals were captured like this. Long Hair Refinement Path Formation was even more so the strongest foundation of Langya sect, the essence of its trump cards. The formation was extremely outstanding and only Hairy Man GU Immortals could control it. In history, Long Hair Ancestor had refined Immortal GU for Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable by using this formation. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had refined many Immortal GU by similarly relying on the grand might of this formation. If Fang Yuan's refinement path and time path attainment levels were not at quasi-supreme Grand Master, he would never be able to think of such a design. Just the design of this 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was unprecedented, and it was likely that no one in the future would be able to accomplish it as well. The price that Fang Yuan paid to construct this Immortal GU house was shockingly high. First of all, Fang Yuan dismantled the Long Hair Refinement Path formation that had a long history and was unparalleled. One of its cores, rank 8 Immortal GU Advanced Refinement, was still used as a core, becoming a portion of the foundation of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Secondly, Fang Yuan used rank 8 immortal GU regret, which was the essence of regret pool, to construct the pavilion in the pool. Thirdly, Fang Yuan specially constructed a year essence sub-pool outside to lead a tributary of the river of time into the square pool. To accomplish this step, Fang Yuan arranged 3 rank 8 time path immortal GU, early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn, from 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Finally, Fang Yuan even put the incomplete form of refinement C into the pool. Langya Land Spirit had heavily invested in refinement C because he wanted to create a refinement path secluded domain of heaven and earth. To successfully put in the incomplete form of refinement C, Fang Yuan had to use rank 8 immortal GU water refinement as well. The entire 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had 4 main cores: rank 8 immortal GU advanced refinement, water refinement, regret, and rank 7 immortal GU blood acid. Thus, it was named 4 elements. There were over 20 supplementary immortal GU, rank 8 early autumn, mid-autumn, and late autumn were among the top ones. As for mortal GU, there were over 100 million, their types were as numerous as stars. This was simply unheard of. Fang Yuan had used almost all his refinement path immortal GU in this, time path immortal GU, wisdom path immortal GU and other paths. Immortal GU were also not invested in small numbers. Fortunately, he controlled the variant human alliance and also extorted Eastern Sea's righteous Qi alliance. Only then did he have a sufficient number of suitable immortal GU. With such an amazing investment without any regard for the cost, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had the abilities of long hair refinement path formation, regret pool, refinement cauldron, refinement C, and so on. It was infused with various refinement path techniques like flesh body blood refinement technique, 7 kill blood path GU refinement method, Bei Luo ice refinement method, and so on. It could utilize refinement path killer moves like slumbering lightning python, wind grind, reflect snow, muffled thunder stone drum, dragon-shaped blizzard, heavenly light ring, refinement snake lifespan flower, omnipresent 4 Cs, and even, one step back, sea and sky expands. As soon as 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was constructed, it became the #1 refinement path immortal GU house in the entire history of GU cultivation. There was no debate, nothing could rival it. If news about it is spread, 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool can absolutely compete with Divine Emperor City and 88 True Yong building for the position of the #1 immortal GU house. Divine Emperor City was a human path sacred land, while 88 True Yong building controlled northern plains, raising the Huang Jin bloodline to its height. And 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was as good as them. It merged the essence of human style GU refinement and hairy man nature GU refinement. With it, not only could the cost of refining immortal GU decrease sharply, the success rate had also increased beyond imagination. Whoever controlled this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool would have an unceasing supply of immortal GU. But 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool is not comprehensive. It is heavily focused on GU refinement, and has almost no strength in other aspects like offense, defense, movement. Moreover, in this world, only I, Fang Yuan, can construct it. Even if other GU immortals get its blueprint, they can do nothing with it. If a GU immortal saw Fang Yuan's design, they would praise it endlessly at first. But when they started delving deeper, they would begin to curse and feel disdain. They would think this design was too naive and absurdly impossible. Because the design of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool did not consider the case of conflicting Dao marks in almost all the areas. Only inside the sovereign immortal aperture, where there were no conflicting Dao marks, could 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool be turned into reality. In fact, as long as Fang Yuan took out 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool from his aperture, this immortal GU house would automatically collapse because of the severe internal friction and rejection of different Dao marks. In fact, it would not have been possible to construct this 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool when Fang Yuan had 3,000 heaven path Dao marks. It was because Fang Yuan annexed 3 rank 8 grotto heavens, grand swine, novelty, and time difference, and refined their heaven path Dao marks, that he was able to meet the lowest requirement for refining 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Each of these 3 grotto heavens had merged with a 9 heavens fragment before, and the 9 heavens fragments contained heaven path Dao marks. Time difference grotto heaven possessed over 700,000 time path Dao marks and had over 800 heaven path Dao marks. Novelty Grotto Heaven contained over 1,600,000 Rule Path Dao marks and had over 1,900 Heaven Path Dao marks. Grand Swine Grotto Heaven had the most Dao marks, with over 3,200,000 Transformation Path Dao marks and over 3,300 Heaven Path Dao marks. At present, Fang Yuan's Heaven Path Dao marks had already grown to over 9,000. Chapter 2078, Targeting Luck Path Furs. 2078 Targeting Luck Path Furs. Most of the Two Heavens Grotto Heavens possessed a vast number of Dao marks. The main source of these Dao marks were not tribulations but the contribution of generations of GU Immortals. For instance, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had over 7 million Soul Path Dao marks. With such an amount of Soul Path Dao marks, the Grotto Heaven contained a large number of super resource points. At the start, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven only had over 100,000 Soul Path Dao marks. After it fused with a large Nine Heavens fragment, it was free from calamities and tribulations. With the favor of Heaven's will, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven produced GU Immortals generation after generations. These GU Immortals were humans, although they could casually choose their cultivation paths, most of them chose Soul Path. Because the Grotto Heaven had all kinds of Soul Path Dao marks, it could be said they would enjoy a natural advantage in cultivating Soul Path. Even if GU Immortals chose other paths, their number was extremely few and it was many times more difficult for them to obtain cultivation resources of other paths. In fact, the Two Heavens were not places where ordinary Rank 6 and Rank 7 GU Immortals could explore. Normally speaking, only a few Rank 7 experts and ordinary Rank 8s could take the risk to explore the Two Heavens to gather resources. And after these Soul Path GU Immortals died, almost all of their immortal apertures merged with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven. Although these GU Immortals did not have the sovereign immortal aperture and there would be a lot of internal friction when merging immortal apertures, because their Dao marks were mainly Soul Path Dao marks, there was much more benefit than loss in merging. As this continued for generations after generations, it had accumulated to the current number of over 7 million Dao marks. Since the moment he started cultivating, be it in his previous life or now, 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was Fang Yuan's largest investment. He had thrown in all the resources of Refinement Path into it, even using Time Path, Rule Path, Wisdom Path, Blood Path, and other paths. With 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path ability had a massive increase, becoming the number 1 in Refinement Path in the present world. Adding on his quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level, even over the long span of history, he was absolutely among the top 3 in Refinement Path. But because he had invested many immortal GU of Time Path, Rule Path, and other paths, the relevant paths, foundation had subsequently decreased. Over this period of rest, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress had yet to be repaired, immortal essence reserves had already returned to normal, many immortal GU were invested, but because of a massive surge in his major paths, Dao marks, Fang Yuan's overall strength had not decreased but increased instead. Fang Yuan's days were getting better. Thinking of before, Fang Yuan had lived almost every day in a precarious state, he was forcefully pushed forward by schemes of venerables and hunted down everywhere by Heavenly Court. And now, Spectral Soul was dead, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were recuperating, Fang Yuan no longer had a lot of external pressure and he could formulate his cultivation plan much more relaxedly. From a long-term view, constructing 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was absolutely a highly rewarding project. Now, it is time to refine and advance my Luck Path Immortal GU to rank 8 level. Fang Yuan looked at 4 Elements Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool with pride, he already had a plan. When Fate GU existed, the ratio of Fate and Luck in the world was about 9-1. Now that Fate GU was destroyed, Luck Path's influence had no doubt surged. Especially when the 5 regions' chaotic war was in accordance with the overall situation, the more chaos there was, the more effects Luck Path could display. My current immortal material reserves have already reached an unprecedented level, I have the capability to refine rank 8 Luck Path Immortal GU. But it is still not enough to construct a complete refinement C. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, he suddenly received Black Tigress message through Treasure Yellow Heaven. They are still alive and trapped in an earth vein. Interesting, they are hiding in Earth Treasury. This is good, Earth Treasury is one of the 10 Earths, every Earth Treasury holds abundant immortal materials, especially the rank 9 Luck Path Immortal material, Favored Heart, it is perfect for my current usage. Fang Yuan could not help feeling happy. Rank 9 Luck Path Immortal material could refine Rank 9 Luck Path Immortal GU. But just a single Earth Treasury's favored heart was far from enough. Among Fang Yuan's Luck Path Immortal materials, most were Rank 7 while a small portion were Rank 8. He clearly did not have the foundation to try refining Rank 9 Luck Path Immortal GU. But using Rank 9 Immortal material to refine Rank 8 Immortal GU could slightly increase the success rate as well. With favored heart, Fang Yuan was like a tiger who gained wings. Southern Border, Kai Clan Headquarters. The current Kai Clan First Supreme Elder slammed the table fiercely and said through clenched teeth, "Outrageous." This ranked 7 GU Immortal, who looked rather young, had pale white skin and dark eyes that showed signs of excessive drinking, was furious at this moment. It was Kai Bang. He was Kai Kuyu's son. Kai Kuyu had greatly supported him and had internally appointed him as the next First Supreme Elder. Although Kai Kuyu died in the Fate War, because he had made sufficient arrangements, Kai Bang succeeded in inheriting the position. After Kai Bang got the position, he sensed that the situation was greatly different from before. Previously, he was under his father Kai Kuyu's protection, there was Kai Kuyu to shelter him from any trouble. But now, he had to face the pressure directly. This time, Southern Border's super force Yang clan had given him a tough problem. The cause of this was a sound path inheritance. This sound path inheritance was called Roar, it had a long history and its reputation was spread far and wide. It had been passed down since long ago. The previous generation Roar inheritor was only rank 7 but the one before that was a rank 8 GU Immortal. That was to say this Roar sound path inheritance could let someone cultivate to rank 8, it had high value. More importantly, this Roar inheritance was in Kai clan's territory, but was extremely close to Yang clan as well. After Kai Kuyu died, Kai clan lost its only rank 8 GU Immortal and Kai clan was weak internally. Yang clan decisively made its move, encroaching on Kai clan's border and surrounding the inheritance ground. At present, they were actively exploring that sound path blessed land. Kai clan had to do something about Yang clan's conduct. Their territory was invaded and this concerned their reputation. If they did not handle this properly, Kai clan's reputation would drop to the floor. But, what could Kai clan do to protect their prestige? Could Kai clan beat back Yang clan's invading force? Could they fight? How would they fight? If they could not fight, what should they do? This was the problem Kai Bang was facing. What do you three think? Kai Bang inquired the three ranked 7 GU Immortals in front of him. Kai Da Pai immediately said with a loud voice, "Of course, we fight back and kill those scoundrels of Yang clan." "Keep your voice down." Kai Bang quickly shook his head and looked at Kai Gui. Kai Gui frowned. "First Supreme Elder, we need to consider this properly. What are you afraid of?" Kai Da Pai opened his eyes wide. Yang clan does not have a rank 8 GU Immortal, they only sent 2 rank 7 this time. If our Kai clan does not fight back, we would be the laughing stock of all of Southern Border's righteous path. Kai Gui heaved a sigh. Even though they only sent 2 people, they are famous experts. Yang Yin Guang is proficient at freezing soul profound light, which is very hard to defend against. The other, Yang Wen Kui, dual cultivates wisdom path and information path, he is the brain of Yang clan. According to our investigation, Yang clan's other GU Immortals are stationed in Yang clan's territory, but we cannot say for sure that Yang clan is not pretending and is secretly transferring their forces. Even if Yang clan is not pretending, we need to consider Yang clan's Immortal GU house as well. Since Yang clan invaded our territory, it is very likely that they have mobilized their Immortal GU house, and it is being stored inside the Immortal aperture of one of the 2 Yang clan Immortals, just that they have not used it yet. Yes. Kai Bang nodded then looked towards Kai Shang. What do you think about this? Kai Shang wore a white robe, he was handsome but his gaze looked somewhat distant. Kai Shang, Kai Bang called out softly. But Kai Shang seemed to have not heard anything, his eyes looked towards the front in a daze. The 3 Immortals looked at each other before sighing in unison. Clearly, Kai Shang's mind was wandering again. He was the most hopeful genius of Kai clan to become a refinement path great Grand Master. He was called the formation devotee and would often blank out. He would even forget to eat when he thinks of a formation path problem. If not for the clan's care, he would have likely forgotten to eat and died while immersed in his thoughts. Kai Shang did not pay attention to Kai Bang. Kai Bang was inwardly furious, but he had to treat him nicely. Before participating in the Fate War, Kai Kuyu had summoned Kai Bang to the study room and said to him, Kai Shang is the perfect helper that I am leaving to you. In fact, the 3 Kai clan ranked 7 GU immortals in the study were the trusted aides that Kai Bang relied on. But these trusted aides were unable to help him resolve this issue. Kai Bang had to make the decision himself. Right at this time, an information path GU worm was passed on through Treasure Yellow Heaven. After Kai Bang browsed with his divine sense, his eyes brightened in joy. Excellent, Alliance leader Wu Yong heard of this matter and is willing to cooperate with our Kai clan. After expelling Yong clan, they won't take the Roar inheritance and will even send their immortal GU house to help us. But they want us to reach a further agreement with them, mainly wanting our clan to set up many immortal formations in Wu clan's resource points. There is such a good thing. Kai Gui was greatly surprised. Wu Yong's conditions were extremely good and he was inwardly moved. What do you two think? This time, Kai Bang directly ignored Kai Shang, asking only Kai Da Pai and Kai Gui. Kai Da Pai cupped his fists. The decision is completely up to you, First Supreme Elder. Kai Gui hesitated slightly. If we rely on Wu clan to beat back Yong clan this time, it looks as if we have profited greatly, but Wu Yong is a formidable character, why would he make an unprofitable transaction? Kai Da Pai said, did you forget? Back then when Wu clan was weak, Yong clan seized Wu clan's poisonous waterfall and went after their corpse mountain. Lord Kai Kuyu took an immortal GU house to drive them away, then Wu clan seized back poisonous waterfall. Wu clan and Yong clan have enmity. Kai Bang patted his forehead. Right, Kai Da Pai is correct. Talking about it, Wu clan seems to have always been trying to rope us in. Back then when Yi Tian Mountain's dream realms still existed, Wu clan brought our Kai clan along whenever they did the immortal opportunity business. Wu Yong is a formidable character, and although my father has passed away, my Kai clan still has value. This time, let Wu clan work for us while we sit back and relax, haha. Kai Gui saw that Kai Bang had already made the decision and could only suppress the unease in his heart. He thought for a bit and added, this time, if we ally with Wu clan, we need to consider Ba clan's feelings and thoughts. Right, Ba clan. Kai Bang felt a headache. Super forces had been in power for a long time and had complicated relationships with each other. It was extremely troublesome to deal with them. Ba clan wanted to get the position of overlord in southern border and wanted to replace Wu clan. There was a great deal of conflict between Ba clan and Wu clan. And Ba clan had a close relationship with Kai clan. They were not merely allies, they had an alliance marriage. Chapter 2079, Rank 8 Dog Shit Luck. 2079 Rank 8 Dog Shit Luck. My Kai clan is facing difficulties but Ba clan is not doing anything to help. They even tried to interfere and support Kai Shuji when I was about to take my position. Ever since that damned Kai Shuji married a female immortal of Ba clan, his ambition has been rising day by day. Kai Bang's tone was filled with hatred as he recalled. He slammed the table. I have decided to agree with Wu clan's alliance. As for Ba clan, I will send a letter of explanation and hope they can understand. The news of Kai Bang's agreement to cooperate reached Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily. This young Kai Bang is no cause for concern. Clearly, Wu Yong's plan was working smoothly. With Kai Kuyu dead, Kai clan's internal structure was weak. Ba clan had a change of leadership. The previous first supreme elder, Ba Shi Ba, was captured by Fang Yuan and lost his immortal aperture as well as his cultivation. After Ba Da took his position, Ba clan became unstable. Wu Yong intuitively sensed the crack in these two clans. The incident regarding the Roar inheritance was like a heaven-sent opportunity to Wu Yong. How could he not grasp it? Good news, I have good news. At this time, Wu Ba Chong suddenly came before the door and sought an audience. Come in, Wu Yong said. What's the news? He rarely saw the stable Wu Ba Chong express such joy. Wu Ba Chong said, when Wu Bei was exploring Space Comprehension Pit, he unexpectedly discovered a large amount of dry clear qi. Wu Yong was slightly dazed before applauding. This is indeed good news. Wu Dushu had 3 regrets in her life. The first was the group, Fierce Gorge 7 Ghosts, that Wu Yong had already eliminated. Second was she was not able to refine 8-faced Prestige Wind GU. Wu clan had been gathering immortal materials for 8-faced Prestige Wind Immortal GU for many years, and only lacked one main material, Dry Clear Qi. Wu Bei unexpectedly obtained Dry Clear Qi this time, which was enough for Wu clan to refine 8-faced Prestige Wind GU. Wu Bei is indeed my clan's lucky star. Reward him. Wu Yong quickly thought before speaking. 8-faced prestige when GU is a rank 8 immortal GU. It is a major matter. If we are to refine it, we must treat it seriously and make many preparations. Everyone in Wu clan needs to give their all for this refinement. As Wu Yong said this, he sighed. Refining rank 8 immortal GU is difficult, truly difficult. Even Fang Yuan, with Lang Ya Blessed Land's help, will struggle with refining rank 8 GU. This is a serious matter. We might have all the immortal materials, but we need to consider this carefully. Wu Ba Chong's excited state slowly calmed down. Lord is right, I was too rash. Wu Yong was able to maintain calm and logic. Wu Ba Chong felt even more admiration towards him. Wu Yong said, we will put aside refining 8-faced prestige Win GU for now. Kai Bang has already agreed to ally with us. What we need to do now is to pressure Ba clan and make them unable to interfere in this matter. Wu Yong took precautions and thought of everything. He had already started to get rid of this future obstacle in advance. It was another round of planning and arrangements. Wu Ba Chong left the study room while praising inwardly. Lord Wu Yong has both battle strength and a strategic mind. Would my Wu clan even have to worry about not accomplishing great things under his lead? Fang Yuan's time path clone was controlling 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Rise! The time path clone shouted. Rank 8 immortal essence poured in crazily. The blood-like water in the square pool suddenly rose towards the sky like a reverse waterfall. The whole 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool began making noises. It was activated to its limit. The blood waterfall rose in the air and formed a whirlpool at the top. The whirlpool rotated rapidly while letting out brilliant radiance. After the whirlpool absorbed a large amount of blood water, it gradually calmed down. Finally, an immortal GU flew out of the whirlpool. The whirlpool dissipated. The reverse flowing blood waterfall also fell down to the square pool. Only some blood water remained in the pool. Blood red light retreated like birds returning to their nest, to the top of the small pavilion in the pool. That was the position of blood acid immortal GU. Fang Yuan's time path clone regulated his breath for a while before moving his will. The immortal GU that was floating in the air flew into his palm. This immortal GU looked like a dung beetle. Its whole body was golden yellow. It had 3 parts to its body: head, stomach, and tail. Its head was like a crescent shovel which had paddle-like tentacles in its sides. Its stomach had a horizontal ridge, and its tail was oval. It had 2 pairs of legs and a pair of tails. Every tentacle was rough and thick, and had hard black barbs on their ends. It was dog shit luck immortal GU. After having gone through Fang Yuan's refinement, it had advanced to rank 8. Dog shit luck immortal GU was the core immortal GU of cooking luck pot. Giant Sun immortal venerable created luck path and left 3 great true inheritances: self luck, all living beings luck, and heaven and earth luck. Cooking luck pot was the peak creation of the essence of self luck true inheritance. Before the Fate War, Fang Yuan had thrown in almost all his luck path immortal GU into cooking luck pot. This time, he dismantled cooking luck pot and advanced the rank of all its luck path immortal GU. Dog shit luck immortal GU was the primary target, but Fang Yuan succeeded in his first attempt at refinement. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had 50 to 60% success rate even when refining rank 8 immortal GU. This was such a terrifying success rate that if news about it were to spread, it would shake the whole GU immortal world. It might even lead to crazed attacks by longevity heaven and heavenly court. With rank 8 dog shit luck, cooking luck pot's rank had already advanced to rank 8. If one were an ordinary GU immortal, they would stop here. But Fang Yuan was far from being satisfied. He would now advance Chi luck immortal GU, connect luck immortal GU, luck plan immortal GU, luck inspection immortal GU, and so on. The time path clone maintained the activation of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Following the rapid expenditure of rank 8 immortal essence, the almost used up pool water began to fill up again. This pool water was the refinement water of the incomplete refinement sea, which was mixed with the water of the river of time, and had gone through refinement path methods using water refinement immortal GU as the core, to form this wonderful creation. The time path clone opened the hidden door of the immortal GU house's storage. The luck path immortal materials inside began to fall into the pool. Among them was the favored heart. Fang Yuan had already brought back Lady White Rabbit and Fairy Miao Yin. What he used was a killer move involving fixed immortal travel. The killer move Jade Flow Pearl was no longer suitable for the current Fang Yuan because of his enormous Dao marks. But it was of no issue. Fang Yuan had created many compound killer moves and had already created the new Heaven and Earth Travel killer move. With the help of over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks, Heaven and Earth Travel directly sent Fang Yuan to the nearby Earth Treasury. In the heart of the mighty Earth vein, Fang Yuan withstood the strong pressure leisurely and stored the whole Earth Treasury into his immortal aperture. Bai Ningbing had already left secretly, but Fang Yuan did not care about her. There was clearly no reason to waste time on her at this moment. After refining dog shit luck immortal GU, rank 9 luck path immortal material favored heart shrunk a little. Another layer of its surface was refined and merged into the pool water. Such usage of immortal materials had already reached the peak of brilliance. Blood red light once again spread from blood acid immortal GU and covered the whole pool. The pool water billowed, the immortal materials inside it melted and mixed with the blood water. After a while, everything was in place. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's efficiency in processing immortal materials was astonishing. The time path clone through luck inspection immortal GU into the water. The second round of refinement had begun. Immemorial black heaven, luck suppression heavenly palace. A tribulation had just dissipated in He Lu Lan's blessed land. He Lu Lan revealed joy at the impressive gains of this tribulation. She could not have passed it alone, but with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's guidance and Bing Sai Chuan's protection, she easily succeeded. It has not been long since I came to Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, but over this period, I have already gone through many calamities and tribulations. My strength has been increasing rapidly day by day. My previous feeling was not wrong. It seems longevity heaven really wants to heavily nurture me. He Lu Lan inspected her immortal aperture. After she came and met immortal zombie Giant Sun for the first time, Bing Sai Chuan used time path methods to increase her immortal aperture's time flow to an astonishing level. At the same time, longevity heaven supported her with an endless stream of strength path immortal materials. There was simply no hidden threat of advancing too rapidly. With such an abundant amount of strength path immortal materials, it would naturally attract strength path calamities and tribulations. Longevity heaven held the strongest luck path methods in the world, which were extremely helpful in undergoing tribulations. He Lu Lan only had to sit back and enjoy the spoils. With the support of the second largest super force in the world and being valued highly by immortal zombie Giant Sun, He Lu Lan deeply felt the advantage of relying on a force. She did not need to worry about nurturing and refining GU, and also did not need to go gather GU recipes, killer moves and so on. Someone would directly send them to her. Even the management of immortal aperture and the arrangement of resource points were planned for her by specialized wisdom path GU immortals. He Lu Lan only needed to ponder on the usage of GU and train her killer moves. Although she was a descendant of the Venerable, her life was full of hurdles, and after meeting Fang Yuan, she had to endure even more hardship and face life and death situations many times. So, after obtaining the huge support, besides being extremely thankful, she cherished this opportunity even more so. She was deeply aware of how precious such an opportunity was and how difficult it was to come by. She cherished every minute and every second of her time, and besides the necessary rest, she cultivated hard every day. Once in a while, immortal zombie Giant Sun would summon her to evaluate and guide her. This time when he called for her, immortal zombie Giant Sun was no longer able to watch He Lu Lan train in such a self-damaging way. He urged, "He Lu Lan, my descendant. Don't be overly harsh on yourself. Everything in the world emphasizes on balance between work and rest. GU immortal cultivation is also the same. If you carry on like this and stay in a tensed state all the time, it will instead be harmful." He Lu Lan faced Giant Sun immortal zombie but still insisted on her thoughts. "Lord Ancestor, the toughness I am experiencing is not too much to handle. In the past, I cultivated beside Fang Yuan and saw the effort he made. The world thinks he got his current accomplishments because of the help that Venerables gave. But in my opinion, even if no one helped him, based on his character, he would still be able to stand out and wreak havoc in a region." Immortal zombie Giant Sun was slightly stunned before smiling, appreciating He Lu Lan even more. "Looks like you are regarding Fang Yuan as your enemy and the goal to surpass. Good, with such determination and spirit, you are worthy of being my, Giant Sun's, descendant. But it will be very difficult for you to surpass Fang Yuan. It is simply like a mortal trying to ascend to heaven. I won't conceal it from you, Fang Yuan's strength has been increasing rapidly in this period of time. The speed is extremely astonishing." He Lu Lan looked at Giant Sun immortal zombie doubtfully. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun explained. Although Luck Inspection Immortal GU is no longer with me, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace contains similar Luck Inspection killer moves. Moreover, because it has been here for too long, all the luck of the 5 regions and 2 heavens are in my sight. Recently, I have been looking at Eastern Sea repeatedly. Over at Xia Clan's headquarters, the luck has been rising constantly and fiercely, even I have rarely seen such a case in my life. Spectral Soul, Heavenly Court, and my Calamity Luck Altar failed to kill Fang Yuan, finally giving him the chance to develop. He obtained the help of several venerables and has excellent character, as well as plenty of experiences from several rebirths. The more time he has, the stronger he will grow. If you want to catch up to him, you will only have a trace of hope if you make a desperate effort. He Lu Lan's expression was serious as she asked firmly, "Please instruct me, ancestor, what way is there?" Giant Sun Immortal Venerable shook his head slightly. "It is not time yet, continue to cultivate hard for now." Chapter 2080, Fang Yuan's Luck. 2080 Fang Yuan's luck. Over 2 months had passed in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. A brand new cooking luck pot finally presented itself before Fang Yuan. Its whole body was shining in golden light. When observed carefully, a platinum light would occasionally shine inside and outside the pot, giving a strong sensation of richness. The sides of the pot were as thick as a child's fist. There were 8 lifelike dragon statues around the outer edges of the pot. These 8 dragons' tails were all at the base of the pot, coiling around each other and extending their claws to become the legs of this pot. Cooking Luck Pot was now a rank 8 Immortal GU house. Compared to before, not only had its size increased, the 8 dragon statues were clear and vivid, unlike the blurry and crude image when Cooking Luck Pot was rank 7. The current Fang Yuan possessed over 9,000 Heaven Path Dao marks. The difficulty in conceptualizing compound killer moves had decreased sharply. So, even though Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level was not high, he had the ability to modify Cooking Luck Pot and make it even stronger. But after careful consideration, he gave up on this idea for the moment. If Cooking Luck Pot were to be made like 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, then when it was used outside his aperture, its might would be reduced greatly. And Cooking Luck Pot needed to be used outside the aperture. When Fang Yuan fought Qin Ding Ling before, Qin Ding Ling targeted Fang Yuan's luck, but at the crucial moment, rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot appeared above Fang Yuan's head to block Qin Ding Ling's rank 8 luck path killer move. At Fang Yuan's level, because the enemies were too strong and had many methods, his defense had to be all-rounded. Fang Yuan not only needed to protect his body and soul, he needed to maintain his luck as well. The strongest experts placed great emphasis and importance on their own luck, because it could affect a major part of their strength. Even the recently revived demon immortal Qi Ju had such thoughts. Back when he fought Qi Si Ancestor and Qin Ding Ling above Qi Si, in order to preserve his luck, he chose to retreat wisely. Fang Yuan raised the rank of Cooking Luck Pot to protect his luck. Cooking Luck Pot's structure and origin made it such that it was weak in offense and strong in defending the GU Immortal's luck. Luck Path offensive methods were mostly in the true inheritances of all living beings' luck in heaven and earth luck. The Luck Path Immortal GU used in Cooking Luck Pot were all rank 8 and were enough to defend his luck. Naturally, Cooking Luck Pot still had Immortal GU that were not rank 8. For instance, Food Path Immortal GU Cook was still at rank 7. It was not that Fang Yuan did not want to raise its rank, he lacked the corresponding rank 8 Food Path Immortal material. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool's blood acid Immortal Gu's situation was also the same. It was still at rank 7 due to the lack of rank 8 Blood Path Immortal materials. Rank 8 Food Path Immortal material and Blood Path Immortal material were not easy to gather in a short period of time. This was greatly related to their paths. The more flourishing the path was, the more corresponding immortal materials there would be. They would be easier to gather and there would be many more immortal GU. There would also be a lot of GU immortals cultivating that path. In GU immortal cultivation, the more immortal GU recipes were created, the more immortal materials were cultivated, which then added on to the prosperity of the whole path. Food Path and Blood Path were never truly prosperous, there were also few GU immortals who cultivated them. Compared to Food Path, there were more Blood Path cultivators, but most of them were only GU masters. There were few Blood Path GU immortals, which was not much help in making Blood Path popular. On one hand, it was because of Heavenly Court's Demon Judgment Board. On the other hand, Blood Sea Ancestor, who created Blood Path, was only at rank 7. Speaking of it, Luck path was also never prosperous, but because giant son Immortal Venerable had created and developed it, its reputation was spread far and wide. GU immortals who truly cultivated luck path were not numerous. After giant son Immortal Venerable passed away, there were almost no luck path experts in history. Maybe only Qin Ding Ling could be barely considered one. The main reason was because giant son Immortal Venerable had hidden his 3 true inheritances deeply and did not spread them wantonly. Qin Ding Ling could become a famous luck path expert because she had derived some foundation from giant son Immortal Venerable, and later, she changed her original path and spent countless years in comprehension before she was able to reach the success of today. So, Fang Yuan felt extremely fortunate for being able to raise the ranks of so many luck path immortal GU. Because luck path was not prosperous, it was difficult to gather luck path immortal materials. He was able to loot so many luck path immortal materials from the 2 heavens grotto heavens, which was something that would not happen frequently. Naturally, the success in refinement was mostly due to 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool. Without 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, then it would have been impossible. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool had 50 to 60% success rate in refining rank 8 immortal GU. This success rate was enough to mass produce rank 8 immortal GU. A higher success rate led to lower expenditure of immortal materials, which saved Fang Yuan a large amount of luck path immortal materials. If it were an ordinary GU immortal who had all of Fang Yuan's luck path immortal materials and they were able to advance just 1 rank 8 immortal GU successfully, they would already be immeasurably thankful. When ordinary GU immortals refined rank 8 immortal GU, their expenditure of immortal materials would be at least more than 10 times of what Fang Yuan used. Old ancestor Shui Hu was a good example. To gather materials to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, he spent all of his accumulations and even squeezed his subordinates dry, finally leading to the collapse of the whole of snowy mountain blessed land. This was still the case when old ancestor Shui Hu had captured Ma Hongyun, which saved him a large amount of luck path immortal materials. Forget about old ancestor Shui Hu, even giant son Immortal Venerable and thieving heaven demon Venerable had to cooperate with long hair ancestor for GU refinement. With 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool, Fang Yuan's refinement path strength was absolutely among the top 3 in all of history. This advantage was just brought into play and had already shown a frightening performance. The benefits it brought were unimaginable for outsiders. At least, Fang Yuan was aware that even long hair ancestor, who had once cooperated with giant son Immortal Venerable, did not have as high of a success rate as him. A new issue propped up in front of Fang Yuan. He was slightly worried of being too successful in advancing his immortal GU to rank 8. With too many rank 8, he would have to worry about their food. The food of rank 8 immortal GU was a lot more difficult. Back then, to feed regret GU, Fang Yuan directly created an enormous flower mist extreme marsh. But Fang Yuan was already prepared in this aspect. His wisdom path attainment had always been supporting him silently. Fang Yuan learned from time difference grotto heaven and did not hesitate on spending a large amount of material resources and effort in constructing year essence sub-pools, which he spread over the whole of the sovereign immortal aperture, creating various time path zones. With these zones and the help of over 9,000 heaven path Dao marks, the problem of feeding rank 8 immortal GU was alleviated to a huge degree. Fang Yuan willed an activated rank 8 cooking luck pot to inspect his luck. Cooking luck pot quietly floated above his head. It was slightly drifting earlier but was now stationary as it started to rotate slowly. The previous cooking luck pot's rank was lower than Fang Yuan's, which led to Fang Yuan being unable to inspect all of his luck. Every time, he could only inspect the portion inside the pot. But now, cooking luck pot could bear all of Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan could finally witness the complete form of his luck again. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was slim, it was tall, shooting towards heaven, seemingly trying to pierce the sky. At the bottom of this dense pure silver light pillar, there was a lump of yellow qi guarding it, looking like a dust cloud that seemed to support the pillar. At the top of the pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden and dazzling, one was shining with starlight. Such a scene made Fang Yuan fall into contemplation. After a long while, he collected his thoughts and observed the luck again. But this time, he did not observe his own luck, but looked at his clone's luck outside cooking luck pot. Among the clones, luck, the most majestic and grand, naturally belonged to the Qi-Si clone. Qi-Si ancestors' luck was like the ocean. Milky white Qi currents flowed, becoming endless sea waves. The Qi Si clone's luck fits his name, they are both a Qi Si. Fang Yuan knew the reason. The luck's appearance was tightly connected with the individual's condition. Qi Si ancestors' Qi Si luck not only originated from his name, but also because he took command of Qi Si and controlled the Qi Si formation. More importantly, several days ago, Fang Yuan had completely handed the killer move Unlimited Qi Si to the Qi Si clone. It was because the Qi Si clone wanted to create his own combat system and wanted Unlimited Qi Si to be its core. The Qi Si clone possesses over 2 million Qi Path Dao marks, has many Qi Path Immortal GU along with the complete Primordial Origin Qi Path True Inheritance, and is also the Righteous Qi Alliance's alliance leader. All these reasons gave birth to such a boundless white Qi Si luck. But although this white Qi Si is enormous, the Qi currents are moving in disorder and chaos, which shows hidden undercurrents and threats. Fang Yuan thought carefully and felt this hidden threat originated from two aspects. First, the Qi Si clone was attempting to create a combat system which was causing his thoughts to be in chaos. If he succeeded, maybe the Qi Si would recover. If he failed, this internal chaos might still continue. Second was the Qi Si clone's clone identity. The relationship of the Qi Si clone and the main body was not exposed, but there was the danger of it being exposed at any time. Demon Immortal Qi Ju already knew this but was suppressed by Divine Emperor City. Once this secret was revealed, it would have a severe impact on Qi Si clone, which was why there was a possibility of the Qi Si luck falling apart. The Qi Si clone is my strongest clone, he has rank 8 cultivation and pseudo-venerable battle strength. So, he has such a vast milky white Qi Si luck. But it can be seen from this that the Qi Si clone has a flaw, there is limited space to progress and grow. Fang Yuan compared his own pure silver light pillar with the milky white Qi Si luck. He could clearly see that the pure silver light pillar was shooting up towards the sky while the Qi Si luck's foundation was unstable, it could only suppress his current situation. If the Qi harvest fruit plan shows results, maybe the Qi Si luck could reach the clouds as well. Unfortunately, the Qi harvest fruits left in the two heavens grotto heavens are showing extremely slow growth. It will be very difficult for them to give any Qi Path Dao marks to the Qi Si clone anymore. Chapter 2081, Luck of Fang Yuan's Clones. 2081 Luck of Fang Yuan's clone. Second to the Qi Si clone's luck was Wushuai's luck. His luck had weakened by a lot. Dragon Palace was destroyed and could not be constructed within a short period of time, the 4 dragon generals were dead, and even Di Zhangsheng was suppressed in heavenly court. Wushuai's luck still had the flying dragon's form. This was closely related with his dragonman identity. When observed carefully, Wushuai's dragon luck seemed to be formed from ants. The countless ants gathered to form an ant dragon luck. Besides handling the variant human alliance's affairs as my representative, Wushuai is researching enslavement path methods to increase his battle strength. This is why there is the ant dragon luck. Fang Yuan observed his time path clone's luck. The time path clone's luck was still in the shape of a miniature river of time. But compared to before, it was much more vast and the water was flowing rapidly. Zan Bi Yu Du's eagle luck had not changed much. But Li Xiaobai's luck had a huge change in appearance. His luck had been a blooming flower with thin layers of nectar in its pistil, which signified how Li Xiaobai's cultivation would improve back then. But now, his luck's appearance had changed into a white wall. There were 3 poems on the wall with different lengths. When read carefully, it was clear they were the 3 masterpiece poems that Li Xiaobai had created. Every letter of the poem was pitch black, which was even more conspicuous on the white wall. Moreover, countless dark, inky characters were flying around the white wall, about to fly into the wall. This is his poem Wall Luck. Fang Yuan realized in his mind. After Li Xiaobai obtained the book house inheritance, he progressed rapidly, walking on the path of becoming renowned in the world. Not only did he change his vital GU, he also roamed the world to collect poems, and formed 3 killer moves with the poems he created, copied and stole. These 3 information path killer moves made him the #1 GU master in profound literature Grotto Heaven and also the GU Immortal Seed who was looked upon favorably by countless people. There were even discussions saying he was a talent that was hard to come by in several hundred years. Li Xiaobai's outstanding achievements naturally attracted old Immortal Hua Yu's attention. There were all kinds of indications that old Immortal Hua Yu had decided to nurture Li Xiaobai with all his strength. The Qi Si clone and Fang Yuan's main body were aware of Li Xiaobai's recent condition, but they did not interfere and only watched from the side. Back when Fang Yuan had created Li Xiaobai, it was to scheme for profound literature Grotto Heaven's information path inheritance to fill the deficiency in his information path aspect. However, because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven with extremely strict monitoring, Fang Yuan could not give too much support and Li Xiaobai had to move ahead by himself. The result was that only after Fang Yuan had gone through the Fate War, the Pursuit Battle, killed Spectral Soul, and resolved the issue of Heaven Path Dao marks did Li Xiaobai finally show some advancement and progress. Moreover, profound literature Grotto Heaven was also in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Most of the contents of its information path true inheritance could be obtained through the internal exchange between Righteous Qi Alliance members. This was life. Sometimes, plans could not keep up with changes, sometimes, changes could not catch up to plans. Like this, the chess piece Li Xiaobai had a new arrangement. So, Fang Yuan was going to let him develop naturally. Last was the Pure Dream clone's luck. The Pure Dream clone was still at rank 5 level. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body would attract dream path calamities and tribulations when undergoing immortal ascension. Even the current Fang Yuan did not have confidence to deal with it. But the Pure Dream clone's luck had also changed. His luck was like a drifting pink fog that fluctuated constantly. But this lump of pink fog had condensed now, becoming a sandbox. The sandbox was still pink in color, it was very small but yellow sand entered it continuously, turning into pink sand that strengthened the sandbox. Sandbox luck, what is this trying to say? Even Fang Yuan was puzzled. After activating wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan's eyes shone sharply as he made some guesses, but they had to be confirmed. Fang Yuan counted. Unknowingly, he had already created 8 clones. Creating these clones was one of the gains Fang Yuan had from studying Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul relied on clones to create Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's clones also gave him huge help. Among the 8 clones, only Fang Dichong was sacrificed. Wait, this is, Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a piece of luck. This piece of luck was vague, almost transparent, and gave an extremely weak feeling. Fang Yuan had almost missed it, but after carefully observing it, he showed pleasant surprise. This is Fang Dicheng's luck. He is still alive. During the Fate War, Fang Yuan was schemed by Genesis Lotus, not only losing Divine Bean Palace but also Fang Dichong. Such a long time had passed. Divine Bean Palace had already combined with Emperor City to form Divine Emperor City, becoming the #1 immortal GU house in the world. Fang Yuan thought Fang Dichong was already done for. But he had never expected to gain some clues from this round of luck inspection. How did I not discover it before? I see. Cooking luck pot has just advanced to rank 8, my luck inspection method is many times more powerful than before. Also, it is clear that Fang Dichong made some progress in this recent period of time. Combining both of these causes, my connection with him was strengthened by a lot and I am able to see his luck now. Although Divine Emperor City possessed painting worlds, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had left behind the killer move contented lifestyle, was active before Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because of this, Divine Emperor City was rather weak in the aspect of luck path. Discovering Fang Dichong was alive and strengthening himself, this was a pleasant surprise. But Fang Yuan did not change his plan. He had no plans to attack Divine Emperor City in the short term. Divine Emperor City was not a GU immortal, its methods were fixed and hard to change, it was not a problem to let it be. And Fang Yuan was a pseudo-venerable who had finally gotten the opportunity to rest and recuperate safely, it was a splendid time for him to focus on cultivating. 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool was constructed and most of the grotto heavens had yet to be devoured. Fang Yuan's strength would soar without stopping now. Why would he take the risk during this precious period of time to fight Divine Emperor City? After inspecting his and the clones' luck, Fang Yuan understood a lot. Cooking luck pot could allow Fang Yuan's main body to greatly increase his clone's luck, but Fang Yuan did not do so. On one hand, the situation of both the main body and the clones was much better. After getting through the previous predicament, their luck was spontaneously rising. It was the so-called, when misfortune reaches the limit, good fortune starts to rise. So there was no necessity. On the other hand, what this consumed was not immortal essence, but the luck of Fang Yuan's main body. After all, it increased the clones' luck by using the luck inside the pot. I should refine Wood Path Immortal GU now. Fang Yuan once again invested in his GU refinement project. As for why he chose Wood Path, the reason was simple. Fang Yuan had gathered a lot of Wood Path. Immortal materials, and they were enough for refinement. The variant human alliances Xiaohejian and Green Forest Great Sage were rank 8 Miniman GU Immortals. Their grotto heavens were woodpath grotto heavens, which provided enough woodpath immortal materials. Let's first raise Immortal GU Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus to rank 8. In the newly added Growling Beast Painting world, a camp was being constructed rapidly. The camp's location was selected after careful thought. It was in a strategically located area and there was a stream flowing near it. Zhao Shuyi was standing on a boulder and commanded the 100 craftsmen in constructing the camp. Although Craftsman GU has weak battle strength, it has broad usage. Fairy Bai Sha was standing beside Zhao Shuyi and praised as she looked at the busy work site. Zhao Shuyi's head immediately lifted as he said proudly, "It is our Fairy Bai Sha who has good foresight." Craftsman Gu's prospects are much higher than Thief GU, Soldier GU, and Officer GU. Besides processing immortal materials and constructing GU houses, it can also refine GU. Fairy Bai Sha nodded. Yes, if not for your Craftsman GU, how could we have constructed 10 camps and explored deeper into the Growling Beast Painting world? But, how can you control so many craftsmen alone? This is an enormous burden to the mind. Did you use Organization GU? Organization GU was a type of human path GU worm which allowed human GU to form a group. Fang Di Chang's sect token GU was also of this type. Zhao Shuyi laughed heartily and did not hide it. Right, I used Labor Union token GU and constructed a labor union. I am carrying Union Head GU and gave Supervisor GU to 12 or so high-ranked Craftsman GU. I have given one Vice Union Head GU out as well and still have 3 in my hand. No need to hurry. As my labor union continues to grow, they will have ample scope to show their abilities. The two were discussing when the emergency bugle was played. Fairy Bai Sha's expression had a slight change. Beast groups came to attack again. Zhao Shuyi said indifferently, "With Xiao Qixing and others here, we don't need to worry." Sure enough, at the next moment, Xiao Qixing's voice spread throughout the camp, "All forces, attack." There was a series of footsteps, and as the white smoke was blown away by the wind, the wide camp was filled with soldiers. Soldier GU were in the highest number. There was the small group leader level Sergeant GU, Lieutenant GU, the higher ranked Captain GU and even Chief Captain GU were used. The size of Xiao Qixing's army had increased again in this period of time. Divine Emperor City was truly the sacred land of human path cultivation. The army charged towards the beast tide, both sides collided like huge sea waves. After the stalemate lasted for a while, the orderly battle lines began to show uneven gaps. A large number of wild beasts and soldiers had died in the most intense areas. Immediately after, these gaps were filled by soldiers and beasts. Several powerful beasts appeared. Their size was clearly larger than others, like fortresses rampaging on the battlefield. Xiao Qixing's expression showed a trace of seriousness. The deeper we go in, the stronger the beast groups are. Everyone, please make your moves. All right, Chen Dazhong, Ji Yuting, and the rest began to attack. This large battle lasted for an hour. The beast tide retreated, and there were casualties in Xiao Qixing's group as well. After half a day, the camp's construction was finished. The supply group along with merchants, peddlers, citizens, and even beggars settled in the camp. These camps were like the strongest nails that were firmly fixed in their position, becoming the support for the 10 children of human path to explore deeper. Chapter 2082 Defeated Army. Sect Leader. Fang Dichong walked to a hidden corner of the camp where he was greeted by 2 to 3 beggars. Fang Dichong also had a beggar's appearance with ragged clothes and foul odor coming off of him. The 10 children of human path organized a large army and entered the newly appeared Growling Beast Painting world, playing the role of pioneers. At every set interval of distance, they would construct a stable camp before the logistics and support came to fill the camp, giving ample supplies to the army led by the 10 children of human path. Fang Dichong had been following in secret and also mobilized beggar sect to look for an opportunity. How is the situation? Fang Dichong asked. Our sect brothers have been following the pioneering army. Sect leader, the situation is good. We gathered many wild beast corpses and valuable skin and fur. We are going to be rich. It is just that we got into a conflict with some merchants and guards because of this. Fang Dichong frowned. What are the casualties? His beggar sect developed quickly. Its members were not only the human path GU worms he used, there were also many of Divine Emperor City's native beggars. Hearing the number of casualties, Fang Dichang's frown became deeper. Although beggar sect is easy to grow, beggar GU are the cheapest human path GU worms with very low battle strength. They are disadvantaged when facing merchants, guards, and others. Only by uniting and forming a numbers advantage will they not suffer losses. Fang Di Chong sighed inwardly. Beggar sect seemed to be enormous, but it did not have much strength. It was not reliable to use beggar sect to deal with the 10 children of human path in the future. Fang Di Chong entered the 10th camp, but the 10 children of human path had already marched even further and were constructing the 12th camp. I can only rely on the beast tide now. The deeper we enter growling beast painting world, the stronger the beasts become. Fang Di Chang's only hope was for the beast tides to defeat the 10 children of human path. Not only defeat, it would be even better if they suffered serious loss with casualties. Only then would Fang Di Chong have an opportunity to exploit. I can do nothing about this, my current strength is too low. The only thing I can use is beggar sect. The 10 children of human path are all GU masters and possess primeval essence. They can only maintain their human path GU worms for some time. But I am using Xianxia's immortal essence, which is akin to unlimited primeval essence, so I can maintain these beggar GU all the time. As Fang Di Chong thought up to this point, his gaze suddenly darkened and a feeling of weakness spread from the depths of his body. Fang Di Chong quickly took out human will GU and placed it in front of his nose, breathing in deeply. A gust of human will was absorbed into his body and merged with his will. Fang Di Chang's body was formed from a beggar GU, it did not have a soul and only a will. And a will was difficult to maintain and would be expended rapidly when thinking. Fortunately, in Divine Emperor City's painting world, there was human will GU. Human will GU produced human will, which could change into any form of will. With its help, Fang Di Chang's will could continue to exist and be active. At this time, in the depths of the growling beast painting world, a lifelike will was floating in the air. He was wearing a green and white robe, he had a gentle demeanor and had a smile on his face. He was Genesis Lotus, will. And below him, Mao Li Chu was lying on the ground in a curled-up position. It was bound by a huge formless force, making it unable to even budge. Not only this, another powerful force was constantly extracting its Dao marks. Dog shit Genesis Lotus, release me and fight me if you have the guts. Mao Li Chu shouted. Genesis Lotus, Will shook his head. Mao Li Chu, are you still not conceding? You are in a hopeless situation. Unless Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revives and comes to save you, your death is certain. And you yourself are aware that there is no hope for that. Your only chance at survival is to surrender. Otherwise, as time passes, your strength will continue to fall. Until you die, Genesis Lotus, Will urged, his voice was persuasive and his expression was kind. Mao Li Chu, however, roared in fury, then so be it, I don't want it, you can take all my Dao marks. Genesis Lotus, Will was astonished. At the next moment, Mao Li Chu not only released all his defense but also cooperated with the absorption force, abandoning his Dao marks. Amidst the dazzling profound light, countless Dao marks spread towards the surroundings and entered growling beast painting world. Some Dao marks fell to the ground, turning into giant beasts of all kinds of sizes and shapes. Some Dao marks flew to the sky, condensing together into vicious birds that covered the sky. The painting world was extremely profound. It could collect external Dao marks and paint them into all kinds of birds and beasts. But at this moment, with Mao Li Chu's full cooperation, the painted beast surged in amount and soon surpassed the safety boundary. Oh no, the expression of Genesis Lotus, Will changed, not having expected Mao Li Chu to be so impulsive. It was suppressed in the painting world, although it had a way to attack, it still had enough strength to defend. If it defended with all its strength, it could last for a long time. Therefore, Genesis Lotus, Will came to persuade it to surrender. To Mao Li Chu, the most sensible path would be to let the painting world wear down its strength bit by bit while holding on for as long as possible. Like what Demon Immortal Chi Ju was doing, he was suppressed by Divine Emperor City and could not break free on his own, but he placed his hopes on the future. Who could be certain of the future? But Mao Li Chu did not follow this logic. It went against the plan of Genesis Lotus, Will. An unprecedented violent beast tide formed and rushed madly towards the army of the 10 children of human path. The 10 children of human path had a huge change in their expressions the moment they saw the beast tide. Retreat, this beast tide is too fierce. Even if we use all our strength, we are not their match. Retreat, the urgent matter is to preserve our energy for later. The 10 children of human path were all elites, they retreated without hesitation. But retreating was not easy, the beast tide was like a tsunami that threatened to drown the world. Many birds moved faster than the beasts and pestered the pioneering army. The 10 children of human path fought a bloody battle and were finally able to carve a path out. When they reached the 11th camp, the whole army was reduced by half, they suffered immense losses. The beast tide continued to rush forward as if it was endless. The camp was constructed properly and had thick defense, but it was quickly showing signs of collapsing under the beast tide's charge. Heavens, looks like we have completely angered these beasts. This beast tide is so fierce, even if we add all the previous beast groups, they are not even 1/10 of this. The 10 children of human path retreated to the 10th camp. Fang Dichong had already left earlier. He had already received the information, and understanding the strength of the beast tide, he knew the 10th camp was definitely going to collapse. Although he wanted to look for an opportunity to retaliate, he did not want to disregard his own safety. In fact, with just beggar sect strength, he might not be able to get revenge even if he staked his life. The 10th camp also fell and was run over by the beast tide. The 10 children of human path could only retreat again and again. The beast tide also paid the price, but the scale was truly too large. It could completely bear the price. Finally, the terrifying beast tide chased away all the humans. The painstakingly built camps were destroyed with not even one remaining. Not even 10% of the troops following the 10 children of human path survived. The other residents of the painting world faced even more severe losses. The surviving group of people were in an extremely miserable state, they were all shocked and terrified. The city gate closed shut. The city guards looked solemn, the beast tide had arrived in front of the city. The ferocious beasts did not stop and began to attack the city. The offensive and defensive battle lasted for 3 nights, the city was actually on the losing end. Many times, giant beasts directly climbed the city walls and carved a path of blood on their way to the inner areas, causing massive casualties. At the crucial moment, large numbers of Divine Bean soldiers appeared and participated in the defense, beating back the beast tide. The Divine Bean soldiers are working for us. Right, this was Divine Bean Palace's killer move, and after we succeeded in slaying the Immortal, the Divine Bean soldiers became our helpers. The 10 children of human path were shocked and joyous, as well as deeply regretful. Their losses were too severe this time, almost all their previous accumulations were gone. The only fortunate thing was that none of them had died. Fang Dichong had already left this city to a much further area. Beggar sect's losses were also big. The crushing defeat that Fang Dichong hoped for had happened, but this level surpassed his expectations. Still, the 10 children of human path helped each other and were united. He did not find any chance to attack them. The beast tide disappeared, the large number of wild beasts returned to growling beast painting world. They scattered everywhere, making the difficulty of exploring growling beast painting world much higher than before. The painting world was like a huge beast that was licking its wound. The claw that had stretched into growling beast painting world earlier had almost shattered. I did not expect growling beast painting world to be so dangerous. It can be deduced the other paintings should also be at a similar level. Xianxia found Fang Dichong. The two exchanged information. Fang Dichong informed Xianxia about the intel collected by Beggar Sect, for instance, the losses of the 10 children of human path, as well as Yi Fan and Hong Yi's performance in this expedition. And Xianxia informed Fang Dichong of a huge discovery. Xianxia was the person who had explored the deepest and he witnessed the scene of the beast tide transformation. Using Dao marks to paint, sure enough, painting path's methods are mysterious and exceptional. But if so, Fang Dichong analyzed, it seems like growling beast painting world is suppressing a great enemy of heavenly court in its depths. The battle between the beast tide and the humans is essentially a method to weaken this enemy and increase the suppression. Xianxia approved of Fang Dichong's analysis as he said, I wonder who is being suppressed inside. They are at least a rank 8 GU immortal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, we might have a chance of cooperating. The losses to the army were severe this time, only 1/10 survived. In a short period of time, it should not be possible to organize an exploration army. Do we use this chance to go to the depths of the painting? Fang Dichong shook his head, no, those beasts don't care about anyone. Xianxia nodded. The gap between immortal and mortal is not large in this painting world. It seems we can only wait for the exploration army to be organized again. We can then take the chance to go deeper. When the large battle between the humans and beasts had settled in the painting world, Fang Yuan had secretly arrived in Mushroom in Paradise. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully raised to rank 8 and Fang Yuan also created a large number of compound killer moves. Over on the Qi Si clone's end, the Qi Si clone contacted Heavenly Court again and again to organize an alliance army to attack Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. But although Heavenly Court had agreed, they did not show any signs of taking action. Such an attitude made Fang Yuan believe the severity of the situation. Mushroom in Paradise's entrance opened. Lu Weiyin personally welcomed Fang Yuan to the depths of the Blessed Land. They had just sat down when Fang Yuan asked, "Is Spectral Soul still alive?" Chapter 2083, Lu Weiyin's Invitation to Tea. 2083 Lu Weiyin's Invitation to Tea. The tea was boiling and was letting out yellowish-brown strands of steam. In the small wooden cabin atop the mountain, experts that could influence the world were sitting in front of a small tea table. One was the number 1 demon in the current world, Gu Fang Yuan. The other was Southern Border's Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Weiyin. His comprehensive battle strength might not reach pseudo-venerable level, but his defensive prowess was enough to compete against a pseudo-venerable. The fresh mountain air blew in from the open window, mixing with the fragrance of the tea. Fang Yuan gazed afar. Outside the window were tall mountains and clean rivers, looking like utopia. Cranes flew, apes shrieked, desolate beasts and plants were abundant and docile. There were treehouses and villages around the mountains, lots of commotion could be heard from chickens and dogs, there were columns of smoke rising from houses, it was a serene and tranquil atmosphere. And this mountain that Fang Yuan was on stood majestically on the ground and was the tallest mountain in Mushroom in Paradise. Fang Yuan had just sat down when he asked Lu Weiyin, "Was Spectral Soul still alive?" Lu Weiyin only smiled and did not reply, instead concentrating on making tea. The tea was prepared. This was extreme serene mind tea, it was created with rank 8 immortal materials. The tea fragrance was refreshing and seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil after rain. The tea, the location, and Mushroom in Paradise itself seemed to complement each other. Right now, they were not distant immortals who were high and mighty, but were instead experiencing the joy of an ordinary farmer's life in the tranquil state of mind. "Please." Lu Weiyin handed the teacup to Fang Yuan with both hands. The tea had been boiling hot just earlier, but in just a few breaths of time, the steam disappeared and the tea turned into cooled tea. 1. Fang Yuan took a sip, but Lu Weiyin directly lifted the large bowl-sized cup and took huge mouthfuls. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, he gained some insight and copied Lu Weiyin's drinking method. His Adam's apple moved up and down as Fang Yuan took a large mouthful of tea. This time, Fang Yuan had a very different feeling. The tea was not ice cold, but there was a gentle coolness that seeped into Fang Yuan's organs and intestines. His internal heatiness, too, was swept away, the tea was mellow and refreshing along with a trace of sweetness. Gulp, gulp, Fang Yuan finished the whole cup of tea. Good tea. He had a peculiar expression when he placed the teacup down. That one bowl of tea had added 1,000 Earth Path Dao marks in his body. When a Gu immortal passes a heavenly tribulation, they would only obtain 750 Dao marks. And earthly calamities normally gave 250. This extreme serene mind tea actually increased so many Dao marks. It was akin to a Gu immortal risking their life to pass a heavenly tribulation and an earthly calamity. Lu Weiyin spoke slowly. This mushroom in blessed land received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help and turned into a paradise, thereby being free from calamities and tribulations. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also left behind his virtue true inheritance here, so this mushroom in Paradise's name became Virtue Paradise. Before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became venerable, he cultivated and studied in this place. When he became venerable, he changed this place into Virtue Paradise and lived here for some time. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created extreme serene mind tea during this period of time. Although food path was passed down, it was kept secretive by Spectral Soul and was almost never exposed to outsiders. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable spent his life mending the disaster caused by Spectral Soul and brought order to the chaotic world. Thus, he did a deep research on food path. He left behind many of his food path gains in Virtue True Inheritance. In his view, food path had huge potential, but there were too few people cultivating it. If it was truly developed, it could bring fortune to the world. For instance, this extreme serene mind tea is essentially a food path killer move formed from expending rank 8 immortal materials. So, It can add Earth Path Dao marks. The talent of a Venerable is truly deep and unfathomable. Fang Yuan praised. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the killer move suffering loss is a blessing and all life is bitter to counter Spectral Soul's food path methods. These two methods played a crucial role during the ambush of Spectral Soul. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stop here, he pushed food path to an even higher level. In the present 5 regions GU Immortal world, almost all the tea and wine were incomplete food path GU recipes. This was already acknowledged by GU Immortals. Just drinking wine or tea was merely to delight the taste buds and show off one's wealth, or maybe display the results of one's refinement path improvement. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, completed this aspect and turned tea and wine into food path killer moves. Like this, food path finally showed its own unique splendor. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's food path methods can change tea and wine into killer moves. After tasting the food, GU cultivators can increase their Dao marks. This is a method that can change the entire structure of the GU Immortal world. Fang Yuan realized, the influence of this method was enormous. In history, the main source of Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. But this food path method broke away from this situation. Fang Yuan had Eat Strength Immortal GU and could do this. But Immortal GU were unique, while Paradise Earth's food path method could be learned and referenced to create a number of other similar killer moves. Eat Strength Immortal GU could not be popularized, but killer moves could be spread everywhere. These were two different concepts. Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and dark. Just this extreme serene mind tea was enough to show Lu Wei Yin's deep accumulation and foundation. This virtue paradise had deep foundation and did not lack rank 8. Earth Path Immortal materials. Lu Wei Yin could simply use this tea to accumulate Earth Path Dao marks beyond common sense. It was no wonder he could fight Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan looked beyond the window once again and at this mushroom in paradise. His previous evaluation of this place was raised by several times. This food path method was extremely beneficial to GU Immortal cultivation. Virtue Paradise had many GU Immortals. These GU Immortals' strength very likely surpassed other same-ranked Immortals. But, since the start, Lu Wei Yin had only moved around by himself and did not reveal these other GU Immortals. This person's shrewdness and patience made Fang Yuan have a different view of him. Sensing the deep meaning in Fang Yuan's gaze, Lu Wei Yin said modestly, "Fang Yuan, do not overestimate me in this virtue paradise. Although we have this food path method, the cost to use it is truly high. Virtue Paradise produces large quantities of Earth Path resources, but besides me, who cultivates Earth Path mainly, most of the GU Immortals here are mushroomin and what they cultivate is Poison Path. There are also a few human GU Immortals who cultivate Wood Path and Water Path. This food path method's efficiency is not that high. For instance, this bowl of extreme serene mind tea used a large number of rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials to only give several hundred Earth Path Dao marks. Of course, Fang Yuan, you have the sovereign immortal body which does not have conflicting Dao marks, so your gains should be greater than normal." Lu Wei Yin concluded. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable said in his last words that this food path method is not even worth mentioning when compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and other Venerables. Venerable methods were extremely majestic and could change the world. For instance, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity's uprising and founded Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and tricked Heaven's will, setting the foundation for Heavenly Court to stand for countless years. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind his bloodline and created 88 Truyong Building, taking the whole of Northern Plains as his courtyard. Red Lotus Demon Venerable made arrangements that spanned over 1 million years to destroy Fate GU. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind his methods to create Divine Emperor City. The painting world developed and established the foundation of human path. These were all arrangements that influenced not only one generation, they would result in endless development throughout the whole world. Fang Yuan frowned as he guessed something from Lu Wei Yin's tone. He directly asked, "Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mentioned Genesis Lotus in his last words, did he already know Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable would create Divine Emperor City?" Lu Wei Yin nodded. When Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable roamed the world and saved lives everywhere, he got familiar with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind Divine Beam Palace to restrict Spectral Soul and to plot against him when he had yet to be a Venerable. Qing Chao's core is hatred Gu, which was formed through Divine Being Palace. The relationship between Qing Chou and Divine Being Palace is extremely close. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's original plan was to merge Qing Chou, Divine Being Palace, and Emperor City during the Fate War to form Divine Emperor City and protect Heavenly Court. However, a mishap occurred before this time. Fang Yuan, you collaborated with Fang clan to drive away Qing Chou and seized Divine Being Palace. Even though Divine Being Palace merged with Emperor City afterwards, it lacked Qing Chou. Without Qing Chou, Divine Emperor City's strength was incomplete. The will of Genesis Lotus inside it probably wanted to protect the human path gains, so it did not participate in the Fate War. Fang Yuan's expression was complex, so it was like this. Genesis Lotus' plan was originally perfect. During the Fate War, Qing Chou could sense the existence of Spectral Soul's damaged soul. It would possess rank 9 hatred Gu and have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Not only could it help Duke Long to guard Heavenly Court, it could even exterminate Spectral Soul's damaged soul. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan unintentionally destroyed this plan. Originally, Qing Chou had been nurturing hatred Gu inside Divine Being Palace and strengthening itself. But after being driven away, this process was disrupted. Thereupon, during the Fate War, Qing Chou did not have the expected battle strength and it was separated from Divine Being Palace. When the Fate War ended, Genesis Lotus contacted Qin Ding Ling, which was why Red Heart Traveler and 9 Spiritual Fairy collaborated and secretly moved to bring back Qing Chou to Heavenly Court. So in fact, it was not Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who plotted against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan who first broke Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan. This led Genesis Lotus to have no options left other than to appear suddenly during the Fate War and modify his plan. So then, why was Fang Yuan willing to accept the alliance agreement and cooperate with Fang clan to drive away Qing Chou? The crucial key was Great Thief Immortal Gu. After obtaining Great Thief Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan created Great Thief Ghost Hand with the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core and the rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu as a supplement, forcibly stealing rank 8 Soul Beast token from Qing Chou's body. Without Soul Beast token, Qing Chou's strength fell sharply, which led to Fang clan's victory. And where did Great Thief Immortal Gu come from? It was obtained by Fang clan from their Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. 1. This can be called herbal tea, which is also literally cooled tea. 2. Chinese medicine theory, which is resolved by consuming, cooling, food or drinks. Chapter 2084, Spectral Soul's True Main Body. 2084 Spectral Soul's True Main Body. So Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not just arrange heaven form, this is also another arrangement, but I did not notice it earlier. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He suddenly had a thought as he asked, is Qing Chou also alive? Towards the end of the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Divine Emperor City came to participate in the battle, causing a huge commotion. Was it really to suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Longevity Heaven? Fang Yuan thought about the fragments of Qing Chou's corpse. What was Divine Emperor City's true motive? It was a debatable question. Lu Wei Yin's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I only got an answer after returning here and recuperating for some time. What was the main reason why Divine Emperor City joined the battle? In that situation earlier, the aura of rank 9 hatred Gu was completely gone, it seemed to have been destroyed. However, Qing Chou is a living being formed from a killer move. I cannot be certain if it is dead or alive. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is simply too unfathomable, we can only sigh in amazement. Turning a killer move into a legendary immemorial beast was simply too profound. Even Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin could only watch without being able to decipher it. Lu Wei Yin continued. I cannot deduce Qing Chou's current state, but regarding Spectral Soul's situation, I am very clear about it. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Please tell me. Lu Wei Yin beat around the bush for so long, he finally got to the main point. He answered. Spectral Soul can be said to be both alive and dead at the moment, because his true main body has always been inside the door of life and death. Fang Yuan nodded as he sighed, as I had expected. When Spectral Soul self-detonated, Fang Yuan already felt something amiss. After refining all of his Heaven Path Dao marks, Fang Yuan thought back about the situation and had even more suspicions brewing. The great Spectral Soul actually died like this. Spectral Soul was the most heaven-defying one out of all the Venerables after all. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Zombie Alliance was around while Shadow Sect hid in the dark, Spectral Soul secretly controlled the whole of Heavenly Court. Duke Long did not appear at all, he was evidently harmed by Spectral Soul. He even plotted against Feng Zhuzhe, using that chance to seize Langya blessed land. He controlled the overall situation and was the mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. As long as Great Dream Immortal Venerable did not appear, Spectral Soul would be the greatest winner in this situation. Thus, Fang Yuan invaded Hu Immortal blessed land and was aided by Song Zhong, managing to kill Feng Jinhuang. Who was Feng Jinhuang? In her childhood, Dream Wing's Immortal Ji came to her. Feng Jinhuang was the prospective Great Dream Immortal Venerable. He was an otherworldly demon. Before fate was destroyed, he was the only one who could create different outcomes. And who was Song Zhong? He was publicly Song Zixing's son, but in reality, he was created from his blood fetus. And Song Zixing, he was known as the Blood Dragon. He was a member of Shadow Sect, one of Spectral Soul's split souls. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many hidden truths. At that time, Fate Ji was not destroyed, Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not revive, the other venerables could only watch as Spectral Soul wreaked havoc. Spectral Soul was too overbearing. In the end, Heaven's will had to choose Fang Yuan to return to the past and change everything. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, on the surface, Fang Yuan successfully stopped Spectral Soul. But was that really the case? Spectral Soul knew that Fang Yuan had been reborn as a result of Heaven's will. According to his original plan, he would be able to control Heavenly Court and manipulate the 5 regions' chaotic war, but Heaven's will would still obstruct him. If Fang Yuan failed, a second or third otherworldly demon might appear. Spectral Soul would never be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Thus, he changed his plan. At that moment, he started working together with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Eventually, he gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Ji to Fang Yuan, creating a complete otherworldly demon. After the Fate War, Fate Ji was destroyed by Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul wanted to reclaim the Sovereign Immortal body. His plan was perfect. He had no lack of soul path attainment level. With the Sovereign Immortal body, he would be able to annex Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven and others, instantly regaining his strength. Thus, he would be ahead of the other venerables. He would have the initiative. The advantage of being first was unimaginable. If Spectral Soul succeeded, he would be the strongest person. The entire world would be trampled under his feet. But he did not succeed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable plotted against him. While the Heaven Path Dao marks restricted Fang Yuan, they also protected him. Spectral Soul did not regain the Sovereign Immortal body. His growth became very different. While chasing after Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven worked together. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor Lu Weiyin also interfered, eventually managing to kill Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan tried to put himself in Spectral Soul's shoes. If he were Spectral Soul, what would he do? Thus, he found a huge flaw in Spectral Soul's plan. During the Dream Realm battle, Duke Long defeated Purple Mountain True Monarch and broke into the Blessed Land, capturing Spectral Soul and taking the door of life and death. Spectral Soul's life was in the hands of Heavenly Court. If Fairy Ziwei did not go after information and clues but killed Spectral Soul right away, would that not ruin everything? Fang Yuan would not make such an arrangement if it were him. What about Spectral Soul? Even though he had the strongest killing nature, he was not stupid at all. Thus, the most likely case was that the captured Spectral Soul was not the true main body of Spectral Soul. If Fang Yuan were Spectral Soul, he would also create a clone to disguise as his main body and let Heavenly Court capture him. Firstly, it would lower the enemy's guard. Secondly, the clone was a trap as well. Fairy Ziwei fell right into it. Thirdly, the amount of information and true inheritances that the clone had would not be the same as the main body. Even if he was captured, the enemies would not gain much. And finally, even if the clone was killed, the main body would not be affected. Fang Yuan had 2 pieces of evidence regarding his suspicions of Spectral Soul. The first one was Demon Immortal Qi Ju. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was the crucial person in their pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and Spectral Soul used their respective true inheritances to lure Demon Immortal Qi Ju into becoming their ally. Eventually, Fang Yuan won Demon Immortal Qi Ju over. Spectral Soul was forced to self-detonate and died. After the battle, Fang Yuan recalled this contest. He felt that victory was simply too easily obtained. It was quite different from his expectations. But if Spectral Soul was just a split soul, everything would make sense. Spectral Soul did not predict the rebirth of Demon Immortal Qi Ju, because Fate Ji was destroyed. all fixed traces were erased, the future was uncertain. Spectral Soul's plan was for his split soul to get captured by Heavenly Court, he would only place certain memories into it. These memories would not make Heavenly Court suspicious, but they would also not contain precious information like valuable true inheritances. Thus, Fang Yuan won against Spectral Soul in this aspect. The second piece of evidence was obtained by Fang Yuan recently. Through luck inspection, he checked his own luck and found that at the top of his pure silver pillar of light, there were 3 clouds. Among them, one was pitch black like ink. Who could cause such disturbance to him? This black cloud was obviously pointing towards Spectral Soul. If Spectral Soul was still alive, would he let Fang Yuan off? Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent years of accumulated resources and even the 10 extreme physiques to create sovereign immortal fetus GU. Would Spectral Soul let Fang Yuan off? Impossible. On the other hand, with the revival of Demon Immortal Qiju, the world knew that it was possible for Venerables to be revived now. Spectral Soul's main body had likely already planned for his revival long ago. In fact, did the other Venerables not have such plans? In the past, due to Fate GU, nobody could revive. But now that it was destroyed, who would not want to revive? Nobody knew which Venerable would be the first one to revive fully. Nobody was clear when they would revive. It was even possible that a Venerable would revive at the next moment. Thus, the situation was quite precarious for Fang Yuan. Once a Venerable revives, the value of his pseudo-Venerable battle strength would fall greatly. His status as the number 1 demon in the world would turn him into a target instead. After the battle, Lu Weiyin told him to use his time well before departing. This was what he meant. After the battle, he used his time to its limit, he did not relax for even a moment. Once his strength returned and was able to deal with risks, Fang Yuan came to Virtue Paradise. He came here not for Lu Weiyin, Paradise Earth's true meaning, or to inherit Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He only had one objective. Tell me, Lu Weiyin, how do I become a Venerable? Fate GU was destroyed, the future of the world became uncertain, anything could happen now. Not only the GU immortal world, even GU masters were starting to see the turbulence of the future. Fang Yuan was fighting, the mortal GU masters were also struggling. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. 4 GU masters traveled together, they entered deep into the mountain range for investigation. They had rank 4 cultivation level, together, they could resist rank 5. In Central Continent's GU master world, they were famous demonic path experts. They were the 4 great obscenities, Eastern Obscenity Chen Yin Dao, Western Thief Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao and Northern Squandering Fan Chun Yao. Sorrowful winds are blowing again. Yu Ba Guang alerted the rest. Among the 4, he had the most effective investigative methods. Quick, take out the GU house. Chen Yin Dao immediately ordered, he was the leader of the 4. The GU house was kept by Fan Chun Yao, he was in charge of healing and support. The 4 GU masters quickly hid inside the GU house. Sorrowful winds blew outside the GU house, the entire place was creaking and shaking. From time to time, Fan Chun Yao had to replenish GU worms in place of those that died from the sorrowful winds. A terrible loss, this is a terrible loss. Fan Chun Yao shouted in grief. Along the way, we already lost so much by resisting the sorrowful wind, is there really anything good in this sorrowful wind mountain range? Chen Yin Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I cannot guarantee that, but as long as there is some hope, we need to take a risk. Not long ago, GU Immortals fought on sorrowful wind mountain range, they might have left something behind by chance, it may allow us to ascend to Immortal. The moment Immortal Ascension was mentioned, the other 3 GU masters started to breathe heavily. As long as we become immortal, who would dare to attack us 4 immortals? We will no longer be pursued by anyone. Once we become immortals, those high and mighty female GU masters will all be at our mercy, right? Ha ha ha, you need to be more ambitious. After becoming immortal, what's the point of going after mortals? We can target immortal fairies. The GU masters looked at each other and started to snicker pervertedly. What they did not know was, Heavenly Court had already cleaned up the battlefield, all those immemorial year beast corpses were taken away already. The 4 of them came to the ruins and searched for 7 days but found nothing of value at all. Just as the 4 were anxious and furious, preparing to leave, they finally found something. There is a person here. Quickly come. What's so strange about seeing a person? There are so many corpses here. They are the villagers living on the mountains. No, this person is still alive. And there is a weird phenomenon around him. The other 3 GU masters rushed up and saw Wang Xiao'er, who had tightly shut eyes. He was still barely alive. Around him, there were several wild flowers and grass. They were rapidly blooming and wilting, alternating between green and gray with his every breath. Chapter 2085, 4 Conditions to Become Venerable. 2085 4 Conditions to Become Venerable. In this GU world, looking at the past to the present, in the period of over 3 million years, 10 GU cultivators stood at the peak of the world, looking down on all the living beings. In the long river of history, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 ranked 9 GU immortals were each like suns. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Their glory had never faded, their legends continued to be widespread. They were the 10 great venerables. From the start of history until now, they were 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable. 1 million years ago, olden antiquity era, limitless demon venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, red lotus demon venerable. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era, Genesis lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal venerable. 100,000 years ago, late antiquity era, spectral soul demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable. These 10 stood at the apex, dominating the world with unparalleled might. They suppressed their entire era with no rival that could match them. Their methods were terrifying. Even after a long period, they still remained like eternal arrangements. Their intelligent schemes spanned across the eras, existing throughout the past and present. They used all living beings as their pawns. Even after death, they still continued to influence countless future generations. Towards these people, Fang Yuan had the deepest feelings in this aspect compared to everyone else in the world. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the gap between him and these venerables. Even though he was the number 1 demon of the current world, having pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not confident in fighting against a venerable. Venerables dominated heaven and earth. Everyone else other than them were ants. The Fate War was a huge lesson to everyone. Any method left by any venerable could turn the entire situation around just like that. Only a venerable could resist another venerable. Putting it crudely, the reason why Fang Yuan succeeded in the Fate War was because he struggled and managed to survive while sandwiched between the battle among the 10 venerables and heaven's will. Towards these venerables who invested in him and treated him as a pawn, for every bit of admiration that Fang Yuan held towards them, there was also an urge to challenge them. For every bit of wariness he felt towards them, there was a bit of desire to match them. If they could become venerables, why couldn't I, Fang Yuan, do it? Furthermore, in order to pursue eternal life, the so-called rank 9 venerable cultivation level was merely the stepping stone for Fang Yuan. The plan to become venerable had already been set the moment he was reborn. Years ago, when Fang Yuan had just been reborn, he looked up at the sky during those nights. Viewing the moon, he felt incredibly minuscule. But now, he had already risen to the skies. Venerable level was merely his next step of advancement. But how could he become a venerable? Fang Yuan did not know. He was uncertain. He did not understand. There was a huge secret behind the ascension of a venerable. This secret had never been publicly spread. The 10 venerables seemed to have some sort of tacit agreement. They kept this secret together. Nobody in the world could find out. They could only analyze using some clues and common traits that everyone knew. Among the 10 venerables, there were 9 males and 1 female. This meant that there was no gender restriction in becoming a venerable. It was possible for both sexes. Venerables possessed invincible battle strength, but they were not omnipotent. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once asked Long Hair Ancestor to refine Immortal GU with them. 2 kings could not exist at the same time. In every great era, there was only 1 venerable. There had never been 2 venerables in the same time period. Contests between venerables were limited to the type in the Fate War, where they competed using methods they left behind. Each venerable possessed immense innate luck. Phenomena could be seen for some when they were born. Their lives were smooth sailing. For example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Some were not apparent in their early days. They only grew explosively after a certain period of time. Seemingly, in the growth of every venerable, there would be 1 Tao Guardian in existence. Each Tao Guardian played a monumental role in the journey of the venerable's growth. They could be either friend or enemy. It was publicly recognized that every rank 9 Venerable's main path was at Supreme Grand Master. The Venerables were still restricted by lifespan. There were records in history where Venerables used their full strength to hunt for lifespan GU. The 10 Venerables were all humans, there had never been a variant human Venerable. However, just this information could not truly deduce the secret of Venerable Ascension. One of the most successful deductions in history was the prophecy of 3 Venerables. Immortal Yi Yan said that in the future, there would be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This deduction did not involve the details of the secret of Venerable Ascension. Furthermore, after Fang Yuan destroyed Fate GU, this prophecy was no longer set in stone. Then, what was the secret of Venerable Ascension? Fang Yuan needed to know about this secret urgently. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's success was the best example. It was likely that the Venerables were going to revive. Thus, the best way to deal with this possibility was for Fang Yuan to become Venerable himself. Fang Yuan understood deeply. No matter how many grotto heavens he annexed or how many immortal materials and Dao marks he had, he could not become Venerable. Thus, the most important reason why he came to Lu Wei Yin was for the secret of Venerable Ascension. Other things, like Paradise Earth's true inheritance or Paradise Earth's true meaning, were just secondary gains for the current Fang Yuan. Sitting opposite each other, Lu Wei Yin drank his tea as he smiled. He was not surprised by Fang Yuan's question. He raised his head and placed down his teacup. He raised 3 fingers and said directly, "There are 4 conditions to satisfy if you want to become a Venerable. First, the GU Immortal's Immortal Aperture Origin Core has to produce White Lychee Immortal Essence. Second, the GU Immortal's main cultivation path needs to have at least 300,000 Dao marks. Third, the GU Immortal's main cultivation path needs to be at least Supreme Grand Master in attainment level. Fourth, after meeting the first 3 conditions, the GU Immortal has to break through the Heavenly Dao blockade, after which the Immortal Aperture Origin Core will undergo a qualitative change and produce rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence." Out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Lu Wei Yin actually told him the secret of Venerable Ascension directly and honestly. Fang Yuan originally thought that Lu Wei Yin would make a transaction regarding this and list some conditions for Fang Yuan. Or more accurately, there had to be a reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable chose Fang Yuan as his inheritor. Fang Yuan did not know what Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was plotting. But he had already decided that as long as he could obtain the secret of Venerable Ascension, he would be willing to give in to some extent and work with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. However, Lu Wei Yin did not conceal this secret, he directly said it to Fang Yuan. This was like a transaction where both parties were meant to hand over the goods and money at the same time, but suddenly, the trader tossed the goods to the buyer first. Lu Wei Yin's action did not make Fang Yuan relax, he instead became more alert. Lu Wei Yin had a deep scheming mind. Fang Yuan had lost to him once in the past and failed to regain Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, Lu Wei Yin worked with him and killed Spectral Soul together. This battle even showed Fang Yuan his strong mental fortitude and endurance. How could such a person be so unwise? Fang Yuan carefully thought about the 4 conditions of Venerable Ascension. The first 2 conditions are basically those of a rank 8 GU Immortal who has passed 3 myriad tribulations. I have already met this condition in Qi Path, Time Path, Refinement Path, and Transformation Path. As for the 3rd condition of the main cultivation path being Supreme Grand Master, I have not fulfilled this criteria yet, but my Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path are already quasi-supreme. The difference is not huge. As for the 4th condition, breaking through the Heavenly Dao blockade, Fang Yuan frowned slightly as he asked, "What does the Heavenly Dao blockade refer to?" Lu Wei Yin continued to explain for Fang Yuan, "The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits, so all things are in balance and mutually restrict each other. A tall tree is the first to face destruction, soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. But the way of humans is the exact opposite, it reduces the deficits and builds up the surpluses. By devouring the weak and continuing to learn, one can grow and make up for insufficiencies to become even stronger. The Heavenly Dao does not want the number of GU Immortals to increase while they at the same time get stronger, thus calamities and tribulations occur. Calamities and tribulations are part of the Heavenly Dao blockade. Before becoming a Venerable, the Heavenly Dao will send a tribulation far greater than any myriad tribulation. Other than that, there is lifespan GU. Lifespan GU is a heaven path GU worm, it cannot be refined by people. Even though the 10 venerables were invincible in their eras, they were still bound by it. During an era with a venerable in existence, natural production of lifespan GU will continuously fall. The third blockade is Fate GU, but you have already destroyed it. Fang Yuan pondered. There are basically 3 types of heavenly Dao blockades. Fate GU has been destroyed while lifespan GU is of no concern for now. The remaining tribulation blockade is the greatest hurdle that I will face. Is there a way to deal with the heavenly Dao blockade? How did the venerables in history get past it? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Weiyin answered. There are ways to take shortcuts, luck path is one of them. The venerables in history all have immense innate luck, it mostly comes from 2 sources. The first is the favor of heaven's will, the second is the adoration of human path. 3 million years ago, the variant humans were strong and disrupted the balance. The heavenly Dao sought to deal with them, so heaven's will favored primordial origin and allowed him to become an immortal venerable. The best example of human path adoration is Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is a child of humanity, he has extremely dense innate luck. When he was born, tribulation struck. The 3 dukes of heavenly court had to intervene and block the tribulation for Red Lotus. Fang Yuan raised his brows. Thinking about it, can human path methods be a way of breaking through the heavenly Dao blockade? Earlier, Fang Yuan had used human path methods to interrupt with the heavenly Dao, allowing him to gain time to take action. In this aspect, he was quite experienced. Lu Weiyin nodded. Indeed, human path methods are a good way of breaking through the heavenly Dao blockade. Precisely so, the various venerables had a common trait, they all comprehended something from U003CU003C the legends of Ren Zhu003E U003E and created their own top-tier human path killer moves. They continued to converse for some time. Lu Weiyin answered every single one of Fang Yuan's questions to the best of his knowledge. Fang Yuan finally understood the conditions to become venerable. He fell into deep contemplation. After careful analysis, he found that only 2 points restricted him from becoming venerable. One was attainment level, the other was the heavenly Dao blockade. The latter could be dealt with eventually. Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot in terms of luck path, he also had human path methods, he just had to elevate and develop them further. The true problem was attainment level. Quasi-Supreme Grand Master attainment level, it seemed very close to the genuine Supreme Grand Master, but that was actually very hard to reach. If there was a suitable environment and sufficient time, Fang Yuan could work hard in cultivation and continue to deepen his comprehension. He believed that in this lifetime, he could definitely reach Supreme Grand Master in at least one path. But now, the revival of venerables had started to cast a shadow on his future. What method is there to allow me to get past this problem? Dream realms? Obviously not. Fang Yuan had already found out that the dream realms originating from spectral soul could only reach great grandmaster attainment level at most. True meaning, he thought about it. Don't tell me, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind his true meaning so that my Earth path could reach Supreme Grandmaster. Seemingly sensing Fang Yuan's thoughts, Lu Weiyin shook his head. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true meaning can only allow you to reach Earth path Great Grandmaster. However, there is a solution in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the smiling Lu Weiyin, an obscure light flashed in his eyes. Oh, please do tell me. Lu Weiyin thus said. Fang Yuan, you have read U003CU003C the legends of Ren Zhu003E U003E, you must know this secluded domain of heaven and earth, primordial domain. The truth is, if one can enter primordial domain, they would be able to make one of their paths reach Supreme Grandmaster. Primordial domain. Fang Yuan was moved. You know where it is. Lu Weiyin's eyes flashed with bright light, at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Chapter 2086. The Secret of Venerable Invincibility. 2086 The Secret of Venerable Invincibility. Primordial domain, is at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. At once, thoughts collided in Fang Yuan's mind rapidly. U003CU003C The legends of Ren Zhu003E U003E did mention primordial domain, but the description was vague and ambiguous, it depended on the reader's own perspective and comprehension. Even if primordial domain has such power, is it really at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave? Fang Yuan would not believe Lu Weiyin's words so easily. But this was quite possible. Fang Yuan had been to Crazed Demon Cave. He had observed then that Paradise Earth went there and even created his own Dao field. Fang Yuan could not enter the deepest layer, but Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable, his ability could not be easily assessed. If this is real, then Paradise Earth's objective is in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's mind was turbulent but his expression remained unchanging. Lu Weiyin looked at his expression as he sighed internally. This Gu Fang Yuan is the #1 demon in the world after all, no wonder heavens will and the venerables chose him as their pawn. Just this information is not enough to gain his trust. Lu Weiyin had no choice but to continue speaking. Primordial domain is indeed at the bottom of Crazed Demon Cave, it is quite unique, it is both the beginning and the end, it contains the supreme profundity of the whole of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable used it in rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu as the cores to derive new worlds and create brand new heaven path Dao marks. In a way, Crazed Demon Cave is far more important than even Heavenly Court. Lu Weiyin said slowly as he exposed even more secrets. During the Olden Antiquity era a million years ago, humanity's first Demon Venerable, Limitless Demon Venerable, attacked Heavenly Court and threatened to destroy it, forcing star constellations will to engage in a game of chess with him. The chessboard was secretly linked to Crazed Demon Cave. As the two venerables schemed, their thoughts collided and new ideas were born, they created brand new heaven path gains. These gains went into Crazed Demon Cave through the chessboard, helping Limitless with his derivation. Star Constellation pretended to be unaware but she was prepared for this long ago, she went along with the plan. The venerables of the future, like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, all visited Imperfection Regret Pavilion and knew of the two venerables' game, they understood the importance of Crazed Demon Cave. During the Fate War, the silhouettes of both venerables vanished within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, but this was only the end of a segment of their game. The true place to decide victory was still Crazed Demon Cave. All the venerables knew this, they all took part in some way. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created his Green Lotus Dao field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created his Savage Wilderness Great World, while Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made his Yellow Earth Great World. This way, the situation became more complex. Fang Yuan was shaken internally. This has been one of my deepest suspicions so far. A portion of the venerables spent so much effort to create their Dao field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, why did they want to defend their own big world so much? Unless, they are also after Primordial Domain. Venerables have already become venerable, Primordial Domain is not necessary to them. Wait, that might not be the case. A flash of inspiration sparked in Fang Yuan's mind, he saw through the fog and observed a corner of the truth. Ha ha, Lu Weiyin laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation, you are someone who did not falter to the venerables' plots no matter how many were in your way. You have already understood a portion of it. Indeed, Lu Weiyin continued. Fate Gu has been destroyed, venerables can revive now. However, the stronger the Gu Immortal, the more troublesome and bigger the price their revival will be. If they are careless, even if they revive, they will not have their former strength. For example, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was interrupted by Yuan Wuyong, his strength fell and he was no longer in his peak condition. Venerables are the same, after they revive, even though they will not have their venerable blockade and will be able to regain rank 9 cultivation level, the competition between venerables will be intense. Even though venerables left behind revival methods, they are still limited in the end. Thus, the venerables want to make their revival certain, it would be best if they had their former peak battle strength the moment they revived. Fang Yuan nodded continuously, he could understand the venerables' mentality. When Fate Gu was around, everyone was unable to revive. But all the venerables still left behind some methods. Once Fate Gu was destroyed, these methods would activate and allow them to revive. However, venerables were in opposing factions, they had their own perspectives, they also schemed against each other. Who would not want to be the strongest person in the world? Who would want the existence of venerables other than themselves? The venerables were wary of each other, they thwarted each other's plans, even though they were dead, they still competed with each other in the dark. Due to the long duration of history, this type of competition would usually benefit the venerables of the future eras. For example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But nothing was absolute. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable came before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, but his arrangements, Divine Emperor City and Qingqiu, still managed to harm Spectral Soul. Or the situation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entering the Red Lotus Stone Island and taking away Regret Gu, it was an easy task. But all in all, this was the general trend. Later venerables had a greater advantage in this contest, because the entire GU cultivation world was continuously developing and growing. In the remote antiquity era, in primordial origin immortal venerables' time, there were only 4 to 5 paths. Chi path was the strongest. But now, there were paths of all kinds, mainstream paths numbered to at least 20. Taking Divine Emperor City as an example, it was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable using his peak wood path and painting path attainment at that time. It could even mimic human path. But in terms of luck path, it was quite lacking. After all, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only appeared after Genesis Lotus. In fact, it was not certain if Divine Emperor City was still the peak product of wood path at this current time. 300,000 years had already passed since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's era. During this long period, wood path had grown tremendously, countless geniuses emerged, they had their own developments, they promoted wood path to a new level. Only painting path was still at its peak. Painting path had been kept as a secret by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it was not leaked to the outside world. Thus, the current painting path was still kept at its peak state from back then. This was also why a portion of the venerables held onto their own paths, true inheritances, and did not spread them widely. Like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritances, Lu Wei Yin continued to expose more secrets. Fang Yuan, do you know that Duke Long had moved the door of life and death into Crazed Demon Cave before the Fate War? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Heavenly Court knows that Spectral Soul's main body is inside the door of life and death, so they moved it away in advance and prevented him from succeeding his plot. No wonder Spectral Soul and Fairy Z Wei could not find the door of life and death even after ransacking Heavenly Court's treasuries. Lu Wei Yin drank some tea before continuing. Duke Long did not just relocate the door of life and death, he even moved a portion of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard into Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan was stirred. This means that I only destroyed a portion of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard, the rest is inside Crazed Demon Cave. Is this the backup plan that Heavenly Court had? It does seem like the way of a righteous path super force. After all, Heavenly Court had limited GU immortals, even if they woke up, they could not retain their peak battle strength. Star constellations will also need some GU immortals to hibernate and support her. I was about to get to star constellations will. Lu Wei Yin's gaze was bright as a torch, he stared at Fang Yuan. Do you know that for a long time, star constellations will has not showed herself to tell Heavenly Court what to do? Fang Yuan was finally moved, he understood the implicit meaning behind these words. Fang Yuan stared at Lu Wei Yin. You mean to say, star constellation has already revived using her will? Lu Wei Yin nodded. Although I am not certain, this is very likely to be the case. If star constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she would definitely lurk in the 8th layer and try to obtain the 9th layer's primordial domain. Once she enters it, she will regain her Supreme Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path. She will be able to use the primeval energy of the world for herself and become a complete and genuine Tao Lord. He had originally thought that no Venerable had revived yet, but from this conversation, he knew that it was likely at least one Venerable had already revived. And this revived Venerable, the only female among them, was Terrifying, the only Wisdom Path Venerable. This woman was so strong that even after her death, she could scheme against 3 demon Venerables of the future. Even though the true details were quite different from what Heavenly Court publicly announced, it was true that Heavenly Court was saved by star constellation schemes and arrangements, surviving the onslaught of 3 demon Venerables. This contribution was undeniable. Every time Fang Yuan thought about it, he could feel how terrifying it was. As for why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Fang Yuan knew clearly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. Too much time had passed. Wisdom Path had developed until today, it had already undergone a complete revolution in terms of improvement and elevation. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster meant that the GU Immortals' understanding of the path was already at the limit of heaven and earth, they were already touching that ceiling, they had almost completely understood the profundity of the path. But they were just inches away, unable to break through. As for Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, not only did they need to comprehend the full profundities of the path, they also had to innovate further. At this level, each time the GU Immortal improves, it would be an unprecedented feat, it would elevate the upper boundaries of the entire path, it would even elevate the whole of heaven and earth to some degree. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path Supreme Grand Master attainment level back in the day was no longer Supreme Grand Master in today's world. Even though she merged with Heaven's Will and studied Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path research results at all times, this was still true. Forget about the difference between Star Constellation's will and a clone, just Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path research results alone only represented a portion of the whole of Wisdom Path. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain could her Wisdom Path attainment level return to Supreme Grand Master. She would become a Tao Lord again. What is a Tao Lord? Fang Yuan heard of a new concept from Lu Wei Yin once again. This journey to the Mushroom in Paradise was truly valuable. He had already understood the conditions of Venerable Ascension, he also learned of the Venerable schemes, and now, the term Tao Lord was likely concerning the secret of Venerable invincibility. As expected, at the next moment, Lu Wei Yin smiled. Why could the past Venerables be invincible in the world? The difference between Venerable and Pseudo-Venerable lies in the concept of Tao Lord. Why could Venerable methods remain for so many years without dissipating? This is also due to the concept of Tao Lord. Before Fang Yuan could ask him, Lu Wei Yin immediately answered, the so-called Tao Lord refers to the Lord of a certain path. When a GU Immortal becomes Venerable and has Supreme Grand Master attainment level, they will be the leader of that path. Their own improvement would signify the improvement of the path, that would also be the improvement of heaven and earth. That person is a Tao Lord. As a Tao Lord, the GU Venerable can sense all of the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth of that particular path and refine them. After refining the Tao marks, the GU Venerable can manipulate them at will. Fang Yuan could not help but feel shaken. Refine them, manipulate them at will. Lu Wei Yin continued to speak. After every Venerable becomes Venerable, there will be a period of time when they roam the world. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable or Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But the truth is, during this period, they are refining the natural Tao marks of the world, they are turning the entire world into their personal battlefield killer move. This was the secret of Venerable invincibility. Chapter 2087, Obtaining Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. 2087 Obtaining Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. So this is the secret of Venerable invincibility, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This trip to the Mushroom in Paradise was truly not in vain. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of secrets involving Venerables, he also had some sort of guess towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's motive. At this point, the signs shown in Fang Yuan's luck inspection were verified. These three clouds were phenomena that seemed to be obstructing Fang Yuan's luck from rising further. The black ink cloud should be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After all, the current Shadow sect was already left with few members, it had little threat. The Starlight cloud was most likely the revived Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It radiated mystery, it had an aura filled with wisdom. As for that golden cloud, there was no need to guess, it was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In the Fate War earlier, Giant Sun's attack came from northern plains with imposing might, arriving in Heavenly Court with unparalleled strength. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, even though they lost one legendary immemorial beast, Longevity Heaven's strength did not fall much, they still retained their foundation. The Huang Jin family was like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, it dominated northern plains and ensured that the whole of northern plains was controlled by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendants. Crazed Demon Cave was in northern plains, there was no way to avoid Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Longevity Heaven. Maybe, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to create Longevity Heaven in northern plains not because he was a northern plainsman but because of the crucial Crazed Demon Cave, he wanted to make his arrangements. Fang Yuan had many thoughts, he pondered about the deeper meaning of this. If it were him, he would make the same arrangements. If Fate GU was not destroyed, everything would not matter. But once it was destroyed, the Venerables could revive. By then, whoever occupied northern plains and encircled Crazed Demon Cave would have the clear advantage. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei Yin again. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the Yellow Earth Great World, then by helping me become Venerable, does he also want me to help him revive successfully? Lu Wei Yin nodded and smiled. Precisely. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable brought blessings to the world, but his main true inheritances were left in the 5 regions. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is here. Eastern Seas Paradise Earth True Inheritance is in the Blue Dragon Whale. Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritance is Reincarnation Battlefield. Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is inside the Yellow Earth Great World. As for Western Desert's Paradise Earth true inheritance, someone seems to have taken it already. Venerables have left behind their revival methods, but they are limited. As long as they are destroyed in advance, these venerables will not be able to revive. But if they revive, the difficulty to take them down will be at a whole new level compared to before. Now that Fate GU has been destroyed, the river of time's lower stream is in turbulence and chaos, the world is experiencing an unprecedented shift in era. Who can be sure of what will happen in the future? Not just venerable revival, just talking about Great Dream Immortal Venerable alone, will she still appear? Pseudo-venerable is just pseudo-venerable in the end. By now, Fang Yuan, I am sure that you no longer suspect our sincerity. As long as you help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revive, we will be the closest allies. Not only will we give you Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance, we will also provide clues for Eastern Seas and Central Continents Paradise Earth true inheritances. The value is simply immeasurable. Lu Wei-yin was here to convince him. He was not just qualified to do so, he was incredibly skilled. As expected, every venerable had extremely deep wisdom. Fang Yuan was starting to understand the accuracy of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's scheme. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not need to worry that Fang Yuan would reject him. Because the things that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable offered had immense value, not only would Fang Yuan be moved, he also needed these venerable secrets urgently. The reason why Lu Wei-yin exposed these secrets to Fang Yuan earlier was not because he was stupid or generous. It was because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable knew about Fang Yuan's nature. To work wholeheartedly with a person like Fang Yuan, the first condition was that he needed to be assured. Otherwise, even though Fang Yuan was a risk-taker, with his immense vigilance, he would not help to revive a venerable while only being a pseudo-venerable. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable needed to help Fang Yuan become venerable. Red Lotus and Spectral Soul were worried that Fang Yuan would become unstoppable when he became a venerable, thus they wanted to get rid of him. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to help Fang Yuan in this. While the other venerables were fighting alone, he had already cooperated with Fang Yuan. Venerables were the strongest existences in heaven and earth, they were at the limit of the world. In a contest between such individuals, their strength would usually be quite equal. Any bit of difference would decide the eventual outcome. Thus, if Paradise Earth worked together with Fang Yuan, the advantage would be huge. All these were simply alluring temptations. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just tempt Fang Yuan with the present gains, he even lured Fang Yuan with the future benefits of working together. Of course, other than allure, there was also pressure. Lu Wei-yin had already told Fang Yuan clearly, the venerables want to revive in Crazed Demon Cave, would you not stop them? If not, after losing this opportunity, you will definitely suffer in the future. Fang Yuan, look at what you've done in the past. Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Shadow Sect were all his enemies. If the venerables revived, they would not let him off. Even if they had no grudges, as a pseudo-venerable closest to the level of venerables, would those revived venerables want more chess players in this world to compete with them? Paradise Earth was a good person, he only expressed kindness to others. However, Paradise Earth's magnanimity and scheming ability definitely lived up to his title as a venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable tempted and pressured Fang Yuan at the same time. What would he choose? How else could he choose? At the next moment, Fang Yuan nodded with a grim expression. All right, I agree to this. Let's set the agreement. Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. I believe in you, Fang Yuan, why would we need to set an agreement? He was bullshitting. The true reason was that Fang Yuan had methods like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Almost no alliance agreements in the world could restrict him. Lu Wei-yin had no choice but to show his tolerance in this issue. Fang Yuan was a logical person. If he was not logical and vigilant, he would not reach this stage today. Precisely because of his logic and wariness, he knew that working together with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had benefits, while refusing had its demerits. This was more effective than any alliance agreement in the world. Lu Wei-yin slowly stood up. Since we are in an alliance, Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance is yours now. Please follow me. Fang Yuan followed Lu Wei-yin and left the house, going to a mountain peak. Outside the house, the sky was tall and the clouds were wide, the fields under the mountains were green, the breeze was gentle and the trees were swaying slowly. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the base of the mountain. Fang Yuan, firstly, this mushroom in paradise is now your property. You can freely annex it. Of course, you can let it remain here as your territory in southern borders Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan was moved. This gift was not a small one. Mushroom in Paradise had existed for over 100,000 years, it had abundant resources, comparable with top-tier grotto heavens in the two heavens. Let alone the giant resource points inside, just the countless mushroomen living here were definitely something unique among the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was the best mushroomen resource in the world, there was no contest. Next, Lu Weiyin handed Fang Yuan more than 10 immortal GU, they were mostly Earth Path. Among them, one was an information path immortal GU that recorded the details of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's divine sense entered and saw everything at once. He found that this true inheritance had 3 components. The main part was the Earth Path True Inheritance, there was the core killer move, Paradise Creation. After using this move, the immortal aperture would no longer have calamities and tribulations. The second part was related to human path. Fang Yuan had seen the contents before, when Lu Weiyin tried to reform Fang Yuan in the dream realm. Fang Yuan had obtained this virtue true inheritance before. This true inheritance had a weird requirement. It needed the inheritor to maintain a just heart, to be a virtuous person. The greater the user's virtues, the easier it was when cultivating. The core immortal GU was accumulate virtue GU. As long as Fang Yuan did good deeds and acted kindly, it would continue to refine itself. The greater the accumulation of kindness, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue GU refined. Accumulate virtue GU had many incredible uses. The most useful one was to modify Fang Yuan's physique into the righteous virtue physique that was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques, but it did not have any of the 10 extreme physiques' flaws. It represented a limitless future and potential. Fang Yuan only took a few looks before he sighed in amazement towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's talent. Earlier, he had only interacted with a small portion in his dream, he did not understand its full profundity. The human path segment of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance opened a new door for Fang Yuan. He saw a new perspective of human path. It stemmed from the morals of people, developing in this direction. If GU cultivators chose to cultivate this way, it would definitely create change and become a central part of GU cultivation in the future. If this cultivation information was spread widely, it would definitely cause the righteous path to prosper. Additionally, the refinement method of accumulate virtue GU was also incredible. It was able to refine accumulate virtue GU in the person's body through acts of righteousness and kindness. This was a type of human body GU refinement method, or rather, a human path GU refinement method. From this aspect, one could see that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had shocking refinement path attainment. Fang Yuan currently lacked this essence of refinement path. It was a huge inspiration to him. I am only a quasi-supreme in refinement path, mainly consisting of the hairy man GU refinement method. To become a genuine supreme Grand Master, I lack these things. But how many of these things are in existence? Where are they left at? This human path refinement method of accumulate virtue GU seems to have some similarity with Qing Chao's hatred GU refinement. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, he was secretly happy internally. He next moved his attention to the third portion of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This was regarding the dream path. The core killer move was 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. This killer move used Fetus Earth Maze as the foundation to create a dream realm. It allowed the people who entered the dream to live in the same dream together for 3 lifetimes. One could experience the mortal lives fully and comprehend life and death, understanding the vicissitudes of human ways and forgetting the evil in their heart, turning over a new leaf. Fang Yuan had already been hit by this move before. Lu Weiyin was the user. The reason why Lu Weiyin understood Fang Yuan's nature and goal so well was also because of this move. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained 2 ranked 7 Dream Path Immortal GU from him. The first was Dreaming Immortal GU, it was the core Immortal GU of 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one, it was not a surprise. The other Immortal GU made Fang Yuan very happy. Even though this Immortal GU is only rank 7, it carries a huge significance in my case, its importance surpasses rank 8 Immortal GU, and even rank 9. Chapter 2088 Dream Path Master. The Dream Path Immortal GU held in Fang Yuan's hands now was a round ruby-like jewel that was cut in half. This semicircular ball-shaped GU worm looked very cute, its red color was also very attractive. Its head was only 10% of its body, its back was round and smooth, there were black markings all over, resembling a tortoise shell. This was rank 7 Dream Path Immortal GU, Dream Armor. It was a defensive Dream Path Immortal GU. Fang Yuan had many Immortal GU currently, but he only had one Dream Path Immortal GU. It was rank 8 Dream Token, the core Immortal GU of Dragon Palace. Looking at the two, Fang Yuan found that Dream Path Immortal GU seemed to all look very pretty. I wonder what Dream Travel and Dream Wings look like. Fang Yuan could not help but think. He had 500 years of memories. He knew that Dream Wings Immortal GU was in the hands of Feng Jin Huang, while Dream Travel Immortal GU was in Lady Poison Scorpion's hands. It was not that Fang Yuan had no intentions of targeting them. All along, he could not effectively deal with Feng Jin Huang, while he had little confidence in regards to Lady Poison Scorpion. In his previous life, Dream Travel, Carefree Travel, Fixed Immortal Travel, and Liquor God Travel were the publicly recognized 4 great movement Immortal GU. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, Lady Poison Scorpion could travel through dreams and instantly enter any single dream realm. Currently, Dream Path is still not developed enough. Dream realms have not manifested everywhere in the outside world. Dream Path Immortal materials are still rare, while Dream Path Immortal GU are even rarer, and yet I already own 3 of them. Fang Yuan was quite happy with this result. In the previous life, the manifested dream realms were even larger than Spectral Soul's dream realm. They were everywhere in the 5 regions. Thus, everyone could enter dream realms for exploration. It was unlike now where dream realms were occupied by the experts. A vast amount of dream realms meant countless opportunities for GU cultivators to excavate Dream Path GU materials. With these materials, Dream Path started to develop rapidly as a path. Thus, at this current time, Dream Path had only started to grow in its initial state. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, and Spectral Soul's Dream Realm were just small flames that could not boil this entire pot of water. To boil the pot of water that was Dream Path, Spectral Soul's Dream Realm was just too small. The entire world's strength was needed. In Fang Yuan's case, the Immortal GU Dreaming and Dream Token were even less important than Dream Armor. Because Dream Armor was a defensive Immortal GU, with this Immortal GU, he would have the capability of resisting Dream Path tribulations. The pure Dream Reality Seeker clone would be able to undergo Immortal Ascension. Fang Yuan recalled his luck inspection results earlier. The pure Dream clone's luck was like a pink sandbox. It was very small, but yellow sand entered it continuously, turning into pink sand that strengthened the sandbox. The sandbox luck predicted that the pure Dream clone would receive the help of Paradise Earth. Now it seemed like that was truly the case. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to inspect his luck. His silver luck pillar did not change much. The pillar of light only became slightly larger, while most of the yellow sand below it had vanished. The pure Dream clone's luck was still like a pink sandbox, but no more yellow sand fell into it. The sand pile in the box was very tall. There was a feeling of collapse or breakthrough at the next moment. I gained Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. With his help, the pure Dream clone has the opportunity to break through. But even so, the risks are still huge. I need to make even more preparation. After Cooking Luck Pot reached rank 8, Fang Yuan obtained even more benefits from Luck Path. He was increasingly feeling the advantage of Luck Path. It was no wonder that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to rise to the top back then. Crazed Demon Cave was definitely a place to visit, but Fang Yuan could not go now. Currently, his strength was growing explosively. Fang Yuan intended to raise his battle strength to the limit before heading to Crazed Demon Cave. Even though Lu Wei Yin claimed that the situation was extremely urgent, Fang Yuan had luck inspection. He knew that he still had some precious time left. More preparation leads to better future results. Let me first research on Dream Path methods before I help the pure Dream clone to ascend. Fang Yuan looked at himself. His Dream Path knowledge was undoubtedly the #1 in the current world. The knowledge of Dream Realm exploration that he brought along with Rebirth was still the top-tier research result of the current world, but his advantage was quickly shrinking. However, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he still made incredible progress in Dream Path. The killer move Unravel Dream came from his memories. From Shadow Sect, he obtained Lead Soul into Dream, Switch Soul in Dream, and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. From Dragon Palace, he obtained Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, and Dream Revelation. And now from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he obtained 3 Lifetime Dreams Reform a Chosen One. Fang Yuan had more Dream Path killer moves than Dream Path Immortal GU. Many of the Dream Path killer moves had core immortal GU of other paths. There was no helping it. He used a vast number of Dream Path mortal GU in place of a Dream Path immortal GU. For example, killer moves like lead soul into dream and switch soul in dream. What I need now is a Dream Path defensive killer move that uses Dream Armor immortal GU as the core. After that, I need a Dream Path movement method so that I can escape danger and gain some time to recuperate. After that is healing and finally offense. Even though Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was ordinary, he was confident in creating new Dream Path killer moves. The reason was that he had unrestrained Heavenly Mark. He could create a large number of compound killer moves. Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court were definitely plotting to contest in Crazed Demon Cave. They would not send troops to attack Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. Not to mention approaching Fang Yuan. As for the Southern Alliance led by Wu Yong, they would be glad if Fang Yuan did not find them for trouble. Why would they come to him and court death? The external environment was unprecedentedly safe. Fang Yuan started to enter closed cultivation. He created Dream Path killer moves. He made good progress every day. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped, entering a daze. He advanced to Dream Path Master. This was the explosive growth of his accumulation. It was extremely smooth after long periods of foundation building. When creating his killer moves, he had unknowingly succeeded and stepped into the next realm. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been pressured by external forces. He had never invested any time or energy into Dream Path. Until now, he started to truly cultivate Dream Path. He put effort into it. Because his foundation was deep, he was able to progress rapidly from the start, raising his Dream Path attainment level. Master attainment level. The GU cultivators' use of GU worms had already reached an artistic level. They were no longer amateurs. The most evident trait was the emergence of instinct. Their understanding of GU worms and the conceptualization of immortal killer moves for that path had also turned into the cultivator's innate ability. It was like a natural skill that came with them from birth, smooth and easy to use. For example, Fang Yuan had a very vague idea of Dream Path GU worm compatibility for killer moves. He had to try to find out if they would succeed or fail. But now, before trying, his instincts would tell him if some ideas were more feasible or if they were meant to fail even without trying, whether he would only waste his time, energy, and resource if he went ahead. Good. Having Dream Path Master attainment level is truly icing on the cake. My Dream Path achievement is definitely at the top of the current world. But this might change after some time. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many Dream Path geniuses. Among them were shocking talents like Feng Jin Huang and Lady Poison Scorpion. Raising Dream Path attainment level was much easier for them compared to others. Some people were born with compatibility with certain paths. Talent was something that could not be explained. Especially for great Dream Immortal Venerable Seeds like Feng Jin Huang and Lady Poison Scorpion. Fang Yuan had self-awareness. He knew that others would surpass him soon in the aspect of Dream Path attainment level. But Fang Yuan would not give up on developing Dream Path. He would not commit the same mistake as in his previous life. Dream Path was the great trend ahead, the revolution of the future. There was a huge advantage in a new path. But now is not the time to truly cultivate Dream Path. Fang Yuan understood his circumstances clearly. He had to become a venerable first to resist the external threats. Only then would he have time and opportunities to develop his Dream Path slowly. After hearing of the 4 venerable ascension conditions from Lu Weiyin, after careful consideration, Fang Yuan guessed that refinement path would be the most likely path that he would become venerable in. First becoming a venerable in refinement path, then going on to becoming venerable in other paths. This was the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The other venerables would only be able to stare at his growth. Even though Spectral Soul knew how to refine sovereign immortal fetus GU, after failing in his pursuit of Fang Yuan, he had already fallen behind in terms of progress. Fang Yuan had far greater potential for development than the current venerables. At the same time, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In a certain GU refinement secret room within Spirit Affinity House, Feng Jin Huang's GU refinement was reaching its crucial stage. I am about to succeed. Feng Jin Huang's eyes shined. As long as I refine this Dream Path mortal GU, I will have defensive abilities in dream realms. This is definitely a huge breakthrough. Suddenly, the light in front of Feng Jin Huang exploded. The GU refinement failed as she coughed out a mouthful of blood, falling down. How did this happen? Feng Jin Huang was extremely shocked. This was not supposed to happen. The Dream Path Mortal GU recipe had been checked more than 10 times, how could there be a mistake? Even if any mistake was present, it should not have triggered at this crucial point. This is not a problem with my GU recipe, the problem is the GU material. Feng Jinhuang's head was hurting greatly, but she still understood what had happened. When refining the GU, I did my inspection. The GU materials must have been tampered with, and it must be the work of an immortal, that is why I could not notice it. I was plotted against. Someone wants me dead. Thinking of this, a deep chill emerged from the depths of Feng Jinhuang's heart. She struggled to get up but halfway, she fell over. Her face was pale as her aura weakened, the strength in her body dissipated as well. I am going to die here. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth as tears appeared in her eyes. Her beautiful and elegant face was plastered on the cold ground, she had no strength to raise it herself. Master, before dying, Feng Jinhuang thought of Duke Long, her mother, and her father. I am not willing to die here. Feng Jinhuang shouted in her heart. Suddenly, she heard some quarreling outside. Fairy, you cannot go in. I, Zhao Lian Yun, am the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, I can use any GU refinement room I want, why can't I choose this best room? Fairy, this room has been taken already, you barged in like this, what if an accident occurs when the person inside is refining GU? Accident, HMPH, how can there be any accident? The moment she said that, there was a loud sound, the third door of the secret room was forcefully opened. Ah, what is going on? The GU master in charge of the GU refinement secret room became pale with shock. Her GU refinement failed, she suffered a backlash. Quickly give way, how can a GU master like you save her from these injuries? Zhao Lian Yun pushed the GU master aside, a dark light flickering in her eyes. The GU master was covered in sweat, thinking about the history between Feng Jinhuang and Zhao Lian Yun, she was flustered and did not know what to do. Aren't you scramming? If you interrupt my healing, can you bear the consequences? Zhao Lian Yun called out again. The GU master gritted her teeth. Fairy, ah. Zhao Lian Yun waved her hand, a lump of profound light sent the GU master flying far away. Zhao Lian Yun approached Feng Jinhuang as she squatted down. The two peerless beauties looked at each other. The GU refinement secret room fell into dead silence. This was truly a twist of fate, the two of them had reversed statuses at the moment. Feng Jinhuang was not flustered in the face of death, she said calmly, so you are the ones who want me dead. She was intelligent, after seeing Zhao Lian Yun, she thought of Li Junying and Shu Hao. The latter two had deep grudges with Feng Zhuzhe. Zhao Lian Yun sighed as she extended her hand towards Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang had no strength to resist, her vision fell into darkness. Chapter 2089 Come compete yourself. Water vapor surged, 3 GU immortals flew rapidly among the clouds. Faster, faster. The GU immortal in front was the current first Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House. The 3 Spirit Affinity House immortals that were moving showed unease and anxiety on their faces. It turned out that after Zhao Lian Yun forcefully sent the rank 5 GU master guarding the GU refinement room away, this GU master felt very worried and went to inform the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House. After receiving the news, First Supreme Elder and the rest could not wait anymore, they quickly rushed towards the place. Nothing had to happen to Feng Jinhuang. Earlier, even though Feng Zhuzhe betrayed them in the Fate War and caused Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jinhuang to fall from grace, Heavenly Court dealt with the issue calmly, they did not punish the two of them. According to the rules of the righteous path, they could not punish them. This was because Feng Jinhuang and Fairy Bai Qing did not betray their sect. Feng Jinhuang was even the disciple of Duke Long. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, Qin Dingling handed out emergency orders. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder personally controlled the Immortal GU House and brought Feng Jinhuang to the battlefield, where she collected all of the dream realms that Fang Yuan left behind. Feng Jinhuang made a huge contribution in this battle. Before the first Supreme Elder left, Qin Dingling secretly transmitted to her and said, "Take good care of Feng Jinhuang. Even with the destruction of Fate GU, Dream Path is still the future trend of the world." Spirit Affinity House instantly understood the intention of Heavenly Court, they still thought highly of Feng Jinhuang and wanted to nurture her. All of the dream realms that Feng Jinhuang collected were kept with her, Heavenly Court did not take a single one away. The 3 immortals flew into the GU refinement secret room directly. Fairy Lian Yun, you need to calm down, The three immortals were surprised. They did not see Feng Jinhuang's corpse, instead, they saw that Feng Jinhuang and Zhao Lianyun were facing each other. Traces of blood was still seen on Feng Jinhuang's lips, but using their investigative methods, the three immortals found that she was very healthy, completely uninjured. Did Zhao Lianyun really save Feng Jinhuang? This is too strange. Zhao Lianyun has always been part of the anti-Feng faction. Feng Jinhuang failed her GU refinement this time. She came at a peculiar timing, she evidently wanted to deal a fatal blow. Why did this happen? The three immortals were unable to understand. Looking at the situation, Feng Jinhuang had the upper hand, while Zhao Lianyun's expression was quite ugly. Feng Jinhuang, very well done. Zhao Lianyun looked at Feng Jinhuang deeply in the eyes, she spoke with deep meaning before leaving. She walked past the three immortals without even greeting them. This went against her usual demeanor, it showed how terrible her mood was. Feng Jinhuang wiped the blood traces off her lips as she smiled and greeted the three supreme elders. The three immortals quickly understood the reason, they sighed in their hearts. This must be due to Feng Jinhuang's plan, she must have sensed something and went along with the scheme to lure out the enemies, causing Zhao Lianyun to expose herself. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Jinhuang's improvement has been very evident. Predicaments truly help to train people. But what should we do about their conflict? The three immortals were secretly troubled. On one hand, there was the anti-Feng faction. Li Junying and Shu Hao were the pillars holding this faction up. They helped Zhao Lianyun become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With her addition, the faction was already the #1 force within Spirit Affinity House. On the other hand, there were Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jinhuang. This mother and daughter pair was not easy to deal with, they had deep foundations. Even though Feng Jinhuang seemed to have lost her grace, she was still very important to Heavenly Court. After all, her father was Feng Zhuzhe, even though he betrayed the righteous path, as long as he was not dead, Spirit Affinity House could not ignore his existence. The conflict between the two factions became the greatest internal threat of Spirit Affinity House, but the first Supreme Elder was unable to do anything. Feng Jinhuang, if you want to refine GU in the future, you can come to my mountain peak. The first Supreme Elder looked at Feng Jinhuang for a while before speaking amicably. She pretended not to know about the fact that Zhao Lianyun came to find trouble earlier. There was no direct evidence. The only evidence was the GU refinement materials, but they were destroyed already. Even if there was evidence, the first Supreme Elder would likely not want to deal with it. Having it manifest now would just trigger the internal threat, causing the decline of the sect. The first Supreme Elder was very mature. She knew that Spirit Affinity House had fallen into some internal strife now, it was like a volcano bound to erupt. Soon, she needed to use a pod lid and cover the top, stalling for as much time as she could. During this period, she had to dig some roots to redirect the lava away and release the inner pressure to stabilize the situation. Zhao Lianyun returned to her mountain with a livid expression. She did not enter the hall, she stood on the mountain peak, looking at the dark weather. She knew that someone would come. As expected, a while later, Shu Hao and Li Junying flew over together. This couple's expressions were not good. Along the way, they already knew that the plan had failed. But they still needed to find out the details from Zhao Lianyun herself. Before Shu Hao or Li Junying spoke, Zhao Lianyun already asked them, how did Feng Jinhuang find out the flaw in the GU materials? Do you have anything to say about this failure? Shu Hao was silent. Li Junying said grimly, I underestimated Feng Jinhuang. Lianyun, you know about my title as Illusory Fairy, I am skilled at such things. Especially when I became a Shadow Path Great Grand Master recently, even if the GU material were to be placed in front of First Supreme Elder, she might not have found out. Zhao Lianyun's expression was cold as she waved her sleeves in anger, but it happened anyway, what explanation do you have? Shu Hao spoke, maybe Duke Long left Feng Jinhuang some defensive methods. Or maybe this is the power of Dream Path. After all, we are not familiar with Dream Path, that demon Fang Yuan has also relied on Dream Path to fight strong enemies while he was weak. Shu Hao continued, alright, this was our mistake. Fairy Lianyun, according to our agreement, after helping us with this matter, we no longer owe each other anything. Since this plan failed, let it be, it was our fault after all, we will treat it as a completed task. From today onwards, we do not owe each other anything. Hearing his words, Li Junying showed anxiety on her face, She wanted to speak, but Shu Hao stopped her with his hand. Zhao Lianyun's expression eased at this moment. She nodded at the two immortals before turning around and leaving without speaking. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun went into her palace. They had to return. Along the way, Li Junying said angrily, "If not for our help, how could this Zhao Lianyun have gotten the divine concealment of thieving heaven's true inheritance? If not for our help, how could she have become the current generation fairy? She actually wants to keep a clear distance from us now. She is truly an ingrate. And husband, you actually let her off so easily. Do you know that she is the best weapon for us to deal with Feng Zhuzhe? To think that you are a wisdom path cultivator." Sigh. Shu Hao smiled. "My dear wife, don't worry. Even though we failed, there were gains too. Firstly, we learned about Heavenly Court's intentions through the First Supreme Elder's actions. Secondly, we now have Zhao Lianyun on our side for good. Thirdly, we also found out some of Feng Jinhuang's abilities." Li Junying was slightly dazed before she realized. That's right, even though we failed, Zhao Lianyun also became enemies with Feng Jinhuang. Even if we do not look for Zhao Lianyun, Feng Jinhuang will eventually repay her for this. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so she is still on our side. Precisely. Shu Hao nodded. Li Junying smiled. "Husband, you are really a wisdom path cultivator. I was wrong earlier." Shu Hao smiled, showing a gaze full of bitterness. Feng Jinhuang is truly the daughter of Feng Zhuzhe. Her attitude, talent, and dream path methods surpass my expectations. Our original plan was to use Feng Jinhuang as the bait to lure Feng Zhuzhe into attacking Spirit Affinity House angrily, to make him conflict with Heavenly Court. Shu Hao and Li Junying's target was still Feng Zhuzhe after all. Even though Feng Zhuzhe was strong and even 10 of Li Junying and Shu Hao together could not fight him, was there really a need to face him in combat? Humans were the spirit of living beings. There were many ways to kill an enemy stronger than yourself. Shu Hao, who cultivated Wisdom Path, thought of a plan to use Heavenly Court as the blade to exterminate Feng Zhuzhe. This was the flair of a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. He was skilled at using other people or situations to achieve his goal. This plan failed. I truly underestimated Feng Jinhuang. After this, she will definitely stay by her mother's side. We will not have many opportunities to strike again in the future. Shu Hao was very worried. Feng Zhuzhe had once suppressed Shu Hao, causing him to live a life shrouded by darkness. This was their grudge. When Feng Zhuzhe was in Spirit Affinity House, his family occupied all of the resources, causing Li Junying and Shu Hao to progress slowly in cultivation. This involved their benefits. Feng Jinhuang cultivated Dream Path and was highly regarded by Heavenly Court. She was the forerunner of the new era. This was a future threat. Spirit Affinity House and Heavenly Court could not be depended on. The only one who could defend Shu Hao's benefits was Shu Hao himself. If he did not do his best, who would help him? The journey of cultivation involves competition and conflict. We can only win if we stake our lives on important gambles. Shu Hao muttered, determination flashing in his eyes again. On a nameless island in a nameless sea area, Fang Yuan let out his Dream Path clone. Start. Fang Yuan said plainly. The Dream Path clone nodded as he took a deep breath, shattering his aperture at the next moment. The complete pure dream reality seeker physique's aperture was different from an ordinary rank 5 aperture. It was constantly alternating between shattering and forming at all times, yet its aperture wall had a thin layer that was able to fix this Dream Path aperture in place. At this time, Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone only used primeval essence to assault the wall before it shattered. At the next moment, formless heavenly power surged towards him from all over the place as the pure dream clone's body started to rise into the air. Clouds gathered in the sky as thunder rumbled. The waves around the island became more intense, soon turning into huge tides. The environment became quite hostile. Using GU worms in this area, be they immortal or mortal, would result in backlash. If the backlash was severe, even immortal GU would be destroyed. Heaven's will was seemingly enraged. Fang Yuan was a hated scoundrel. He actually wanted to become a Dream Path GU Immortal in advance. This was not part of the plan of Heaven's will. This went against the arrangement of fate. It could not be spared. It could not be forgiven. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky. His gaze was peaceful yet determined. So what if the heavenly Tao did not allow it? Then contest. Then fight. In this world, the most reliable thing was neither your clan or sect, nor your family or lover, it was yourself. Chapter 2090 Meng Chu Zhen. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone had already shattered his aperture to start the immortal ascension. Once this process started, it could not be stopped. Either he became an immortal or he would face failure in death. Heaven Qi poured down like a calm yet swift breeze, Earth Qi rose up with a heavy and stable feeling. The pure dream clone emitted a dense human Qi as well. The complete pure dream reality seeker physique was the 11th extreme physique. It contained an immense amount of human Qi to begin with. As the three Qi converged, Qi currents surged and intertwined, creating a huge cocoon that enveloped the pure dream clone's entire body tightly, leaving no gaps outside. At this juncture, GU masters had to be mindful to regulate the three Qi and fuse them together. The three Qi had to be balanced. If human Qi was slightly in excess, it would lead to self-detonation. If heaven Qi was slightly more, the GU master would dissolve into the sky. If Earth Qi was slightly denser, the GU master would turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. This step was precarious, but Fang Yuan had absolute confidence in the pure dream clone. He had already given the pure dream clone an abundance of memories regarding immortal ascension. This not only included Fang Yuan himself but also those he soul-searched. For example, the northern plains GU immortals like He Cheng, or southern border GU immortals like Xia Cha. There were also many eastern sea, central continent, and western desert GU immortals that Fang Yuan harmed. In the long history of GU cultivation, in terms of immortal ascension experience, the pure dream clone's accumulation was definitely rare. The difficulty of the pure dream clone's immortal ascension was not the three Qi, but the tribulation. In the sky, heaven and earth Qi rumbled like a turbulent sea. A vast amount of pink fog covered the sky of a few thousand li. It was grand and majestic, emitting a dense aura of dream path. Fang Yuan's main body was solemnly awaiting it. This immortal ascension definitely enraged heaven's will greatly. The difficulty was far beyond ordinary. At the next moment, rumbling thunder could be heard unceasingly. Within the sea of pink clouds, more than 10 balls of light shot down. These balls were all pink in color. They were large as mountains. The surfaces were smooth without any impurities. The balls of light did not move quickly. They gave people a feeling of being weightless. As the 10 pink balls descended, they were aimed at the pure dream clone who was floating in the air. Fang Yuan immediately acted to obstruct them. There were countless thoughts accumulated in his mind. At once, his thoughts collided. Killer moves were unleashed in rapid succession, creating a huge sky of fireworks that blocked the 10 pink balls. The following scene was a slight shock to Fang Yuan. One pink ball shattered into countless bubbles that spread in the sky. One pink ball engulfed everything in its path as it expanded by several times. One pink ball shattered and turned into desolate beast nightmare demonic colts, rapidly approaching the pure dream clone. One pink ball turned into a lump of dream realms that flew over. One pink ball turned into a dream path immortal GU, rapidly vanishing into thin air. The 10 pink balls had varying effects. It was a chaotic scene. Any ordinary GU immortal would have flustered by now, but with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, he made the most appropriate reaction right away. He first released the desolate level year beasts in his immortal aperture to resist the nightmare demonic colts. Next, he waved his sleeves. Dense smoke flew out and captured all of the dream butterflies that got close to the pure dream clone. After that, he used pure dream reality seeker transformation on the dream realm. But this dream realm still approached the top of the pure dream clone's head as its form changed violently, resisting Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker transformation. It seems that this dream realm contains heaven's will. Fang Yuan did not worry. Even though he had not undergone a dream path immortal ascension before, he had already made many deductions regarding this. This was one of the scenarios that he deduced. A large amount of wisdom path and dream path GU worms were rapidly activated in the sovereign immortal aperture. They formed a killer move, heaven's will dissipation. This killer move was modified by Fang Yuan. It was originally able to dispel the heaven's will in dream realms, but the efficiency was too low. After modification, by adding in dream path immortal GU, the speed became faster. However, the brand new heaven's will dissipation could not work on this dream realm. What is going on? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, thoughts collided in his mind. Inspiration flashed. This dream realm is fake. This is why pure dream reality seeker transformation did not work earlier. Even if I use heaven's will dissipation, the result is the same. But in that case, a dark light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he hesitated for once, looking at the scene in front of me. What is real and what is fake? The seemingly chaotic tribulation had real and fake elements to it. But even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could not tell. One skill to dominate the world, this was the power of Dream Path. Even Fang Yuan's main body succumbed to it unknowingly. Indeed, the pure dream clone is only undergoing immortal ascension, the tribulation cannot be this powerful. There were desolate beasts in Dream Path Immortal GU, why did I not realize this earlier? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk uncontrollably. The Dream Path tribulation was truly peculiar. Not only could it blur reality and truth, it could even silently affect Fang Yuan's thoughts and mental state. Dream Armor Immortal GU had been given to the pure dream clone long ago. Fang Yuan quickly used his compound killer move. Using Dreaming Immortal GU as the core, his body started to shine in a layer of profound light. It was able to defend against some Dream Path abilities. Fang Yuan instantly felt his mind clearing up, he was no longer disrupted when thinking. But that did not help the tribulation that the clone was facing. At this time, Fang Yuan could only stop his actions. Just a mere ranked 6 tribulation was able to force the pseudo-venerable Fang Yuan to no longer take action. Because soon, Fang Yuan realized that he could not decipher the reality and illusion of this scene. Was that the case for the pure dream clone too? Even though Fang Yuan felt that the pure dream clone's cocoon had never changed location, it was likely that its traces had already been concealed. If Fang Yuan did anything now, he might be killing the pure dream clone in reality. At this time, Dream Path defensive methods became extremely precious. Fang Yuan did not move, he let the Dream Path tribulation hit him, only using the compound killer move to defend himself. As for the pure dream clone, he was defended by Dream Armor Immortal GU. The pure dream clone did not have the sovereign immortal body, he could not use Fang Yuan's compound killer moves. The pure dream clone also had to stabilize the 3 chi, he could not divert his precious thoughts into activating any Dream Path killer moves. The truth was, Fang Yuan was only a Dream Path master, he could not create Dream Path killer moves compatible with the pure dream clone in this short period of time. Thus, the pure dream clone directly activated Dream Armor Immortal GU instead. Even though Dream Armor Immortal GU was rank 7, the pure dream clone had the immortal essence that the main body gave him. Fang Yuan was very patient, he watched the dream realm descend upon his clone. He watched as the nightmare demonic cults got free from the year beasts and attacked the pure dream clone. The Dream Path tribulation lasted for over 45 minutes before the clouds in the sky dissipated. Heaven and earth was clear again. As heaven and earth chi faded away, the sea became calm again. The nightmare demonic cults on the ground returned to their original form, they were actually the desolate level year beasts that Fang Yuan released earlier. As expected, the cocoon was not far away. It was to the left of Fang Yuan. This discovery made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold. The cocoon was at a dangerous spot, if Fang Yuan used any killer move, he could likely implicate it. By then, Fang Yuan's main body would be the culprit that killed the pure dream clone. The Dream Path Immortal Ascension was truly dangerous. If Fang Yuan took risks, it was likely that his main body would be the biggest obstacle for his clone's tribulation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was vigilant and only did the tribulation after getting Dream Armor Immortal GU. Even so, this immortal ascension was very dangerous, he almost failed to pass it. This Dream Path tribulation even managed to affect my main body, let's call it bewildering illusion dream tribulation. Even though Fang Yuan also had a compound killer move that contained Dreaming Immortal GU and could be used for investigation, this killer move was clearly not enough to decipher the truth. The key was that he had too few Dream Path Immortal GU. Dream Armor was with the clone, the main body only had rank 7 Dreaming and rank 8 Dream Token. If Dream Token was used alone, the user would die from using it, because this Immortal GU uses all of the GU Immortal's foundation, immortal essence, emotions, true meaning to create a dream realm. The size and power of the dream realm would depend on the situation. Back then, Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 GU Immortal. He was a quasi-supreme grandmaster in enslavement path. After sacrificing his life, Dragon Palace gained the power to enslave the 4 dragon generals. Dream Token was very hard to use alone, killer moves that used it as the core were very difficult to activate. In Fang Yuan's case, it was not even as useful as rank 7 Dreaming Immortal GU. The 3 chi fused into one lump. The pure dream clone tossed a rank 5 Dream Butterfly Mortal GU into it. At the next moment, there was a loud sound as the 3 chi exploded, creating an immortal aperture. With the creation of the immortal aperture, it started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi of the pure dream clone in a frenzy and grew rapidly. The pure dream clone put in dream armor Immortal Gu and the rest, quickly soothing the 3 chi and stabilizing the newly created blessed land. The blessed land was completed, even though it was not comparable to the sovereign immortal aperture, it was a super-grade blessed land, far beyond high grade. The complete pure dream clone had a 10 extreme physique, thus, it was not strange to have a super-grade blessed land that only 10 extreme physiques could obtain. With the blessed land, a portion of heaven and earth chi still remained. The pure dream clone used the chance to refine his vital Gu. The dream butterfly mortal Gu that he tossed in earlier was his vital Gu. During the resonance with heaven and earth earlier, he learned of 3 dream path immortal Gu recipes from natural inspiration. Dream butterfly immortal Gu was one of them. Dream butterfly immortal Gu successfully became rank 6, Fang Yuan finally had a total of 4 dream path immortal Gu now. After the immortal Gu was refined, new dream path tribulations appeared in the blessed land, but the might was far lower than the immortal ascension tribulation. This time, Fang Yuan's main body did not need to do anything. Fang Yuan gave dreaming immortal Gu to the pure dream clone, the latter used the 3 immortal Gu to pass the tribulation. Dreamy light smoke of the otherworldly guest, calling out the inner soul of my nightly dream, even if this is not fated for 100 years, I leave behind this mortal shell to seek reality in my dream. After the tribulation, the pure dream clone sang his poem, he placed his palm by his chest, bowing at the main body, from today onwards, my name is Meng Chu Zhen 1. Fang Yuan laughed, good name. Meng Chu Zhen, show me your dream path blessed land. He was very interested in the dream path blessed land. This dream path super grade blessed land had a total of 8,000 square kilometers of land, the rate of time was 46 times, the immortal aperture origin core would produce 55 green grape immortal essence each year. This was the standard of a super grade blessed land, there was nothing out of the norm. The truly satisfactory thing for Fang Yuan was the special environment of the blessed land. This is the best location to nurture dream path immortal material, the potential for development is huge, it did not disappoint me after all. After some observation, Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. The severe lack of dream path immortal materials had always troubled him. With this dream path immortal aperture, he had a foundation to develop more immortal materials. Throughout history, the signature development of a new path was the emergence of GU immortals that cultivate the path. Because of the unique and enclosed environment, the GU immortal's immortal aperture could rapidly grow a large amount of immortal materials of that path. These immortal materials would flow into the market and push the path to prosper and progress. One literally dream reality seeker, he uses a part of the physique as his name, this is also what the last part of the poem refers to. Chapter 2091 Clear and Bright Eyes. Don't let him bring the immortal GU away. That immortal belongs to me, GU Diao Gui Men, don't think of leaving. The pursuing group was closing in, Feng Jin Huang had 2 paths ahead of her to choose from. Only one could allow her to escape, the other path would lead to Diao Gui Men's blessed land headquarters. Feng Jin Huang did not hesitate, she chose the left path and rushed out. With a loud sound, the view before her shined brightly. Feng Jin Huang was slightly dazed, she soon found that her soul had returned to the outside world. The dream realm from earlier had already vanished. I passed the dream realm, as expected, that wild soul path immortal GU is the key. After her soul returned to her body, Feng Jin Huang showed an excited expression, this time, my soul path attainment level rose. Dream path master attainment level is really helpful when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous situation in the GU refinement secret room, Feng Jin Huang benefited from the ordeal instead and advanced to dream path master. The last scene of the dream realm earlier was also Feng Jin Huang's first attempt, she did not know which way was the right one. But at the crucial moment, her dream path master instincts told her which was the correct route to take. It is a pity that I cannot control the instinct gained by becoming a dream path master, it works at times but does not have effect at other times. If I can become a dream path grandmaster, this instinct will be many times stronger, I can even use dream path GU worms to form killer moves that mimic other paths as well. Feng Jin Huang sighed internally. This advancement to dream path master was already an incredible experience to her, she had been fortunate to succeed after facing immense danger and the threat of death. Feng Jin Huang could clearly feel that her understanding and accumulated knowledge of dream path had been used up, she barely became a dream path master. To raise her attainment level again, she would need to accumulate more foundation next. This would take a long time. After packing up, Feng Jinhuang stood up and pushed the door of the cultivation secret room open. Passing the long walkway, she arrived in the living room. Fairy Bai Qing had already cooked food. The table was full of delicacies. Seeing Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bai Qing smiled. Huang has your cultivation for today ended? Looking at your expression, you must have succeeded. Indeed, mother. Dream Path Master attainment level is truly phenomenal. It is so helpful for my dream realm explorations. Feng Jinhuang sat down and described the final scene of the dream realm. If not for my instincts, my soul would have gotten heavily injured now. Fairy Bai Qing's smile faded away. I've already looked into it. That situation is quite clear now. The ones plotting against you are Li Junying and Shu Hao. Li Junying secretly became a Shadow Path Great Grand Master but kept a low profile, allowing her to tamper with the GU materials. But eventually, Zhao Lianyun did not harm you but saved you instead. I am truly seeing this otherworldly demon in another light. No wonder she could become the current generation fairy. It was not just because she was the lucky person who received Love Gu's recognition. Feng Jinhuang had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room, fear still lingering in her heart. Back then, she was completely defenseless. She was fish on the chopping block. Zhao Lianyun could decide her life and death. Even though Feng Jinhuang survived without any danger in the end, this situation still stirred her inner heart greatly. Fairy Bai Qing continued to speak. Huang I have already inspected your body, there are no problems. Did Zhao Lianyun really just save you? She did not list any requests. Feng Jinhuang shook her head. Even though she did not say it, I have already guessed her plan. After all, her eventual goal is very obvious. Mother, forget about this, let's eat. After eating, I need to continue exploring dream realms. Fairy Bai Qing nodded. As long as you know what you are doing. But cultivating day and night all the time is no good. Cultivation has its own pace to follow. Mother. Feng Jinhuang interrupted Fairy Bai Qing. I know about the concept of pacing myself, but I also know that I need to be stronger. I can only protect you when I am stronger. I do not want to be the one who is constantly protected. Only by getting stronger can I fulfill Master's dying wish and become a Dream Path GU Immortal. Only by getting stronger can I make people like Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan unable to bully and plot against me. Only by getting stronger can I face my father directly and engage with him in a fight to show him my true goals. Fairy Bai Qing was dazed for a moment. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were seemingly emitting bright light. 2 rays of light shot into Fairy Bai Qing's heart. Fairy Bai Qing held down her worries as she smiled. Huang since you have made your decision, go ahead and do it. I will support you all the way. If you have any needs, I will do my best to help you. Feng Jinhuang left her seat and came to Fairy Bai Qing. She held her mother's hands. Mother, I know you love me. Do you have any method to get Guts GU? I need Guts GU the most now. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Oh Huang this request is too much for me. You know that Guts GU is only produced on Danghun Mountain, and this mountain is in the hands of that demon GU Fang Yuan. He has already stopped selling Guts GU publicly for a long time now. All of the Guts GU in the market are just the remaining stock that he sold in the past. With the quantity dwindling, the price is also getting higher. Feng Jinhuang sighed. Mother, you know that many methods can heal my soul, but they will have certain side effects. Nothing can match Guts GU. I must become a Dream Path GU Immortal. If my soul has too many varying Dao marks at that time, it will limit my future potential. Fairy Bai Qing patted Feng Jinhuang's hands. I will do my best, sigh, if only your father was here. Feng Jinhuang's expression changed as she said in displeasure. Mother, don't mention him in front of me. All right, I won't talk about him. At the same time, Affection Peak. To think that the sect sent you to convince me. The owner of Affection Peak, Zhao Lianyun, looked at the person with a smile. Bu Gen Z smiled bitterly. Fairy, please don't take offense. This was a task given to me. I had no choice but to come here and talk to you. Zhao Lianyun's smile widened. You are too polite. Back then, when we went to Northern Plains and fought on Snowy Mountain, if not for your protection, I would have died already. Please come in, I have prepared some tea for you. Bu Gen Z was a rank 7 GU Immortal who cultivated Phantom Path. Back then, He was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun. He showed a good performance in Reverse Flow River and was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this point. They sent Bu Gen Z here to convince Zhao Lianyun to stop her actions. Bu Gen Z arrived in the evening. When the tea ceremony ended, the moon had already appeared into the sky. Fairy, there is no need to send me off, I will take my leave now. Bu Gen Z cupped his fists, his expression was joyful. This discussion was quite successful. Zhao Lianyun was far more magnanimous and easygoing than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Goodbye. Bu Gen Z said sincerely. Fairy, I have already understood your circumstances and problem. I will go and inform First Supreme Elder, please do not worry. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I will have to trouble you then. Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Gen Z left. Even after his figure vanished into the clouds, she still remained standing at the top of Affection Peak. Night winds howled, the surrounding mountains were covered in dense fog, nearly concealing even the bright moon in the sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's main headquarters. The moon in the sky was just an immortal formation in essence. Zhao Lianyun was dressed in white, her clothes moved along with the wind, she had long black silky hair and clear skin, her eyes were furrowed as she looked at the night sky. She was Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, her status was very high, even a rank 7 expert like Bu Gen Z had to speak to her politely. She had the thieving heaven true inheritance of divine concealment, she controlled love Gu, she could command people at will. It was really not easy for an otherworldly demon like her to reach this stage. However, none of these made Zhao Lianyun happy. Right now, I have become an immortal but you are not by my side. Sigh, being an immortal is no better than immortal. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were still not her homeland, she could not truly feel at ease. She was once favored by fortune, she encountered Ma Hongyun, whom she entrusted her heart to. But destiny was also cruel, she got separated from Ma Hongyun, getting sold publicly as Feng Zhuzhe bought her. She participated in the Reverse Flow River battle but watched as Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in front of her. She was used by Xu Hao and Li Junying as a pawn, she had once knelt on the ground and begged, she tried all ways possible to become the current generation fairy. She was given trouble at the secret inheritance peak. At that time, Spirit Affinity House's GU immortals were very cold to her. After hearing of Fang Zheng's successful immortal ascension, she went to visit him and even brought gifts. She helped Fang Zheng train his blood turns cold killer move. With the help of Xu Hao and Li Junying, she became the Affection Peak Lord. She knew about this couple's scheme, but she had to agree to deal with Feng Jinhuang for them. But not only did Feng Jinhuang not die, Zhao Lianyun saved her instead. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Xu Hao and Li Junying made use of me, but I can also make use of their hatred towards Feng Zhuzhe to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Zhuzhe, they will need to rely on me. I can also use them to cultivate and grow faster. Thankfully, I have divine concealment, it allows me to face wisdom path GU immortals with ease. Bu Gen Z and I have some history of fighting together, we can become allies for benefits. Fang Zheng has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord, my investment was truly worth it. And Feng Jinhuang also owes me this favor, maybe we can join hands to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, he snatched her who immortal blessed land. Zhao Lianyun schemed with all her strength, a vague web that connected several forces was already forming around her. She only had one goal, that was to retrieve Ma Hongyun's soul from Fang Yuan and revive her lover. Fang Yuan, Zhao Lianyun muttered, the worry on her face deepened immediately. Fang Yuan was like the fog that covered this sky, he was grand and vast, compared to him, Zhao Lianyun was insignificant and weak. Her goal was like the moon in the sky, clouds covered it and hid everything from her, almost completely obscured. She could not see the path ahead, she could not find a destination. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth, her body was like a weak white flower that would be blown away by the wind at any time. But her eyes were still shining brightly. I cannot give up, if even I fail, then who can still save Hongyun? In this world, he can only rely on me. And I can only rely on myself. Tomorrow, I will head to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. The traces of their fight can still be found there. I can gain first-hand information and deduce Fang Yuan's current strength. Chapter 2092 Wang Xiao'er's Amnesia. In an ordinary and common cave, the 4 great obscenities of Central Continent chose to rest in this place. Eastern Obscenity Chen Yin Dao, Western Thief Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shibao and Northern Squandering Fan Chunyao. They all had rank 4 cultivation level. They were infamous in Central Continent's GU Master World. They had taken the chastity and lives of many innocent girls. At this time, these 4 men were standing in a circle. They stared at a young man who was unconscious, observing him. Why hasn't he woken up yet? He has been sleeping these last days. He has not even eaten anything, but he is still full of vitality. Do you guys think he is an immortal? The 4 GU masters were talking about Wang Xiao'er. Wang Xiao'er was an ordinary shepherd, but life was extremely cruel to him. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, the aftermath caused the mountain he lived on to be destroyed. All of his family members were dead. But for some reason, Wang Xiao'er did not die. He even fell into this peculiar state. Think about it, when we first met him, the grass and flowers around him were blooming and dying constantly. He might be a GU immortal who joined that battle. He got injured and his enemies thought he was dead, but he used some method to preserve his life, except he fell into a coma afterwards. Yu Ba Guang tried to connect the events. They were just GU masters after all. They did not have the information that Heavenly Court was spreading around in treasure. Yellow Heaven. But if he is an immortal, why would an immortal dress like this? Shibao pointed at Wang Xiao'er's clothes as he showed a strange expression. Wang Xiao'er's clothes were tattered and patched up. He obviously had the lowest status in society. He was not even qualified to become a GU master. Fan Chunyao rubbed his chin. If only we can soul search him, we would know the truth. But these days, even though we used all our soul-searching methods, there was no effect. This is definitely something a GU master cannot do. Soul-searching methods had been widely spread ever since Spectral Soul created them. It was simply too convenient after all. Any demonic path GU master who did not know a single soul-searching method would be too ashamed to call themselves demonic. The 4 GU masters gritted their teeth. They had never seen such a peculiar situation. They did not know what to do now. 8 eyes stared at Wang Xiao'er fixedly. Chen Yin Dao spoke. Sigh, look at his motionless state. If only this were a female immortal. The other 3 looked at each other. He. At the next moment, they chuckled knowingly. After some silence, Shibao suddenly shouted, screw it, waiting like this will have no progress. I am going to take action. What are you thinking of doing? Fan Chunyao asked. Shibao snickered. This. Before finishing his words, he attacked abruptly. He activated an offensive GU worm and shot out a red light at Wang Xiao'er. You are crazy. The others were shocked, but soon, all of their attention was drawn by the phenomenon around Wang Xiao'er. They saw the traces of silver threads glowing around Wang Xiao'er. These threads easily blocked the red light. It weakened and dissipated instantly. Shibao was dumbfounded. The others showed the same expression. They all knew that this was Shibao's strongest method, but it was easily dispelled by this Wang Xiao'er. Looking at his aura alone, this is clearly just immortal. But he managed to block Shibao's attack in his sleep. This is something that even a rank 5 GU master has to block carefully. If he is not an immortal, what can he be? This is not something a GU master can do. Wait, his eyelids are moving. The 4 were shocked. The cave fell into dead silence. Wang Xiao'er slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurred. His mind was in a mess. He sat up. Plop, plop. The 4 GU masters knelt down on the ground, shouting, Immortal, spare us. Wang Xiao'er was shocked. Who are you guys? Where am I? Wait, who am I? Wang Xiao'er hugged his head as pain could be seen on his face. The 4 demonic path GU master looked at each other. A similar thought appeared in all their minds. Don't tell me, the immortal, lost his memories. In a valley at night, a raging bonfire was burning. Come, drink wine. Chen Yin Dao placed his arm around Wang Xiao'er's shoulder as he took out the precious wine that was kept for years, offering it to him. Wang Xiao'er's face was already red. He was covered in the odor of alcohol. Once he took the bowl, Shibao smiled as he handed the fragrant barbecued meat to Wang Xiao'er. Come, eat, little brother. Shibao's tone was so mushy he even felt like vomiting. This evil individual had never been so nice to anyone. Wang Xiao'er was not only looking rosy, even his clothes had changed. The quality was much better than before. He drank wine and ate meat as he said, Brothers, you are really nice people. Not only did you save me, you are treating me so well. Don't mention it. Chen Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder. It was fate that we met. At the same time, his heart was bleeding internally. My wine that has been kept for more than 10 years, I couldn't even bear to drink it myself. We are all people in the same situation, this is nothing. Yu Ba Guang returned. He had just arranged some investigative GU worms in the surroundings. He showed an honest and dependable smile. Rely on family when at home, rely on friends when outside. As long as everyone helps each other, I believe this world will become a better place. Seeing the other three's performances, Fan Chunyao did not want to fall behind as well. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier. After confirming that Wang Xiao'er was a GU immortal who had lost his memories, they decided to treat him like their own ancestor. After all, if Wang Xiao'er regains his memories in the future, seeing how well the four of them treated him, he would not do anything bad to them. Wang Xiao'er drank wine and ate meat. After filling his stomach, he went to sleep on the comfortable and large bed that the four of them prepared. He had truly gotten amnesiac. Even though he did not lose his ability to function as a person, he could not remember any of the details of his past. During this period, the four GU masters had brought him back to the ruins, but his memories did not return. All that happened was that Wang Xiao'er remembered his own name. He told the four great obscenities. Wang Xiao'er felt that life was very blissful. But the other four GU masters felt like life was currently torture. Since when did these four demonic path GU masters act so subserviently before? They were ruthless and cruel, they did things without worry. Why would they put up this groveling attitude? Thus, a few days later, these four GU masters could not take it anymore. Guys, even though I want to know the immortal ascension method from this immortal, this life is really too hard to live. I know, we have to be careful all the time, it is really stifling. My worry is, if this GU immortal recovers his memories, will he really reward us? If he is a righteous path GU immortal, he will easily learn of our past deeds. What will he do to demonic path members like us? If he is a demonic path GU immortal, if he recalls the scene of us attacking him, will he rip out our tendons and skin? The four of them had deep chemistry after years of living together, their thoughts were quite similar. The four of them discussed for a while. They decided to get away from Wang Xiao'er. Life was too painful while reward was nowhere in sight. In fact, they might be awaiting death instead. How can we get free from Wang Xiao'er? We can't leave too directly. If he regains his memories, wouldn't he come after us for trouble? I have a good idea. Tell us. We are currently here. There is Slaughter Soul Crater nearby. We will enter this place and get free from this problematic person. The four GU masters brought Wang Xiao'er deep into Slaughter Soul Crater. Slaughter Soul Crater had a plain terrain, but the actual environment was very complicated. This place was part of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was originally an ordinary mountain that had nothing special in it. But after the huge battle involving Fang Yuan, this place was implicated. At that time, Black Heaven Temple's GU immortals witnessed themselves how this Slaughter Soul sunken land formed. Spectral Soul shot out a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace dodged it. This soul ball shot into the mountain valley. There was no sound. At the instance, with the valley as the core, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains and valleys turned into black dust that flew away with the wind. The originally bountiful mountains vanished soundlessly. Only a huge crater was left. The crater was formed by Spectral Soul's killer move. It was filled with soul path Dao marks. The living beings who had once lived here were wiped out, but their souls remained. Soul path Dao marks, wind path Dao marks, earth path Dao marks, and others converged to form a dense fog. All sorts of soul beasts started to live in the fog. The surrounding living beings either entered by mistake or were attacked by the soul beasts. Either way, the more living beings that died here, the more souls that remained. This Slaughter Soul Crater's fog became increasingly denser. The five of them carefully avoided many strong soul beasts. They went to the center of Slaughter Soul Crater. Yu Ba Guang made an excuse of scouting the area as he left. The other four did not move away. Wang Xiao'er did not understand the situation. He asked, "Brothers, why are we here?" "Clearly, we want to leave you here. Of course, we won't do it directly. We will lure some soul beasts here and pretend to be outmatched. In order to protect you, we will lure these soul beasts away while risking our lives." Chen Yin Dao smiled to himself as he thought. Other than putting up a show, the four great obscenities also had another thought. In the event that this immortal died at the hands of the soul beasts, would he leave any inheritance behind? Those who were in the demonic path were normally people with extraordinary guts. The four great obscenities were outstanding members in this aspect. Chen Yin Dao did not speak the truth, of course. He patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder. "Brother, we came to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range to collect some GU materials. This Slaughter Soul crater was created by the fight between immortals. Before it calms down completely, we have a lot of opportunities to get rich here. Chapter 2093 Chaotic Battle of 5 People. Slaughter Soul crater was still forming now. During the process of conflicting with the surroundings, many gaps would naturally appear. After it stabilizes and reaches balance with the surroundings, the living beings would return inside. Beast groups and beast kings would guard their own territories and expand the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the howling of soul beasts could suddenly be heard. Chen Yin Dao was slightly surprised. Yu Ba Guang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon, they found something amiss. What lured the soul beasts here was not Yu Ba Guang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path GU masters. These people passed the soul fog and arrived in front of Chen Yin Dao. They were at first happy to see reinforcements, but soon, their expressions changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the 4 great obscenities." After observing the situation, Chen Yin Dao relaxed and smiled coldly as a sharp gaze flashed in his eyes. "This is my lucky day." The Central Continent 4 great obscenities obtained great victory. Not only did they kill some soul beasts, they even captured some Righteous Path GU masters alive. What a coincidence, these 5 remaining ones are all girls. Look at this one, she looks really cute. This one is not bad too. My favorite is this one, look at her tiny mouth and big eyes. The 4 demonic path GU masters assessed the girls with increasing fondness. As their captives, the female GU masters were extremely fearful. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you succeed. HMPH, I am a GU master of Spirit Affinity House, consider the consequences before you act. Facing the threats of the girls, the 4 great obscenities laughed wildly instead. Yes, this is what I like, I love this expression. Go on and scream, shout louder, nobody is going to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House? Back then, we even targeted Heavenly Lotus. Sects Fairy Bai Sha, it was a pity that guy called Fang Zheng ruined it. HMPH, we will find him and settle the score eventually. The 4 great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they chuckled lewdly to themselves. Brothers, what are you guys doing? Wang Xiao'er spoke from behind them, he was completely muddled. The other 9 people were all stunned. Chen Yin Dao frowned. The atmosphere from earlier was completely ruined by Wang Xiao'er's words. Shi Bao directly walked towards Wang Xiao'er and wrapped his arm around his neck, bringing him to the female GU masters as he chuckled. Brother Wang Xiao'er, we will give you an eye-opener today. You will learn what the true joy of the mortal world is. The other 3 obscenities looked at each other, they communicated with each other subtly and nodded. All of them were daring people who had been on the righteous path's arrest warrants for years, they lived lives of worry and danger, they were used to maximizing their happiness regardless of consequences. Wang Xiao'er was going to be dealt with later anyway, in fact, dragging an immortal through the mud was also quite fun. Let's do that. Thus, the 4 great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiao'er. Oh, so little brother does not know this. Don't worry, us elder brothers will teach you. Come on, this is a really fun thing to do. After one attempt, you will be hooked. Half the fulfillment of life lies here. Wang Xiao'er nodded repeatedly as he asked with interest, what should I do? Shi Bao had a muscular body and impatient nature, he immediately dropped his pants, do this. The female GU masters shouted in unison, some had their eyes shut. Hee. Yu Ba Guang had a slim body, he also removed his pants. There was another wave of screaming. Fan Chun Yao was slightly chubbier, he pouted as he removed his pants, pointing downwards, look. The female captives screamed even louder now. Shi Bao and Yu Ba Guang stared with wide eyes, they showed an indignant expression, but the fact was right here, it made them feel helpless. Chen Yin Dao quietly pulled down his pants. The female GU master's screams reached an unprecedented peak. The other 3 obscenities raised their thumbs in unison, saying, as expected of our boss. Let me do it too. Wang Xiao'er was excited, he quickly removed his pants. The female captives gasped at the same time. The 4 great obscenities cast their gaze at the same time. The surroundings fell into a state of awkwardness. Shi Bao was the most straightforward person, he walked towards Wang Xiao'er and patted his shoulders in sympathy. This is not your fault, you should blame your parents instead. Fan Chun Yao consoled, don't worry, Even though you have a poor foundation, this also proves that you have a lot of room for improvement. I have many GU worms, I can help you. Yu Ba Guang encouraged. Chen Yin Dao did not speak, he only thought to himself, this Wang Shaoer really lives up to his name. 1. Let's go, I can't wait anymore. Shi Bao walked towards the female GU masters. No, don't come here. The female GU masters quickly shuffled backwards, some had pale expressions, some had bright red faces. Let's go together, together. Fan Chun Yao clapped, but they don't seem too willing, this isn't appropriate. Wang Shaoer asked softly. Don't worry, just follow what we do. Chen Yin Dao encouraged Wang Shaoer. Just as the 5 were about to take action, they heard a cold snort. Instantly, the 4 great obscenities in Wang Shaoer turned into motionless statues. The female captives were extremely shocked. Next, Zhao Lianyun walked out of the dense fog. She came here to try and deduce Fang Yuan's strength through the traces he left behind, but now, her mood was very heavy. While she was about to return, she found that a female GU master of Spirit Affinity House had gotten into danger. She immediately took action. Thus, the central continent 4 great obscenities were taken down easily. After expressing her identity, Zhao Lianyun saved these female GU masters. The female GU masters thanked her profusely. The Spirit Affinity House GU master was even filled with admiration and excitement. Fairy Lianyun, these 4 great obscenities have committed many atrocious acts, this is their retribution. These people have sinned greatly, even killing them is too cheap of a punishment. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Taking their life is really too good for them. How can we uphold justice for those women they harmed? I have a good method, just watch. Zhao Lianyun waved her sleeves as the 5 guys started to move again. Despite being so close in proximity, they could not see Zhao Lianyun and the rest, they were stuck in some illusion. Beauty, here I come. Shi Bao pounced at Fan Chun Yao. After Fan Chun Yao was pushed to the ground, he continued smiling. Ah, you are really rough. The 5 men were stuck in a physical brawl, engaging in a chaotic battle. The female GU masters watched with dumbfounded expressions, they quickly turned red. Oh heaven, a girl covered her eyes but continued to peek through the gap between her fingers. This hurts my eyes, someone gasped. This position is possible. A mature female GU master recorded this knowledge in her mind. Alright, Zhao Lianyun waved her sleeve. Leave with me, these people will continue with this until the soul beasts eat them or when they die of exhaustion. The female GU masters were shocked by Zhao Lianyun's method, they obediently followed her and left the place. But even Zhao Lianyun could not have anticipated this. After a few minutes, silver threads started to shine around Wang Shaoer's body. These silver threads radiated the surroundings, causing the 5 who were locked in intense physical engagement to awaken. They remembered everything that happened. There was dead silence. We were so unlucky, a female immortal actually came. Fan Chun Yao was internally shocked. This female immortal is too vicious, that was more cruel than just killing us. There were tears in Yu Ba Guang's eyes as he grabbed his hair and screamed internally. I actually, Chen Yin Dao no longer had the disposition of a leader, his eyes were hollow, he muttered as he thought of suicide. Shi Bao started to vomit profusely. What happened guys? Amidst the silence, Wang Shaoer spoke with a confused expression, why did we stop? The 4 of them were shocked. They turned around to look at the naked Wang Shaoer, they were frozen like statues. Wang Shaoer scratched his head. Brothers, why are you looking at me? Oh right, those female GU masters were all brought away. I thought they were going to play a game with us. Shi Bao stopped vomiting, the 4 of them looked at each other with complete silence. After some time, Chen Yin Dao spoke with a trembling voice, Brother Wang Shaoer, you are really smart. Those women that we invited were audiences. Didn't you see their expressions? Think about it, they were all excited, very excited and focused, they were watching in amazement. We were helping these people feel joy and pleasure, isn't this how us men should act? As expected of our boss. The other 3 obscenities raised their thumbs in approval. Wang Shaoer clapped with his fist and palm as he realized, so that's it, brothers, you are all good people. Chen Yin Dao laughed loudly, of course we are. Saying so, he wiped his tears away. Next, he said to the other 3, so be it that this happened, don't tell anyone about it. We are doing a good deed but we will not publicize it, this is how true gentlemen act. The other 3 nodded rapidly. Of course, if they spoke about this, It would be too humiliating. What would everyone think of them? Wang Xiao'er asked again. Brothers, are we still going to play? The atmosphere froze once again. Shi Bao cursed. Play my ass. Play what? They have all left, nobody is here to see it. Yu Ba Guang added in with a meek voice. After getting scolded, Wang Xiao'er felt quite happy as he smiled innocently. Oh, it is great that we're stopping. Brother Shi Bao is right, my butt still hurts a lot now. The scene fell into silence again. Shi Bao slammed his fists on the ground repeatedly. Yu Ba Guang lowered his head, biting his lips as blood started to appear. Fan Chunyao slammed his own head with his fists, trying to send himself into a coma. Chen Yin Dao stared at Wang Xiao'er with wide eyes, his lips were shaking. Wang Xiao'er looked at Chen Yin Dao as he asked in confusion, Brother Chen, do you have anything to say to me? At the next moment, Wang Xiao'er realized, oh, I get it, does your butt hurt too? Chen Yin Dao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell down on the ground. Boss, the others who were still naked quickly ran over to him, trying to help Chen Yin Dao. Chen Yin Dao was very feeble now, he barely managed to open his eyes as he said weakly, in an almost sobbing voice, go away, don't touch me. In certain slangs his name sounds like, small little brother. Chapter 2094, Brotherhood. Sunlight pierced through the darkness, radiating on the world. In a certain valley near the periphery of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, Eastern Obscenity Chen Yin Dao, Western Thief Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao and Northern Squandering Fan Chunyao had already woken up. They were sitting on an icy rock, looking at the sky as they laid spread-eagled. Their eyes were hollow, there was no life in them. Ever since that terrible ordeal in Slaughter Soul Crater, every night, the four great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er would lose control of their bodies, they would engage in the indescribable activity together. The four great obscenities would lose their senses each time. By the time they wake up, they would realize that they had done some horrifying act once again. Even though Wang Xiao'er got rid of a portion of Zhao Lian Yun's method, some of it still lingered. This is a curse, the most vicious curse in this world. That fairy from Spirit Affinity House looks so kind and delicate, but she is truly too vicious, she is evil to the core. I don't believe it, maybe I am just dreaming now. I will wake up from my nightmare one day, right? I am a great man, how can I do something so shameful? I have let down heaven and earth, I have let down my parents, I have let down myself. The four great obscenities were silent on the outside, but they were all crying out in their hearts, feeling sadness and anger, regret and pain. Wang Xiao'er walked out of the Jiyu house at this moment. He had just woken up, he rubbed his eyes and looked at them, asking in concern, brothers, why are you up so early? You are all naked outside, you might catch a cold. The four great obscenities, bodies shook intensely. They turned around and looked at Wang Xiao'er, showing a complex emotion on their faces. On one hand, they revered Wang Xiao'er, because of Zhao Lian Yun's method. If not for him, they would have died of exhaustion already. They believed in Wang Xiao'er's identity now, only an immortal could dispel another immortal's method. But on the other hand, they hated Wang Xiao'er. Ever since they saved him, nothing good had happened. Not only did they return from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range empty-handed, they even received the greatest humiliation of their lives. After a long silence, their boss Chen Yin Dao spoke bitterly, brother, you woke up. Yes, our exercise last night was too intense, I slept very soundly. Wang Xiao'er smiled innocently. Recently, I've started to feel pleasure from this, brothers, what you told me earlier makes sense after all. The four great obscenities, bodies shook again. The four of them looked at each other, sensing the fear and horror in each other's eyes. Don't tell me this immortal was like this to begin with. What sort of person did we actually save? Maybe he has the ability to lift our curse, but he purposely chose not to. This is something we should think about. Is he really amnesiac, or is he pretending? If I like men too, as an immortal, I might want to play around in the mortal world as well. The four felt more terror as they thought about it. They wanted to get away from Wang Xiao'er, but they could not do that anymore. Each time the curse activated, they needed Wang Xiao'er to dispel it. If they left, they might die the following night. Thus, the four of them had to keep Wang Xiao'er happy, so that he would get rid of this fatal danger for them. Seriously, what is this situation? Chen Yin Dao wanted to cry, but he had to smile forcefully. Xiao'er, this is nothing much, we enjoy blessings and endure misfortune together, we are brothers after all. After finishing his words, Chen Yin Dao stared at the other three. They had to resist the disgusting feeling as they spoke in agreement as well. Indeed, this is our brotherhood. Otherwise, why would there be a saying about brotherly relationships? We were destined to meet. As your elder brothers, we need to take care of you. Wang Xiao'er smiled and nodded. It was really my fortune to have met you brothers. No, this is the greatest misfortune of my life. The four of them screamed internally. Wang Xiao'er added, let's continue to play tonight. Don't remind me, you scumbag. The four of them cried out in anguish in their minds. While Wang Xiao'er was away, the four of them gathered during the day. We cannot let this go on. We cannot live life like this. Guys, do you think Wang Xiao'er really lost his memories or is he pretending? We need to test it. Go capture a few mortal women tonight. No matter what, we need to let Wang Xiao'er know we are normal people. If he really lost his memories, we will turn him back to normal. If he is pretending, we will make sure he cannot put up with the act anymore. The four great obscenities shouted in unison. They were going crazy these last days. This method was risky, but even if they angered the immortal Wang Xiao'er, death was still a good reward at this point. At night time, the four great obscenities captured over a dozen mortal women. The women were all brought into the Gu house. Wang Xiao'er was a little excited. Brothers, you have worked hard to invite such a large audience tonight. Brother, let us teach you something tonight. Chen Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder as he said solemnly. All right, I will do my best to learn it. I will listen with my heart. Wang Xiao'er clenched his fists, showing an excited expression. But reality was still cruel to them. When their activity reached the climax stage, the four great obscenities were shocked to find out they could not do it. Quick, turn hard now. Oh, why did this happen? I actually don't feel anything towards women. Why do I feel more excited and pleasured when I look at men now? The four men wanted to struggle, but the curse activated at the next moment. The female captives were shocked to see the battle of 5 men. It was a climactic fight. Some of them were very excited while the others felt disappointment. Some even wanted to join in but were sent flying with one slap. This incident was a huge blow to the four great obscenities. Let's suicide. This is not a life that we can lead. Living is worse than death. I'd rather die now. Can anyone kill me? Please come out now. The four of them were sick of life. They were listless and dejected all the time. Seemingly granting their wishes, not long after, righteous path Gu masters came to pursue them. We finally found you. You dared to target our spirit affinity house's disciple. Did you really think we would let you off? Qin Wan said with anger, attacking the four great obscenities. The four great obscenities were in despair and felt life was not worth living. After leaving sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they did not bother to conceal their traces. They were no longer as vigilant as usual. After hearing that they were alive, Zhao Lianyun felt a little interested. She passed down a sect mission to kill these people and investigate the truth. Qin Wan was close to Feng Jinhuang, but she did not know that this mission, which carried a huge reward, was listed by Zhao Lianyun. The Spirit Affinity House Gu Master who got captured in Slaughter Soul Crater earlier was close to her, thus, she took on this mission. The four great obscenities screamed about not wanting to live every day, but at the moment of crisis, they erupted with an intense will to survive. For half a month, they fought nearly 10 times. Qin Wan had rank 5 cultivation level. She suppressed the 5 of them. Even though the four great obscenities were famous demonic path Gu masters in Central Continent, they were just demonic cultivators that the 10 great ancient sects allowed to live. These demonic cultivators were useful in training their sect disciples, thus, they made use of these people to act as a trial for their members. The 10 great ancient sects did not mind minor characters like the four great obscenities, thus they were allowed to cause chaos in Central Continent and hide successfully from arrests. But the situation was different now. The Gu Immortal Zhao Lianyun had sent a mission. The force pursuing them was different from usual. The four great obscenities escaped with Wang Xiao'er as they tried to come up with a plan. We can't live in Central Continent anymore. We can only go elsewhere. Boss, you can decide for us. Chen Yin Dao pondered. Northern Plains is dangerous and lacks resources. We can't go there. Even though Eastern Sea is rich, the righteous path is fighting against those variant humans. It is too dangerous. Western Desert is full of deserts, and the environment is bad. Let's go to Southern Border instead. Alright, we will go to Southern Border. Underground. According to Lu Weiyin, it should be here. Found it. Fang Yuan went deep underground. Suddenly, his eyes shined as he found his target. he saw that at the walls of this small earth trench, there was a field of pink grassland. Each grass was pink, moving without any wind. Looking at the grass, each was thin and long, resembling fur. This is the Earth Dream Fetus Hair, Meng Chu Zhen, come out. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture door as the pure dream clone came out. Meng Chu Zhen took a glance and praised it as he took action, using dream path methods to carefully store the Earth Dream Fetus Hair away. After Fang Yuan obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he gained many Earth Path Immortal GU. He also had methods to search for immortal materials underground and the ability to control flying Earth. The mushroom in paradise had existed in Southern Border for a long time. After tens of generations of accumulation, they found a lot of treasures deep under Southern Border. Among the treasures, Fang Yuan found some locations with Dream Path Immortal materials. The Earth Dream Fetus Hair was just one of them. Dream Path GU materials and GU worms had appeared in the world long ago. For example, Fang Yuan's dream token in the spring dream fruit tree that Bo Qing and Mo Yao found. This was like how Water Path GU worms and materials existed during Ren Zi's era, but Water Path was only created by Central Continent's Shui Ni, the founder of Spirit Affinity House, during the medieval antiquity era. Dream Path was similar. Even though Dream Path had not been formally created, the Dream Path GU worms and materials that existed in history had already appeared. But Dream Path was different from Water Path. It would have an explosive growth in the future. By then, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be full of dream realms. Because Dream Path GU materials would be too easily obtainable, and because a vast number of GU cultivators could use them, Dream Path would quickly progress as a path. Countless Dream Path GU masters would cultivate more Dream Path GU materials to refine more Dream Path GU worms, pushing the progress of Dream Path to an unprecedented level. If Great Dream Immortal Venerable truly appears, then Dream Path would reach its peak popularity in history. Thus, Fang Yuan was not surprised that some Dream Path Immortal materials were hidden away. Meng Chu Zhen successfully took the Earth Dream Fetus Hair. He went back inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Next, Fang Yuan went to another location. There were many 9 Toon Dream flowers there. Meng Chu Zhen had a lot of things to do. On one hand, he had to organize Dream Path killer moves. On the other hand, he had to plant resources and develop his immortal aperture. According to Fang Yuan's plan, after these Dream Path Immortal materials were successfully retrieved, Meng Chu Zhen would have a complete set of Dream Path methods. At that time, he would take the place of Fang Yuan's main body and invest himself into exploring dream realms. To play safe, Meng Chu Zhen would first use up Spectral Soul's dream realms before moving on to Paradise Earth's dream realms, just in case there was a trap. Even though this was highly unlikely, Fang Yuan was still a vigilant person. Chapter 2095, Sheng Tian True Inheritance. Meng Chu Zhen was controlled by a GU worm. His eyes were shut. He was brought into a secret location by someone. Alright, number 3, you can open your eyes now. A shrill voice could be heard beside him. The GU worm suppressing Meng Chu Zhen had been kept away. Meng Chu Zhen opened his eyes and found that he was in a dark cave. Meng Chu Zhen was kneeling on the ground. In front of him was an old man. The old man had a sharp voice. His face was covered in paint. He gave off a peculiar and cold feeling. This is the leader of Painted Faces, Sly-Heart Old Man. Meng Chu Zhen thought. To think that I would meet this legendary person from 100,000 years ago. Indeed, Meng Chu Zhen was exploring a dream realm now. This dream realm naturally originated from Spectral Soul. This Sly-Heart Old Man in his dream was a Wisdom Path and Transformation Path cultivator. He was a legendary person who existed between the eras of Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth 100,000 years ago. He was also the creator of a demonic path organization. It was called Painted Faces. This organization was like Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect. It was a huge organization that spanned across all 5 regions, something rarely seen in history. All of the members in the organization had painted faces of various colors to differentiate their varying statuses. Painted Faces was an assassination organization. Killing GU masters was just an ordinary thing. When they were at their peak, they even had GU immortal experts. As long as the price was paid, they could kill GU immortals for their customers. Meng Chu Zhen had already entered this dream realm for a long time. He went from the initial 108th position to 3rd position. According to my instincts, if I can become the number 1 position in the organization, I will pass this dream realm. Meng Chu Zhen was very certain. his dream path master instincts told him the answer already. Sly-hard old man took out 3 GU worms. Number 3, you want to become number 2, but it will not be easy. There are 3 GU worms here, choose one. Each one contains the details of a mission. Meng Chu Zhen secretly activated Dream Butterfly Immortal GU. Almost all the other paths, GU worms could not be used freely in dream realms, but Dream Path GU worms were not restricted. After Dream Butterfly Immortal GU was instilled with Immortal Essence, it vanished from within Meng Chu Zhen's immortal aperture. Meng Chu Zhen first placed his gaze on the GU worm to the left. At the next moment, he saw that after he chose the GU worm, he went into a seizure, saliva appeared from his mouth, he died on the spot. Sly-hard old man looked at his corpse as he said coldly, "What a pity, number 3, even though you are skilled in transformation path, your wisdom path attainment is too low, it was your bad luck to have chosen this." Meng Chu Zhen retracted his gaze as the scene vanished, he looked at the middle GU worm. At the next moment, he saw another scene. After he took the second GU worm, Sly-hard old man suddenly attacked. With a loud sound, his palm slammed onto Meng Chu Zhen's chest. Meng Chu Zhen was caught unguarded, his ribs broke, his heart burst, his eyes stared widely as he died on the spot. Sly-hard old man sneered, "So you are the spy after all, you went after this GU worm, not knowing the trap that I set, I had already gave out some false information to trick those spies of the righteous path." Meng Chu Zhen retracted his gaze. Evidently, the first 2 GU worms could not be chosen, but the third one might not be correct either. Meng Chu Zhen wanted to continue checking but Sly-hard old man rushed him, "Quickly choose, what are you waiting for?" Meng Chu Zhen knew that this painted face organization was dark and cruel, they had no regard for human lives, if he waited any more, Sly-hard old man would activate the GU worm in his body and he would be punished, he might suffer heavy injuries or even die on the spot. Thus, Meng Chu Zhen did not use Dream Butterfly Immortal GU again, he quickly spoke and chose the third GU worm. For just a moment, a complex expression flashed on Sly-hard old man's face. After being silent for some time, Sly-hard old man nodded, "You chose the most appropriate GU for you, it seems your luck is not bad. Maybe you can gain some benefits there, you might even be able to return alive." Saying so, Sly-hard old man took a few steps and exposed the door behind him. "After opening this door, you will enter a tunnel, you need to walk quickly, do not stop, otherwise the tunnel will digest you. After passing it, you will reach a place, over there, do your best to survive. If you can find a way back and meet me once again, you will gain our organization's number 1 position." "Yes, Lord." Meng Chu Zhen immediately got up, pushing open the door and entering the tunnel. This tunnel was quite unique, it was round in shape but the inner walls were made of flesh and blood, there was slight vibrations in them as gastric acid flowed out constantly. Meng Chu Zhen activated the defensive method of this person but still felt deep pressure. Like what Sly-hard old man said, if he stayed for too long, he might really get digested. He quickly got past the creepy and wet flesh tunnel as he arrived in a huge world. Within the primitive forest, fierce beasts roared as strange birds growled. Far away, 2 beastman groups were fighting. Meng Chu Zhen turned around and looked back, the tunnel had already vanished, he only saw an ordinary mountain wall. Meng Chu Zhen was shook internally, to ensure that he could efficiently explore dream realms, the main body had given him many details of history. That tunnel really is the intestine of the gluttonous demon frog, this is the place where reckless savage demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance, myriad beast fusion color heaven. Days later, the dream realm dissipated. Meng Chu Zhen had a tired expression as he started to inspect his gains. Transformation path and wisdom path attainment levels went up. Not bad, Meng Chu Zhen was rather satisfied. Forget about transformation path, but his wisdom path attainment level really needed a boost. Especially when Fang Yuan knew his own luck, and the fact that star constellation Immortal Venerable had very likely already revived. The true myriad beast fusion color heaven was naturally vast and boundless, but Meng Chu Zhen was only in a dream realm. Meng Chu Zhen had Dream Armor Immortal Goose Protection, and also Dream Creation Immortal GU and Dream Butterfly Immortal GU as methods. Especially Dream Butterfly Immortal GU, even though it was an investigative GU worm, its use in exploring dream realms surpassed Dream Armor and Dream Creation. Dream Path Master attainment level gave him instincts. When instincts worked, Meng Chu Zhen would use them to find the correct answers rapidly. When instincts did not work, Then Meng Chu Zhen would use Dream Butterfly Immortal GU to foresee the future possibilities of the dream realm and avoid danger. He would quickly find the most appropriate methods. Like how Meng Chu Zhen used Dream Butterfly Immortal GU in front of Sly Hard Old Man earlier to find out the correct choice, in the past, Fang Yuan would have to test it one by one. If he chose wrongly, his soul would be injured, he would waste time healing himself and restart the dream realm all over again. Even though Meng Chu Zhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency at exploring dream realms was many times that of Fang Yuan's main body. Central Continent's 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er were forced into desperation by Qin Wan. There was a sinkhole behind them. Don't come here, otherwise, we will jump off. Wang Xiao'er shouted in anxiety. Qin Wan smiled coldly as she walked closer. Then jump, you will die if you do that. Behind you is Southern Border's Sun Moon Sinkhole. The pit is unfathomably deep, not just GU masters, even GU immortals cannot explore it easily. If you jump, you will surely die. The 4 great obscenities were currently injured, they gritted their teeth. Qin Wan, we'll remember you, you lunatic. We already escaped to Southern Border but you actually pursued us all the way here, what are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female GU master, no matter what relationship she has with you, we did not touch her at all. Qin Wan, you received a sect mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to report your mission easily too, right? Chen Yin Dao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Wan's movement froze for a moment. But in just a moment, she realized that the enemy was trying to probe her, and she fell for it. Some information was leaked from this action. Qin Wan concealed the shame in her heart as she placed her arms behind her back. Looking at these defeated individuals, she said arrogantly on purpose, I can't report it. Killing you is the best evidence I need. But it is not that I cannot let you live. Hand over all your GU worms and surrender. If I bring you back to Central Continent, you will still have a chance to live. Chen Yin Dao sneered. We know about the crimes we've committed. After Miss Qin Wan said that, it confirmed my guesses. Qin Wan also sneered. So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have a chance? A strange expression appeared on Chen Yin Dao's face. Actually, we still have hope. Brother Wang Xiao'er, we'll depend on you now. Saying so, he pushed Wang Xiao'er, who was hiding at the back, to the front. Wang Xiao'er was shocked. Brothers, I am not a GU master. Qin Wan also felt confused. She had fought with the 4 great obscenities for this long, she knew that Wang Xiao'er was immortal. HMPH, trying to bluster and act mysterious. Qin Wan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. A huge air current surged as wind blew strongly. Wang Xiao'er, Qin Wan and the others who were near the sinkhole were caught off guard. They were sent into the air by the currents before crashing down heavily. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figure of a Southern Border GU master moved along this current as he flew into the sky. Kong Ri Tien, don't think of leaving. The GU master who landed on the ground first was the demonic path Kong Ri Tien. He escaped without even turning around as he shouted, Wu Ji, you are the leader of Wu clan, yet you are not keeping your promise. Wu Ji chased after him as she shouted, what's the use of keeping my word to a demonic path scoundrel like you? Leave behind the GU worms of Sheng Tian true inheritance. Next, Shang Xin Si, Xiao Yan, counterfeit master, Tai Ruo Nan, Yi Chong, and others also descended from the sky. Chase him, don't let him escape. That is a GU immortal true inheritance. As the group chased, a dust cloud was created along the way. Qin Wan, Wang Xiao'er, and the rest were all stunned. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Kong Ri Tien shouted at Qin Wan and the rest, the people in front, whoever can help me escape will share this GU immortal true inheritance with me. Qin Wan and the rest heard this, their eyes shined brightly. You cannot escape, everything belongs to my Wu clan. Wu Ji was enraged, she jumped into the air. Both her fists were clenched, she raised them above her head as she activated a mortal killer move. As she landed on the ground, she slammed down, the ground shook, rocks were sent flying. A huge vibration force spread to the surroundings rapidly, no one could avoid it in time, they quickly put up their defenses in a panic. Qin Wan and the rest were also implicated, their expressions changed. Wu Ji was the #1 expert of the current Southern Border GU Master World. Chapter 2096, Wu Ji chooses her true inheritance. Quick, quick, bring me the White King Head Flower Herb. Wu Clan's ranked 6 GU Immortal Wu Zhenzu called out with an anxious tone. She was controlling the formation, her thoughts were focused on it at the crucial moment, she could not distract herself. Thankfully, there were a few rank 5 GU masters assisting her. Hearing these words, they quickly got to work. White King Head Flower Herb was a rank 6 immortal material, it was tossed into the immortal formation. This immortal formation of Wu Clan was famous in history, it was called Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. It originally belonged to an Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal, but after this GU immortal came to southern border and provoked Wu Clan, they got killed instead. Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation was a healing immortal formation, but the core immortal GU was only rank 7. That Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal was indeed a rank 8 GU immortal, but before dying, all of their immortal GU were destroyed. Wu Clan spent 100 years to finally refine the relevant immortal GU, managing to set up this Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation again. Wu Ji and the rest had died on Yi Tian Mountain. The reason why they were able to revive was mostly because of Fate Gu's destruction, and also due to the effect of this Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. As the formation slowly stopped, light faded as Wu Ji woke up in the formation with a pale expression. It seems that I revived again. Wu Ji smiled lightly, she wanted to get up but her body was too weak, she only succeeded after 3 tries. You should relax a little, Wu Ji. This is the 5th time this month. Wu Zhenzu came to Wu Ji as she frowned deeply. Wu Ji smiled indifferently. Don't we have this formation? Even if I die, I can revive. Wu Zhenzu scoffed. Don't think so highly of GU immortal methods. Wu Ji, do you know that you almost died earlier? You managed to revive because of the Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. But this method has less and less effect as a person uses it continuously. You are playing with your life. You have a good future, why don't you care a bit more about yourself? At this rate, you will die for real. Wu Ji raised her brows as her eyes shined brightly. I'm someone who has died before, what is there to fear about death? Precisely because I had died before, I treasure life even more now. Wu Zhenzu rolled her eyes in anger. This is considered treasuring your life. Since you already obtained Shengtian true inheritance from Kong Shengtian, you can give it to the clan already. Why did you still go after him relentlessly? Why did you not retreat even against the attacks of everyone? Wu Ji laughed loudly. This is how I treasure my life. After dying once, I reassessed my own life. How should people live? Everyone has their own answer. This is my answer. The duration of life does not matter as much as the value of the life that is being lived. Even though I am not a GU immortal, I know about your circumstances. Lady Zhenzu, why do you think GU masters want to become an immortal so badly? After becoming an immortal, there will be countless calamities and tribulations, wouldn't they be courting death? How many GU immortals have died from tribulations? Don't they know the danger? Aren't they continuing to face danger head-on because they want to obtain the true meaning of life? In this great era, if I do not advance bravely, I will be letting down heaven for giving me this life, I will be wasting my second chance. I, Wu Ji, want to become immortal, I want to see things at a greater height, I want to gain more strength. This is the meaning of my life. After hearing Wu Ji's words, a complex expression appeared on Wu Zhenju's face. She actually had high expectations of this junior Wu Ji, therefore she came to talk to her. But after talking, she found that she failed to convince Wu Ji, instead, she became the one who was convinced. Since you have decided this, I have nothing else to say. Wu Zhenzu sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression as she bowed. Lady Zhenzu, Junior will remember the concern that you have shown to me. Saying so, another GU immortal appeared. Ha ha ha, Wu Ji, I heard your words earlier. As expected of the number 1 GU immortal seed of Wu Clan, you did not shame our reputation. Wu Zanping, you came here for, Wu Zhenzu asked, but she had a guess in her heart, she was quite happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zanping nodded at Wu Zhenzu as he looked at Wu Ji. I am Wu Clan's supreme elder in charge of guidance. Wu Ji, you have sufficient cultivation level and merit, I am tasked to guide you along the road of becoming an immortal. Wu Ji took in a deep breath, she clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. Wu Zanping said solemnly, Wu Ji, you are a senior of the mortal Wu Clan, after being the clan leader for many years, you know of many GU immortal secrets. Our Wu Clan cultivates many paths, we are most proficient in Wind Path, it is the reason why we are at the top of Southern Border's GU Immortal world, our status is immovable. You can choose other paths too, we have almost all paths in our inventory, but I have a suggestion for you. Wu Zhanping had heard Wu Ji's words earlier, he liked this junior and was willing to say more things. Wu Ji quickly replied, please teach me senior, I will listen. Wu Zhanping continued, rather than choosing a path, it is more like you are choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest wind path true inheritance, our first supreme elder Lord Wu Yong also cultivates wind path, he uses the strongest wind path true inheritance in Wu clan as well. However, there are many wind path cultivators, competition is very steep, I would not recommend you to choose it. Right now, Wu clan has two true inheritances that even as GU immortals feel desire towards, it is only that our paths have been set, changing it has too high of a cost. During normal times, we might have the opportunity to do that, but with the turbulent era now, chaos is everywhere, it is the best opportunity for you juniors. Wu Zhenzu heard this, she agreed and said with happiness, this means that First Supreme Elder is really taking out these three true inheritances to nurture our Wu clan's descendants. Indeed, Lord Wu Yong has incredible foresight and magnanimity, everyone in Wu clan holds him in high regard. Wu Zhanping praised from the bottom of his heart, he told Wu Ji, there are three true inheritances of high value that even as GU immortals want, I will list them for you, choose wisely. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. He was a Southern Border rank 8 GU immortal who turned himself into a zombie when his lifespan was near its end, hence the title. Corpse Emperor was in the demonic path, he was ruthless and vicious, causing super forces to join up and attack him. He died during the battle and his immortal zombie body turned into a corpse mountain upon his death. This mountain is hundreds of meters tall, zombies roam all over the mountain, it produces transformation path zombie GU and chi path corpse chi GU. Back then, Southern Border's Zombie Alliance wanted ownership of this mountain and offered a high price to buy it from us to use as their headquarters, but we rejected them. Right now, it seems like our decision was right. Zombie Alliance was a front of Shadow Sect, but that's not our issue now. The point is that with the shift of the era, a true inheritance appeared on Corpse Emperor Yu Ding Tian, which is this Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. This is a rank 8 enslavement path true inheritance, Wu Ji, if you choose it, Wu clan will definitely nurture you well. An enslavement path GU immortal can fight a group on their own, the problem with enslavement path is the huge amount of resources needed, but Wu clan can help you with it. The only downside is that this true inheritance lacks immortal GU. Wu Ji considered it for a while before shaking her head, enslavement path is not my style. Immortal GU are also hard to refine, I am not skilled in GU refinement. It is too hard to cultivate this true inheritance well, even with the clan's help, I will not choose it. Alright, then on to the next one. Wu Zhanping continued to speak. This true inheritance is a soul path true inheritance, it has a greater origin, it concerns spectral soul demon venerable. This true inheritance is called 7-7 profound soul true inheritance, the most amazing method is to raise soul beasts and nurture them into 7-7 profound soul birds. Once a 7-7 profound soul bird is created, it is almost impossible to kill. Even if they were gravely injured, as long as one of them is still alive, they will reappear in a short time. Even though this true inheritance also lacks immortal GU, it is able to bypass that and nurture soul beasts instead, the cultivation journey will be easier. Wu Ji shook her head, even though soul beasts are strong, I dislike it. I cultivate my own body, raising soul beasts is like becoming a nanny, it does not suit me. Wu Zhanping frowned slightly, choosing a true inheritance is not child's play, Wu Ji, consider it well before making a decision. Indeed, Wu Zhenzu also nodded. Be it Corpse Emperor True Inheritance or the 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance, they are extremely rare, Wu Ji, you need to treasure this opportunity. Wu Ji was unmoved. Immortals, thank you for the advice, may I know what the third true inheritance is? Wu Zhanping. The third true inheritance is the Shengtian True Inheritance you retrieved. The person who left this true inheritance behind is famous in GU master history, he is called Kong Shengtian. Kong Shengtian had Qi escape immortal GU, this GU is incredible, it was once 4th place on the list of mystical GU. But in recently years, because of the number 1 demon in the world, GU Yu Fang Yuan, Spring Autumn Cicada received public recognition and got elevated to the 3rd mystical GU, causing Qi escape GU to fall in ranking. Speaking of GU Yu Fang Yuan, Wu Zanping and Wu Zhenzu showed complex expressions. Wu Ji could acutely sense that these two GU immortals' breathing became slightly disoriented. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and made his way into Wu clan, even someone as intelligent and perceptive as Wu Yong fell prey to his acting. But Wu clan was no longer qualified to take revenge on him. Over the course of the Fate War and the pursuit over Fang Yuan afterwards, even the variant human battle that happened in Eastern Sea recently cemented Fang Yuan's throne of the #1 demon in the world. Nobody could topple his status. Not wanting to continue talking about Fang Yuan, Wu Zanping got back to the topic. Kong Shengtian was a Chi Path GU immortal. He was most skilled at movement methods. The Chi Path movement killer move that he created back then was named Kong Shengtian. It is incredibly powerful. If you obtain this true inheritance, you will move unhindered in the world. You will always have the initiative. This true inheritance was retrieved by you after all. It could be said you are fated for it. But the immortal GU in the true inheritance are likely in the hands of that Kong Ritian now. Chapter 2097. Number 1 Person in Dream Path. Wu Ji's expression sank. If that Kong Ritian did not have Kong Shengtian's bloodline, I would not have lost that contest. Wu Zanping shook his head. You did not lose. That Kong Ritian has immortal GU, but he is just immortal, even though he escaped luckily. So what? He cannot run for long. Many righteous path GU immortals are already targeting him. If my Wu clan's GU immortals succeed, this true inheritance's value will rise greatly. It will suit you more. But Wu Ji still shook her head. These three true inheritances are enslavement path, soul path, and chi path. They are all wonderful. It is a pity they do not suit me. I should continue cultivating my strength path. Wu Zanping frowned. Wu Zhenzu urged her. Wu Ji, I know you have a strength path true inheritance, but that true inheritance has a low quality. Its original owner was only a ranked 6 GU immortal. It cannot compare to these three true inheritances at all. Seeing that Wu Ji was unmoved, Wu Zhenzu continued to speak. And most importantly, strength path is declining. It cannot compare to enslavement path or soul path. Even though Chi path was declining, with the merging of the 5 regions, Chi tides appeared and Chi path started to experience a rise again. Choosing Chi path is definitely wiser than staying with strength path. But Wu Ji shook her head. I'll choose strength path. Even though other true inheritances will allow me to have an easier time, if there is a strength path true inheritance, I'll still choose it. I will walk on strength path in my life. If I cannot use someone else's foundation, I will create my own. Wu Zanping was unhappy. Wu Ji, you are not a GU immortal yet. You do not know the difficulties that we face. The benefits of these three true inheritances are simply indescribable, but you cannot feel them yet. Listen to me and choose one of the three. In the future, when you cultivate on this long journey, you will be glad about the decision you made today. Wu Ji's expression had never been so solemn. She bowed deeply at the two immortals. Great immortals, I, Wu Ji, will never forget the care and concern that you have shown me. But if I do not choose strength path, I will regret it at the next moment. I have already decided on this. I will not change it further. Even if I fail in the future, I am willing to bear the consequences. Wu Zhenzu and Wu Zanping shook their heads. They felt pity for Wu Ji, who had given up such a great opportunity. Meng Zhen Immortal Aperture. The sky here was filled with a pink aurora that constantly moved and changed. At the center of the immortal aperture, there was a field of pink grassland. It was the Earth Dream fetus hair that Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to dig from southern borders underground. There was also a small sea of flowers situated at the northmost part of the immortal aperture. The flowers were all 9-tune dream flowers. This type of flower only had 1 petal each, but it spiraled upwards from the roots and showed a spiral form with 9 layers. It was quite peculiar. At the southeast of the immortal aperture, Meng Chu Zhen specially created a lake. The lake had little water. It was hundreds of feet lower than the water level of the nearby shore. The entire lake was like a bowl that had a bit of water left inside it at the bottom. This lake water was called Dream River water. In the lake, there was a type of monstrous fish that looked like a tongue. It was bright red and moved agilely. It was called tongue-tip small dream fish. Finally, at the northmost part of the immortal aperture was a field of desolate bones. Hundreds of huge bones were buried on the ground. A portion of them was still exposed externally. These bones were also Dream Path GU materials. They were obtained from the corpses of a few Dream Path ancient desolate beasts. Meng Chu Zhen placed them here and set up the GU formation, creating this Bone Dream Sand Farm. The sand farm was nourished using the bone marrow, gradually turning the soil into dream sand. Earth dream fetus hair, 9-tune dream flower, dream river water, tongue-tip small dream fish, and dream sand, these were all the dream path GU materials that Fang Yuan obtained during this period of time. Currently speaking, dream path GU materials were still very rare. Fang Yuan had almost ransacked the entire underground area of southern border, but he only collected this much. But inside Meng Gen Immortal Aperture, these GU materials will be nurtured well. Soon, a stream of immortal materials will be produced. Meng Chu Gen was quite confident about this. Even though there were Dream Path Dao marks at these Dream Path GU materials' original locations, the surrounding Dao marks were still mostly Earth Path. They were suppressed and could not develop well, they were simply living between the cracks. But now, they were moved into Meng Gen Immortal Aperture. They were like flood dragons released into the ocean, or tigers entering a mountain. They could grow freely without restraint. In this relaxed environment that was predominantly made of Dream Path Dao marks, these Dream Path GU materials would have great growth. In addition, Fang Yuan had memories of the future. He had outstanding methods to nurture them. Meng Gen Immortal Aperture's time difference with the outside world was also quite good. This way, my dream path development has finally gotten on track. As long as I work hard, I will have ample gains in the future. Fang Yuan assessed himself. His investment into Dream Path would stop here. In terms of Dream Path Mortal GU recipes and experience in exploring dream realms, Fang Yuan had 500 years of memories. He still had the upper hand. In terms of Dream Path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan had 4 of them. He was definitely the top person in the current world. In terms of attainment level, Fang Yuan was a Dream Path master. There might be others who were at this level as well, but he was without doubt still among the fastest group of people. Furthermore, in terms of Dream Path Immortal GU recipes and immortal materials, Fang Yuan was certainly the person with the #1 results. He had 2 Dream Path Immortal GU recipes that were undoubtedly accurate and exceptional. In terms of immortal materials, Fang Yuan also had an absolute advantage. Feng Jin Huang was just immortal. Even if Lady Poison Scorpion was a GU immortal, she was not an immortal ascended from the pure dream reality seeker physique. She could not compare to Fang Yuan. Comprehensively, Fang Yuan was definitely the #1 person in the world in terms of Dream Path. Such results already exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. In his plan, he only had to maintain a certain lead in Dream Path. And now was still not the time for the true rise of Dream Path. Taking Meng Gen Immortal Aperture for example, it was definitely the #1 Dream Path GU material production ground in the world, but it could only produce ranked 6 Dream Path Immortal materials. The quantity was also pitifully small. Without sufficient Dream Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not raise the ranks of his Dream Path Immortal GU. The truth was, even though he had rank 8 Immortal GU like Dream Token and could use killer moves like Dreamy Light Smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Duke Long or Spectral Soul in combat. In battles of the highest level, Dream Path was only a special method that could intimidate and make the foes wary. Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave. He would need to face the likely revived Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was inside the door of life and death. Facing such existences, his Dream Path methods that were still at the early stages of development were unreliable as his main methods. The truth is, by combining the perfect pure Dream Reality Seeker physique and Spectral Soul Split Soul method, I can create Dream Path GU Immortals in bulk. But, the extra Dream Path Immortal Apertures are useless. The greatest gain will still be natural inspiration. I will obtain new Dream Path Immortal GU recipes. Even if I try to use the Ascension Tribulation to refine Immortal GU, it will not be easy. Tribulations were controlled by Heaven's will. They could be strong or weak. When strong, there would be more Heaven and Earth Chi. After succeeding the tribulation, there would be a lot of Heaven and Earth Chi left behind to use for refining Immortal GU. But if Heaven's will reduce the strength of the tribulation, there would not be extra Heaven and Earth Chi. He could not refine Dream Path Immortal GU in that case. If Heaven's will did that, Fang Yuan's gains would be very small. Firstly, the cost of creating pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies was high. He had to use a large number of dream realms. If Heaven's will tried something new and altered the tribulation contents, Fang Yuan would be in danger as well. After all, Fang Yuan's Dream Path Foundation was already exposed to Heaven's will last time. Thus, recuperating for some time and using Meng Gen Immortal Aperture to hide from Heaven's will and develop rapidly, while refining new dream path immortal GU before undergoing tribulation was the best method now. Continuing to invest in dream path would not have much relative returns. If Fang Yuan continued his investment, he would face heaven's will's suppression and also the pressure of being a frontrunner. It would be difficult and troublesome. He might as well wait until dream path flourished and dream realms were everywhere. After the trend grew to that extent, he could use the opportunity to develop, saving time and energy. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had. In the hands of others, these dream realms would give them an opportunity to stay ahead of the era. Be it Western Desert's Tang Clan, Central Continent's Feng Jin Huang, or Northern Plains' Lady Poison Scorpion, they would be the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was that they could raise his attainment levels and allow him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Chu Zhen was truly the dream path clone that Fang Yuan took effort to create. His dream realm exploration efficiency was many times higher than the main body. As Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose, he made great gains. At the same time, he also continued to annex the grotto heavens in the two heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks, 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had long histories behind them. Fang Yuan annexed everything. It was the same as instantly taking the accumulations of others for countless years. Fang Yuan's strength grew time and again. Each time, his improvement was huge. This speed was simply unheard of. The specialty of the sovereign immortal body and the power of unrestrained heavenly mark, they surpassed the logic of the cultivation world. Either one would allow a person to rise to the top, leaving their name in history. The most terrifying thing was when they were used together, the effect would be even greater. The actual result created would far surpass a simple addition of the two. But be it a rise in foundation or strength, Fang Yuan still remained as a pseudo-venerable. He might be the number one pseudo-venerable in history, but that was pointless. Without becoming a venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly while annexing immortal apertures. He also inspected his own luck very often. The silver-white pillar of light was getting thicker, but the clouds above him were also growing in size. Be it the black cloud representing spectral soul demon venerable or the golden cloud representing giant sun immortal venerable, they were growing. As for the star cloud representing star constellation immortal venerable, it had expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two. The situation had not reached the worst scenario yet. Fang Yuan still had time to continue his cultivation and recuperation. Chapter 2098, Hu Land. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains of southern border. If it were in Western Desert, Eastern Sea, or Northern Plains, it might be more famous, but southern border had too many mountains. It had the most number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain became quite inconspicuous. It gave people a feeling of being ordinary. This place produced rotten mud. It was a common GU material that had poison path and earth path Dao marks. It had very little value in the market due to abundance. During rainy seasons, Rotten Mud Mountain would turn into a temporary swamp. The rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud, which was a widely used GU refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with the ice and snow path Dao marks and turn into rotten frozen mud. It was also a common resource. Because it was very fertile, when mixed in soil to nurture crops, the effect would be outstanding. Many southern border villages made use of it. Furthermore, rotten frozen mud was the food of the smelly fart fat worm. Thus, this rotten mud mountain also produced the smelly fart fat worm as well. The smelly fart fat worm was a rank 1 poison path GU worm. It looked like black boar GU, often sold by unscrupulous merchants as fake black boar GU. Similar to the smelly fart fat worm in name was smelly fart GU, it was also a rank 1 poison path GU worm. Similar to the smelly fart fat worm, smelly fart GU was also living in rotten mud mountain. Living on what grew around them, there were several villages that survived using the resources of the rotten mud mountain. These villages were all scattered around the periphery of rotten mud mountain. Even though they competed with each other, they were more likely to work together. Because rotten mud mountain was a famous mountain, it could obviously produce immortal materials. The mountain even had poison path desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. These villages did not have GU immortals. They were at most rank 5 GU masters. They would not dare to live on the mountain. On this day, the people in the few villages heard thunderous sounds. They became shocked and uncertain. What is happening on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous, we GU masters cannot understand what is happening. Next, people heard the shouting of people. Kong Ri Tien, you cannot escape. I know that you are hiding here, but can you hide here forever? Come out now and hand over your GU worms, I can still spare your life. If you miss this chance, after I search the mountain and find you, you will wish you were dead instead. Wu Clan's GU Immortal shouted, his voices creating sound waves that spread around the area. The people in the villages at the periphery of the mountain were instantly shook. An immortal appeared. Oh heavens, I know about this demon Kong Ri Tien, he specially targets pure and innocent girls, to think an immortal would go after him, he's dead meat. Did Kong Ri Tien get an immortal GU so an immortal is coming to snatch it? HMPH, this is not snatching, the immortal is just upholding justice and righteousness. Do you guys think we will meet an immortal if we go there? Will we obtain a way to become immortal? After the Fate War, everyone in the world learned of the existence of immortals. Before that, because most people lived in isolation, many people thought that immortals were just legends. Damn it, Kong Ri Tien was covered in injuries, he hid in a rotten mud cave with a face full of despair. Sigh, Wu Clan's immortal is too domineering. I have implicated you all. Kong Ri Tien looked at Wang Xiao'er and the four great obscenities, feeling guilt. On that day, after leaving the sinkhole, the situation turned chaotic. The four great obscenities were originally after Kong Ri Tien's immortal inheritance, but they ended up getting chased together. Kong Ri Tien also knew about the four great obscenities, desire, he used the inheritance to lure them, they ended up working together and escaping for their lives. After all, Sheng Tian true inheritance had only showed itself slightly, GU immortals did not pay attention to it yet. Kong Ri Tien only had to face rank 5 experts like Wu Ji or Shang Xinxi. The four great obscenities had great strength themselves, together with Kong Ri Tien who was a famous demon in southern border, they managed to escape by working together. However, good times did not last, because Sheng Tian true inheritance was exposed, all the super clans started to go after it, they sent GU immortals out. Kong Ri Tien and the rest got into huge danger, they hid everywhere they could, eventually ending up in Rotten Mud Mountain, but now, Wu Clan's GU immortal was here to send them into despair. So be it if we die, so what? Brother Kong, say no more, this is our fate. Speaking of which, dying in the hands of an immortal is quite glorious too. The Central Continent four great obscenities chuckled, they were all demonic path members, at this desperate moment, they displayed their grand attitude towards life. Alright, enough of such talk. Who said you would die? Suddenly, from Kong Ri Tien's body, a will floated out. Seeing this will, Central Continent's four great obscenities showed a complex expression. This was Kong Sheng Tian's will, other than the will in Sheng Tian true inheritance, there were also immortal GU and immortal essence. This way, Kong Ri Tien had GU immortal methods to use. This was also the reason why the four great obscenities did not attack Kong Ri Tien to snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle until now from the pursuit of GU immortals, it was all thanks to Kong Sheng Tian's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Are your injuries healed already? Do you mean we can still survive? Kong Ri Tien's eyes shined with bright light, he asked in succession. Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed, I am not injured, using GU immortal methods just takes a huge toll on me. Thus, I had to sleep and use GU worms to replenish my will. As for whether you can be saved, of course you can. Why did I ask you to come here before I fell asleep? It was because this place allows us to escape from these people. After saying this, Kong Sheng Tian took action and activated his GU immortal method. Everyone was shocked to find out that a long tunnel secretly appeared in this rotten mud cave without any commotion. They all entered the tunnel as they went deeper underground, arriving in a hall. Kong Sheng Tian's will sighed deeply after returning here. Back then, my main body spent 100 years and used all sorts of clues to investigate and track down this place. After much effort, I finally found this Hu land. It was a pity that my body was too old then, I did not have long to live, I could only make arrangements and leave. Hu land, is it the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu? Everyone was surprised, they had heard of it before. The legends of Ren Zhu was simply too widely known in the world. Kong Sheng Tian's will smiled. Arrogantly, of course, Hu land shares the same reputation as Shi land, it is a supreme secluded domain of Qi path. Little Ri Tien, You know that my main body's most signature method was to shoot out currents from my body's pores and move rapidly. Hu Land and Shi Land are complementary. 1. It is a perfect pair with my killer move. Using it, we can definitely escape from these pursuers. That is great. Everyone was surprised and joyful. Even though they did not fear death, the best situation was obviously to survive. Kong Shengtian's will sighed as he added, "It is a pity that you are not a Gu immortal, little Ri Tian. You cannot bring this secluded domain of heaven and earth with you. Once I use this killer move, you will scatter and fly out like meteors. The speed is incredible and nobody can catch you, but this Hu Land will be left for those Gu immortals outside." Kong Ri Tian did not mind it. "Ancestor, keeping our lives is already good enough. Since we cannot bring the secluded domain of heaven and earth away, Wu Clan can keep it safe for us now. One day, I will take it back. That Wu Ji or Shang Xin will moan under my legs. They will suffer for this." Kong Ri Tian said this. His gaze turned ruthless. He emitted the aura of a demonic path member who had no fear for anything. He was filled with evil intentions. Kong Shengtian's will laughed loudly. "Good, this is how my descendants should act like." Kong Shengtian was also a demonic path member back then. He liked descendants like Kong Ri Tian. Speaking of which, even though Kong Ri Tian had committed countless sins, he did not lack talent or a proper nature. Otherwise, he would survive in southern border for so long and even gain the reputation of a strong demon. Chen Yin Dao spoke. "Lord Gu Immortal, these people are my brothers. We would like to travel together. I heard from Lord's words that we will be separated." Kong Shengtian's will nodded. "Indeed, if my main body was still here, I can use Hu Land to let you guys escape together. But I am only a will now. I can barely use Hu Land. Be it direction or destination, I cannot control either. Maybe you can stay here and hide elsewhere. After I leave with little Ri Tian, that southern border Gu Immortal might go after us instead." Chen Yin Dao and the rest were troubled. Since they could leave, they definitely should leave. Staying here was too risky. Central Continent's 4 obscenities were experienced with living like fugitives. They knew that staying behind was the same as courting death. But if they escaped, they would not be together with Wang Xiao'er. And if they were separated and the cursed activated, "Brother Kong, I would like to speak to you." Thinking of this, Chen Yin Dao sighed deeply. He decided to speak the truth. Kong Ri Tian was a little surprised. Even though he cooperated with the Central Continent 4 great obscenities, he kept his guard up. But now that his ancestor was awake, he was not afraid of the 4 great obscenities. Sneak attack. Kong Ri Tian went to a corner with Chen Yin Dao as they conversed quietly. "So that's it." Kong Ri Tian gasped. "Why else would we be like this?" Chen Yin Dao spoke very helplessly. Kong Ri Tian blinked wildly. "I thought that Central Continent people had such interests. Speaking of which, when I first saw that, I was shocked to think that you brothers would have such interests." Their conversation could be heard as muffled voices in the air. "Brothers, what do you think boss is telling Brother Kong?" Wang Xiao'er was confused. He asked in curiosity. 1. Shi Land sucks in Qi, Hu Land expels Qi. Chapter 2099, Wu Yong's excitement. The other 3 obscenities had ugly expressions too. Kong Ri Tian was not just in the demonic path, he had the same hobbies as them. They could be considered the same kind of people. To think that they would have to expose the truth to him now, it was truly shameful and humiliating. Hearing Wang Xiao'er's words, they even felt their anus tightening up. The 4 great obscenities were already in deep anguish while Wang Xiao'er was starting to enjoy himself. Because he was a mysterious immortal, the 4 great obscenities did not dare to say anything. Thus, the 3 of them gave vague replies. "Boss has his own good reasons for not telling us. Xiao'er, we need to believe in him. Boss is definitely thinking for our sake, he just does not want us to worry. This is not a problem." Wang Xiao'er felt a little embarrassed from their words. I was wrong. Brothers, don't blame me, I was just curious." After Kong Shengtian understood the situation, he returned to his ancestor Kong Shengtian's will and explained everything to him. Hearing this, Kong Shengtian's will showed a peculiar expression. "Let me try first." Kong Shengtian's will did not say that confidently. "Immortal, please go ahead." Chen Yin Dao and the rest quickly shouted with expressions of endless gratitude. Kong Shengtian's will was in no rush to treat them. He first used investigative methods to inspect their fortune. After taking a look, Kong Shengtian's will had an idea. The size of these people's fortune chi is much larger than normal. It is not weak at all. Especially that Wang Xiao'er, is he really an amnesiac immortal? Kong Shengtian's will decided to save them. The Central Continent 4 great obscenities were mere mortals, whether it was worthwhile to help them would depend on their fortune. Kong Shengtian was a demonic path GU immortal, he naturally did things with a focus on benefits. Just using Hulan to let them escape would not consume much immortal essence, he would only have to use a method. But to treat the 4 great obscenities, problem would incur a huge cost. Especially when the immortal essence that Kong Shengtian left behind were limited in quantity. Next, Kong Shengtian started his true investigation. A moment later, Kong Shengtian's will showed a serious expression, he shook his head, I cannot treat your problem. Kong Ritian was surprised, Ancestor, even your methods cannot work. Kong Shengtian's will sighed, I can heal most injuries in this world, but the immortal method on you guys is quite extraordinary, it is caused by the legendary love GU. This GU belongs to Spirit Affinity House, it seems that the person who used it on you is the current generation fairy. You are quite lucky to have even met Spirit Affinity House's fairy. The 4 great obscenities, expressions turned pale. Wang Xiao'er was confused. Do my brothers have a huge hidden problem in their bodies? He became anxious. All of you hid this from me, didn't we say that we would share good times and bad times together? What problem do you have? Even though I can't help, I can at least try to share your burden. Wang Xiao'er said this, he got anxious, there was even slight rage in his tone. The 4 great obscenities looked at Wang Xiao'er, feeling pain internally. Or more accurately speaking, their butts were starting to hurt again. Was it their good luck or bad luck to have met such a person? They were lucky because they could survive until now because of him. But why was it that they would rather have never met him? This is our fate. Chen Yin Dao sighed bitterly. Immortal, since you cannot save us, we might as well stay here and wait for death. Kong Shengtian's will chuckled as he waved his hand. Even though I cannot save you, I have a method that can alleviate your problem. I can temporarily suppress this problem within you, it will not bother you for some time. You can do that. The 4 great obscenities became excited, they quickly thanked him profusely. Wang Xiao'er was also quite excited. Kong Shengtian's will pondered again. According to my deductions, your fortune does not exist in southern border, it is still in central continent. What? The 4 great obscenities looked at each other, they were chased out of central continent after all, but hearing Kong Shengtian's words, they still had to return to central continent. Kong Shengtian's will snorted coldly, this is all I'll say, whether you believe it is up to you. Go. The reason he spoke to these mortals for so long was because of his inheritor Kong Ritian. As for Wang Xiao'er, Kong Shengtian's will did not want to involve himself. If his main body was around, he might intervene. But now, who knew what background Wang Xiao'er had? Was he really having amnesia or was he pretending? Even if he did lose his memories, looking at him, he still had defensive methods. Kong Ritian had not become a GU immortal yet, he was even pursued by Southern Border's righteous path GU immortals. Kong Shengtian decided to act ignorant. He wanted nothing to do with Wang Xiao'er. Go. Kong Shengtian spoke as he activated a killer move, utilizing Hulan. Normally speaking, when GU immortals used killer moves, a strong aura would leak out and cause others to be wary. But Kong Shengtian's method could conceal the aura to a relatively perfect degree. This method was really rare. In the current 5 regions, only Wu Yong could do it. This meant that when Kong Shengtian was alive, he was definitely a huge headache for his enemies, they could not easily defend against him. Thus, when Wu Clan's GU immortal found something amiss, it was all too late. He watched as these people flew away in all directions, unable to stop them. Wu Clan's GU immortal was upset but also filled with shock and uncertainty. Because he found Hulan. This is a chi path secluded domain of heaven and earth. I am going to make a huge contribution. After Wu Clan's GU immortal confirmed it, he became intensely happy, he started to contact Wu Clan's first supreme elder Wu Yong. When Wu Yong received the news, he was settling the clan affairs in his room. Hulan. He immediately stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. Next, he opened his mouth, he blew out a mouthful of green wind. After the green wind moved around and grew into the size of a fist, it entered Wu Yong's mind. Thoughts collided in Wu Yong's mind as they were constantly produced, the green wind would absorb them and assist in the collision speed, allowing him to think faster. Even though Wu Yong was a wind path expert, his attainment level was beyond the level of mimicry, he could easily copy the trait of wisdom path. Hu land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If Wu clan can obtain it, this might be the chance for me to start my domination. Wu Yong was extremely happy. It was as if a fire burned in his heart, blazing intensely. There were many secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. For time path, there was the river of time. For space path, there was space cave, also known as space door. For chi path, there was Shi land and Hu land. For rule path, there was reverse flow river, Changbai mountain, and minuscule mountain. For information path, there was Qian Kun crystal wall, whisper forest, and for soul path, there was Dang Hun mountain and Luopo valley. There were also some secluded domains of heaven and earth that comprised several paths, for example City Well, the Blue Sea of Life, and Ordinary Abyss. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of the Great Tao. Even though secluded domains of heaven and earth had scattered Tao marks, the total number usually surpassed rank 9 immortal Gu. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were not just recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. Very rarely, they had been obtained by Gu immortals or super forces, leaving behind their own legends. If a secluded domain of heaven and earth was used well, it could give a huge benefit to the super force. Even pseudo-venerables and venerables would benefit greatly from them. Ignoring anyone else, just the pseudo-venerable demon immortal Qiju, he had used Shi Lan to participate in a top-level fight of the Gu immortal world immediately after reviving. Wu Yong knew, for a super force, if they could develop a secluded domain of heaven and earth well, they would gain immense profits from a monopoly in the market, for example, like Dang Hun Mountain. For a Gu immortal, a secluded domain of heaven and earth was the replacement of a rank 9 immortal Gu. It could shake the entire era, causing a new trend to emerge in the immortal world. Rank 9 immortal Gu were too hard to get. There were not many rank 9 immortal Gu even in history. For example, Fate Gu, Heavenly Court spent millions of years trying to protect and restore it. Or Wisdom Gu for example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spent a lot of effort to keep it within 88 True Yong building. There was also Hatred Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable plotted for hundreds of thousands of years before succeeding. The Venerables in history were the group that had the most number of rank 9 immortal Gu, all of their vital Gu were rank 9. Other than them, the number didn't even reach 5. Thus, the value of a secluded domain of heaven and earth was apparent. Using a secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core to activate an immortal killer move would often have great effects. Like Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. I need to do my best and obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth. I need to get it secretly and prevent information from leaking. Wu Yong made up his mind. The secluded domain of heaven and earth had huge implications if it was exposed. The whole of southern border would get involved, the other 4 regions might even come to snatch it. But now, this secret had not been exposed yet. Wu Yong saw a great chance for himself. Other forces only knew about Shengtian true inheritance, they did not know about this Hu land. Earlier, Wu clan's Gu immortal had already fought against the other clans, Gu immortals, they left on their own accord. Right now on Rotten Mud Mountain, there were no other lone and demonic cultivators. In the past, if a rank 8 inheritance like Shengtian true inheritance appeared, the entire southern border Gu immortal world would be moved, many people would be sent out to fight for it. All 5 regions had inheritances appear, they were all exposed due to the Qi tides. Wu clan's Gu immortal was able to defeat the competitors mostly due to this reason. The other super forces were busy dealing with their own territories, they were trying to get the inheritances of the highest value. Shengtian true inheritance was just one of them. Compared to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong was more worried about the pseudo-venerables. Demon immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si ancestor are both Qi path Gu immortals, this Hu land has huge significance to them. But luckily, Demon Immortal Qi Ju is currently suppressed by Divine Emperor City, while Qi Si Ancestor is fighting against the variant human alliance led by Fang Yuan, he has no time to spare. As for Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was still most worried about Gu Fang Yuan. Chapter 2100, Fire Thunder True. Inheritance. In the past, Wu Yong chased after Fang Yuan and forced him to go from southern border to western desert. Now, Wu Yong was afraid that Fang Yuan would approach his clan and snatch Hu land away. Wu Yong knew that if Fang Yuan came for it, he would not be able to block him. Immortal Gu were easily destroyed, Fang Yuan might act carefully, but these kinds of secluded domains were hard to destroy, he was almost certainly going to succeed in snatching it. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he can cultivate any path, that is quite terrifying. Hu land is definitely useful to him. If this Hu land is exposed, my Wu clan will not be able to keep it, it will be taken away. By then, not only will we waste our time and resources, we may also incur deaths. Wu clan's prestige may also fall, it will be better if we leave it alone. Wu Yong thought about the situation. He decided to send people and secretly take Hu land away. If it got exposed during this process, he would immediately abandon it. Even though Wu clan was big, it was not the match of someone like Fang Yuan. In this world, the number of people did not matter, only individual strength was of importance. Those villages around Rotten Mud Mountain have no GU immortals, but we need to prevent the mortals and GU masters from exposing the news. Maybe we can make use of the Beast Tide to settle this problem. There is no rush to find Kong Ritien, we can just investigate it secretly. Hopefully, he does not expose his location before I get Hu land. If he still kept up the commotion, he would cause suspicions. Wu clan's GU immortal was actually unable to capture Kong Ritien, wasn't that too strange? What method did Kong Ritien use to escape from Wu clan's ranked 7 GU immortal? By then, they would cast their suspicions on Rotten Mud Mountain. Thus, Wu Yong would rather have Kong Ritien hide himself these few days without exposing his location. To lure the attention of Southern Border's GU immortal world, I might need to activate my arrangement in Ba clan in advance to create a smokescreen for me to take Hu land. Of course, there is the one biggest flaw in this plan, that is Kong Ritien. Kong Ritien has Kong Shengtian's will, he can connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. At the crucial moment, if he exposes the secret of Hu land, it would cause our Wu clan to suffer a huge amount of conflict. But this possibility is quite unlikely. Wu Yong analyzed to himself. Firstly, Kong Shengtian cultivated Qi Path, Kong Ritien would definitely cultivate Qi Path too. If Wu clan obtains Hu land, from their perspective, they would want to compete with Wu clan in the dark and retrieve Hu land without a commotion. They would not want a large number of competitors to emerge. Secondly, if Kong Ritien exposed the secret of Hu land, he would be the mortal enemy of Wu clan. It was not a wise thing to do since it would cause them to take revenge. At the same time, Kong Ritien would expose the secret that he was still escaping, other GU immortals would go and capture him. Even though the possibility was unlikely, the chance was still there. The risk of secretly taking away Hu land was very huge to Wu clan. But the benefit it involved was also massive. Wu Yong was willing to take the risk. Above Red Dragon River, Wu clans, Sha clans, and Ba clans GU immortals were nervously anticipating a contest. River water surged as ripples spread with explosive sounds. This was the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River. It produced Fire Path and Lightning Path GU worms. A newly discovered rank 8 true inheritance was hidden at the bottom of this river segment. The person who set up this true inheritance was called Fire Thunder Divine Lord. He cultivated Fire Path primarily with Lightning Path secondarily. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he had above average luck and experienced many fortuitous encounters. He was not a Southern Border GU immortal, he came from Western Desert. He had once caused chaos in Western Desert's GU immortal world. Several Western Desert super forces chased after him. Even though he managed to survive, by the time he got to the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, his injuries could not be healed. Before dying, he made his arrangements. Precisely because of his arrangements, this river segment turned into the Fire Thunder River segment gradually over time. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were not eye-catching, they were very close to that of nature. Even though this was the intersection of Ba clan and Sha clan, the two super forces did not notice anything strange, they thought it was a natural development. Even though Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path GU worms, no immortal GU had ever been produced. Thus, Ba clan and Sha clan did not pay attention to it. For mortals, even though the Fire Path and Lightning Path mortal GU were alluring, the environment was too dangerous, few rank 5 GU masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance remained hidden for so long, until now when the Qi tide swept through the world, it was unveiled. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 GU immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was quite high quality, it caused almost all of Southern Border's super clans to compete for it. After some probing and fighting, only 3 competitors were left. One was Wu clan, the other 2 were Ba clan and Sha clan. Ba clan's current first supreme elder was Bada. He was tall and had a plain look. He had a strong body with broad shoulders and chest. His skin that was not covered looked like 1,000-year-old tree bark. There was even green moss growing on it. He had a large mouth and broad nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth, covering them completely. His dark green beard hung down to his waist, while his jade green hair extended to the back of his waist. Bada floated in the air as he called to Wu Yong. Wu clan, you are overstepping your boundaries. This is the territory of my Ba clan. Regardless of what true inheritance it is, this belongs to Ba clan. Wu clan, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Borders GU Immortals, why are you not being a role model? Are you ignoring the rules of the righteous path? Wu Yong smiled as he said gentlemanly, since when has this Fire Thunder River segment become yours? The territorial boundary between Sha clan and Ba clan is a sensitive area. Bada, you need to speak more carefully. At least, you need to ask about the opinion of our comrades from Sha clan. Before he finished, Sha clan's GU Immortal Sha Zhao spoke. Lord Wu Yong, regardless of whether this is Sha clan's or Ba clan's territory, it is still our matter. Wu clan is far away at the southernmost area. Even Chao clan is nowhere close to the Fire Thunder River segment. Even though Sha Zhao only had ranked 7 cultivation level, Sha clan's original first supreme elder Sha Cha had already been turned into Immortal GU master by Fang Yuan. Sha Zhao was now the current first supreme elder, on the same status as Bada. Thus, it was not strange that he spoke. Sha clan and Wu clan had conflict between them even from before now. Their relationship was not good. Ignoring anything else, just merely in recent years, Sha clan and Wu clan conflicted over Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai and forced Sha Fei Kuei away, winning the contest. After that, Sha clan still made an attack, and took over Chao clan's empty origin pit. Chao clan was Wu clan's subsidiary force. Invading Chao clan's territory was offending Wu clan. After that, Wu Yong used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. Sha clan was forced to return empty origin pit. Sha clan's external supreme elder Immortal Yan Huang had once owned Moon Bowl, but Wu clan had already taken possession of this territory. Thus, even though Sha clan and Ba clan were not harmonious, because Wu clan was the strongest among them, these two clans were actually standing on the same side now. Chao Si Lu's expression changed slightly. She was one of Southern Border's 3 great fairies. Her beauty was on par with Fairy Miao Yin. Her cultivation level was also ranked 7. This time, with Wu clan's action, Chao clan had to show some effort as their subsidiary force, thus they sent Chao Si Lu to accompany Wu Yong. Chao Si Lu knew about the rules of the righteous path. Seeing Ba clan and Sha clan joining up against Wu clan, she became anxious internally. Righteous path GU Immortals had a set of rules to follow. They were not as free as the demonic path or carefree as the lone cultivators. Even though Wu Yong was strong, seemingly the number 1 person in Southern Border, without a good righteous reason, he could not take Fire Thunder true inheritance by force. At this moment, Wu Yong's reputation and his status as the Southern Alliance leader became the chains that bound him. If Wu Yong took it by force, he would lose everyone's support. Southern Border's righteous path would lose faith in his impartiality as the Alliance leader. Wu clan was a powerful force, but they did not cultivate Fire Path or Lightning Path. A rank 8 Fire Thunder true inheritance was really not significant to Wu clan. If Wu Yong tried to take it now, Wu clan's losses would be even larger instead. Against Sha clan and Ba clan's resistance, the smile on Wu Yong's face became even more evident. Go, bring the person here. He instructed. The Wu clan GU Immortal behind him opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Immortal GU Master came out. Wu Yong introduced. This Western Desert GU Master is the bloodline inheritor of Fire Thunder Divine Lord. Whether Fire Thunder River segment belongs to Ba clan or Sha clan does not matter. What is clear is that the Fire Thunder true inheritance in the river belongs to this little friend. The expressions of Ba clans and Sha clans GU Immortals changed. Wu Yong smiled again with calm composure. As Righteous Path members, how can we snatch other people's inheritances? This true inheritance has its owner. It belongs to this friend from Western Desert. As the Southern Alliance leader, I need to be impartial in my actions. If anyone suspects his identity, you can extract his blood and test it. As expected of Lord Wu Yong. So he came prepared. Chao Si Lu's eyes shined as she calmed down. With this excuse, Wu clan had the right of reason. They could block any accusations that came at them. Wu Yong could use his full strength. In contrast, Ba clan and Sha clan fell into an awkward spot. Bada and Sha Zhao looked at each other, their expressions were ugly. Wu Yong made such ample preparation, they were quite surprised. Even though Wu Yong had just risen to power recently, his political skill was a huge lesson to the entire southern border GU Immortal world. Bada and Sha Zhao knew that since Wu Yong brought out this bloodline descendant, his identity had to be authentic. Even if Wu Yong was faking it, he would have done it with a superb method that could not be seen through for now. Bada and Sha Zhao discussed among themselves and took a few steps forward. Bada had a solemn expression. How can we return an inheritance of southern border to western desert? Sha Zhao added. Since Fire Thunder Divine Lord died here and left his true inheritance in southern border, this is simply the will of heaven. Ba clan and Sha clan could not back out, the true inheritance was in between their territories. If they backed off now, would they still keep their reputation? Wu Yong was not surprised by their words, he waved his sleeves. Then let the three of us compete for it. The situation had reached this stage, they could only fight to determine the outcome. Let me exchange blows with you. Bada shouted as he acted first. Sha Zhao only had ranked 7 cultivation level, he quickly flew away and attacked from afar, helping Bada to restrain Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily, intense winds blew as the sky turned dark. Bada cultivated wood path, he activated his killer move, countless ancient trees and flying leaves appeared in the sky. But against Wu Yong's killer moves, the trees were sliced apart and the leaves wilted away. After 3 rounds, Bada and Sha Zhao got defeated by Wu Yong, the superior side was very obvious. Anything else to say? Wu Yong smiled. Sha Zhao had a livid expression, he remained silent. He could not help but recall the time when Sha Cha was still rank 8, at least back then, Wu Yong was not so arrogant. He actually became this strong. Bada was internally shaken as he clenched his fists, but I still have another trump card killer move unused. If I try, can I defeat Wu Yong? Bada thought about it, he relaxed his clenched fists. Just this Fire Thunder true inheritance was not important enough for him to expose the killer move that he had kept a secret for years. Ba clan and Sha clan left in the end. Wu Yong brought the Western Desert GU Master to the bottom of the river as he retrieved the Fire Thunder true inheritance. The Western Desert GU Master knelt down on the spot, requesting to join Wu clan. Wu Yong agreed immediately. This Western Desert GU Master was called Zhang Yi, he had ample talent and a good character, he could become a GU Immortal seed with some nurturing. Wu clan had no losses in taking him in. Because of Fang Yuan, a number of Wu clan's GU Immortals had died. Wu Yong needed more Wu clan GU Immortals to emerge now, thus he took in the surrounding GU Masters of other regions as their clan's future external elders. Congratulations to Lord Wu Yong, you easily defeated Ba clan and Sha clan, obtaining Fire Thunder true inheritance. Chao Si Lu said with deep politeness. In the current southern border, who dares to contend with our lord? Wu clan's GU Immortals gained a surge in morale, they spoke excitedly. Wu Yong acknowledged their words, he said calmly, spread news of today's battle, I want the entire southern border GU Immortal world to hear of it. Yes, Wu clan's GU Immortals answered. Lord Wu Yong, I, Mushroom GU Immortal K Shinhong, seek your audience. At this time, a Mushroom GU Immortal approached from the southeast direction, riding waves along the way. A Mushroom GU Immortal. Does he come from Mushroom Paradise? Such guts. The GU Immortals around Wu Yong had changes of expressions. K Shinhong wore a white shirt, he had a plain face, he did not conceal his appearance, there was a large mushroom above his head, looking like a hat. Wu Yong's heart jolted. At the next moment, K Shinhong transmitted to Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong, I come from Mushroom Paradise, I carry the orders of Lord Gu Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's expression did not change, he replied, for what matter have you come? K Shinhong smiled. Sheng Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong's pupils shrunk immediately. Chapter 2101, Fang Yuan makes a transaction. Wu Yong tried to stay calm as he exchanged some words with Mushroom GU Immortal K Shinhong. So Fang Yuan wants my Sheng Tian true inheritance, but he has not discovered who land. After some probing, the worry in his heart was finally lifted. The truth was, as long as Kong Ri Tian did not expose this secret personally, there was only a slight possibility that Hu Land would be discovered by anyone else other than Wu clan. Back then, Kong Ri Tian and the rest used Hu Land to escape, no other GU Immortal saw them. After Kong Ri Tian and the rest escaped, no news of them had emerged. Thus, Outsiders like Fang Yuan would think that Kong Ri Tian is in my hands. Thus, he came to me for Sheng Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong thought, my actions earlier were not good enough. I should have announced immediately that Kong Ri Tian was captured by my Wu clan. Even though that was not true, if Wu clan publicized that, Kong Ri Tian would not come out to refute him anyway. If Kong Ri Tian exposed himself, the GU immortals that were after Sheng Tian true inheritance would charge towards him like jackals, they would tear his weak little body to shreds. If Kong Ri Tian hears such an announcement from my Wu clan, he will also understand our motive. Keeping Hu Land a secret will also be ensuring his safety, he will not reject it. Wu Yong had another plan, he could make up for his previous mistake. Hu Land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it had immense value, if Wu clan wanted to own it, he would need to do it in secret. I can let you have Sheng Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong rapidly transmitted and replied Ke Shin Hong. For Hu Land, giving up Sheng Tian true inheritance was a wise decision. Moreover, this Sheng Tian true inheritance had just been obtained by Wu clan, it had contents but not immortal GU. The immortal GU and immortal essence were still in Kong Ri Tian's hands. Ke Shin Hong was slightly stunned. Wu Yong agreed so readily, it was out of his expectations. He was a GU immortal expert of Mushroom in Paradise. After Lu Wei Yin submitted to Fang Yuan along with the entire paradise, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. This was the first mission that Fang Yuan gave him. When Ke Shin Hong received this mission, he felt great internal pressure. He had heard of Wu Yong's name long ago. Along the way, he was thinking of what to do if Wu Yong rejected or refused to agree with this. To think that he would agree so easily after they met. I finally understand the might and prestige of my lord now. Ke Shin Hong sighed internally, filled with deep emotions. Ke Shin Hong added, Lord Wu Yong, my lord is willing to pay for the entire Sheng Tian true inheritance. It was Wu Yong's turn to be stunned. Hearing Ke Shin Hong's words, it seemed like Fang Yuan wanted a fair trade. He was not going to extort or snatch it by force. Wu Yong quickly reacted, he listed his condition. Ke Shin Hong frowned slightly, because Wu Yong wanted a rank 9 wind path immortal material, it was quite rare in the market. Ke Shin Hong could not decide this alone, he quickly communicated with Fang Yuan. After receiving an answer, Ke Shin Hong started to smile again as he looked at Wu Yong. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven, this transaction was quickly completed. Fang Yuan obtained the full details of Sheng Tian true inheritance, while Wu Yong obtained a rank 9 wind path immortal material. Fang Yuan has a large number of grotto heavens from the two heavens, it is not strange that he has rare immortal materials. But he really went ahead to transact with me. Surprisingly getting a rank 9 wind path immortal material, Wu Yong's preparatory work for refining 8-faced prestige wind immortal GU achieved a significant breakthrough. But Wu Yong could not be happy. Fang Yuan had the battle strength to snatch Sheng Tian true inheritance but he did not do that. He only sent a mushroom in GU immortal and expressed his sincerity in making a fair trade. Afterwards, he held his word and paid with a rank 9 wind path immortal material. Fang Yuan is truly amazing. Wu Yong sighed deeply. As the saying goes, an expert swimmer would eventually drown, an expert combatant would die in battle. Relying on one's specialty without possessing other skills was a dangerous thing. Once people started to rely on something, they would unknowingly stay within their comfort zone, they would develop a mental pattern. When they encounter problems, they would use their specialty trait to resolve the issues. As time passes, all of their other methods and perspectives would vanish. Eventually, they would face the greatest predicament of their lives, it might be their end. He had great battle strength and could snatch the true inheritance, but if he did that, he would waste a lot of time and energy, there was even a chance of failing. After all, the information could be erased. But using this transaction, Fang Yuan easily obtained Sheng Tian true inheritance without a hitch. Wu Yong analyzed. This can mean at least two things. Firstly, Fang Yuan has a lot of immortal materials, one rank 9 wind path immortal material is not important in his eyes. Secondly, even though he is the #1 person in the world, he still keeps his composure and scheming mind, he does not overly rely on his strength. Sigh, it would have been great if I managed to kill him back then. Fang Yuan has already grown fully, with such a nature, he is too terrifying. When Sheng Tian true inheritance's transaction ended, Fang Yuan's main body was already in Western Desert. Fang clan's supreme elders were almost fully gathered, they stared at Fang Yuan like he was a fatal enemy. Everyone, don't be too nervous, really, I came here to make a transaction with Fang Clan. Fang Yuan smiled, but Fang Clan's immortals felt huge pressure weighing on them. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong said, "Is it our fortune or misfortune to have received your attention?" "Everyone, we have quite the relationship actually." Fang Yuan started to activate his killer move. As the aura leaked, all of Fang Clan's GU immortals stood up from their seats. They quickly activated their immortal GU. A battle was about to start. "This is our Fang Clan's headquarters. Earlier when we were outside, you said you wanted to make a transaction. If you attack now, who will believe your words in the future?" Fang Clan's GU immortals called out with intense nervousness. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "If I wanted to harm you, I could have attacked from the start. Can your Fang Clan stop me?" As he said so, his appearance changed. Fang Clan's GU immortals were shocked. Suan Bu Jin. Fang Yuan activated familiar face again, changing into another appearance. Fang Clan's GU immortals saw Fang Yuan's appearance. They became shocked again. Fang Dichong. Fang Yun frowned. He was the adopted son of Fang Dichong. Seeing Fang Yuan's transformation, he felt repulsed. "Lord Fang Yuan, did you come all the way to our clan just for this display of transformations to mock us?" Fang Yuan looked at Fang Yun, saying with deep meaning, "Yun during this time when I was gone, why didn't you convert to Wisdom Path? Father gave you 3 Wisdom Path Immortal GU and even my Wisdom Path inheritance. Fang Clan has no Wisdom Path GU Immortal at the moment. If you do not take up this responsibility, who will?" You. Fang Yun pointed at Fang Yuan. He stared with wide-opened eyes, filled with shock. The other Fang Clan GU immortals also had a change of expression. They realized something from his words. They had a guess regarding the truth. The reality of it made them sink into panic. "Indeed, I am Suan Bu Jin, who also became Fang Dichong later on. I have interacted with you guys much more than you think." Fang Yuan looked around as he laughed heartily. Fang Gong's expression was livid. He could not wait anymore. He stood out. "What evidence do you have?" Fang Yuan gave a bunch of evidence to the Fang Clan GU immortals as he transmitted to Fang Gong. Snickering, "Fang Gong, you and Fang Dichong decided to sacrifice Suan Bu Jin to refine Divine Bean Palace. Do you really want me to expose it?" Fang Yuan not only had evidence, he even had accurate facts. Fang Clan soon realized the whole story. "So Fang Yuan infiltrated our Fang Clan long ago. He even became our external Supreme Elder. Oh heavens, even our second Supreme Elder Fang Dichong was replaced by him. We did not even notice." After Fang Clan's GU immortals realized the truth, they all turned pale as cold sweat broke out. It was too terrifying. If not for Fang Yuan's reveal, they would still think that Fang Dichong was currently trapped inside Divine Emperor City. Ever since the Fate War ended, Fang Clan had been trying to negotiate with Heavenly Court to get back their Supreme Elder Fang Dichong. "This means that Divine Bean Palace trapped your clone, while our second Supreme Elder died at your hands." Fang Gong looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Gong was tall and sturdy, with long white hair and beard spreading around his head like a lion's mane. He had bulging muscles that resembled rocks. Facing the murderer of his second Supreme Elder, if it were any other person, he would have attacked already. But against Fang Yuan, he could only restrain himself. He looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. There was anger and hatred in his eyes, but also helplessness and wariness. Fang Yuan was too strong. His demonic might was unparalleled. His reputation was unmatched. Fang Gong did not dare to make a rash move. Fang Yuan continued, "Saying that Fang Dichong died at my hands is both correct and also wrong. Fang Dichang's body is destroyed but his soul is in my hands. Do you want it back?" Back then, to avoid the detection of Soul Lantern GU, Fang Yuan did not kill Fang Dichong. He only separated his body and soul. Fang Dichang's soul was still kept in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Clan's GU immortals heard this. They became excited. "Fang Dichang's soul is in your hands. Great, our second Supreme Elder can be saved. No wonder Central Continent has been so vague all this time, so they did not even have our second Supreme Elder in the first place. In the current world, fate has been destroyed. As long as Fang Dichang's soul is around, if he gets a GU immortal body, he would return to Fang Clan again. If this GU immortal body cultivates Wisdom Path, then after Fang Dichong revives, he will be an immense help to your entire clan. Now tell me, friends from Fang Clan, do you want to make a transaction with me?" Fang Yuan stated his ultimatum. Fang Clan's GU immortals were silent. They looked at Fang Gong. At the crucial moment, only a rank 8 GU immortal like Fang Gong could make the decision. Chapter 2102, Going After Tian Nan's True Inheritance. The answer to Fang Yuan's question was obvious for Fang Clan. Fang Gong nodded as he thought about his words before saying in a solemn tone, "Of course we are willing to transact, but Sir Fang Yuan, what do you want? If your request is too much, or if it exceeds our capability, then..." Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Fang Gong. "Firstly, I need Thieves' Den. Secondly, I need Fang Clan to take over Green Ghost Desert and provide me with a vast number of soul cores. What I will give to you is not just Fang Dichang's soul. We can slowly discuss the details later." Fang Yuan gave loose conditions. Fang Clan's GU immortals were excited about it but also held suspicions. Fang Yuan seemed to know what they were thinking. "I can easily destroy your entire Fang Clan, why would I need to resort to other methods? I'll let you know, I've already done a transaction with Wu Yong. I am not a brutal person, killing is just a method. Unless I have to, I will not use brute strength to satisfy my requirements." Fang Clan's immortals were shaken internally. Fang Yuan's words had hidden meaning. He was saying that if they did not satisfy him, he would wage war on them, they would lose terribly and even get wiped out. Fang Gong felt bitter internally. Against this powerful and domineering Fang Yuan, what could he choose? Actually, the moment Fang Yuan showed up, Fang Clan no longer had a chance in the matter. Fang Clan had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. They had to undergo transactions. Otherwise, death. Heavenly Court could not stop Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul was even killed by him. Even before that, Southern Border's rank 8 GU immortals were also harmed by him. What could the mere Fang Clan do against him? Even a super force would be exterminated. Looking at the past, Northern Plains He tribe had been destroyed, replaced by Bai Zhu tribe. There was also Qing Clan. Back then, they were incredibly powerful, but after provoking the young Spectral Soul, they were wiped out. Green Ghost Desert was now Qing Clan's graveyard. It was right beside Fang Clan. Sometimes, one person could wipe out an entire force. In the GU world, strength ruled above all. Thus, even though super forces had deep foundations, they would often be very careful when dealing with lone immortals or demonic immortals, especially when engaging in combat. In order to survive, Fang Clan agreed to Fang Yuan's requests. The two sides negotiated for some time before they arrived at a conclusion. Fang Yuan's terms were too relaxed. Fang Clan could barely believe this was real. Was this the #1 demon in the world, GUU Fang Yuan? Because reality was much better than their expectations, these Fang Clan GU immortals' moods improved drastically. "I said before, I am not someone who enjoys killing brutally. Cooperating with me has great benefits. The person who slaughtered his clan, killed all the GU immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, participated in the Dong Fang tribe incident, partially accountable for Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's destruction, annexed his allies in Langya sect and the variant humans, destroyed 88 Truyong building, captured Southern Border's Righteous Path GU immortals, killed GU immortals from all the 5 regions and 2 heavens, participated in Heavenly Court's climactic battle, and the one who slaughtered Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, said with an earnest expression." Fang Clan's GU immortals had twitching eyelids as they quickly agreed with him. "Lord Fang Yuan is right. Working with Lord Fang Yuan is our clan's greatest blessing. Actually, we know about your circumstances back then, Lord Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court was simply too much of a bully." Fang Clan's GU immortals uttered words that seemed to be their heartfelt feelings. They showed no signs of insincerity. Fang Yun and Fang Leng were still too young. They remained silent. "If Lord Fang Yuan is interested in creating a clan, my Fang Clan will do our best to help you." Fang Gong ended the conversation with a promise that held great meaning. Fang Yuan looked at him with a deep gaze before leaving. At the next moment, he activated a killer move and vanished from everyone's sight. Fang Gong tried to induce Fang Yuan into creating a clan. It was for the sake of Fang Clan. If their secret transaction was exposed in the future, Fang Clan would be in a passive spot, their reputation would fall, they might even get attacked by other super forces. But if Fang Yuan creates a clan, he would go from the demonic path to the righteous path. By then, if this transaction was exposed, Fang Clan would only face some criticism. GU Masters and GU Immortals who were lone and demonic cultivators could convert their statuses into members of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was one such example. If a demonic or lone cultivator had enough battle strength to make the righteous path forces wary, they would not want to fight. When these GU cultivators create their clan, if they were adept at dealing with the surroundings forces to create beneficial relationships, they might reach a certain agreement and balance, they would become part of the righteous path. The truth was, many super forces in history, be they in Western Desert, Eastern Sea, or Southern Border, involved such cases. Fang Yuan's transaction with Fang clan made Fang Gong realize that Fang Yuan was someone with such political view and ability. If a strong demonic cultivator stops focusing on fighting or killing, he would act like a righteous path member, he would be able to change his status. It is a pity that is not my goal. Fang Yuan smiled lightly to himself. In the 500 years of his previous life, he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect. At its peak, there were 10,000 members. He learned of the true essence of strength at that time. In this world, a person's strength can surpass an entire organization's. Any sort of organization was just icing on the cake. Only when an individual had high battle strength would they truly be strong. Even the number one super force, Heavenly Court, had to rely on venerable methods to survive at the moment of crisis. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed already. Thieves' Den. Fang Yuan started his closed cultivation, deciphering this damaged immortal GU house. Meanwhile, his clone in Eastern Sea, Xianxia Ancestor, was also negotiating a transaction with Song clan. Right now, there were only Xianxia Ancestor and Song Shachi in the hall. Song Shachi was a ranked 7 GU immortal of Song clan. He was tasked to be stationed in Xianxia. He was their representative. Right now, Song Shachi had an ugly expression. He could not sit still. Because earlier, he had received a small request from Xianxia Ancestor, Tian Nan's true inheritance. Xianxia Ancestor claimed that his descendants wanted some development in refinement path, thus he wanted to make a transaction with Song clan. Song clan had once competed with Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan over the ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane. In the end, they won the true inheritance of old eccentric Tian Nan. Old eccentric Tian Nan was a genius of the remote antiquity era. He had high seniority, the first refinement path supreme Grand Master recorded in history. He was on par with old immortal Kong Ju and Long Hair Ancestor. Even after 3 million years, old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance still had immense value. Song Shachi was silent for a while before replying, reporting to Ancestor, "I would not dare to lie. Ever since we obtained this refinement path true inheritance, our Song clan has been researching upon it. We specially chose to nurture GU immortal seeds to make Tian Nan's true inheritance one of our signature strengths in the future. This is a huge matter, I cannot decide on it, allow me to report it first. But I would guess that the result might disappoint you, Ancestor." Song Shachi said in a polite tone that he would report it, but he was clearly rejecting the idea. Xianxia Ancestor smiled as he waved his hand. "You do not need to worry, that was just a thought that I had. Since Tian Nan's true inheritance is so precious to Song clan, why would I snatch it from you? We can forget about this matter." Song Shachi had a grateful expression. As he stood up to express his gratitude, he mentioned several other super forces in Eastern Sea. They also had deep foundation in refinement path. Xianxia Ancestor had a compassionate smile as he said, "I'll remember your suggestions, don't be in a rush to leave, I have made some new tea." Meng Chu Zhen passed many dream realms recently, causing Fang Yuan's food path attainment to jump through master level from 0 foundation, becoming a Grand Master. Xianxia Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, they shared attainment levels. While he organized his combat system, he created some new Qi path tea as well. After drinking the tea, Song Shachi bid farewell to Xianxia Ancestor respectfully. After returning to his estate, he used an immortal killer move to communicate with Song clan's headquarters. This matter concerned Xianxia Ancestor. It was too important. Song clan's immortals soon learned of this situation. Song clan's GU immortals put everything else aside as they quickly discussed. HMPH, back then our Song clan spent so much resources and manpower to gain ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane and obtain Tian Nan's true inheritance. This Xianxia Ancestor wants to take the fruit of our labor just like that. Wishful thinking. I think it was inappropriate to reject him on the spot. We need to give Xianxia Ancestor some respect, at least, we should listen to his offer. No, Tian Nan's true inheritance is not for sale. Even though our Song clan specializes in light path and water path, these two true inheritances are not outstanding compared to other super forces. But with this Tian Nan's true inheritance, our success rate of refining immortal GU will rise sharply. The benefit for our clan is long-lasting and immense. Song clan had been looking for a refinement path true inheritance all this time. The truth was, many Eastern Sea super forces were doing the same. Because Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources in immortal materials, once they had a high-quality refinement path true inheritance, the amount of benefits they would gain far surpassed the other regions. Tian Nan's true inheritance belongs solely to Song clan. This advantage might not be clear in the following years, but after decades or centuries, our Song clan's strength will definitely surpass the other super forces. But offending Qi Si ancestor like this might not be appropriate. Thinking about our current situation, after the Qi tide settled, all sorts of inheritances emerged, as super forces have been competing for them. Once we get into a deadlock, Qi Si ancestor would make the decision as the leader of the righteous Qi alliance. We need to consider if Qi Si ancestor will become biased after this. When he makes a decision in the future, will he purposely strip away our benefits? During this period of time, Qi Si ancestor was truly very busy. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces joined his righteous Qi alliance. When they competed for true inheritances, it became the righteous Qi alliance's internal affair. At some point, it became a trend to ask Qi Si ancestor to make the decision in a case of dispute. More and more forces started to find Qi Si ancestor. Fang Yuan had very profound political skills. Qi Si ancestor was able to make decisions that could satisfy both parties in the dispute most of the time. Thus, Qi Si ancestor's reputation rose every day. Song clan's Gu Immortal had such a worry, it was not strange. We can satisfy any of his other requests. There is nothing wrong with improving our relationship with Qi Si ancestor. But he wanted Tian Nan's true inheritance. How do I put this? Qi Si ancestor has a really keen sense, as expected of someone who could contest with Fang Yuan. Earlier, Eastern Sea's super forces were friendly to Qi Si ancestor, wanting to rely on him to resist wuxia and the variant human alliance. But now, after the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, Qi Si ancestor was enemies with Fang Yuan. The attitude of many Eastern Sea forces including Song clan had changed a lot. Song Sha Qi, when you rejected Qi Si ancestor, what did he do? Song Qi Yuan asked. Song Sha Qi quickly replied. He gave up very quickly, there was no change in his attitude. He is very understanding and magnanimous, he even asked me to drink his tea. That new Qi path tea is really amazing. Qi Si ancestor named his new tea triple layered Qi tea. This tea was made using heaven Qi, earth Qi, and human Qi. In the cup, heaven Qi was at the top, resembling floating clouds. Human Qi was condensed into a lump, resembling a pill that floated in the middle of the cup. Earth Qi sank to the bottom. The fragrance of the tea was deeply concealed, only after it was drank would it emit the fragrance and leave a lingering aftertaste. After Song clan's Gu Immortals heard the description, the unease in their hearts faded away slightly. Qi Si ancestor is really magnanimous. Our Song clan has always been respectful to him. Seeing his attitude, we should not have much to worry about. Even if he was angry, as the righteous Qi alliance leader, he would not go overboard. Tian Nan's true inheritance concerns immense benefits. It will be the core inheritance of our clan in the future, we cannot lose it. After the Song clan Gu Immortals discussed for a long time, they made up their minds, they would leave this as it is. Chapter 2103, Song clan faces disaster. After an intense battle of life and death, the opponent in front of Meng Chu Zhen finally fell to the ground. I want to see who you really are. Meng Chu Zhen lost control of the body. He was acting as a young man who angrily went up and pulled off the opponent's veil. But the appearance shocked the young man deeply. Father, how can it be you? The young man shouted as his body trembled. The one who fell was his father. He smiled in satisfaction as he said, My son, you did well. You've learned all the killer moves of our clan, but your heart lacks sufficient hatred and sadness. I have a terminal illness anyway, I cannot live for long, it is better to sacrifice myself for you. The young man broke into tears. Father, why can't we give up on hatred and live in seclusion? Why must we take revenge at all cost? The young man's father stared at him fixedly. Our entire family was killed by the enemy, your mother, your grandparents, your younger brothers and sisters, they were all killed. This hatred is above anything else, how can we not take revenge? Remember, your father died because of this. If you do not take revenge, my death will be in vain, I would have died because of you. The young man's body shook as he said in a hoarse voice, Father. He wept in pain as a pale blue flame started to burn around his body at this time. His father saw this flame as became very happy. Good, 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 such a powerful agony blue heart flame, it is enough to take our revenge, we can take revenge now. Saying so, the young man's father took his final breath. Oh no, Meng Chu Zhen cried out internally. Seeing his father's death, the agony blue heart flame on the young man, body expanded rapidly, it burned with at least 10 times of the intensity as before. Meng Chu Zhen's soul was still in the dream, he instantly felt a surge of sadness, anger, and hatred, they poured into his heart like a torrential river. I cannot lose myself. This is the hardest part of the dream realm. Meng Chu Zhen desperately held on, but he started to lose his grip in a few moments. Create dream. Without a choice, he immediately used a dream path immortal killer move to defend his soul. In a newly created dream within a dream, he was situated in a large room. The room broke out in flames, it was burning in blue flames. Meng Chu Zhen quickly took action, extinguishing the fire all over the house, trying to save it. After a chaotic period, the fire started to dwindle, the sturdy house was also burned to a crisp, only an intact guest room was left. I survived. Meng Chu Zhen let out a breath of air, dispelling the killer move dream within dream as he returned to the original dream realm. The final hurdle of the dream realm was simply too fatal. Meng Chu Zhen was almost engulfed by emotions, he nearly forgot about reality and the dream completely, submerging entirely into this dream. Of course, each time he explored a dream, his main body would stay outside to guard against any accidents, he would take action if something happened. This dream realm was finally passed. Together with the gains of the earlier few dream realms, Fang Yuan's fire path attainment level reached Great Grand Master. Fire path attainment level reached Great Grand Master, I can finally annex those fire path grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. Looking at the time, Wu Shuai's method should have activated already. Fang Yuan's main body assessed. Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. On a vast grassland, there was red-colored fire beard grass growing everywhere. It was harvest season, GU masters of the Grotto Heaven started to use GU worms to collect the fire beard grass. Crack, crack, from somewhere, a terrifying sound could be heard from below. The moment the GU masters sensed something, they were faced with a fatal threat. Countless ants came up from underground, some were finger-sized, some were large as carriages, the number of ants was uncountably large, they instantly engulfed the entire fire-beard grassland. Skeleton Grotto Heaven. What is going on? What is going on? The Grotto Heaven GU Immortal in charge of raising the bone armor hounds was flustered and helpless. The 1,000 or so bone armor hounds that he was in charge of rearing started to growl in anguish, some were rolling on the ground, biting in a frenzy. The GU Immortal had a pale expression. Oh no, I'm finished. Granny said that I had to take care of these bone armor hounds with utmost carefulness, but I actually screwed up so badly. Some bone armor hounds started to die, a large number of ants crawled out of their corpses. The GU Immortal gritted his teeth in anger. So these ants are the cause of this. I want you all to, The GU Immortal was quickly shocked and uncertain. Because more and more ants came out of the bone armor hounds, some were even coming out from the ground. These ants were like raging tides, the size was growing rapidly, the GU Immortal was very shocked. There was even immortal GU aura among them, the GU Immortal did not dare to stay here, he quickly retreated. Imperial Court, Your Majesty, Chuzhou, Qingzhou, Lianzhou and other areas are experiencing ant plagues. The ant plagues are too terrifying, in just half a day, hundreds of thousands of mortals died, 100 cities got wiped out. Within the ant plague, there are ranked 6 and 7 immortal ants, all of the officials in the various provinces are troubled. The current dynasty's emperor frowned with a solemn expression. The ant plague is too vicious, it is not something we can resolve. The current matter at hand is to contact the Grotto Lord, Song Clan headquarters. Grandpa, you're so nice to me, thank you for the immortal GU. Song Yishi held the rank 6 water path immortal GU in her hands as she spoke happily. Song Clan's first supreme elder Song Chi Yuan was her grandfather. At this moment, Song Chi Yuan looked at his beloved granddaughter. He said in concern, our clan is researching Tian Nan's true inheritance, this water path immortal GU is our first success. But my dear granddaughter, don't go around flaunting it, tell others that you captured this wild immortal GU by chance. Even though I am the first supreme elder, I cannot be openly biased towards you. I get it, I get it. Song Yishi looked at the water path immortal GU in her hands with overflowing joy. While she was toying around with it in her hands, her face suddenly turned pale as she held her tummy. So much pain, so painful. She fell down weakly, her face had turned white like snow. Initially, only her stomach was hurting, but soon, the unbearably intense pain spread to her entire body. My granddaughter, what's happening? Song Qi-yuan was shocked, he quickly checked. At the next moment, Song Qi-yuan found that there were countless ants roaming around in Song Yi-shi's body, devouring her flesh. The thing that made him even angrier was that these ants were actually eating away at her Dao marks. Such evil ants, such vicious methods. Song Qi-yuan quickly made his move. A pure white light shrouded over Song Yi-shi, the light split into countless threads that entered her body, killing all of these ants in an instant. Song Qi-yuan cultivated light path, his attainment level was very high, he used his methods with great proficiency, easily suppressing the situation. But good times did not last long. Soon, new ants grew out and continued to torture Song Yi-shi. Song Qi-yuan's brows were tightly locked, he felt heartache at her plight but also deep anger, he soon realized the problem. It turned out that these new ants were emerging from Song Yi-shi's immortal aperture. My granddaughter, bear with the pain, take a look at your immortal aperture. Song Qi-yuan tried to speak to her in a gentle tone. Song Yi-shi took a look at her immortal aperture as her face turned pale with shock, she cried with reddened eyes, so many ants. Grandfather, my immortal aperture is going to be destroyed by these ants. The terrifying ant plague spread around the many GU immortals of the righteous Qi alliance. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were the main victims, old immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and Fire Plane grotto heavens owner were the main targets. Other than them, there were the Song clan, the Ruo Lai clan, and the Kai clan. As for the remaining Eastern Sea super forces, even though they faced the ant plague too, it was to a smaller extent, involving their external resource points. Once the ant plague appeared, it immediately received the attention of the entire righteous Qi alliance. This ant plague is too strange, it is clearly targeting us. We didn't find anything strange earlier, the variant human alliance is completely intact. Such powerful ants, even an idiot knows that this is the work of Wu Shuai. To think that Wu Shuai is just a mere clone of Fang Yuan, yet he has such a terrifyingly vicious method. The righteous Qi alliance soon found the culprit, they were furious and gathered to discuss it. Many of the victims displayed the ants in their territories. The aura of these ants varied from weak to strong, from mortal to immortal. They came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, there was no clear pattern. These ants are very scary, the most terrifying thing is that they can devour Dao marks to refine and raise their rank themselves. They are too hard to eliminate, we could not find any ant eggs. And the biggest question now is, when did we get hit by this move? The GU immortals discussed among themselves while Qi Si ancestor sat at the main seat, holding this session for them. He had a worried expression but he secretly admired Wu Shuai internally. I've been trying to complete my combat system and create core killer moves. Thus, I asked the main body to get Sheng Tian true inheritance. To think that Wu Shuai has already gone one step further and innovated, creating an even more complex killer move, lingering poisonous ant plague. Qi Si ancestor knew some details. Even though Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai did not tell him, they were not keeping things a secret either. In their interactions, they exposed some details. It turned out that after Meng Chu Zhen became an immortal and obtained multiple dream path immortal GU, his efficiency in exploring dream realms rose tremendously. Fang Yuan's food path and poison path rose to grandmaster level. Clones shared his attainment levels. Wu Shuai used his quasi-supreme refinement path and enslavement path attainment levels, as well as wood path grandmaster, to create a qualitative change and make a breakthrough. Originally, Wu Shuai's ants came from green ant ascetic. Even though this method had great battle strength, a long time had passed since his era. This time, Wu Shuai referenced the killer move Qing Chou. On the basis of green ant ascetic, he made a breakthrough and allowed his ants to devour Dao marks to auto-refine themselves into higher ranks. But Wu Shuai's main body could not use the move, only Fang Yuan's main body could use it. Lingering poisonous ant plague was in essence a compound killer move comprising poison path, enslavement path, refinement path, wood path, and food path. It even expended unrestrained heavenly marks. This move had an incredibly powerful concealment effect. It began by using the advantage of poison path, possessing concealment and infectiousness. After the killer move's Dao marks infect the target's immortal aperture, it would turn into miniature ants that devour the surroundings to grow stronger and increase in numbers. After they reach a certain size, they would turn into the terrifying ant plague. To completely get rid of the ant plague, one would need to eliminate the respective Dao marks. But currently, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not found out this fact yet. Even if they knew, they would not have efficient methods to deal with this compound killer move either. 1. Actual cities in China. Chapter 2104, Helpless Immortals. In the hall at the bottom of Qi, the representatives of the clans in the Righteous Qi Alliance gathered with many different wills, discussing on how to resolve the lingering poisonous ant plague. The ant plague had just been discovered, the clans did not have any good ideas. Thus gradually, their gazes shifted towards Qi ancestor. The grotto heaven owners that resided in the two heavens were already gritting their teeth. They asked Qi ancestor to stand up for them. The ant plague harmed almost all the two heavens grotto heavens Righteous Qi Alliance members. These people were considered closest to Qi ancestor. As for Eastern Sea's forces, only Song clan, Ruolai clan, and Kai clan were affected. Thus, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals deduced, did this method originate from the two heavens? Song clan, Ruolai clan, and Kai clan got hit by it because they have ascending heaven plane. Nobody suspected Qi ancestor to be the culprit, because the ones who suffered the most were Qi ancestor's closest allies in the Righteous Qi Alliance. After staying silent for a moment, Qi ancestor said, "We need to resolve this ant plague. In my opinion, this problem is even greater than the Qi harvest fruit from before. As long as the Qi harvest fruit does not explode, it would not damage the grotto heaven. But this ant plague harms Gu Immortals and their foundations at all times. Among us here, some have not encountered this problem. But if we do not try to resolve this now, nobody will be spared in the future." The immortals in the hall were all very worried. Gu Immortals were astute people, everyone acknowledged Qi ancestor's words. If not for this, they would not have gathered to discuss this so quickly. The ant plague was like a fire, even though it was only burning some people now, if it was not put out in time, everyone would be affected by it eventually. Qi ancestor continued, "Resolving this ant plague will not be like the Qi harvest fruit problem. During that time, I could still try to solve it, but this ant plague does not concern Qi path. Thus, we will have to rely on all of you. We must work together to get through this. We need to gather the wisdom path Gu Immortals of the respective clans and make deductions together. During the process, if they need any immortal Gu killer move, a particular path's Gu Immortal great expert, or even the help of a true inheritance, you need to provide it without holding back." Qi ancestor's expression became increasingly solemn. "Even if we cannot resolve this, we need to be able to suppress and slow down the ant plague for now. If we cannot even suppress it, we will need to wage war on the variant human alliance again." Qi ancestor spoke with a firm tone, his expression was very serious. The hall fell into silence. The Gu Immortals stopped talking. Qi ancestor's words made good sense. The terrifying part of the ant plague was that it consumed the foundation of the Gu Immortal. If it could not be restrained or stopped in time, the ant plague would grow increasingly strong while the Righteous Qi Alliance would become weakened severely. After a long time, a clear difference in strength would be apparent between the Righteous Qi Alliance and Variant Human Alliance. If they did not attack early and deal with the Variant Human Alliance, eventually, the Righteous Qi Alliance would not have the strength to contest the Variant Human Alliance anymore. The killer move lingering poisonous ant plague involved many paths and even used up unrestrained heavenly marks. This killer move was at the strategic level, it had terrifying might. But waging war on the Variant Human Alliance? Isn't that simply waging war on Gu Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai? How can we be Fang Yuan's match? Even Spectral Soul fell at his hands. But if we do not fight, are we going to wait for death? There is no longer an option for us, this demon Fang Yuan is too overbearing. No, even Heavenly Court could not do anything against Fang Yuan, even though our Righteous Qi Alliance has many members. Isn't Fang Yuan also accumulating strength right now? Maybe we can get help from Heavenly Court. HMPH, Heavenly Court is not worthy of being the leader of the righteous path. Our Lord Alliance leader has already contacted them, wanting to work together to deal with the Variant Human Alliance. They have been stalling with excuses. In my opinion, the best situation is for us to work together and resolve this ant plague. Even though Fang Yuan is behind this, he has not taken action personally, this is his probe towards us. We need to perfectly resolve this ant plague and show him our strength. The immortals in the hall discussed, they soon came to a consensus. They did not want an all-out battle to the death. Eastern Sea's GU Immortals did not have the same nature as Northern Plains GU Immortals. Furthermore, all of the clans were busy competing for the newly exposed true inheritances. They were too busy. Why shouldn't they strengthen themselves instead of pitting their lives against the enemies? For normal fights, they would be wins or losses. There was hope. That was why people would want to fight. But to fight against Fang Yuan to the death, it would not lead to the enemy's death. They would certainly die themselves. All the GU Immortals did not say this, but they had the same opinion internally. Heavenly Court's distressed state, spectral soul's loss, all these proved that Fang Yuan had terrifying might and incredible craftiness. Eastern Sea's GU Immortals did not know that spectral soul's main body was still around. In their eyes, Fang Yuan even managed to kill a former venerable. His strength was simply too much, his demonic might was unparalleled. Unless they had absolutely no choice, they did not want to provoke such a person. In that case, let's try to resolve the ant plague. Qi ancestors' final sentence ended this meeting. The Righteous Qi Alliance started to put an effort to research on how to resolve this. But was the killer move lingering poisonous ant plague so simple? The more the GU Immortals from the Righteous Qi Alliance researched, the less confident they got. Facing everyone's expectations, even the Wisdom Path GU Immortals doing the deductions felt increasing pressure as time passed. Days passed, they did not produce any good results. All the clans were unhappy. Qi ancestor also personally came to ask about it. The Wisdom Path GU Immortals with Wan at the lead had to ask, "Don't be anxious, we have a discovery. The ant plague contains wood path profundity. These ants are able to grow while growing is a specialty of wood path. This is likely because Fang Yuan fought against Qing Chou and gained some inspiration from it." To be honest, these Wisdom Path GU Immortals were quite impressive to have realized this. Thus, Eastern Sea's Wood Path experts were brought over and participated in the research. There was no result again. The Wisdom Path and Wood Path GU Immortals felt increasing pressure. They shouted, "Enslavement Path, Enslavement Path. The ant plague contains enslavement path profundity. These ants are organized in an orderly manner. They work in unison to create a huge plague. This is the power of enslavement path." Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance's enslavement path experts also joined in the group and participated in the research. But the research still made no progress. The Wisdom Path, Wood Path, and Enslavement Path GU Immortals could not stand the pressure. They shouted again, "We need Poison Path experts." There were not many Poison Path experts, but they still existed. Under everyone's expectations, the Poison Path experts also joined in the research. "We also need Food Path experts. These ants have the ability to grow from devouring food," the researching GU Immortals said in agreement. However, Food Path GU Immortals were just too rare. After talking among themselves, the Immortals had to invite the famous Eastern Sea Lone Immortal, Zui Xian Wang. Zui Xian Wang had many acquaintances. He had some sort of connection with most of the Righteous Path forces, but he was not currently in Eastern Sea. "We need Refinement Path as well. We found that the core of the ant plague is Refinement Path." Undoubtedly, after Fang Yuan obtained Langyua sect, his Refinement Path attainment is too deep. These ants are able to devour Dao marks and refine themselves into immortal GU. This is too shocking. Eastern Sea's clans quickly put in effort together. They sent most of their clans' Refinement Path GU Immortals over. With everyone's collective effort, progress in the research was showing. These clans, elites, were really talented people, but they could not find the most important and fundamental result. Did this single move, lingering poisonous ant plague, overwhelm the entire Eastern Sea Righteous Path? That was the fact of the matter. This was simply unbelievable to the Righteous Qi Alliance's GU Immortals, but they had no choice but to admit it. Shen Kong Sheng said some words that showed deep wisdom. "At this point, I've already understood some things. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, he is an all-rounded genius. This compound killer move comprises Poison Path, Wood Path, Refinement Path, Food Path, and Enslavement Path profundities. He put the specialties of all these paths together in an intrinsic manner. As for us, we can only cultivate one path, or two at most. If we cultivate Poison Path, we cannot understand Wood Path. If we cultivate Wood Path, we know nothing about Food Path. Because of this, even if we work together, we cannot solve this ant plague problem." Even now, the Righteous Qi Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move also comprised Heaven Path profundity. However, Nobody in history had ever cultivated heaven path, it was normal that they did not discover this. How can a person cultivate every path like this? Speaking of which, spectral soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent over 100,000 years of accumulation to refine a rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus GU, but he actually lost it to Fang Yuan like this. Creating compound killer moves is simply as easy as breathing for him. After some time passes from now, he is going to have even more new methods. This demon only used one move to send us into panic and helplessness. Why is it that our Eastern Sea has to be the one suffering from this number one demon's method? The Righteous Qi Alliance could not find a solution. While venting their frustrations out loud, they felt disdain towards Spectral Soul, they felt increasing hatred towards Fang Yuan, along with dense wariness, they also felt helpless and tearful about their own fate. In that case, let's fight with them. Qi Si Ancestor surged with fighting spirit, he said with a firm tone. Lord Alliance leader, the situation has not reached that stage yet. A GU Immortal immediately interjected. Qi Si Ancestor sighed. Our Righteous Qi Alliance's losses have been severe these days, carrying on like this is pointless, we will fall into that vicious Fang Yuan's trap. If we wait any more, we will not have the strength to fight anymore. These days, the two heavens GU Immortals suffered tremendous losses. Among Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces, Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruolai Clan suffered the most losses. As for the other clans, even though the ant plague also affected them, it had just started for them after all. Thus, most of the Righteous Path clans did not want to wage war now. Of course, this situation was something that Fang Yuan intended for when he took action earlier. Chapter 2105, Obtaining True Inheritances. We still have hope. We are not in a truly desperate situation yet. That's right, even though we gathered most of the elite GU Immortals of our clans, we have not taken out our true inheritances for them to use as reference. With these true inheritance contents, if we can come up with ideas together, there is a high chance of resolving the ant plague crisis. Qi Si Ancestor was silent for a while before nodding slowly. The situation is very severe, I believe all of you know that even without me saying it. Thus, everyone needs to contribute their true inheritances. Please show us your utmost sincerity. If anyone dares to hide their inheritance or conceal it, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. As long as we can get rid of the ant plague, the entire Righteous Qi Alliance will benefit. Everyone's efforts will be rewarded and compensated. I believe that our contribution board would be the best answer to you. To resolve the ant plague, all the clans started to make contributions. Hua clan took out their snake poison Qi thread true inheritance, Nangong clan took out great profound true inheritance, Xie clan took out remnant leaves true inheritance, Su clan took out big belly true inheritance. Originally, even though Righteous Qi Alliance had a contribution board, there were few names on it. Before this, Qi Si Ancestor also asked the clans to exchange inheritances and killer moves mutually, but these were all superficial exchanges. After all, if there was no need to, who would take out their unique inheritance to trade to others? But now, the situation was different. Not only did the contribution board's length get longer, the intensity of the competition over rankings also rose, the names on the list moved up and down constantly. Different inheritance details had varying value, some were more precious than others, while some were hard to assess. But Qi Si Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, they shared attainment level, he had deep knowledge about this and gave all the clans inheritances an appropriate assessment of value. Even if the contributor was not happy with it, Qi Si Ancestor would gather the immortals and discuss together. Each time, his arguments would convince all the GU immortals and leave them unable to rebuke him. As this happened with increasing frequency, Qi Si Ancestor's prestige also rose as well. The Righteous Qi Alliance's members were all in awe towards Qi Si Ancestor's wealth of knowledge. First Supreme Elder, are we really handing over Tian Nan's true inheritance? This is Tian Nan's true inheritance after all. Back then, in order to get ascending heaven plane and obtain this true inheritance, we spent so much effort and suffered immense hardship. Song clan's GU immortals went to find Song Qi Yuan, they were very unwilling. Song Qi Yuan sighed deeply as he said helplessly, "Can't you see the current situation? It has gone out of our control. Everyone knows that we possess Tian Nan's true inheritance, they have already been asking us to contribute it time and time again, even dragging it until now is our limit." Sha clan gave their molten casting true inheritance while Tang clan contributed their myriad fusion true inheritance. if we do not give them Tian Nan's true inheritance, we will not be able to explain for ourselves. Everyone is looking at us now, who would let us off? Song clan's GU immortals turned silent. The situation had unknowingly gone out of their control. Initially, all the clans had good intentions. In order to avoid war and to resolve the ant plague, they contributed some true inheritances. Even though these true inheritances were of wood path, food path, and other relevant paths, they were not too important or valuable. But even if the value was not high, they were still ranked accordingly. Some people became higher ranked, some were lower ranked. If the difference was not obvious, so be it. But this contribution board indicated everyone's contribution very clearly. The clans at the top would feel unhappy when they looked at it. Why did we contribute so much while others make barely any contribution? Let alone the rest, doesn't that clan have that true inheritance we need? Why are they still keeping silent? Look at us, we even gave up our important true inheritance. With such pressure, those at the lower end of the list had to choose some inheritances to contribute. This way, the people at the bottom would go to the top, they would feel unhappy again. If they still ranked below the rest, they would be mocked at by the top contributors, they might even face humiliating criticism. Is this all that your clan has? You can't even give us anything good, you dare to call yourselves a super clan. GU immortals were astute people. When they took out their inheritances, they would think of offering those with similar value, to make sure everyone had around the same ranking. There were too many names on the contribution board, who could be certain that their inheritance was just about right. And even if some GU immortals felt that it was about right, others would think differently. Even if everyone was happy about it, don't forget who the person evaluating these inheritances was. Xianxia ancestor pretended to be regulating this exchange, but he was creating problems for them secretly. Thus, all the different clans competed and mocked each other. The competition became intense. The clans started taking out more and more valuable inheritances. This led to the pain of loss, which turned into anger and unhappiness when they saw those people who contributed less than them. Thus, the situation got out of their control. All the clans had to take out their top-tier true inheritances. Song clan was not the first one. And Tian Nan's true inheritance was already an eyesore to some people. They wanted it to be contributed. I've already given up this true inheritance. Why is your Song clan keeping Tian Nan's true inheritance? Do you think this is the right thing to do? HMPH, my clan's sacrifice is so big, I need to make sure Song clan suffers as well. Song clan's Tian Nan's true inheritance definitely has huge value. Using this chance, we can obtain it easily while having a good reason for it. This is great. All the clans had many GU immortals, these were all elites. The contribution of true inheritances became a competition. It turned into a political conflict between the clans. The righteous Qi alliance's members were tearing at each other, while the biggest beneficiary was the high and mighty Xianxia ancestor who watched this spectacle from his main seat. Fang Yuan not only obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance, he also got several other refinement path true inheritances. There were also some food path inheritances that he was interested in. Undoubtedly, Eastern Sea was very rich. These super forces had very deep foundations. They definitely had even better things, but it was not wise to ask them for more. If the pressure intensified, it might backfire instead. What made the righteous Qi alliance slightly happier was that after the immense contributions, they finally saw some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, there were methods that could restrict its growth now. Brainstorming was still an effective strategy. Even though Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, with the hard work of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time until they resolved it. Using one killer move to decimate the entire region's righteous path was impossible to begin with. Killer moves were fixed, they had flaws, that was why GU immortals could improve upon them. Fang Yuan did not think this would work. His true motive was to get refinement path inheritances, everything else was an added bonus. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become venerable to reach a qualitative change that would give him the strength to resist star constellation, giant sun, and spectral soul. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch these inheritances using force. His current battle strength had surpassed the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But the efficiency was just too low. How could it compare to the speed of their willing contribution? Also, true inheritances could be destroyed. It was a risky thing to do. And finally, it would waste Fang Yuan's time and energy. His growth would become slower. Fang Yuan would also waste his luck. All these super forces had immense foundation and huge luck, fighting against them would expend his own luck. When he went to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would need to face venerable opponents. It was better to conserve his strength instead of wasting it. This was also why Fang Yuan made transactions with southern borders Wu clan and western deserts Fang clan. Fang Yuan's main body soon got hold of the contents of Tian Nan's true inheritance and the others. Among all the inheritances that the Righteous Qi Alliance took out, Tian Nan's true inheritance had the highest value. Right now, on the contribution board, Song clan was placed at the top spot. Old eccentric Tian Nan described his grand and maniacal ambitions in this true inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial 2 heavens and even the 5 regions, to turn them into his own external immortal aperture. There was no doubt about it, he failed. Even a venerable could only refine the Tao marks of their own path in the outside world. Yet, old eccentric Tian Nan wanted to refine all the Tao marks of the world. In Fang Yuan's case, this was completely possible in theory. When GU cultivators refine GU, weren't they just refining the relevant Tao marks or Tao fragments of the GU? The biggest obstacle to old eccentric Tian Nan was none other than Heaven Path. He found that no matter what idea he came up with, he could not refine Heaven Path Tao marks. Eventually, he found an extremely risky method but ended up failing. In historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric nature. He tried to refine the heavens and ended up dying as a result. It was said that being half a step ahead of the era was genius, while being 1 step ahead of the era was insanity. Old eccentric Tian Nan was such a lunatic. 2 million years passed and the eras progressed. One person who managed to resolve old eccentric Tian Nan's biggest problem finally appeared. He succeeded in his Heaven Path refinement. Over 1 million years passed again. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave in his exploration. He obtained Limitless Demon Venerable's method that could do this. Indeed, it was Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. The Unrestrained Heavenly Mark killer move that Lu Wei Yin gave to Fang Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth merely modified it. The source was limitless. And what surprised Fang Yuan was that in this Tian Nan's true inheritance, there were Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's notes. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had also obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane. Even though he learned the true inheritance's details, he did not destroy it. He even made it more sturdy to pass on to the future generations. In his later years, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable returned here and added his own refinement path experience in Tian Nan's true inheritance. This old man Tian Nan is really daring. Speaking of which, if I can refine the entire heavenly Tao, that would be so cool. It is a pity that refinement path does not suit me. I still prefer close combat using my body. But I can make use of those remaining beastmen. Didn't they want to use food path to claim victory? He, wishful thinking. They think I have not discovered that gluttonous demon frog. Using the notes, Fang Yuan saw that the mystery of the past history was unveiled to an extent. In historical records, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable used the lingering beastman in his old age to create Reckless Savage Grotto Heaven. He left behind his true inheritance inside it. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was using Tian Nan's true inheritance to scheme against and make use of those beastmen's methods instead. Chapter 2106, Forcing a Rank 8 to Death. The night wind howled in his ears. Fire Plane Grotto Lord flew in immemorial white heaven. He concealed his traces as he moved. If others looked, they would only see a vague figure moving rapidly. The only thing was that the trail he moved on had high temperature, but wind soon blew the anomaly away. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had rank 8 cultivation level, but in an environment like immemorial white heaven, he still had to be very careful. If he acted more brazenly, he would cause immemorial desolate beasts to attack him. Especially those Fire Path immemorial desolate beasts, they had a huge interest in Fire Plane Grotto Lord. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was not weak of course, but he was not in the frame of mind to bother with such problems. If he wanted to hunt immemorial desolate beasts in immemorial white heaven, he would need to plan and make preparations beforehand. Fire Plane Grotto Lord rushed back to his grotto heaven as he assessed his own body. The ant plague in his body had already been suppressed. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was affected long ago. The GU immortals in the grotto heaven had also been hit by this vicious method. Poison Path excelled in traits like concealment and infectiousness. The Righteous Qi Alliance was right to ask Poison Path experts to participate in the research. The situation is stabilized at least, but Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is still in deep trouble. We need a lot of contribution points to salvage it. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was very worried. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's losses were severe this time. Inside the Grotto Heaven, the largest fire beard grassland had perished, turning into ruins. The fire beard grass that had great vitality was gone without a trace, not even the roots were left. The vermilion flame wolves and red grass horses were also nearly extinct. The ant plague spared nothing. These wolves and horses were all eaten with no bones left behind. Our losses are too severe, but we still need to spend a huge sum to salvage this disaster. Fire Plane Grotto Lord frowned tightly. The Righteous Chi Alliance members paid such a huge price to research and gain some results that could suppress the lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Even brothers became sensitive when it came to money, not to mention this Righteous Chi Alliance that had barely any cohesiveness. For the groups to survive and resist the powerful Fang Yuan, Wu Shuai, and the Variant Human Alliance, they created the Righteous Chi Alliance. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path paid a huge price for this. They would not allow the rest to use these gains without paying a cost. According to the rules set by Righteous Chi Alliance, Fire Plane Grotto Lord had to pay a huge amount of resources or use high-quality true inheritances in exchange for contribution points, which could be used to save Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. But what else could he do except that? Fire Plane Grotto Lord sighed deeply in his heart. He was filled with worries towards the present and the future. This is only the first move by that demon Fang Yuan. This is likely just a test, but our clan has already suffered greatly. He will definitely make a second or third attack. Fang Yuan possesses the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He can annex rank 8. Grotto Heavens. Those Grotto Heavens of the Variant Human Alliance are dwindling. He has already annexed many of them. My clan's Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is definitely on his hunting list. Or more accurately speaking, all the Grotto Heavens in the 2 heavens are now his prey. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and Time Difference Grotto Heaven, he had not stopped annexing others. The Variant Human Alliance had been subdued by him long ago. They could only watch as he annexed their Grotto Heavens, helpless against Fang Yuan. Many were definitely furious that their homelands were annexed by Fang Yuan, but they did not dare to say anything in spite of their rage. The commotion from the annexing of the apertures was too great, it was impossible to hide. Therefore, Fire Plane Grotto Lord and others clearly were aware of this information. The enemy is too powerful. Our Righteous Chi Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. If we cannot match them in combat, we can only place our advantage in development. Fire Plane Grotto Lord analyzed inwardly. The Grotto Heavens of the 2 heavens had limited space. After countless years of development and accumulation, they had long since reached the point where they had no more development potential. However, Eastern Sea was vast and rich. Even if all these Grotto Heavens were added together, they could not compare to the size and wealth of Eastern Sea. This advantage was also the source of Righteous Chi Alliance's confidence against the Variant Human Alliance. Even though the latter occupied Sha clan's territory, they only had a tiny area of Eastern Sea. In this aspect, the Righteous Chi Alliance had a clear advantage. Fang Yuan can also tell that we have this advantage, thus he used the compound killer move to weaken us. He is definitely not going to stop here. By then, SGU Immortals of the 2 heavens will become his main targets. Sigh, when will we finally be able to, Suddenly, the scene before Fire Plane Grotto Lord changed abruptly. The surroundings were covered in blue fog that trapped him in many layers. Fire Plane Grotto Lord quickly stopped moving. He activated his defensive and investigative methods. At the next moment, his expression changed. Battlefield killer move. Who are you? How dare you attack a member of the Righteous Chi Alliance? Come out, don't try to act mysterious. Fire Plane Grotto Lord shouted. But he only heard a wave of chuckling noises that resembled a child's voice. The laughter spread around Fire Plane Grotto Lord, causing this rank 8 GU Immortal to be unable to discern where the voice was coming from. A child attacked him from the huge blue fog without any notice. He stretched out his chubby little arm and quickly grabbed at Fire Plane Grotto Lord's back. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had already used an investigative killer move, even though its range was restricted to less than half of the usual because of this battlefield killer move. But it was enough for Fire Plane Grotto Lord to detect this child's action. However, Fire Plane Grotto Lord was still too slow. The mysterious child succeeded. Fire Plane Grotto Lord grunted as he was hit by the move. At the next moment, Fire Plane Grotto Lord unleashed a fierce attack and sparks of flames burst out and slaughtered the mysterious child on the spot. The child died, but there was no blood or flesh. He turned into a lump of blue fog. This mysterious child is made from the battlefield, but thankfully, the attack is not strong. Still, my defensive killer move was weakened by this. It has half of its strength left. Fire Plane Grotto Lord started to feel uneasy and anxious. He needed to break this battlefield killer move quickly. Even if he could not, he had to create a hole and communicate with the outside world to seek help. Fire Plane Grotto Lord started to use his methods. He attacked the surroundings and tried to break the battlefield. But it was useless. His methods were like harmless wind. The surrounding blue fog was endless and limitless. From time to time, mysterious children would appear from the blue fog. They were either male or female, having blue eyes. They surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Lord as they attacked continuously. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was clearly able to detect their appearance, but he could not stop them from attacking. Each time, he got hit by them. This seems to be a wisdom path battlefield. It is influencing my thoughts, causing me to act slower and slower. I cannot attack in advance to stop the children. While Fire Plane Grotto Lord was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. He felt that a Fire Path Immortal GU was stolen by the children from his Immortal aperture. Fire Plane Grotto Lord quickly destroyed the child, but the surrounding blue fog surged towards him, sweeping the exposed Fire Path Immortal GU away. Fire Plane Grotto Lord chased after it for a while but could not find anything. Oh no, this is a theft path battlefield. These mysterious children can steal my Immortal aperture's Immortal GU when they attack. I cannot stay here anymore. It is too dangerous. Originally, Fire Plane Grotto Lord felt that even though these mysterious children could not be guarded against, they were not strong, he could last a long time. But now, Fire Plane Grotto Lord became deeply shocked. His hair was standing on end. His expression turned very ugly. There was a pessimistic guess in his heart. This is a compound battlefield of theft path and wisdom path, or at least, it definitely contains these two paths. I've never heard of such a compound killer move before. If this is a new killer move, then the user is most likely. Fire Plane Grotto Lord thought of a name. He could not help but shudder. Just this name alone made him break out in cold sweat. He wanted this guess to be wrong, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure slowly emerged. Life was this cruel after all. Guu Fang Yuan, Fire Plane Grotto Lord took in a sharp breath. His eyes were staring wide as he looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. This was the #1 demon in the world. He was smiling and appearing in front of him. This is my new killer move. What do you think about it? Fire Plane Grotto Lord, obediently hand over your Immortal GU and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. I might allow you to surrender. Fang Yuan said calmly. The surrounding blue fog concealed his body, making his smile even more peculiar and sinister. This battlefield killer move was Fang Yuan's newest creation. Fang Yuan ventured into the territory of battlefield killer moves. The results were quite promising. This killer move used sneak attack Immortal GU as the core. It was a compound battlefield killer move that contained wisdom path, theft path, refinement path, time path, and others. After getting the information of Fire Plane Grotto Lord's root from Qi ancestor, Fang Yuan arranged an ambush here and used this method to test out the effect of his new killer move. Guu Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Let me consider your request. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had a hoarse voice as he lowered his head. At the next moment, blazing flames started to burn around Fire Plane Grotto Lord's body with a loud sound. Immortal killer move, furious red heart flames. Fang Yuan, within the Fire Plane Grotto Lord shouted, don't force me. With just one thought, I can burn all of the GU worms and resources in my Immortal aperture. Let me off. Give me a way out. Let me leave the battlefield. I will hand my GU worms to you. Fire Plane Grotto Lord said with a distorted expression. He knew that Fang Yuan was vicious and heartless. He tried to use this threat to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Do you think I care about those few Immortal GU? Or even the resources in your Immortal aperture? Hehe, go ahead and burn. Incinerate your entire Immortal aperture if you can, that will be a show. Fang Yuan did not take action personally. He vanished into the blue fog behind him. Next, a large number of blue-eyed children jumped out and attacked Fire Plane Grotto Lord continuously. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was extremely furious and sad as the children attacked him. After enduring for a few breaths of time, he growled in anger as the flames exploded around him. He had actually burned himself to a crisp. Chapter 2107, Invading Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. An exposed immortal aperture floated in the air. Its entrance was not open, but it absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan easily grabbed onto it. His immortal killer move could capture and relocate immortal apertures. It had originated from Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Hand killer move. Now, this method had been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose greatly. The effects were shocking. Next, Fang Yuan deactivated the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave the place. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and the surrounding ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts were attracted. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. It was not his expertise. After arriving at a safe location, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 grotto heaven. It could only be attached to the 2 heavens. It would not land in the 5 regions. After the grotto heaven door opened, it took in heaven and earth chi and quickly settled into this location. But Fang Yuan did not move in. He only sent his immortal aperture's GU immortals to scavenge the grotto heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan annexed more grotto heavens. His Dao marks increased in numbers again. The amount was so much that if he entered this unstable grotto heaven, he might cause it to burst. Soon, his GU immortals returned. There were no immortal GU and they only brought very few immortal materials. Everywhere is burning, everything went up in flames. These are the only resources left. Lord, please forgive us. The newly born heavenly spirit is also trying to destroy everything in the grotto heaven. This seems to be the obsession left by that rank 8 GU immortal. His GU immortal subordinates reported. Fang Yuan did not mind this. He let them back into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the grotto heaven stabilized, Fang Yuan would forcefully annex this grotto heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling to, Fang Yuan had a method to suppress the heavenly spirit. He had already modified it into a compound killer move. Fang Yuan's ability at modifying compound killer moves was limited to only usual killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When using his usual killer moves and battlefield killer moves, all the GU worms were inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the amplification of the unrestrained heavenly marks, he could unleash the might of a compound killer move. As for ancient battle formations, GU formations, and immortal GU houses, their GU worms were all in the outside world. Without an environment of unrestrained heavenly marks, even if these methods were turned into compound killer moves, there would be no effect. As Fang Yuan annexed grotto heavens, he thought about the battlefield killer move he used earlier. This killer move was not strong enough offensively. It was focused on combining theft path and wisdom path. But in actual combat, this battlefield killer move's effect was not good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was just an ordinary rank 8 GU immortal, but Fang Yuan only managed to steal one rank 8 immortal GU from him. Immortal GU were too easy to destroy. The GU immortal could destroy them with a single thought. Even if Fang Yuan exerted his wisdom path methods to the limit, he could only affect the thinking speed of rank 8s, he could not stop all their thoughts. It was extremely difficult to reach that step, unless there was a huge difference in actual strength. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was a rank 8 GU immortal after all. He had many Dao marks that naturally protected him. Furthermore, he also had decent defensive killer moves. In history, almost no wisdom path GU immortals could reach this step against other similarly ranked immortals. Looking at it carefully, certain people like Peeping Gentleman, sect leader Mei, Finger Deducing Steward and others had such achievements. Many situations were unique and could not be replicated, but the total number was still less than 5. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not in this list. Of course, nobody knew if she could reach this step. There were no clear records in history. This showed that it was extremely difficult to suppress all the thoughts of a similarly ranked expert and make them unable to resist at all, even if it was only for a short period. The strongest methods of wisdom path GU immortals against their enemies were still emotion-based. Thought, will, emotion, these were the 3 main wisdom path cultivation aspects. In this case, Fang Yuan's compound battlefield killer move did not have much value in actual use. It needed to be modified further. Even the best theories had to be tested in practice. Like a combat system, creating a combat system out of nothing by simply staying in isolation was very difficult. There was a need for a powerful opponent or intense battle of life and death to test if a combat system was really superb or not. Thus, as Fang Yuan considered his own combat system these last days, he felt some gratitude towards people like Duke Long or Spectral Soul. Precisely because of them as reference, Fang Yuan had the qualifications to create his own combat system. After annexing this rank 8 grotto heaven, Fang Yuan's fire path Dao marks rose in numbers again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, he continued to move. This time, he placed his sights on fire plane grotto heaven. Immortal killer move, heaven form. Fang Yuan created a huge entrance into fire plane grotto heaven through brute force. The heavenly spirit of fire plane grotto heaven was a rabbit. Because it had devoured a 9 heavens fragment before, the rabbit was dazed and slow. But now, it was jumping around, screeching in fear and panic. The GU immortals of fire plane grotto heaven noticed this and became very uncertain and shocked. The heavenly spirit is muddled, but the past grotto lords have used the killer move humanly flame smoke to help it gain a bit of clarity compared to heavenly spirits of other grotto heavens. As long as the grotto heaven faces danger, the heavenly spirit will be uneasy. This is a warning for us. When the ant plague occurred, the heavenly spirit became anxious already. In the grotto heaven's history, there were several disasters too. For example, when immemorial desolate beasts attacked or when enormous fires burned, the heavenly spirit became uneasy. But we have never seen the heavenly spirit in such a wild mood, its voice even went hoarse from growling. The immortals in fire plane grotto heaven looked at the heavenly spirit with increasingly uneasiness as well. The heavenly spirit was becoming increasingly frenzied, its expression was fearful and it even slammed its head at the surrounding pillars. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit was not a real rabbit, it would not faint from this no matter how hard it hit the pillar. Go investigate, we need to get a result, we need to know what the danger is. This danger is very severe, it might lead our fire plane grotto heaven into the brink of destruction. Quickly contact the grotto lord, only he can make the decisions in such a serious matter. Is the ant plague going to continue intensifying? Fire plane grotto heaven's GU immortals were very anxious, they quickly got to action. Oh no, grotto lord's life tablet GU and soul lantern GU have been destroyed. The immortals of fire plane grotto heaven became dazed. Next, they found a huge hole in the sky. Fang Yuan used heaven form killer move without concealing himself, he came openly and grandly. If fire plane grotto lord was still alive, he might be able to use the entire grotto heaven to resist Fang Yuan for some time while waiting for reinforcements. But now, he was already dead. Fang Yuan, it's Fang Yuan. Seeing the person beyond the hole, many of fire plane grotto heaven's GU immortals became anguished. Why did this demon come for us? Even more GU immortals turned pale as they shuddered with fright. Grotto lord is dead, this demon Fang Yuan might likely be the culprit. What are we going to do? Everyone, we've already requested for help from Righteous Chi Alliance, now is the time we stake our lives and fight for survival. This is our home, the place where we were born and grew up in, our friends and family all live here. We cannot run, we cannot let that demon devour our homeland like this. After their initial panic, the immortals gathered their spirits and united to resist Fang Yuan. It is a pity I cannot go inside now. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin as he thought, looking at the huge hole formed by heaven form, he could only stand outside. He had too many Dao marks, according to his calculations, this fire plane grotto heaven could not hold him either. As long as Fang Yuan went in, with the conflict of Dao marks, countless cracks would spread from this hole, the fire path Dao marks inside would be forced to squeeze to the surroundings. Seeing that the GU immortals were resolved to fight, Fang Yuan smiled coldly as they flew into the sky and attacked heaven form, he opened his immortal aperture. At almost the next moment, a group of GU immortals led by Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the sovereign immortal aperture, charging into fire plane grotto heaven. GU immortals of both sides engaged in intense combat. At once, flames danged as lightning flashed. Figures flew around in the sky, clashing and parting, shock waves could be felt at intervals, killer moves were unleashed like fireworks, many GU immortals lost their lives amidst this beautiful show. Immortal killer move, wondrous hand profound sound. Fairy Miao Yin wore a pink dress, her 2 original arms were white like snow, the remaining 6 were translucent and pink, formed from her killer move. Profound sound spread out, attacking her surroundings in all directions. Once Fairy Miao Yin appeared, she created a huge battlefield that enveloped 3 ranked 7 experts of fire plane grotto heaven. After several rounds, the 3 ranked 7 GU immortals got suppressed and fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Miao Yin disregarded immortal essence expenditure, there was a reason for her current desperate attitude. She was once captured by Shadow Sect, she had to work with them and provide clues about Fang Yuan for Fairy Ziwei. There was a clear contrast between her and Lady White Rabbit. After returning to Fang Yuan, she knew she had to perform well to make up for her past mistakes. Fairy Miao Yin wanted to perform well, the other GU Immortals had similar thoughts. Bing Yuan led the Snowman GU Immortals. She sent a wave of frost energy that froze the enemies. Shizong directed the Rockman GU Immortals as they unleashed a large number of falling meteors together, causing huge losses to the enemies. Inkman GU Immortal Mo Tan Seng was a Qi Path cultivator. He waved his hands as a large number of Qi gathered and moved. He attacked and caused a huge commotion, causing the enemy GU Immortals to fall out of formation. Comparatively, the Hairy Man GU Immortals were slightly weaker. After all, the Hairy Man GU Immortals mostly cultivated refinement path. But there were exceptions to this. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was covered in golden thread like fur as he held a hammer and charged forward. He had ferocious might, raising the morale of others as well. Strange Hair Grotto Lord was covered in black hair. He activated the incomplete Immortal GU House Black Emperor building and rampaged all over the place, having already killed one GU Immortal from Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. Their Golden Hair Grotto Heaven and Strange Hair Grotto Heaven had been annexed by Fang Yuan, becoming a part of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. As for Langya Sect's Hairy Man GU Immortals, the best performance was from Rank 6 GU Immortal 12th Hair. He cultivated enslavement path secondarily and controlled multiple desolate beasts, creating quite a commotion. Chapter 2108, Slaughtering 100 million people. There were Mushrooman GU Immortals as well. Even though the Mushrooman Blessed Land had not been annexed by Fang Yuan, most of these Mushrooman had already relocated into his Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Kei Shin Hong was the strongest GU Immortal among them. His poison path methods were extraordinary. It was not long before Fire Plain Grotto Heaven started to lose on all ends. Not only did they have fewer numbers compared to Fang Yuan's subordinates, even when Rank 7s fought against each other, Fang Yuan's subordinates were still stronger. As Fang Yuan's subordinates attacked, they killed several more GU Immortals of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. In the end, the remaining GU Immortals lost their morale. They wanted to surrender, but Fang Yuan ordered for them to be killed regardless. Next, they cleaned up the battlefield. Fire Plain Grotto Heaven cultivated Fire Path primarily. Most of the immortal materials were also Fire Path. Even though some were lost due to the Ant Plague, because the Grotto Heaven's GU Immortals did their best to preserve the materials, there was still a large quantity of valuable resources. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes, distributed all over Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was meticulously calculated. There were huge advantages in placing them there. Fang Yuan had once constructed his own charcoal lake, but it was inferior to any single charcoal lake of Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. These charcoal lakes were self-producing, especially at the depths of the lakes. A large amount of immortal material fire charcoal was produced. Other than charcoal lakes, Fire Plain Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Fang Yuan even found several ancient desolate plant giant disaster blazing trees. This type of tree was covered in raging flames. Nothing could get close to it. More impressively, this giant disaster blazing tree would cause bad luck to whatever life forms got close to it. This was an immortal material that contained Fire Path and Luck Path. The two heavens Grotto Heavens of Fang Yuan's subordinates contained a certain quantity of Luck Path immortal materials at minimum. Fire Plain Grotto Heaven was no exception. It had Luck Path materials too. Other than these, Fang Yuan also gained a large amount of flames. The largest quantity was Date Flame. This flame was vermilion red in color. It was condensed into a lump and the fire was very well hidden within. Even though it was an immortal material, even a mortal could hold it with their hands without getting burned to ashes. Other than Date Flame, there was also Phoenix Song Flame, Black Lantern Blind Fire, Elephant Tusk Flame, Firefly Flame, Flying Flame, Dragon Snake Dancing Flame, and others. What disappointed Fang Yuan slightly was that even though there were many types of flames, there were none of the rank 9 unique flames of heaven, earth, and human. The so-called 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human were the Heaven Flame Bright Light Glorious Ring Fire, Earth Flame Azure Divine Stone Furnace Fire, and Human Flame Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. After collating the immortal materials, he looked at the immortal GU. There were very few immortal GU gained. He only obtained 3. One was a Fire Path immortal GU that was heavily injured. It was a GU worm that was let out. Bing Yuan was very fortunate to have obtained it. The other two were ant-immortal GU. One was golden in color and large like a mountain, it resembled red copper. The other was small as a thumb, its body was extremely long, like a soft white noodle. The red copper immortal ant could spit out fireballs while the white noodle immortal ant could produce large numbers of ants. These were all the products of the lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. When ants devoured the GU materials within Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, they would continue to refine themselves. Those that were mortal GU could be elevated into immortal GU. But Fang Yuan could not guess or estimate what immortal GU would be produced. From these two ants, he could still barely see their origin. The red copper fire ant should have been an arrow ant, its mouth could shoot out sharp spikes. After shooting 3 spikes, it would be weak, it would not be able to fight even a worker ant. The white noodle immortal ant should be a queen ant. It was huge and had no offensive or offensive methods, but it could rapidly produce worker ants, soldier ants, armor ants, arrow ants, and others. Army ants were just vicious insects in essence, but they could raise their strength, from being an ordinary beast, to beast king, to desolate beast, to ancient desolate beast and finally, to immemorial desolate beast level. This just was like the dark web spider in the River of Time, which was an immemorial desolate beast, or the tiger-striped honeybee in the Legends of Ren Zhu that was also an immemorial desolate beast. But after Wu Shuai's modifications, these ants that the lingering poisonous ant plague produced had undergone a qualitative change, they all became GU worms. Even though GU worms also ate food, they were the hosts of Dao mark fragments. The value of a mortal ant GU far exceeded an ordinary ant or insect. These ant GU were all tough and strong, they had intense vitality and fighting spirit. 100 ant GU could easily slaughter 100 ants of the same rank. Most GU worms had fragile bodies that could be easily crushed, but some also had tough exoskeletons and strong vitality. For example, the chainsaw golden centipede that Fang Yuan used in the past. The chainsaw golden centipede had 2 main advancement routes. One was the rank 4 chainsaw killer centipede, the other was the flying Vajra centipede, having rank 3, 4, and 5 versions. When GU masters used these 2 GU worms, the former could slaughter strong enemies while the latter could pierce bones and flesh, drilling into the enemy's body. Even at immortal GU level, such GU worms existed. Like the sword-legged dragon centipede GU. Rank 7 sword-legged dragon centipede GU was 7 li long, it had a centipede body and dragon head. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these sharp swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes in the ancient desolate beast. It was very fierce. Wu Shuai elevated the essence of his army ants from insect to GU, they gained a huge amount of potential for growth. But this method had huge flaws. The first flaw was the immense expenditure. Originally, ants could breed themselves with just some resources expended. But to create ant GU materials would be expended for the refinement. Other than that, ant GU also needed to be fed. The price of feeding ant GU was many times higher than raising normal ants. The second flaw was regarding the level of rank 6 and above. Because immortal GU were unique, even though there could be countless desolate level ants of the same variety, there could only be one immortal GU of each breed. If there were just a few ant immortal GU, then overall, the earlier army ants with desolate beasts would be easier to form and have greater overall strength as well. However, if I use this method to cultivate them, the new army ants will also be able to expand greatly in numbers. Fang Yuan observed the red copper fire ant and white noodle queen ant as he thought. These 2 ants were immortal GU, but Fang Yuan could not recreate them, he did not know their immortal GU recipes. These ant GU had successfully ascended after devouring the GU materials and immortal materials in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. The ant plague was extremely huge, involving almost the entire Grotto Heaven, but only 2 ant immortal GU were produced in the end. The killer move lingering poisonous ant plague contained refinement path profundity, it stood at the apex of the current world's hairy man nature GU refinement technique. Nature GU refinement technique used the natural Dao marks of the outside world to refine GU and greatly raise the success rate. The moment Fang Yuan created lingering poisonous ant plague, his attainment in the nature GU refinement technique already surpassed long hair ancestor in every aspect. These ants could refine and ascend themselves. It was not just due to the GU materials of the outside world, most importantly, Fang Yuan was expending his own unrestrained heavenly marks. Long hair ancestor did not have any unrestrained heavenly marks after all. Using lingering poisonous ant plague, I can nurture a large number of ant immortal GU. As long as I have a large number of ant GU, if I expend a lot of resources, I will have a continuous stream of ant immortal GU produced. Even though immortal GU are unique, after obtaining red copper fire ant, I can still produce ant GU like red copper water ant or yellow gold fire ant. With just a slight difference, the immortal GU would still be considered unique. Fang Yuan made his deduction. He realized that the key obstacle to this was not the uniqueness of immortal GU but the resources needed. Using this method to nurture ant immortal GU had too high of an expenditure. Refining the two ranked 6 immortal GU, red copper fire ant and white noodle queen ant, took so much in resources from fire plain grotto heaven, it was sufficient to refine more than 10 ranked 7 immortal GU normally. The efficiency of using the resources was too low. Other than immortal materials and immortal GU, there were also some GU cultivation inheritances gained from taking down fire plain grotto heaven. The most valuable one was fire plain true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not get it from fire plain grotto lord, there was the original copy in fire plain grotto heaven. Fire plain true inheritance was a high-quality fire path true inheritance. It had a profound method called furious red heart flames. Fire plain grotto lord had used it before his death to threaten Fang Yuan to let him off. It was used in his suicide. There was also the killer move humanly flame smoke. This was a fire path killer move with human path effects. For Fang Yuan, it was quite valuable. Lord, what do we do with these people? A subordinate GU immortal asked. Fire plain grotto heaven was a human grotto heaven. There were over 100 million purebred humans here. If they were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, the burden would be immense. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave his orders plainly. Kill them all to construct human C. Thus, the variant human GU immortals took action and engaged in a merciless slaughter. 100 million humans were all slaughtered. Their bones, flesh, intestines, and soul were collected and classified into different groups of GU materials. They were transported into the sovereign immortal aperture's inventory. Their human chi was completely taken by human C. This incomplete artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth was obtained from Sha clan by Fang Yuan. In order to become venerable, Fang Yuan would need to get past the heavenly Dao blockade. These human path methods needed elevation to deal with it. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed the immortal apertures of all these GU immortals, before finally targeting fire plain grotto heaven. He moved most of the resources in the grotto heaven into mini red heaven. Because of his constant annexing recently, the sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change. Its development was currently at 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's GU material inventory was completely full. More than 10 more inventories were made in succession. Be they the mini 9 heavens or the mini 5 regions, they all had many resource points in them, at least hundreds or thousands of them. After careful and meticulous deduction, Fang Yuan finally allocated all these resources to the most appropriate locations. Mini red heaven is almost full as well. The sovereign immortal aperture feels packed now. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He felt that he was like a hungry fatty recently. He ate too much in a short period. He could not digest it well. Normally, GU immortals cultivated one path. Their immortal aperture's environment was quite simple and easy to manage. Most GU immortals did not have a huge immortal aperture. Only space path GU immortals had the largest immortal apertures. He cultivated all paths. The environment of his immortal aperture was very complex. Almost all sorts of resources could be grown inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was also the largest and most unprecedented aperture. Even a venerable's grotto heaven might not be this big. Thus, there were many things that he had to consider during this development. Chapter 2109, Wu Shuai's life in danger. Fire path resources could not be placed too closely with water path resources, otherwise, they would affect each other's growth. Not only would production shrink, they might even be destroyed. But isolating all fire path and water path resources was also not a good idea. Because fire path resource points also affected each other, they were not completely harmonious. There were also a lot of immortal materials which had two types of Dao marks, like giant disaster blazing trees fire path and luck path. A lot of GU cultivation resources had Dao marks of 2 paths or more. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a lot of ordinary GU materials in the vicinity for production to occur. Some resources needed specific wind or water to grow as well. There were also resources that needed an opposite environment. For example, frost ice flame was a fire path immortal material produced in an area of dense ice and snow path Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had prepared for this, long ago, when annexing immortal apertures, he had specially split them up into portions and placed them scattered over the sovereign immortal aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was mimicking the characteristics of the 5 regions in 9 heavens. For example, Mini Southern Border had many mountains, Fang Yuan chose to put earth path resources there most of the time. Or for example, Mini Red Heaven was fire-based, so Fang Yuan placed his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could now feel the intricacy of the distribution of the 5 regions in 9 heavens. Using this design, most resources could be classified and arranged. It could greatly lower the need for him to make deductions, he could control the influence of these resource points on each other more easily. Each time Fang Yuan annexed a grotto heaven, he would gain Dao marks of a certain path. With an increase of Dao marks, there would be some influence for the following period of time on the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Earlier, when he annexed Qi Shang Grotto Heaven, the sovereign immortal aperture gained a huge boost of Qi path Dao marks, currents started to appear all over the immortal aperture. There was the largest quantity of heaven and earth Qi, allowing the sovereign immortal aperture to have no need to open its entrance and absorb external heaven and earth Qi for some time. After that, there were profound Yin Qi, luck Qi, blood Qi, astral Qi, domination Qi, life Qi, death Qi, righteous Qi, orchid vitality Qi, elderly Qi, and other immortal materials. Dao marks affected the entire sovereign immortal aperture, allowing it to produce resources gradually from a blank state. It started with mortal GU materials. After Dao marks accumulated, a qualitative change would occur, becoming immortal level GU materials. These resources were naturally formed as a result of Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture was gradually filled up like this, it reached 80% development now. Other than resources, an increase in Dao marks would also affect the production of existing resources. After annexing Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and gaining a bunch of Fire Path Dao marks, the entire temperature of the immortal aperture would rise gradually. Many water path or wood path resource points would suffer as a result. If he gained metal path Dao marks, a large amount of ores would appear in the soil, the fertility of the soil would change, affecting the growth of the vegetation above. If he gained water path Dao marks, there would be more rain, over time, floods might occur. If he gained poison path Dao marks, some plagues or diseases might erupt instead of being seasonal, they might spread widely and rapidly. If he gained transformation path Dao marks, many lifeforms might mutate when they grow, some might have different forms or natures, causing problems to their original groups. Thus, during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture had not been peaceful. Many strange things occurred at random times occasionally. Like earlier, Mini Eastern Sea had eerie winds appearing out of nowhere. Profound eerie winds swept the area, causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But the area in which these profound eerie winds blew did not need islands. The earth path Dao marks would obstruct the sea waves, while the soul path Dao marks would kill the weak life forms and create soul beasts, changing the natural habitat. Fang Yuan initially suspected the 2 neighboring sea areas. They were right at the core of the profound eerie winds, they were very plausibly the source of them. But after some tests and deductions, Fang Yuan found that the reason was 2 far away sea areas. Their Dao marks influenced each other, like the repulsion of magnetic waves, causing profound eerie winds to be created between them. As for situations like wild beast mutation that caused problems to beast groups, the spread of plagues and diseases, the increase of wars that destroyed the homes of rockmen, the burning of forests for no apparent reason, the fall of ice shards from the sky and others, they happened continuously. All of the defending GU immortals were extremely busy, they went around taking action and salvaging the situation. Fang Yuan's main body also took action frequently, setting up immortal formations at the important resource points, like he was patching up torn clothes. The boost of Dao marks carry uncertainty, only time can digest and assimilate such issues. I need to let the sovereign immortal aperture develop and naturally acclimatize to these situations. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources, it was hard for them to affect each other. But now, after reaching 80%, there are too many resources that are closely packed together. Their influence on each other is also not between 2 resources, but a large group of resources in the vicinity, they affect each other in a chain-like manner. And worse is that I used time difference Grotto Heavens method to construct year essence pools and created different time path regions. Because the areas have varying time flow, my deductions are even more complicated. When I bring in more immortal materials in the future, the deduction difficulty will rise by 100 times. It is beyond my capabilities. Such deduction difficulties were simply too high. Fang Yuan was helpless about it. Furthermore, even if I can deduce the results, I will still need to modify the location of the respective resources. Each time I relocate them, it would be like a huge surgery, expending a lot of my resources, time, and energy. I am afraid that 80% is my current limit. After understanding this, Fang Yuan felt admiration when he looked at the 5 regions in 2 heavens. The 5 regions in 2 heavens had far larger space than the sovereign immortal aperture, but all of their resources were appropriately located. They influenced each other in a harmonious way. Even when the 5 regional walls vanished, when the earth veins merged, even after the heaven veins merged, these resource points were still unchanged, they were barely affected. I see, this is heaven path. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. At this moment, he could sense the law of balancing of heaven path deeply. If my heaven path attainment level can rise to master level, I will be able to resolve this predicament and make a breakthrough. I can continue to develop the sovereign immortal aperture even further. What a pity, what a pity. In history, nobody had ever cultivated heaven path. Even though limitless demon venerable created unrestrained heavenly mark, he was still a rule path cultivator. As for paradise earth immortal venerable, he cultivated earth path. Fang Yuan might be the GU cultivator who had the deepest venture into heaven path. Fang Yuan activated cooking luck pot, inspecting his own luck. He saw that above the silver white pillar of light, there were still 3 clouds that were continuing to get larger. But the silver white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan forcefully grew to around 4 times the original size. It was originally thin and slim, but now it was slightly thicker. This was caused by the annexation of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Lord and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven had their respective luck, after Fang Yuan killed and devoured the Grotto Heavens, he also expended some of his own luck. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover and grow even thicker. In terms of the growth of luck, Fang Yuan was naturally the winner among them. It seems that my tactic is correct. My development far surpasses the 3 venerables during this period. But, Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely sensed that even though the silver white light pillar expanded to 4 times of the original, it was no longer as condensed as before. It was quite loose now. The light was also no longer as clear as before. The reason why my silver white light pillar grew this much is because I annexed many grotto heavens. My foundation rose sharply. Other than that, I also created and modified many compound killer moves. My time path clone also made many rank 8 immortal GU. But these things only reached a quantitative change. Without qualitative change, it is still too loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is still very unstable. The resources are not assimilated into the environment yet. I've only used some methods to forcefully place them here. If I am careless, a disaster will occur. I will suffer huge losses and my luck will fall. And even though I have many rank 8 immortal GU and compound killer moves, I still do not have a proper combat system that perfectly uses them. I cannot link them together. Thus, the silver white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan could feel the amazing aspect of luck path once again. Through luck inspection, not only could he understand his current circumstances, he could also inspect his own flaws and weaknesses. With this, he even had the direction that he was going to pursue next. Fang Yuan took a look at the luck of his clones as well. Qi Ancestor, Zan Bu Du, Meng Chu Zhen, and the rest had increased luck. His connection with Fang Di Chong was also becoming clearer. But Wu Shuai's dragon luck was not in good shape. It was actually near the brink of collapsing. What is going on? Don't tell me that after creating lingering poisonous ant plague, it actually led to a bad result. Fang Yuan soon ruled out this guess. He was quite confused internally. Among his clones, Wu Shuai was the safest in terms of circumstances. Qi Ancestor's true identity was a hidden threat. Meng Chu Zhen faced danger when exploring dream realms. Zan Bu Du had already been sent away by Fang Yuan to lurk elsewhere. Li Xiaobai was a mortal GU master. He did not have much control over his situation. The time path clone made use of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine a large number of rank 8 immortal GU, yet he only had rank 6 cultivation level. If any accident occurs, he would die from backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was also trying to get stronger himself, his main responsibility was to manage the variant human alliance. How could he be in danger? And this was a fatal danger that could cost him his life. In an underground cave somewhere, an elderly GU immortal with a reddened nose laughed loudly. I finally got here. I did not waste my effort for the last 10 or so days without sleep. There was a rank 8 GU immortal true inheritance in front of him. The will that had been slumbering for a long time was awake. He looked at the elderly GU immortal. If you want to obtain the true inheritance of myself and my wife, you need to agree to one condition. What condition? The elderly GU immortal squinted and asked. The GU immortal will sighed. In my later years, I took in a traitorous disciple named wuxia. He actually enslaved both me and my wife. If you want to obtain this true inheritance, you will need to shoulder the responsibility of taking revenge. Chapter 2110, Golden Bottle Drunken Wine. The elderly GU immortal's eyelids twitched. He had a certain guess. He asked, so you are senior green and ascetic, your wife must be senior wine fairy. The GU immortal will nodded. Indeed. The old GU immortal let out a breath of air. To speak truthfully, this junior is a GU immortal of Eastern Sea. Zui Xian Wang, over 1,000,000 years have passed since your death. The GU immortal will was slightly stunned before sighing. Such a long time has passed. Back then, to prevent that traitorous disciple from finding us, we specially hid our inheritance in an extremely concealed area. To think that it ended up like this, that traitorous disciple must have died already. After pausing for a while, the GU immortal will thought of something and said, wait, Zui Xian Wang, put away your defensive method, let me test the truth of your words. How can I know if you are not one of my traitorous disciple's subordinates that came here to trick me? Zui Xian Wang hesitated for a moment but did not attack immediately. He was not confident in dealing with the arrangements here. He spoke the truth. I do not know if wuxia is dead or not, but the situation is like this. Zui Xian Wang quickly explained everything. Green and ascetics will became stunned again. What in the world had happened? Was this still Heavenly Court? Fate GU was actually destroyed. It was hard to imagine the existence of such a great demon in the world, truly a misfortune for the common people. Green and ascetics will only accepted the facts after a long time. To think that the world became like this after 1,000,000 years. Fate GU was destroyed, even Duke Long lost and died. Whether that Wu Shuai actually revived or if he is just Fang Yuan's clone is no longer important, since that Fang Yuan inherited Dragon Palace, he will also inherit this grudge. Green and ascetics will said firmly. So Zui Xian Wang, are you willing to oppose Fang Yuan for this true inheritance? Green ants will asked. Zui Xian Wang was silent for a long time before taking in a deep breath, gritting his teeth. I am willing to do that. All right, we will make the agreement. According to the instructions of Green Ants will, Zui Xian Wang made his vow. Accept this inheritance, the two of us put all our effort into it, we created a killer move called Golden Bottle Drunken Wine. Golden Bottle contains green ants, drunken wine dilutes dragon chi. Army Ant was created by me, I hid the one weakness of these ants extremely deeply, that traitorous disciple had no idea all along. As long as you use this Golden Bottle Drunken Wine killer move, you will be able to send the army ants into chaos and cause a backlash on the user. Most importantly, this is a food path killer move, it is hard to guard against. So Senior has prepared for it. Zui Xian Wang's eyes shined with bright light. I cannot stay in this place for long. Senior, please go into my immortal aperture, you can inform me of the remaining information later. Okay. Green ants will flew into Zui Xian Wang's immortal aperture, the latter took all the inheritance away and left. Zui Xian Wang only took a glimpse of the inheritance details before feeling great joy internally. This inheritance contained green and ascetics enslavement path inheritance as well as wine fairies food path true inheritance. The value of the enslavement path true inheritance was not high for Zui Xian Wang, but the wine fairy true inheritance was simply too valuable to him. It was not a waste of my effort to come here, it was worth it. A smile appeared on Zui Xian Wang's face. But the moment he left the place and arrived in the outside world, his expression immediately changed. A battlefield killer move had been set up, it activated at once and trapped Zui Xian Wang. Heavenly Court, Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xian Wang was shocked to find out that Heavenly Court's GU immortals were surrounding him. The leader was a female immortal, she had a tall nose, thin lips and eyes, a body covered in golden armor, her legs were long and smooth, she wore a white cape on her back, she radiated an elegant and noble aura, she had an air of indomitability. She was the current leader of Heavenly Court, Rank 8 Luck Path Great Expert, Qin Ding Ling. Zui Xian Wang's heart sank to rock bottom, he broke out in cold sweat. It seems that I will lose my life in this fight. Thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. Zui Xian Wang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. I am willing to contribute all my inheritances, I will make contributions to the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling smiled brightly, emanating with heroic aura. Green ant ascetics and wine fairies' inheritances are good, but is our heavenly court so greedy? We are the righteous leaders of over 3 million years, the #1 super force in the world. Since you had the fortune to find this inheritance, then it belongs to you. Please do us the honor, sit down and have a cup of tea. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling sat cross-legged in the air. She took out cushions, a table, and cups. Zui Xian Wang sat down without a choice. Qin Ding Ling personally poured tea for him. Tea fragrance spread out, but Zui Xian Wang felt his heart turning cold as ice. His entire body was shivering, his cold sweat could not stop pouring. What status did Qin Ding Ling have? She was actually treating an Eastern Sea lone immortal like Zui Xian Wang in such a respectful manner. She certainly had huge motivations behind this. Feel free to drink it. Qin Ding Ling stretched out her arm, smiling as she pointed. Zui Xian Wang had no choice but to take a sip. He immediately placed the cup down. He asked while faking calmness, I wonder what Lady Qin wants to say to me. The smile on Qin Ding Ling's lips became even wider. She spoke casually. Haven't you already guessed my intention? Zui Xian Wang, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic. In the current world, even though demons have the upper hand, it is only temporary. Even throughout the history of millions of years, the righteous path has been dominant for most of the time, while the demonic path can only hide at some corners. We are currently in a special era, so some geniuses will wreak havoc. Don't think that they are domineering and overpowering, they are merely the pioneers that will pave a road for the venerables ahead. Zui Xian Wang lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with Qin Ding Ling. His arms were placed on the table as he clenched them uncontrollably, his palms were covered in sweat. In this tough situation, no matter what overbearing request Qin Ding Ling states, I have no choice but to agree to it. Zui Xian Wang sighed in his head with great sadness. But Qin Ding Ling took out some evidence immediately after. Not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to Heavenly Court. She will lead the rise of Heavenly Court once again. Zui Xian Wang saw the evidence and became deeply shocked. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival. Qin Ding Ling smiled. Fate Gu has been destroyed, even venerables can be resurrected now. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is the best example now, but he has already been suppressed by my Heavenly Court. If even Demon Immortal Qi Ju can revive, how can our venerables not do so? Our Heavenly Court has 3 venerables, throughout the world, which super force can rival us? Zui Xian Wang stared in a dumbfounded manner, thoughts started to collide rapidly in his mind. He had already decided to say yes, but after seeing proof of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, the balance in his heart was tilted towards Heavenly Court. Even though Fang Yuan was strong as the #1 demon, he only had pseudo-venerable battle strength. He could not compare to a venerable. In the millions of years of human history, there had only been 10 venerables, each one had shown their invincibility in their respective eras. Venerables were invincible, no matter how many pseudo-venerables there were, they could not match a venerable in the end. While Heavenly Court had the most number of venerables, primordial origin, star constellation, Genesis Lotus. Other than that, the only other super force that had a venerable was Longevity Heaven. Zui Xian Wang's expression became calm gradually. I am willing to work for Heavenly Court, he said in a solemn tone. Let's set the agreement. Qin Ding Ling shook her hands. No need for that. With that Fang Yuan's ability, he will notice if we make an agreement. Furthermore, you need to return to Eastern Sea and join the Righteous Qi Alliance. We will not set an agreement. Zui Xian Wang was stunned. Qin Ding Ling added, write me a copy of the true inheritance, Heavenly Court will try to provide you the relevant immortal Gu. Zui Xian Wang was stunned again, he sighed in his heart, no agreement and they are also giving me immortal Gu. Qin Ding Ling waved her hand again, you can leave now. This subordinate takes his leave. Zui Xian Wang left the battlefield with completely stunned emotions. It was truly unbelievable, he was freed just like that. What Zui Xian Wang felt was deep admiration. He started to admire Heavenly Court from the depths of his heart. This is the caliber of the #1 force in the world. Qin Dingling is not afraid that I will not follow the agreement. With this attitude, she clearly doesn't think much of the inheritance. I am merely just one of her casual pawns. If I do not follow the agreement in the future, unlike Fang Yuan, can't Heavenly Court easily deal with me? Zui Xian Wang was filled with a chilly feeling internally. While watching him leave, Fang Zheng could not help but ask, Lady Qin Dingling, we're letting him go like this. What if he goes to join Fang Yuan and betrays us? Wouldn't we be giving this inheritance to Fang Yuan as well? Are we going to give up this method to counter Wu Shuai? Fang Zheng was very familiar with the content of the inheritance. It turned out that Heavenly Court had found this inheritance long ago, but before taking it, Qin Dingling had some intuition. Her instincts told her to not take the inheritance. It would be better to make her move 3 days later. Qin Dingling followed her instincts and waited for 3 days, finally trapping Zui Xian Wang. At this point, she realized the meaning behind her intuition. Qin Dingling smiled. Fang Yuan possesses the sovereign immortal aperture and has annexed many grotto heavens. He even has Paradise Earth's inheritor and the variant human alliance under him. We cannot estimate the speed of his growth at all. If we set an agreement with Zui Xian Wang, it will leave a huge piece of evidence behind. However, when Zui Xian Wang drank the tea, I had already used my method to influence his luck. This will cause him to become enemies with Fang Yuan without doubt. Fang Zheng was not convinced. He held on to his beliefs. Even so, I feel that we should gain a complete hold of this inheritance and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan. This Zui Xian Wang is just a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling chuckled. You are underestimating Zui Xian Wang while also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Zui Xian Wang is a person who can endure hardship. He is a wise man who knows his circumstances. He possesses one of the 3 pools in the world, wine pool. He is a food path expert. The inheritance of his lineage has always been passed down very stably, while his luck is also very deep and sturdy. Food path is powerful. While Zui Xian Wang cultivates food path solely, he can almost be considered a representative figure of this path. This has significant meaning. As for this inheritance, Qin Dingling shook her head. In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not the killer move golden bottle drunken wine, but that human path wine drinker immortal GU recipe. This inheritance that green ant ascetic and wine fairy created together contained a human path immortal GU recipe. Wine drinker GU, similar to hero GU, scholar GU, craftsman GU, and farmer GU, except that it was not at the mortal level, it was an immortal GU. Chapter 2111, Beast Tamer GU. Fang Zheng blinked a few times, having understood something. You mean to say that even if golden bottle drunken wine is effective and kills Wu Shuai successfully, he is still just a clone of Fang Yuan's, it will not truly shake his foundation. Right now, with Dragon Palace destroyed, Wu Shuai's biggest use is gone. Meanwhile, the wine drinker immortal GU recipe is the symbol of human path prosperity. It will be the path that our heavenly court will focus on in the future. Qin Dingling patted Fang Zheng's shoulder. You have learned well. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is not a threat unless he becomes venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already succeeded in Crazed Demon Cave. The most urgent matter is to bring her back now. No matter how great of a commotion Fang Yuan causes, he is just like a cicada's cry at the end of autumn. He has few days remaining. I am not Fang Yuan's match while Heavenly Court cannot afford another loss. Thus, I have been dragging on the matter about the Eastern Sea Righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, we need to put in effort for the Crazed Demon Cave battle. It will not be easy to bring back our venerable. We need to conserve strength and prioritize on that. As long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returns to Heavenly Court, even 10 of Fang Yuan added together cannot cause any problems for us. Yes, you are absolutely right. Fang Zheng did not refute nor hold any suspicions towards Qin Dingling's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already proven her strength in history. She had succeeded Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's position and stabilized the fruits of humanity's labor. She expanded on the prosperity of humanity by getting involved in the other 4 regions. Before dying, she plotted against 3 demon venerables and preserved Heavenly Court when they attacked. She was truly a great and noble contributor. Fang Zheng sighed internally. Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Right now, even Heavenly Court is inferior, but someone can deal with you in the end. Throughout history, evil has never prevailed. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable makes a move, can you stop her? You are already finished. even though I understand you, I will not pity you. You deserve a bitter end, this is the price to pay for all the sins you have committed. Fang Yuan inspected the inheritance in his hand. He read through it rapidly. With Meng Chu Zhen exploring dream realms for him, all of his attainment levels were rising shockingly. Using these attainment levels, all sorts of inheritances felt shallow in his eyes. Only a small number could give him a decent surprise at times. These inheritances mostly came from Qi-Si ancestor in the variant human alliance. Because of the Qi tides, Eastern Sea's exposed inheritances were mostly gathered into Fang Yuan's hands now. Of course, there were still some excellent inheritances that were kept secret by the lucky forces not contributing them. At his current level, most inheritances in the world had little to no value from his perspective. His attainment was too high, in just a few breaths of time, he could create a superb inheritance himself. These inheritances were merely a small supplement to his theories and knowledge base. Treasure Yellow Heaven also has inheritance transactions, this is really a rare sight. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something, he could transact most of these inheritances that he currently had. What was the point of transactions? It was to exchange with others for some things that you were more suitable with, in order to cultivate more smoothly. Because doing this had benefits for Fang Yuan to become venerable. One of the 4 venerable ascension conditions was to break through the Heavenly Tao blockade. The Heavenly Tao sought balance and suppressed GU immortals and venerables. The more widely spread these inheritances were, the stronger the cultivators would become, and the more effort the Heavenly Tao would need to suppress them. This way, when Fang Yuan reaches a crucial moment in his venerable ascension, the Heavenly Tao blockade that obstructed him would fall in strength relatively. This point was proven by historical records as well. During the 10 venerables eras, countless geniuses emerged one after another, grand heroes existed at the same time, being as numerous as the stars in the sky. To break through the Heavenly Tao blockade, other than luck path, there is also human path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of human path, if I can obtain the human path essence inside it, it will help me greatly. Fang Yuan thought. In a market within the city, people gathered together to watch the performance at the center of the square. A middle-aged man with a muscular body wore beast skin clothing and held a leather whip in his hands as he swung it. As the leather whip moved, it emitted cracking sounds. A leopard danced around on the ground while following the tune of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly stored his whip, he placed his head into the leopard's huge mouth. The leopard opened its mouth widely, its teeth were sharp as blades, only millimeters away from the man's skull. The surrounding audience gasped loudly. But the leopard did not bite it. After waiting for some time, the middle-aged man moved his head out again. Immediately, applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze bowl and walked around the audience while holding it. He moved quickly as he raised the bowl, shouting, "Friends, if you have money, please support me, otherwise, please help to promote my performance. Haha, if you think this was enjoyable, don't hesitate to give some tips." The middle-aged man's entertaining performance was well liked by the audience. A large number of primeval stones were tossed into the bronze bowl as they emitted sharp sounds. Not far away, a human path great expert, Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortal Xianxia, watched with a stunned expression. "This is the reason why I got you to come here," Fang Dichong said, as he sat beside Xianxia and drank tea. Xianxia finally retracted his gaze. "Amazing, amazing," he praised uncontrollably. "This Divine Emperor City painting world is really amazing." The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never existed in the painting world before. But after the 10 children of human path led their troops to explore growling beast painting world and returned in failure, they recuperated for some time and this profession appeared. In the market, in addition to Hero GU, Scholar GU, Soldier GU, and Craftsman GU, there was a new type of GU, Beast Tamer GU. Once Beast Tamer GU was activated, it could turn into a Beast Tamer. Beast Tamers were specialized to deal with wild beasts, they were more proficient at taming wild beasts to use for themselves. Evidently, this new Beast Tamer GU was created to deal with growling beast painting world. Who created this new GU worm? Shen Shang asked. Fang Dichong shook his head. Beast Tamer GU appeared so naturally, I did my best to investigate but I found no specific targets. Shen Shang nodded. Your beggar sect is the strongest information collection organization in here. It might not be a person, it might be this painting world itself or Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables arrangement. Fang Dichong took in a breath of human will Ji to replenish himself before saying, now that beast tamer Ji has appeared, growling beast painting world will be at a disadvantage, it is only a matter of time until it is taken down. The scariest part of human path likely lies here. I underestimated this path after all. Shen Shang moved his fingers around the cup as he concluded, now it seems that there are 3 types of human path Gu worms. The first are profession Gu, for example, craftsman Gu, hero Gu, and beast tamer Gu. The second are organizational position Gu, for example your beggar sect Gu and sect elder Gu. The third type are human emotion and virtue Gu, for example, traveling son Gu and doting mother Gu. Human emotion and virtue Gu. Brother Shen, it seems that you have made great progress in your cultivation recently, that is an appropriate classification. Fang Dichong congratulated. Shen Shang waved his hand. I am ashamed, that is merely a classification of my own opinion. Traveling son Gu and doting mother Gu were once regarded as emotion path Gu worms, but in essence, they were actually human path. This was quite a common sight in history as well. The essence of Gu worms usually only showed itself after the path progressed to a certain level. The painting world is really the sacred land of human path, I am feeling quite expectant now. When the 10 children of human path leave this place and bring human path to the world of the 5 regions, I wonder how big the commotion will be. Many different Gu worms will be classified into human path by then. Shen Shang said with deep emotions, I believe that many human path Gu worms scattered and forgotten somewhere in the world will gain recognition from people once again. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had truly made a noble achievement. Before him, human path was like the leaves on a tree, it only concerned a small individual group of cultivators. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created the painting world, he held up the tree of human path and supported its trunk, allowing it to grow and nurture. Human path was no longer empty internally, it was a complete path now. It had most of the foundational roots and sturdy roots, it even had countless leaves on it. Fang Dichong did not speak, he was feeling increasingly worried in his heart. Even though he had not gotten a clear understanding of Divine Emperor City and the painting world's profundities, there was already something that was certain to him. Human path was bound to prosper, Heavenly Court had already started to focus on developing this path. I am afraid that developing human path has become Heavenly Court's main strategy. This path is not simple, what should my main body do now? He might not even know this yet, I am only a lump of will that is barely surviving. How can I inform my main body of this crucial information? With the destruction of Fate Gu, anything could happen in the world. Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already revived, the prophecy of 3 venerables was no longer certain, human path and food path had the chance of prospering in this new era. Dream path was mentioned in the prophecy of 3 venerables, it was originally the fated path that was meant to prosper or even rule over this new era. In the past, human path was something that only venerables or individuals with great talent could comprehend. But after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable strengthened its roots and foundation, human path was already suitable for everyone to cultivate. Heavenly Court owned Divine Emperor City, this was a huge advantage in itself. As for food path, this path was created in the olden antiquity era and had never been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it also started to show signs of prosperity. The entire world had gone chaotic because of Fang Yuan. The dead were reviving, secluded paths were now starting to prosper. As for the future, Fang Dichong shook his head, the future was too complex and uncertain, he could not see clearly beyond this chaos. He Lu Lan was summoned by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. He Lu Lan, my descendant, it is now time for you to risk your life. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun got right to the point, you want to surpass that Gu Fang Yuan. Now is your chance. Go into Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation Audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.